Guba is the villain and scumbag father in the True and False Daughter group pet novel. In his previous life, he was affected by mania and was instigated by the fake daughter to abuse his own daughter, forcing his own daughter to jump to her death. He himself ended up being abandoned by everyone and his family was broken up after being reborn. Activate the dad system, and you will get rewards as long as you give others fatherly care. Therefore, Guba recognized his biological daughter in advance and acted as her father. Your daughter uses an old Nokia. He threw the phone and roared, "You're embarrassing me. Do you think this kind of trash is worthy of dirtying your hands? Throw out the latest Huawei 3-fold screen with your backhand." Ding. Dad succeeded. Reward, the futuristic high-tech phone. Silly girl. My daughter eats white rice and pickles. He overturned the dining table and roared, "Fuck, you're feeding my daughter pig food?" A 5-star hotel was opened as a cafeteria on the spot, and the meal card was recharged with 900 trillion. Ding. Reward, God-level cooking skills. A daughter working all night delivering food? Saving money for a kidney transplant for her adoptive mother, he kicked the electric scooter over and said, "What a gift. By the time you, a loser, save enough money, the grass on your mother's grave will be taller than you." He bought the entire hospital and from then on served only one person. Ding. Obtained the medical master inheritance. When the fake daughter, the bookcrosser, returned home, she looked at the pampered real daughter and gave a stiff fake smile. "Dad, I am your biological daughter." Guba threw the DNA report at her face and said, "You fake, you dare call me dad? Get down on your feet." Chapter 1, The Father's Angry Recognition Scene. Please give me 5-star praise, please generate electricity for love, please urge me to update, and please brothers make a fortune soon if you are my brother, please read the first 50 chapters. If you don't like it, come and kill me. Magic City University, girls' dormitory. 3 young and beautiful girls surrounded Gu Shueyo and chattered, their eyes shining like badgers sniffing gossip. "Yao Yao, I heard that you were sent back by a Rolls Royce last night? Is your father really a wealthy man? Are you going to be a rich girl? If you become rich and powerful, don't forget each other." Jime, hearing this, Gu Shueyo clutched the edge of her washed-out jeans, her voice as soft as a mosquito. I don't know either." She is still confused. Last night she was working in a milk tea shop when a man in a suit and tie suddenly rushed in. He had sharp eyes and an aura so strong that it seemed to crush the lights on the entire street. He stared at her, silent for 2.5 seconds, then he threw out a stack of investigation reports and said in a cold and hard voice, frowny face, "Gu Shueyo, I am your biological father. I was taken away by mistake in the hospital 22 years ago. Then, she was forced into a luxury car by the man, taken to do a paternity test, change her surname, transfer her household registration, and then sent back to the dormitory. Before parting, the man only said, frowny face, have a good rest tonight, I'll come back tomorrow to take care of you." Gu Shueyo? So, Yao Yao, will your dad really come today? Gu Shueyo opened her mouth, but before she could answer, sudden bang. The dormitory door was kicked open and all the girls turned around. In the backlight, a nearly 1.9 meter tall thug in a suit stood at the door with one hand in his pocket. He has a strong body, sharp eyebrows, and fierce eyes. The Patek Philippe watch exposed at his cuffs reflected a dazzling light in the sunlight. It's him. When she saw the appearance of the person coming, Gu Shueyo's pupils shrank and she stood up subconsciously. "My name is Guba." The man opened his mouth with a powerful bomb, Shueyo's biological father. "What? Sigma, Gu Dad, what kind of weird name is this? People always call you Dad? Isn't that too much of an advantage? It sounds like a very daddy thing." But seeing the uncle's handsome face, several female students blushed and cried out delicately, "Hello, Dad." Guba didn't care about the girl's strange behavior at all, and frowned at Gu Shueyo. "I called you 10,086 times. Why don't you answer?" Hearing this, Gu Shueyo froze, and frantically took out an old-fashioned Nokia the size of a palm from her pocket. "This is an antique machine I bought from the second-hand market." The corners were worn white, the screen was cracked like a spider web, and 2 buttons were missing. I'm sorry." Gu Shueyo pressed the buttons a few times but got no response. She apologized softly, "My phone just ran out of battery." Guba stared at the peeling antique in the girl's hand, veins popping out on his forehead. "What the hell is this crap?" "My cell phone." The man's suddenly angry tone frightened Gu Shueyo so much that she shivered and instinctively clenched her Nokia, wanting to hide it in embarrassment. However, Guba was quick-witted and snatched the phone away. He glanced at it twice, his eyes becoming increasingly cold and fierce. "Please give it back to me." Gu Shueyo became anxious and reached out to grab it. Although this phone can't do anything except make calls, it also turns off automatically from time to time, but she also bought it by saving money, so it is very precious to her. But the next second, bang. Guba raised his hand and smashed the Nokia to the ground, instantly breaking into pieces. He turned around and stared at Gu Shueyo with a cold face, his tone was irritable. "Is this even worthy of being called a cell phone? Nokia? Even dogs don't use that thing these days. What a disgrace. My daughter, Guba, uses this kind of junk? If this gets out, where will I be able to save face? How can I survive in the circle of wealthy people? Listening to the constant curses coming from my ears. Gu Shuya was stunned, and her hand reaching out to pick up the fragments froze in midair. His eyes instantly turned red and tears blurred his vision. Originally, she was struggling to study alone in a big city and had illusions about this strange father. Deep down in her heart, she actually longed for the warmth of family. Who would have thought that reality would give her such a painful blow? In the dormitory, the roommates who witnessed everything opened their eyes wide and were indignant. The initial good impression I had of Guba due to his mature temperament was gone. Hard, my little fist is hard. What kind of epic jerk dad is this? Isn't this too bullying? Who doesn't want to have a good phone? Your own daughter is living in poverty and has suffered so much, and it's okay if you don't feel sorry for her or blame yourself. You actually smashed the other person's phone just because it was not good enough, and the curses are so harsh? This guy is crazy. Damn that guy. Does he think he's so handsome and manly like this? At this moment, the roommates were collectively furious. Some took out their pepper spray, some picked up their mops, and some pulled cucumbers out of their quilts. Prepare to seek justice for your best friend. But at this moment, Guba suddenly pulled out a cell phone from the inside pocket of his Armani suit and took a photo of his daughter's pretty face. He ordered domineeringly, "From today on, you are only worthy of using this. If I catch you using some junk again, I won't mind smashing up all the stores that sell your phones. My daughter, Guba, must use the best phone in the world. Whatever is far ahead." Gu Shuya lowered her head blankly, her breathing stagnant. The latest Huawei Mate X5, with a triple folding screen and a body inlaid with dark dragon scales, is the top of the line version. Oh my god. Yao. I've seen this phone on the news. It's a new limited edition Huawei phone. It's priced at $39,999 on the official website and I can't even get it. After hearing what her roommate said, Gu Shuya came to her senses and her hands were shaking as if she was holding a bomb. She had never touched such an expensive item in her life and was afraid of breaking it. This is too expensive, I can't have it. What the hell is expensive? Guba glared impatiently. You son of a bitch, you still need to consider the price of a broken phone? Believe it or not, I'll buy Huawei's headquarters right now and customize a diamond-studded one just for you. Humph. Shut up, just use it if I tell you to. Didn't I tell you last night that I have mania and a bad temper? Don't make me repeat it a second time. Otherwise I'll get mad at you. Aside. My roommate's anger had already turned into starry eyes filled with admiration. Heartsuit for all heartsuit, I envy you. What kind of magical dad is this? I thought he was a scumbag who bullied his weak, helpless, and pitiful daughter. Oh my goodness. I didn't expect it to be this kind of dad. One second he smashed his phone and cursed, and the next second he threw out the most advanced Huawei flagship phone, and he has to accept it, because he will get angry if he disagrees with something. Oh my god, isn't Mr. Gu's temper too overbearing? But how come this kind of dad becomes more and more handsome the more I look at him? What's the matter with being a little envious? Suddenly I also want to be fucked hard by some on the other side. But Gu Shuya, who refused to give up, was still trying to struggle desperately. But Guba, who had already lost his patience, got furious on the spot, grabbed his daughter by the collar and pulled her in front of him. Those sharp black eyes were staring at her. Listen up to me. From today on, you are only allowed to shed tears when your hands cramp from counting money. Your pain is simply that you have too many bank cards and can't remember the passwords. Your troubles must be because you have too much money to spend. Dad's angry roar shook the entire girls' dormitory. Immediately following, Yuba forced his daughter's trembling little head to turn towards the broken Nokia, started to roar crazily. Look at this pile of junk. It doesn't deserve you. Just like the days of suffering and starvation didn't deserve you. I owe you wealth and glory, and I will repay you 100-fold in the future. You can't refuse. As for this broken Huawei, it's just the beginning, you must accept it now. Remember. This is not a request, but an order. My daughter, Guba, was born to use the best, wear the best, and eat the best. So, now. Immediately. Guba shook his daughter's shoulders vigorously with every word he said. Give it to me. Take it. Gu Shuya was dizzy and her ears were buzzing. She was horrified to discover this irritable old man who suddenly broke into her peaceful life had an almost paranoid madness burning in his eyes. What's even more terrifying is that she actually emerged from this madness. I felt a little bit. Father's love is as warm as a mountain? I'll take it. In the end, Gu Shuya answered in a trembling voice, no longer daring to refuse a man's father's presence. Fuck, make your voice louder. Guba slammed the table frantically and roared to the sky. You didn't eat? Have you eaten or not? Gu Shuya, who was forced into a desperate situation, almost screamed and cried out. I accept it, isn't it okay? I'm collecting. Seeing that his daughter was moved by his sincerity, he accepted far ahead with tears of gratitude. Only then did Guba nod with satisfaction. It was at this moment, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Frowny face ding. Congratulations to the host dad for his success. Received a reward, Chapter 2, whose local specialty is the iPhone, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing his first visit. Reward, 10 iPhone 20 Pro, rainbow color plus gold X3, distributed in the briefcase. Guba's pupils suddenly contracted, and the mechanical sound in his ears made his whole body tremble. The system is actually real? Just giving others fatherly love can earn you rewards, so, his rebirth is not an illusion, it is real. In an instant, memories came flooding back like a bloody tide. In his previous life, after he took his biological daughter back, the fake daughter always fanned the flames in his ears. Daddy's sister didn't steal my necklace on purpose. Daddy, I didn't push me down the stairs on purpose. Daddy's sister didn't mean to scald me with boiling water. Every time, he was like a possessed person, unilaterally believing the lies of that vicious woman, locking his own daughter in the basement, slapping her, and punishing her by making her kneel on broken glass, until that rainy night, he saw with his own eyes his daughter jumping from the 28th floor like a butterfly with broken wings. On the bloody suicide note stained by rain, it was written crookedly, frowny face, if I had known, I wouldn't have come back. At that moment, Guba suddenly felt a trance of breaking free from the constraints of the plot. For the first time, his heart felt the pain of his daughter's death. Ouch. It hurt so much. After investigation, he finally realized that all the frame-ups were staged by the fake daughter. However, it was too late. That bitch had already won over the other children and worked together to undermine his power. In the end, he was kicked out of the Gu family and curled up in the street on Christmas Eve, freezing to death while holding the few photos of his daughter. And what about the fake daughter? Holding the vast assets of the Gu group and marrying a wealthy fiancé, she led a dream life worthy of a novel heroine. Fuck. Recalling the tragic experience in his previous life, Guba couldn't help but blurt out the national treasure, which scared several girls. Uncle, are you okay? Your face looks so scary. Uncle Gu, don't be angry. Yao Yao is usually very well behaved, but she is too frugal. Uncle, with your temper, will you abuse Yao Yao in the future? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Tang Guagua. The short-haired, capable girl next to me is Jiang Shui, and the artistic young woman with glasses is Shui Bingxia. We are all Yao Yao's best friends. If you bully Yao Yao, we three sisters will be the first to disagree. Several clear female voices brought Guba back to reality. Only then did he realize that he was still standing in the girls' dormitory, and his palms were bleeding from being pinched by his fingernails. She took a deep breath and looked at her daughter, who was protected by her best friends. The thin body, the washed-out jeans, the timid eyes, gradually became similar to the figure who was trembling and standing on the edge of the rooftop in the previous life. Guba's expression became more complicated. Then he turned his gaze to the lowly girl with twin ponytails who called herself Tangguagua, and the two girls beside her. In the previous life, these three people gave their daughter warmth and provided her with a lot of help when she was most helpless, whether it is material or spiritual encouragement. They all gave their daughters far more sisterly love than their so-called biological fathers. When she learned that her best friend was treated unfairly, she actually dared to go straight to Gu Group to argue with him. As a result, he said kick out, and the security guard threw her into the street. Later, they seemed to have found the fake daughter in private and warned her not to bully her friends, but the fake daughter held a grudge against them and retaliated against them. Since Guba didn't pay much attention to unimportant people, he only knew that the three girls all had bad endings. Perhaps the daughter committed suicide out of despair, perhaps also because she was filled with guilt for having implicated her best sister. Think of this. Guba's gaze towards the three girls became much softer. The daughter owed them a favor in her previous life, so let him, as her father, make up for it and repay it on her behalf. Sorry, I'm having a manic episode. Sometimes I have a quick temper and can't control my emotions, so I do things that are hard for ordinary people to understand. Did I scare you guys just now? Sorry. I brought you some gifts. Just consider them as my apology. They're not expensive, just some local specialties from my hometown. Don't be disgusted. And you can rest assured, Yao Yao is my biological daughter. How could I bear to bully her? Facing Guba's sincere apology, the girls present looked at each other, surprised, but also relieved. To this uncle who looks like a dad has a bad temper, but he seems to be a pretty good person. Uncle, you don't have to be so polite. You can keep these local specialties for yourself. Or you can give them to Yao Yao. I heard three girls waving their hands to reject me. Guba's temper suddenly flared up uncontrollably. He slammed the table so hard that the lamp shook violently. Bang! Shut up, everyone. I'm giving you face by letting you take it. If I don't take it, do you think I'm being looked down upon? You must take the apples that we picked from our own orchard. Anyone who dares not take it is disrespecting me and will bear the consequences at their own risk. Seeing Guba change his expression as soon as he said it, the girls were speechless and kept complaining in their hearts. I think this uncle has a really bad temper, like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Too irritable. If this doesn't get a little more restrained, who can stand it? Oh, forget it. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, aren't they just some apples? Just accept it. It will save Yaya from being caught in the middle and feeling awkward, but the next second, they became stupid. Sigma. Guba flipped his briefcase over and poured out all 10 iPhones rewarded by the system. In the sunshine, the 7 colors of the rainbow plus 3 gold pieces sparkle on the table. Then, Guba waved his hand and said in a fatherly tone, you three, each pick one. Give the rest to my daughter to play with. You're welcome, take your pick. Take whatever you want. Girls, winky face. Ha! Oh my god. Uncle, the apple you just mentioned is this kind of apple. I didn't say that. Omega Omega. Whose orchard can grow apples like this? This local specialty of yours is unheard of. We have little education. Please don't lie to us. W. Chapter 3. What this overlord has given away, there is no reason to take it back. This is the limited edition Rainbow iPhone 20 Pro? It's priced at $19,999 on the official website and we can't get it. It's too expensive, we can't have it. That's right. Uncle, we appreciate your kindness, but we really can't accept this iPhone. One phone is at least enough to cover our living expenses for a year. No merit, no reward. Uncle Goo, you should take it back. Tangwagwa and the other two waved their hands desperately, refusing to accept Guba's gift. There's no way epsilon sad face omicron asterisk, if they were just ordinary fruits, they would have accepted them, but this apple is too expensive. They had just met for the first time and were not related to each other, so it was really hard for them to be so shameless as to do something shameless. Hearing this, Guba's face instantly darkened, veins popped out on his forehead, and he said angrily, "How dare you? Woman! Who gave you the courage to reject me? Was it Fish Leon? Take this immediately. My daughter's roommate keeps using these crappy $1,000 phones. If word gets out, will she still have any dignity?" Schwebingsha pushed her glasses weakly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. But that's bullshit. Guba slammed his hand on the table, shaking the phone so much that it jumped up. Dad said angrily, "I'll ask you one last time, do you want it or not?" The three girls looked at each other and shook their heads firmly in unison. "Don't try to persuade me, Uncle. I won't accept charity. As independent and awakened women of the new era, we have principles and will never compromise. Even if I get beaten to death today, die outside, or jump from here, I won't take a single cell phone from you." Good. Very good. Very good, Guba grinned. Independence, right? Awakening, right? He casually picked up an emerald green iPhone and weighed it in his palm. Suddenly, he raised his phone high above his head, reflecting a brilliant light in the sunlight. "Since you don't want to take it, then keeping this pile of junk is just a waste of space. It's better to, Omega, Uncle, calm down. What do you want to do?" Amid the incredulous exclamations of several girls, Guba threw the new limited edition Apple phone worth 19,999 yuan to the ground, bang. With a loud bang, the phone exploded into a dazzling firework on the tiled floor, with screen fragments scattering everywhere. "Ah, handsome uncle, are you crazy? It's a good phone, why did you smash it? This isn't the old Nokia from before. This iPhone is so valuable, you're wasting it." Watching the limited edition iPhone being scrapped, Tangwagwa stomped her feet in pain, and her twin ponytail shook violently following her owner's movements. Shueo and others felt the same way and could not understand what Guba did. Just because he and others were unwilling to accept their phones, he was going to smash all the phones. This madman is too much, isn't he? I can't stand any disobedience at all. Doesn't he feel sorry at all? It was okay to smash the Nokia before. It was just a few $dozen, so it was worthless, so I didn't feel bad about it. But what is being smashed now is a limited edition iPhone. In the eyes of these students from ordinary families, it was priceless, but it was smashed to pieces by Guba for no reason. Even though the owner of this phone is not them, I still feel so distressed. I feel so blue mushrooms, I carrot eye, and at this time, Guba seemed unaware of the atmosphere around him. He picked up a rose gold iPhone and said nonchalantly, "I'll ask again, do you want it or not?" The girls didn't know how to answer for a moment, and hugged each other in grievance, trembling. This time, Tangwagwa swallowed her saliva and bravely asked Uncle Goo, "Please calm down. We really can't," bang. Before he could finish his words, the second limited edition iPhone shattered into pieces. "Oh my god. My little heart, stop it. Uncle, please stop smashing it. It hurts my heart when it hits your hand. In less than 2 minutes, you've already spent over 40,000 yuan, how long will it take to earn back this? It hurts. It hurts so much." Faced with the desperate pleas of several little girls, the corner of Guba's mouth twisted into a cruel arc. He picked up the third iPhone again and held it high, sneered and threatened, "I'm going to say this today. If you don't accept it, I will smash you until you accept it. There is no reason for this president to take back anything he has given away." It seems that the third starry blue iPhone is about to suffer. The girls couldn't bear the psychological pressure and finally broke down, saying with heartache that they would accept it. They had no doubt that if they were any later, this crazy uncle would have the guts to smash all the phones. That's such a pity. It's such a shame to smash these phones. What a waste of resources. If they don't compromise today, they might never be able to sleep well again. Every time I wake up in the middle of the night and think of this, I beat my chest and stamp my feet. Stop it. We want it. Isn't it okay for us to want it? I'm sorry, I admit that we spoke too loudly just now, causing you to misunderstand. We were wrong. Please stop smashing it. Hearing this, Guba finally stopped his actions with satisfaction, slammed his phone on the table, and said unhappily, "Wouldn't it have been better if you had just said that earlier? You have to force me to lose my temper. Are you a bitch?" Humph. What are you all standing there for? Underscore, why don't you come and pick one? If you can't pick one, I'll just randomly smash it for you. The three girls then came over tremblingly, carefully picking up the phone as if it were a sacred object. 2 minutes and a half later, Tang Guagua chose coral pink, Jiang Shui picked obsidian black, and Shuibingxie chose moonlight silver. Thank you, Dad Gu. The three girls thanked him pitifully, their voices still trembling and as thin as mosquitoes. If this scene were seen by outsiders, they would probably immediately think that it was a weird uncle bullying a helpless girl. Actually, it's not wrong to think so, but it's just that this dad's presence is not the same as that bullying. Underscore, why are you being so quiet? If you really want to thank me, then speak louder. If you don't know, you'd think I was forcing you. The things I give away must be known to the entire universe as being accepted willingly by you all. Following Guba's loud shout, the three girls shuddered, straightened their backs, and said in unison, "Thank you, Dad Gu." Only then did Guba nod in satisfaction. Then he stuffed the remaining 5 mobile phones into his daughter's arms. Take it. You can use it as a brick to hit someone, or just drop it to listen to the noise. Don't shirk your responsibility, or I'll turn these phones into scrap metal. Do you believe me? Hearing this, Jiu Shueyo, who subconsciously wanted to refuse, shut her mouth obediently. She had already figured out the man's violent temper, and he really dared to smash everything if he said he would. These mobile phones are very expensive, and each one is enough to keep her working for more than half a year. She really couldn't bear to be smashed by Guba like this. Hey, take it first, at worst. I can find a chance to return it to him later. Thinking of this, Gu Shueyo raised her eyes and glanced at a certain violent man, only to see that he was glaring at Tang Guagua and the others with a ferocious look, still cursing. What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and put in your SIM cards. I need to check. But it was such a fierce man who made Gu Shueyo feel a warmth she had never felt before. She pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. So this is what it feels like to be under the control of your father? Chapter 4. I will let everyone in the cafeteria be buried with you, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the Daddy Reunion. Daddy Reunion value +5, +5, +5. Ding. Every time the Daddy value reaches a certain value, a random reward will be triggered. Host, please keep up the good work and continue to daddy others. Warm tip, the closer the relationship between the host and the parent, the higher the parent value obtained. Oh my god, this system is too stupid, isn't it? I am such a gentle and friendly person, yet it actually encouraged me to engage in dadlin, and the closer the relationship, the higher the father's presence value. Isn't this obviously forcing me to adopt a bunch of adopted sons and daughters, and forcing me to become a beloved father? But am I such a casual person to be someone's father? LOL. Listening to the system prompt sound in his mind, Guba kept complaining inwardly. The other side, several girls were holding their new mobile phones as if they had found a treasure. As the saying goes, the law of true fragrance is universally applicable. No matter how they had politely declined before, now holding their brand new phones, they were so happy that they were practically bursting with joy, just shouting. At this time, Tang Guagua suggested inviting Guba to the cafeteria for lunch as a token of gratitude. At first, Guba frowned in disdain. Oh, the cafeteria? Is such a shabby place worthy of being visited by this president? What level? You want to eat the same meal as me? But when he caught a glimpse of his daughter's slightly disappointed look, he suddenly changed the subject. Never mind, since you have all humbly invited me, I will be merciful and grant you the honor. Lead the way. I want to see what kind of pig food has made my daughter as thin as a bamboo pole. Gu Shueya. On the way to the cafeteria, several roommates talked at once and told Guba everything he wanted to know about his daughter's eating shit. Yao Yao loves to go to window number 3. There's a senior student named Li Chanxian there who takes special care of her. Every time I give her an extra tea egg, saying it's for her nutritional supplements. Yes. Senior sister Li's Chaosan clay pot porridge is delicious. Yao Yao always orders it. Gu Shueya blushed and explained in a low voice, the food my senior sister cooks is delicious and she's a very nice person. She even treated me to free meals a few times when she saw I was broke. Hearing this, Yuba's eyes narrowed instantly. You don't have money to eat? No. Gu Shueya waved her hands hurriedly and explained awkwardly, actually, I didn't bring enough money. Listening to my daughter's lame makeshift excuses, Yuba only felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. He thought of the fake daughter's luxurious life from childhood to adulthood. A meal of afternoon tea can cost an average family half a year's income. Their wardrobes are filled with high-end dresses costing 6 figures, and even their poodles wear Cartier diamond collars. And what about his biological daughter? But even a bowl of porridge that costs a few dollars requires careful budgeting. This completely different situation made Guba feel a tightness in his chest. From today on, I will raise you into the most precious princess in the world. Gu Shueya was stunned and at a loss for what to do by his sudden declaration of fatherhood. She once thought she was hallucinating. Turning around, I found Guba was also staring at her. In those dark eyes, there were still emotions that she couldn't understand. There seems to be regret, anger, guilt, and a trace of tenderness that made her heart warm. Let's go. What are you daydreaming about? Guba withdrew his gaze and without further explanation, grabbed his daughter's wrist and walked forward. The slender joints hurt his palms. In front, several girls did not notice anything unusual about the father and daughter behind them, still chirping, "Senior Chanshan is such a nice person." When we encounter students whose families are in financial difficulty, we not only allow them to buy on credit, but also proactively give them a few extra spoonfuls of food. Who says it's not true? After she knew Yao Yao was in financial difficulty, she refused to accept Yao Yao's meal money several times. Ponytail shook violently following her owner's movements. Jiu Shueo and others felt the same way and could not understand what Guba did. Just because he and others were unwilling to accept their phones, he was going to smash all the phones. This madman is too much, isn't he? I can't stand any disobedience at all. Doesn't he feel sorry at all? It was okay to smash the Nokia before. It was just a few $dozen, so it was worthless, so I didn't feel bad about it. But what is being smashed now is a limited edition iPhone. In the eyes of these students from ordinary families, it was priceless, but it was smashed to pieces by Guba for no reason. Even though the owner of this phone is not them, I still feel so distressed. I feel so blue mushrooms, I carrot eye, and at this time, Guba seemed unaware of the atmosphere around him. He picked up a rose gold iPhone and said nonchalantly, "I'll ask again, do you want it or not?" The girls didn't know how to answer for a moment, and hugged each other in grievance, trembling. At this time, Tangwagwa swallowed her saliva and bravely asked Uncle Gu, "Please calm down. We really can't." Bang. Before he could finish his words, the second limited edition iPhone shattered into pieces. "Oh my god. My little heart, stop it. Uncle, please stop smashing it. It hurts my heart when it hits your hand. In less than 2 minutes, you've already spent over 40,000 yuan, how long will it take to earn back this? It hurts. It hurts so much." Faced with the desperate pleas of several little girls, the corner of Guba's mouth twisted into a cruel arc. He picked up the third iPhone again and held it high, sneered and threatened, "I'm going to say this today. If you don't accept it, I will smash you until you accept it. There is no reason for this president to take back anything he has given away." It seems that the third starry blue iPhone is about to suffer. The girls couldn't bear the psychological pressure and finally broke down, saying with heartache that they would accept it. They had no doubt that if they were any later, this crazy uncle would have the guts to smash all the phones. That's such a pity. It's such a shame to smash these phones. What a waste of resources. If they don't compromise today, they might never be able to sleep well again. Every time I wake up in the middle of the night and think of this, I beat my chest and stamp my feet. Stop it. We want it. Isn't it okay for us to want it? I'm sorry, I admit that we spoke too loudly just now, causing you to misunderstand. We were wrong. Oh, please stop smashing it. Hearing this, Guba finally stopped his actions with satisfaction, slammed his phone on the table, and said unhappily, "Wouldn't it have been better if you had just said that earlier? You have to force me to lose my temper. Are you a bitch? Humph. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you come and pick one? If you can't pick one, I'll just randomly smash it for you." The three girls then came over tremblingly, carefully picking up the phone as if it were a sacred object. 2.5 minutes later, Tangwagwa chose coral pink, Jiang Shui picked obsidian black, and Shuebingshe chose moonlight silver. Thank you, Dad Gu." The three girls thanked him pitifully, their voices still trembling and as thin as mosquitoes. If this scene were seen by outsiders, they would probably immediately think that it was a weird uncle bullying a helpless girl. Actually, it's not wrong to think so, but it's just that this dad's presence is not the same as that bullying. Why are you being so quiet? If you really want to thank me, then speak louder. If you don't know, you'd think I was forcing you. The things I give away must be known to the entire universe as being accepted willingly by you all. Following Guba's loud shout, the three girls shuddered, straightened their backs, and said in unison, "Thank you, Dad Gu." Only then did Guba nod in satisfaction. Then he stuffed the remaining 5 mobile phones into his daughter's arms. "Take it. You can use it as a brick to hit someone, or just drop it to listen to the noise. Don't shirk your responsibility, or I'll turn these phones into scrap metal. Do you believe me?" Hearing this, Jiu Shueo, who subconsciously wanted to refuse, shut her mouth immediately. She had already figured out the man's violent temper, and he really dared to smash everything if he said he would. These mobile phones are very expensive, and each one is enough to keep her working for more than half a year. She really couldn't bear to be smashed by Guba like this. "Hey, take it first. At worst, I can find a chance to return it to him later." Thinking of this, Gu Shueo raised her eyes and glanced at a certain violent man, only to see that he was glaring at Tangwagwa and the others with a ferocious look, still cursing. "What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and put in your SIM cards. I need to check." But it was such a fierce man who made Gu Shueo feel a warmth she had never felt before. She pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. So this is what it feels like to be under the control of your father? Chapter 4. I will let everyone in the cafeteria be buried with you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the Daddy Reunion. Daddy Reunion value +5, +5, +5. Ding. Every time the Daddy value reaches a certain value, a random reward will be triggered. Host, please keep up the good work and continue to daddy others. Warm tip: the closer the relationship between the host and the parent, the higher the parent value obtained. Oh my god, this system is too stupid, isn't it? I am such a gentle and friendly person, yet it actually encouraged me to engage in dadlin, and the closer the relationship, the higher the father's presence value. Isn't this obviously forcing me to adopt a bunch of adopted sons and daughters, and forcing me to become a beloved father? But am I such a casual person to be someone's father? LOL. Listening to the system prompt sound in his mind, Guba kept complaining inwardly. The other side, several girls were holding their new mobile phones as if they had found a treasure. As the saying goes, the law of true fragrance is universally applicable. No matter how they had politely declined before, now holding their brand new phones, they were so happy that they were practically bursting with joy, just shouting. At this time, Tang Wugwa suggested inviting Guba to the cafeteria for lunch as a token of gratitude. At first, Guba frowned in disdain. Oh, the cafeteria? Is such a shabby place worthy of being visited by this president? What level? You want to eat the same meal as me? But when he caught a glimpse of his daughter's slightly disappointed look, he suddenly changed the subject. Never mind, since you have all humbly invited me, I will be merciful and grant you the honor. Lead the way. I want to see what kind of pig food has made my daughter as thin as a bamboo pole. Gu Shuaya. On the way to the cafeteria, several roommates talked at once and told Guba everything he wanted to know about his daughter's eating shit. Yao Yao loves to go to window number 3. There's a senior student named Li Chanxian there who takes special care of her. Every time I give her an extra tea egg, saying it's for her nutritional supplements. Yes. Senior sister Li's Chaosan clay pot porridge is delicious. Yao Yao always orders it. Gu Shuya blushed and explained in a low voice, the food my senior sister cooks is delicious and she's a very nice person. She even treated me to free meals a few times when she saw I was broke. Hearing this, Gu Ba's eyes narrowed instantly. You don't have money to eat? No. Gu Shuya waved her hands hurriedly and explained awkwardly, actually, I didn't bring enough money. Listening to my daughter's lame makeshift excuses, Gu Ba only felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. He thought of the fake daughter's luxurious life from childhood to adulthood. A meal of afternoon tea can cost an average family half a year's income. Their wardrobes are filled with high-end dresses costing 6 figures, and even their poodles wear Cartier diamond collars. And what about his biological daughter? But even a bowl of porridge that costs a few dollars requires careful budgeting. This completely different situation made Guba feel a tightness in his chest. From today on, I will raise you into the most precious princess in the world. Gu Shuya was stunned and at a loss for what to do by his sudden declaration of fatherhood. She once thought she was hallucinating. Turning around, I found Guba was also staring at her in those dark eyes. There were still emotions that she couldn't understand. There seems to be regret, anger, guilt, and a trace of tenderness that made her heart warm. Let's go. What are you daydreaming about? Guba withdrew his gaze and without further explanation, grabbed his daughter's wrist and walked forward. The slender joints hurt his palms. In front, several girls did not notice anything unusual about the father and daughter behind them, still chirping, Senior Chanxian is such a nice person. When we encounter students whose families are in financial difficulty, we not only allow them to buy on credit, but also proactively give them a few extra spoonfuls of food. Who says it's not true? After she knew Yao Yao was in financial difficulty, she refused to accept Yao Yao's meal money several times. What a shame. Senior Chanxian is such a good girl, but her mother has stomach cancer and needs a lot of money for treatment. Fortunately, after the school learned about her situation, they allowed her to open a work-study window in the cafeteria and sell porridge to earn money. I heard we're still short of 150,000 yuan to cover the surgery fee. Li Chanxian, why does this name sound more and more familiar to me? Wait, I remember. Isn't this the fake daughter's best friend in her previous life? A child who was lost in childhood by the wealthy first-tier family. Li family was doted on after returning to his ancestral home in the future and became the treasure of everyone in the Li family. The reason why the fake daughter was able to befriend her was because she helped Li Chanxian's adoptive mother to collect medical expenses and helped her find her biological parents. Li Chanxian was grateful to the Lin family behind her, which made her a great supporter of the fake daughter. Guba realized it later and his eyes instantly became violent, but when I heard my daughter and her roommates discussing how to raise some money to help the senior, he suddenly calmed down again and seemed to be thinking about something. In this life, the fake daughter's opportunity must be intercepted. It only belongs to my own daughter. It was almost dinner time. The university cafeteria was bustling with people. Gu Ba and others sat in a corner, waiting for Tang Wugwa, who volunteered to come back with food. For all asterisk, the young lady has arrived. Everyone, get out of the way. Yao Yao, come and try our new dish, spicy hot pot. 2 minutes and a half later, Tang Wugwa came back skipping all the way with the food tray in her hand. The twin ponytails followed their master's movements, jumping happily. Huh? Didn't you go to buy porridge? How did it turn out to be spicy hot pot? Gu Shuyo looked confused. Hey, Senior said, my junior students have been craving something spicy lately, so starting today we're selling spicy hot pot instead. Tang Wugwa put down the plate and curled her lips with some regret. I see. Looks like I won't be able to eat porridge cooked by Senior anymore. There was an unconcealable sense of loss in Gu Shueo's voice. The chopsticks unconsciously poked the spicy hot pot in the bowl. She is not used to spicy food and prefers lighter meals, but she could also understand the senior's decision to change the dishes. Many college students nowadays love spicy food. If we switch to spicy hot pot, the audience will definitely be larger. I can also earn more money to treat my mother's illness. Forget it, just eat it. The food has been prepared. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. With this thought in mind, Gu Shueo picked up a piece of lotus root slice covered in red oil and stuffed it into her mouth. The next second, she was choked and her face turned red and she kept coughing. Ahem. So spicy, Yao Yao, are you okay? Tang Guoguo was startled and quickly handed over the water cup. If you can't handle spicy food, I'll go to another window and get you another serving of rice. After drinking the water, Gu Shueo took a long time to calm down, then waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. She looked down at the red spicy hot pot in the bowl, a look of confusion flashed across her face, and she said hesitantly, no. No thanks, I'll just eat whatever I can get. It's a shame to throw away such good food. Gu Shue's long-standing habit of saving made her reluctant to waste even a grain of food. Just then, Gu Baong, who couldn't bear to listen any longer, felt a fever and suddenly had a manic attack. He lost control of his emotions, dropped his chopsticks with a bang, and glared at Gu Shueo. What a pity. The money I earn is enough for you to burn until the universe is destroyed. If I see you scrimping and saving again, I'll buy Pacific Rim and let you drink it while you take a bath. Finished. Gu Ba ignored the confused four people in the dormitory and stood up angrily. The iron chair legs plowed the ground, making four sharp noises. Now, with a height of 1.9 meters, he is particularly eye-catching in the cafeteria. All members, look at me. Where's the boss? Get out here now. What kind of garbage did you cook? You call it food? Pig food tastes better than this. You put so much chili in there. Are you trying to commit murder? It's spicy enough to hurt my daughter, you know? I command you to come here and commit suicide immediately to apologize. Otherwise, I will let everyone in the cafeteria be buried with you. Under Gu Ba's crazy roar, the cafeteria, which was originally noisy, suddenly became silent. All the college students turned around at the same time and looked at Gu Ba with clear and stupid eyes, their faces full of confusion. Who am I? Sigma, LLL, where am I? Equals, what the hell am I doing? Am I still asleep? How else would someone be dragged off to be buried with me just for lunch? Degree, Psi Chapter 5. This is the real school dad. In the cafeteria. Gu Ba slammed the table and stood up, screaming. Where's the boss? My daughter's voice is so precious. How can you, a lousy guy like you, tamper with it? Sir, please calm down. I heard that there was a problem with the food I sold. A girl with a ponytail and an apron hurried over from window number 3. Her face was pretty but a little haggard, and there were some oil stains on her apron. It was Li Chanshan. She stood in front of Gu Ba nervously, twisting the edge of her apron with her fingers anxiously, and said cautiously, excuse me, I made the spicy hot pot. Is there anything wrong with it? Tell me what's wrong. The shadow cast by Gu Ba's 1.9 meter tall body almost completely covered Li Chanshan. He narrowed his eyes and looked down at this good friend of the fake daughter in his previous life, the canvas shoes that were washed white, the obvious burn scars on the wrists, and the pair of almond-shaped eyes that were exactly the same as those of the old man of the Li family. What's the problem? Gu Ba sneered, his voice suddenly rising an octave. This piece of crap you made is so spicy that it hurts my daughter. What's your punishment? The thunderous roar made Li Chanshan take a half step back, her face pale. Mr. Gu, please don't be like this. Senior always takes good care of me. Gu Shueo hurriedly stood up, grabbed the man's arm and pleaded, besides, the food that Senior's sister cooks is delicious. It's just that I can't eat spicy food. My problem has nothing to do with Senior's sister. Tang Guoguo and the other two also reacted at this time and hurriedly grabbed Gu Ba. Uncle Gu, calm down. Don't make things worse. If you want to hit or scold us, come at us. We didn't consider that Yao Yao can't eat spicy food. That's right. Don't be impulsive. You really can't blame me for this. Now, several girls were so anxious that they stamped their feet and wanted to cry but had no tears. This uncle's mania is too overbearing, isn't it? He flares up at any moment. To be honest, it's not like they haven't seen people with bad tempers before, but I've never seen anyone with such a bad temper. The other side, after understanding the situation, Li Chanshan immediately bowed and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't know this schoolgirl couldn't eat spicy food. I'll refund you right now and make you a non-spicy meal as compensation. Do you think, is this okay? After saying that, she hurriedly took out a few crumpled banknotes from her apron pocket and handed them to Gu Ba. The tone is humble and the attitude is sincere, but Gu Ba refused to give in and snorted through his nose. He ignored the girl's attempts to stop him, slapped Li Chanshan's hand that was handing over the money, and cursed, do I need your little money? Also, if an apology is useful, why do we need the police? Why do we need a court? Why do we need me, Gu Ba? As the banknotes scattered all over the floor, Li Chanshan's eyes instantly turned red. She stood there at a loss, not knowing what to do. Sir, what do you want in exchange for my forgiveness? It's simple. You can die as a token of your guilt, what? As soon as Guba said this, everyone in the cafeteria was stunned, with their heads full of black question marks. No, uncle, are you here to watch? Do you want to hear what you were saying? There has to be a limit to pampering a girl. Didn't your daughter just choke on the chili pepper? Is this asking someone to die as an apology? It's outrageous. He opened the door to outrageousness. It's outrageous to the extreme. Ahem, uncle, you really know how to joke. Li Chanxian broke out in a cold sweat and laughed awkwardly. She feels that she is not guilty enough, right? Who's kidding you? Guba twisted his lips, put his left hand in his pocket, and pointed his right hand to the sky. Whoever offends Yaya will be punished no matter how far away he is. Gu Shu Aya. Everyone present, at this moment, I don't know how many people were embarrassed by Guba's second-grade dad's speech, their scalps tingling, goosebumps appearing, and their toes digging out 3 bedrooms and a living room like crazy, especially the person involved in the incident. His whole body was hot and his face was as red as a monkey's, but just because she knew. From today on, she, who was previously unknown in school, is about to become completely famous. You don't have to die to atone for your sins. My daughter said the casserole porridge you cooked was delicious and she loved it. It's your honor. Now. Immediately. Go and make a pot of porridge for my daughter. As long as my daughter is satisfied with the meal, I will reluctantly let you go. Guba completely ignored the strange looks from the people around him and gave the order with a wave of his hand. Hearing this, Li Chanxian looked embarrassed and explained to Sir, I no longer sell porridge. All the ingredients are now used to make spicy hot pot. It would be too time-consuming to cook a whole new batch of porridge. Can you please be flexible? It's very difficult for me to handle this. Difficult, these 2 words seem to have triggered some mysterious mechanism. Guba suddenly stretched out his hands uncontrollably and overturned the empty dining table next to him, roaring, difficult? Then don't do it at all. I'll tell you. My daughter is definitely going to eat this clay pot porridge today. Even the gods can't stop her. Even if Jesus came, he couldn't keep this bowl of porridge, I said. Clang. The loud noise of the metal dining table hitting the ground made the entire cafeteria quiet again, but the next second, the crowd that was originally watching began to stir, and the whispers gradually turned into waves of dissatisfaction. This uncle is going too far, isn't he? Why would he flip the table over when things are going well? Isn't he too damn arrogant? If you don't want to eat, just go to another restaurant. Why do you have to force me to redo it? Exactly. Spicy hot pot is so delicious. Who can I blame if I can't handle spicy food? Senior sister changed the dishes to earn more money for her mother's surgery. How much does a bowl of porridge sell for? What are you talking about? It's an honor to cook for his daughter. Does he think he's the emperor? Does his daughter is a princess? The Qing dynasty was dead long ago. Some hot-blooded young men couldn't stand it and even rolled up their sleeves, approaching this side eagerly, ready to act as heroes and save the beauty. Of course, more people dare to be angry but not to speak out. After all, Guba's 1.9-meter tall physique is still very intimidating to these fragile college students. What are you standing there for? Go and make some porridge. I have a bad temper, don't force me to slap you. Why are you dilly-dallying? It's not like I'm eating without paying. I'll give you the money for dinner now, so hurry up and go cook. Remember. Keep the flavors light. Less oil and less salt. Understand? Guba didn't even glance at the indignant little kids around him, and urged them angrily. Then he took out his mobile phone, opened Alipay, and scanned it, aiming at the payment code. Alipay account received 20,000 yuan. In an instant, the cafeteria fell into deathly silence, with only the woman's voice of Alipay payment arriving still echoing. Li Chanxian stared at the string of numbers in the balance, her fingers trembling. Sir, did you press too many zeros? This 20,000 yuan is. Guba waved his hand impatiently. Meal money. What? You think it's too little? Will another 20,000 be enough? After saying that, Guba prepared to scan the code to pay. No. It's too much. Really too much. Li Chanxian hurriedly pressed the cashier's button. A bowl of porridge is only 8 yuan. She couldn't believe that there was such a great father in the world. Just to make his daughter happy, he spent 20,000 yuan to buy a bowl of porridge. She usually sells a bowl of porridge for only 8 yuan. How long can she sell it with these 20,000 yuan? Even if you sell it for a month, you can't make that much money? What? $8? I heard that the price of porridge is so low. Guba was instantly furious. He kicked over the chair next to him and shouted, What do you think my daughter is? A beggar? Don't even think about drinking a bowl of 20,000 yuan worth of porridge. Even if she wants to eat dragon meat from heaven, I will find a way to get it for her. Forget it, I don't want to waste time talking to you. You don't deserve to hear it. Now. Immediately. Right now. Go and make porridge. If the porridge isn't served within 15 minutes, I'll buy this crappy cafeteria and turn it into a doghouse. Li Chanqian was yelled at and was so timid that she didn't dare to say anything more, although her heart was filled with shock and confusion. But looking at the record of the large transfer of 20,000 yuan on my phone, I thought of my mother who was still waiting for surgery in the hospital. Finally, he gritted his teeth and staggered towards the kitchen. There was only one thought in my mind: he gave so much, I can't refuse. I really can't refuse at all. Ding, congratulations to the host, Li Chanqian, for successfully bringing in the father. Father's value plus 10, dad's value plus 10, dad's value plus 10. Dad is on duty. At this time, the fragile college students who had witnessed everything came to their senses. In the cafeteria, discussions broke out. Holy crap! 20,000 for a bowl of porridge? What kind of godly dad is this? Is this uncle crazy? My father only gives me 2,000 a month for living expenses. Comparing yourself to others makes you feel so depressed. Woohoo! I also want a godly father like this. I'm so jealous. I envy that schoolgirl so much. If only my old man could be so full of daddy energy. Could this be the legendary campus dad? This is the real, school dad. What kind of daddy move is this? It's so daddy. If only my dad could do that. Never mind, he's too poor to deserve it. If it is said that everyone was dissatisfied with Guba's behavior before, and now all that is left is admiration and envy, although Guba looks ferocious, he really dotes on his daughter after all. If you buy a bowl of porridge for 20,000 yuan, are you drinking porridge? What you are drinking is clearly sperm. This wave of daddy actions directly conquered everyone. Who doesn't want to have such a father who exudes daddy spirit? They all cast envious and jealous glances at Gu Shuiao. As for Guba's previous temper tantrums and screaming, what did it matter? What's the big deal about kicking over a chair? What's the big deal about overturning a broken table? That's called having personality, and people who achieve great things don't pay attention to small details. I just have a bad temper, understand, totally understandable. Chapter 6, White Moonlight and Crimson Mole, the domineering CEO's gentle reverse scale. The other side. Gu Shuiao sat blankly on the plastic chair in the cafeteria, her fingers unconsciously stroking the corner of the table. In my ears are the envious chatter of Tang Guiguo and the others. Yao, isn't your father so handsome? What kind of new domineering CEO style doting daughter scenario is this? 20,000 for a bowl of porridge. He bought it. He's like a walking ATM machine. I calculated that this money is enough for me to eat in the cafeteria for 4 years, and it's also enough for senior sister Chanqian to sell 2,500 bowls of porridge. How can this be called porridge? It's clearly a tonic soup made with gold. The only shortcoming of the uncle is that he has a bad temper. But he's so manly and a good father. Yao Yao has a father who dotes on her so much. She won't have to suffer anymore. After all the hardship comes happiness. Good fortune is yet to come. Gu Shuiao listened, but felt a little dazed. Everything that happened in the past 2 days seemed like a dream. The biological father who suddenly appeared, doting that is so overbearing that it is unreasonable. I smashed my phone for her, overturned the table for her, and spent 20,000 yuan to buy a bowl of porridge for her. Everything happened so suddenly that she was caught off guard and had a strong sense of unreality. From childhood to adulthood, she was used to being frugal. Used to reading people's faces, used to choosing the cheapest meals in the cafeteria, used to being ignored and forgotten. But now, there is a person who would flip the table in anger because she choked on chili peppers, who would spend money to have her food redone because she said, "I like to drink porridge," and who would grit his teeth in pain because of her thin wrists, will use the most aggressive tone and say the most protective words. And this person is her father, biological. Father. Just thinking of these 4 words, Gu Shuiao's heart felt like it was soaked in warm water, sore and swollen, yet warm and hot. She quietly raised her head and looked at the man beside her. I saw the other person was looking fierce and evil, with his hands on his hips and his hips raised, staring towards the kitchen and cursing. "Why are you taking so long to cook porridge? I really want to overturn that broken stove." But even with such an irritable tone, she couldn't help but smile. She knew that although he was vicious, every word and every action he took was proof that he cared about her. He was afraid that she would be hungry, that she would be wronged, that she would be bullied. "So, this is what it feels like to be spoiled by your dad." So reassuring. So warm. But Gu Shuiao lowered her head, her eyes slightly warm. She didn't even dare to breathe hard, for fear that this was a dream and that she would only feel moved when she woke up. If you can, she really hoped that she would never wake up from this beautiful dream. She didn't want to wake up. "What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that?" Perhaps he felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by his daughter, Guba said unhappily. No. Gu Shuiao regained consciousness and hurriedly looked away. "I just feel that this money is spent a little too extravagantly." "Luxury? You call this luxury? You're insulting me. You think you're asking for money for a mere 20,000 yuan? Guba turned his head abruptly and angrily said in a tone of dismay, "Besides, the money I earned was originally for you to squander. You must accept it. Listen carefully, you can reject the whole world, but you can't reject my red heart. Love red heart for you, because I am your beloved father. Want stars? Buy them. Want the moon? Dig. Just ask, and the whole galaxy is your toy. In this life, I want you to live recklessly and be more arrogant than anyone else. Who told you that you are the essence of life that I have accumulated for 10 months? Born with a destiny of wealth and prosperity, life is meant to be lived to enjoy happiness. After saying that, Guba strode up to his daughter and stared down at the slightly cold spicy hot pot in her bowl, suddenly snatched it and threw it into the trash can. Don't ever touch this junk food again. It's not fit for your little cherry mouth. My offspring deserves to drink the golden branch and jade liquid. Eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Gu Shuiao's eardrums hurt from being yelled at, and she looked confused and at a loss. As the saying goes, a father's love is like a mountain, the hardest thing to bear is dad dawn. Under Guba's repeated threats a week, helpless and pitiful, she has begun to doubt her life. In the cafeteria, there were already many vulnerable college students who were paying close attention to the movements here. Hearing Guba's shocking words again, it immediately caused an uproar. Oh my god. How can a mere 20,000 not be money? Do you make money just to waste it on your daughter? Listen, everyone, listen, what kind of dad talk is this? It's simply inhumane. Hashtag, did that girl save the galaxy in her previous life? Is it possible to have such a great father in this life? Woohoo, jealousy has torn me apart. W. As for Tangwagwa and the other girls, their eyes were already filled with stars, heartsuit for all heartsuit, and they were completely conquered by Guba's kingly father aura, their cheeks flushed with excitement, their chins resting on their hands, and they said dreamily, oh my god. Uncle Gu, the dad-like CEO who spends lavishly on his daughter, is simply the male lead in a real-life idol drama. When I look for a boyfriend in the future, I'm going to use this, dad style, as my template. That's right. I really don't know what kind of person Yao Yao's mother is. She can actually capture the heart of a domineering CEO like Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu, you and Yao Yao's mother must be a fairy tale love, right? Asterisk operator for all asterisk operator, asterisk tell us about it. I'm really curious, could it be that Auntie is a fairy from heaven who has come down to earth? After all, to be able to seduce a man like you who is full of arrogance, Auntie must be extremely charming. By the way, why didn't Auntie come with you, Uncle Gu, today? I really want to see Auntie. Seeing that the topic turned to her mother, Gu Shuiao's ears pricked up instantly. A mother, this word is both strange and warm to her. She had fantasized about her biological mother in countless late nights. What kind of woman would she be? Perhaps she would be a gentle, virtuous, and considerate woman, just like the ladies of ancient times, who speak softly and is well educated, or is she like a professional woman, independent, strong and capable? A domineering female CEO, or she could be an intellectually elegant lady from a prominent family, proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and playing various musical instruments to singing. Just as she was immersed in her imagination, you look a lot like your mother. Guba's voice suddenly sounded low and gentle, completely different from his previous violent tone. Gu Shuiao subconsciously looked up and found that the man was looking at her with extremely gentle eyes, as if he was looking through her at another person. Your mother's name is Shin Yue, she's my childhood sweetheart. She is very simple and would hold an umbrella for stray cats on rainy days. She is very kind and would not even step on an ant to death. She is so beautiful, that I feel like someone like me is not worthy of her. Hearing this, Gu Shuiao and the others subconsciously held their breath, fearing that they would disturb Guba's memories. They never thought that this man who would overturn the table and smash his phone at any time could show such a gentle side. At this moment, Guba's expression became more complicated, and a trace of pain and nostalgia flashed in his eyes. After a moment's silence, he spoke slowly, his voice low. I first met your mother in 3rd grade. She was wearing a white dress, standing under the cherry blossom tree, petals falling on her shoulders. So beautiful. Back then, we were innocent and carefree, chasing and playing together on the country roads, and making beautiful vows together under the starry sky. She is like a pure and innocent little angel, as warm and charming as a flower blooming in spring. There was always a twinkle in her eyes and her smile was as bright as the sun. I love her very much and have vowed to protect her with my whole life. Guba murmured to himself, with a hint of fascination in his eyes, as if he was reminiscing about the good old days. The sunlight outside the window fell on his well-defined profile, softening the hostility between his brows. Then he unconsciously reached out and rubbed the top of his daughter's head with very light force. Later, I married your mother, and she gave birth to 4 children for me. The eldest, Gu Zichuan, is 24 years old this year. The second and third children are twins, Gu Yunshin and Gu Yunshi, 23 years old. And you, our youngest daughter, were born on the day your mother said you are the star God gave her. Aside, Tang Guagua and the others were fascinated by what they heard, and they sighed softly. Oh my god. It's so romantic. Who would have thought that such a hot-tempered man could have such a loving side? Gu Shuiao felt her nose tingle as she listened, and her fingertips unconsciously pinched the corner of her clothes. It turns out that her biological mother is so beautiful and kind. She is also a child born out of love and expectation of her parents. She even imagined the beautiful scene when her parents first met. Under the cherry blossom tree, petals fell on the shoulders of a girl in a white dress, while her young father stood not far away, blushing awkwardly. Can I see her? Gu Shuiao suddenly spoke in a low voice, her voice trembling. I want to see my mother. A strong desire surged in her heart. She wanted to see with her own eyes the woman who gave her life, to throw herself into her arms and act like a spoiled child, to let her stroke her hair, to hear her gently call her Yao Yao. Gu Shuiao was immersed in the warm imagination of her mother, and an expectant smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth. She really wants to see her mother. But what the girl didn't notice was that Guba's expression suddenly froze. The broad palm instantly slid down from the daughter's hair and rested heavily on her thin shoulders. Your mother, his Adam's apple rolled a few times, his voice was hoarse and trembling, when I gave birth to you. I died of complications during childbirth. Rumble, these words were like a bolt of thunder, causing Gu Shuiyo to tremble all over. What? She raised her head suddenly, her pupils contracted violently, her eyes widened in disbelief, and her lips trembled uncontrollably at the image of a gentle mother in my mind. The moment turned into a pale, lifeless black and white photo. Yes, it because of her, my mother, it's all my fault, if I hadn't been born, my mother. Gu Shuiyo's vision became blurry, her fingers tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, and she blamed herself a fart. Guba suddenly shouted and pressed down on his daughter's trembling shoulders with such force that she frowned in pain. Who allowed you to think like that? Lift your head and don't cry. Your mother hates people crying the most. He ordered in a gruff voice, his eyes slightly red. But? Gu Shuiyo choked, if it weren't for me, shut up. Guba roared again, frightening Tang Guodua and the others, then he took a deep breath, and his voice softened unusually. Your mother fought hard to give birth to you, not for you to sit here and feel sorry for yourself. Before she left, she told me to tell you that you must live well, and live well with her as well. Hear the last words my mother left for me. A soft spot in Gu Shuiyo's heart was instantly touched. Yes, now this life doesn't just belong to me, it's what my mother paid for with her life. I must live well, along with my mother. Besides, compared to myself, this man who softens when he mentions his deceased wife must be the one who was hurting the most deep down. He must love his mother very much, right? Love to death. Love to the cord. I love her so much that even after so many years, I still unconsciously lower my voice when I mention her, as if I am afraid of disturbing the white moonlight in my memories. The other side, faced with their best friend's self-blame and pain, Tang Guodua and the other two were already heartbroken. They hurried over and spoke in unison to comfort her. Yao Yao, don't be sad. Auntie's spirit in heaven would definitely want to see you happy. That's right. You have to be happy for Auntie as well. Although your mother is gone, you still have your father Gu who loves you so much, and you still have us, your good sisters, by your side. Yao Yao, you are so outstanding. Auntie will definitely be very pleased to see you in heaven. With the warm comfort of my roommates. Gu Shuiyo sniffed and wiped the corners of her eyes vigorously. She nodded heavily, her voice choked but firm. I will live well and cherish the life my mother gave me. Just as the atmosphere gradually eased, the porridge is ready, a cautious voice came. The attention of Guba and others was instantly drawn over. I saw Li Chanshan walking towards her with a bowl of steaming hot casserole porridge and a nervous smile on her face. Chapter 7. If you dare to lose another pound by starving yourself, I will make everyone in this cafeteria lose 100 pounds. Mr. Gu, the porridge is ready, sorry to have kept you waiting. When everyone turned around, they saw Li Chanshan trotting over with a casserole and placing it in front of Guba. The steaming porridge is sprinkled with tender green onions and golden shredded ginger, exuding a fresh and fragrant aroma. The moment he saw the person coming, Guba regained his temper, his expression changed from gentle to ferocious, and he slapped the table angrily. Bang! Humph! Why are you dawdling? How long has it been? My daughter is almost starving. Li Chanshan shuddered when she was yelled at, but when he thought of the 20,000 yuan, he immediately put on a smile, nodded and apologized, and his attitude was as respectful as if he was serving his ancestors. Yes, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. How about, you try it first? I've added some dried scallops and fresh shrimp to the porridge this time. Try it while it's hot. If it doesn't suit your taste, I'll make it again for you. Just kidding. 8 yuan for a bowl of porridge, I'm the customer's dad. Eat it if you want, or not. If you don't want to eat it, get out. 20,000 yuan for a bowl of porridge, the customer is my dad. Whatever my dad says is right, and if anyone is wrong, it must be me. This is Li Chanshan's mentality at the moment. 20,000 yuan was enough for her to treat Guba like a god, not to mention being scolded. Even asking her to kneel down and feed herself would be fine. Give it to my daughter. Guba glared, it only counts if she's satisfied. After saying that, he snatched the bowl of porridge fiercely, but placed it in front of his daughter gently. Drink it while it's hot, hurry up. It was clearly a commanding tone, but it concealed concern that could not be concealed. Looking at the bowl of fragrant porridge in front of me, and then looking at my father's awkward expression, Gu Shuiyo suddenly felt that perhaps fate was not cruel to her. Although my mother is gone, it seems that having such a grumpy father is not bad. Afterwards, in an atmosphere where people around her dared not breathe, Gu Shuiyo scooped a spoonful of porridge into her mouth, and the sweetness immediately bloomed on the tip of her tongue. So heartwarming, just like the taste of family. Good, delicious, Senior Chanshan, I love the food you cook the most. Gu Shuiyo sipped the porridge in small sips, looked up and gave Li Chanshan a sincere smile. This sentence was like a pardon, instantly easing the tense atmosphere in the cafeteria. Li Chanshan and others breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts finally at ease. God knows how nervous they were just now. I was afraid that if this rich girl said no, a certain doting maniac would start flipping the table and going berserk again. Very good. Guba nodded with satisfaction, turned to Li Chanshan and ordered, since my daughter likes the porridge you cook, you will be responsible for cooking porridge for her from now on. Stop selling that crappy spicy hot pot. Li Chanshan was stunned at first, then rubbed her hands in embarrassment. Nowadays, the general public likes spicy and salty food. If she wants to raise enough money for the surgery in the shortest time possible, she must follow the preferences of most students. It's impossible to lose sight of the main goal and wait for the next stupid and rich dad to appear, right? By then, the daylily may be cold. Mr. Gu, this may not work, I really need the money. I can make porridge occasionally, but I can't change the menu for 20,000 yuan. She had just said half of her words when she met the boss's suddenly gloomy eyes and her voice immediately weakened. Impossible? Guba narrowed his eyes, a fierce gleam in his eyes, and took a step closer. Are you sure? Li Chanshan was so frightened that she shut up and quickly looked at Gu Shueyo for help. Seeing this, Gu Shueyo immediately put down the spoon, grabbed Guba's sleeve and said, Don't make things difficult for me, senior. I'll get tired of eating porridge every day. I have money. I can order takeout whatever I want to eat. Takeout? Those pre-prepared meals are all garbage. Will you get cancer if you eat too much? Guba interrupted her rudely, turned around and poked Li Chanshan's nose. Listen, from today on, you will be my daughter's personal chef and be responsible for her meals for the remaining 2 years of her college life. Whatever my daughter wants to eat, you can make it for her. Okay? Ha? A personal chef, Sigma, Ano, you're serious? Li Chanshan's eyes widened, and she was completely stunned. Zundu is fake? Guba didn't even give her a chance to refuse and just took out his phone to scan it. Ding. Alipay account received, 200,000 yuan. Oh no. The mechanical electronic sound echoed clearly in the cafeteria. The originally noisy environment suddenly became silent. All the students turned their heads and stared at Guba as if he were an alien. Immediately following, there were discussions one after another, and everyone was shocked by this wave of daddy's actions. What the hell, how much? 200,000? Just to ask a senior to be his daughter's personal chef? Did I hear correctly? Does this uncle's family own a bank? He just spent 20,000 yuan on a bowl of porridge, and now he's spending another 200,000 yuan to hire a chef. My tuition fees for 4 years combined aren't even that much. If I only knew how to cook instant noodles, I'd also like to apply for the job. Woohoo! Is it too late to learn now? The entire cafeteria was instantly in an uproar, and everyone looked at Guba as if he was a madman. What kind of girl-loving maniac is this? You always mess with your dad, right? But damn, I'm so jealous. Omega, why wasn't I the one being visited by my father? Asterisk, jealousy has completely changed me. Superscript 33. Li Chanshan was petrified on the spot, and her cell phone fell to the ground with a click. Sigma, asterisk, she had never seen so much money in her life. Hey, Omega. Mr. Gu. Her voice trembled. How much is this money, salary? Guba waved his hand impatiently. Why? 200,000 a month is not enough? Okay. Then I'll transfer another 200,000 to you. Is that enough? Or you can tell me a number? Hurry up. Stop dilly-dallying and wasting my time. After saying that, Guba was about to take out his cell phone again. No. It's not that it's too little, it's just that it's too much. Li Chanshan waved her hands frantically and almost bit her tongue. I'm just an ordinary student. I cook some home-cooked dishes. I'm not a professional, I don't think I'm worth the price. Li Chanshan is very self-aware and knows her own strengths and weaknesses. She didn't learn cooking specifically, she just figured it out on her own by searching on Baidu. I think the taste of my cooking is just average. At best the ingredients I choose are healthier and fresher, but the price Guba offered was too outrageous. She was not worthy of it at all and dared not even think about it. Even a top chef in a 5-star hotel probably can't earn 200,000 yuan a month, right? I don't want you to feel that. Guba waved his hand with a dictator's attitude. I want my opinion. If you don't understand, ask. If you can't do it, learn. I don't care anyway. You can make whatever my daughter wants to eat. You have to agree even if you don't agree. This matter is non-negotiable. After all, my daughter loves the food you cook. It's decided. I have a bad temper, don't make me say it again. Li Chanshan opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She wanted to refuse firmly, but when I thought of my mother in the hospital awaiting surgery, and the doctor's words that the earlier the surgery, the higher the success rate, and how I had even considered borrowing from a loan shark a few days ago, she was silent. The words of refusal stuck in my throat. These 200,000 are a life-saving straw for her. Finally, she bowed deeply to Guba, her voice choked with sobs. Thank you, Mr. Gu, you are a very kind person. Thank my daughter if you want to thank someone. Guba snorted coldly. She always says you're a good person and keeps asking me to help you. He glanced at the stunned Gu Shueyo and said meaningfully, my daughter told me, your mother is sick and in the hospital? Consider this money as a way to help my daughter accumulate virtue and do good deeds. If you want to repay her in the future, repay her. Hearing this, Li Chanshan's eyes reddened and she turned to look at Gu Shueyo with a moved face. Sister Yao Yao, Thank you so much, I will remember your kindness forever. If I have the ability in the future, I will definitely repay you. She really didn't expect, the little kindness you showed in the past will be exchanged for timely help today. Sure enough, every action has its effect, good deeds were done in the beginning and good results are reaping today. Mom is right, good people will be rewarded. Ever since her mother fell ill, Li Chanshan, who had been used to seeing the warmth and coldness of human nature, was deeply touched at this moment and was filled with infinite gratitude towards the Gu father and daughter. Senior, please don't be like this. This matter has nothing to do with me. Actually, I didn't do anything. Gu Shuiao's forehead was full of question marks, and she waved her hands helplessly to explain. She didn't understand why Gu Ba wanted to give her the credit. It's obviously not her who did the good deed, she's a poor student, so even if she wanted to help, she's powerless. Shut up. Gu Ba's eyes widened in anger, his tone unquestionable. If I say it's your idea, then it's your idea. What are you still standing there for? Finish the porridge quickly. If it gets cold, I'll ask her to make it again. As thin as a bamboo pole. He's dragging down the average appearance of my Gu family. Listen, if you dare to lose another pound by starving yourself, I'll make everyone in this cafeteria lose 100 pounds. Innocent bystanders who were caught in the crossfire. What? What the hell is this new system of joint responsibility for the father's death? I'm sweating all over. Uncle, please let me go. And at this time Gu Ba's urging, Gu Shuiao scooped up a spoonful of porridge blankly, looked at the golden ginger shreds floating on it, and suddenly smiled faintly. Immediately, he started eating with big mouthfuls. When the hot food entered her stomach, she felt her body warm and sweet. For some reason, this porridge tasted 100, no, 1010,000 times better than before. So happy. It's great to be alive, it's great to be alive now. Chapter 8. From today on, this school is my daughter's paradise. At the canteen entrance. Li Chanshan thanked him profusely and watched Gu Ba and his group leave until the few people who had eaten and drunk their fill completely disappeared from sight. She just woke up from her dream and pinched her white and tender thigh fiercely. It hurts so much, it's not a dream, she really got 200,000. The money for mother's surgery is finally collected at the same time. Bite. Congratulations to the host Dad's canteen for its success. Reward, 10 times cash back. 2 million RMB in Dadlin fund has been transferred to your bank card. Gu Ba glanced at the text message on his phone and raised his eyebrows. 10 times cash back? Interesting. If I had known earlier, I would have thrown 1 billion to that girl. There was some regret in his tone. Just then, the phone vibrated again. Gu Ba looked down, his brows instantly twisted into a knot, and the pressure in his body dropped sharply. Oh, he sneered, a hint of violence flashing in his eyes. Directly ahead. 4 girls walked hand in hand in a line, skipping and dancing on the campus boulevard. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves onto them, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Tang Guogua shook her head, and her 2 horses swayed back and forth following her master. Oh my god. P greater than over equal to W less than over equal to Q. Today's experience was like a dream. Yeah. The other 2 girls echoed. Dad Gu is so handsome. He's so full of dad energy. Yao Yao is so envious. Gu Shuiao remained silent, pursed her lips and smiled slightly, feeling that today's sunshine was particularly warm. Even the most ordinary wildflowers on the roadside seemed inexplicably cute in her eyes. Sudden, you guys go back to the dormitory first. Gu Ba's low voice came from behind. Several girls turned around at the same time and saw Gu Ba standing not far away with a gloomy face. I have something to go home and take care of. Tang Guogua blinked her big eyes with curiosity. Didn't you say you were going to take Yao Yao shopping for clothes later? What could be more important than spending time with my daughter? Gu Ba glanced at the message on his phone, his tone frighteningly calm. Divorce? Ah? The air froze instantly. The 4 girls opened their eyes wide at the same time, their mouths wide open enough to fit eggs in, and they almost thought they were hallucinating. Divorce? Divorce? Wait. Uncle Gu, aren't you a widower? Yes. Not long ago, you looked so affectionate, saying that you only loved Yao Yao's mother in this life. I thought you would choose to uphold male virtues and live a lonely life for the sake of Yao Yao's mother. So, you're remarrying? Marrying someone else? In an instant, the way Tang Guogua and the other 2 looked at Gu Ba changed, from admiration to contempt, as if they were looking at some unrecyclable garbage. Haha, man. He said nice things, but ended up remarrying, didn't he? We were as the most affectionate person in Shanghai, as expected. The white moonlight and cinnabar mole are all lies. No matter how deep the feelings are, they can't beat the lustful nature of scumbag men. Gu Shuiao was struck by lightning. My heart, which had just been warm, suddenly felt like it was poured with a basin of ice water. I thought my father loved my mother deeply, but I didn't expect. Are you arranging a stepmother for yourself? Thinking of the vicious behavior of stepmothers in movies, Gu Shuiao felt a chill in her heart. Shudder. Omega. It's not what you think. The looks from the little girls made Gu Ba feel uncomfortable. He scratched his hair angrily and argued, it's because I love your mother so much. After she left, I couldn't live like this and even thought about suicide more than once. Later, to ease the pain in my heart and to find a mother for my young children, I was thinking of finding a woman to replace her. That's why I remarried. Gu Ba paused, his tone complicated. Her name is Lin Wanqing. Over the years, she gave birth to 2 daughters and a son for me. Winky face, huh? Several girls gasped, "Good job, the literature of substitutes has come true," and gave birth to 3 children? Including Yao Yao and her 4 siblings, doesn't that mean there are 7 children in total? I'm impressed. Sigma, she's really fertile, especially in today's world where only children are prevalent. It can be regarded as an alternative version of having many children and grandchildren, which means more children, more blessings. Uncle Gu. Tang Guogua looked at him strangely. You are really, really productive. If we work harder, maybe we can even put together a football team. Guba's face flushed, and he said angrily, "Shut up. My homemade steel cannon is too powerful, it hits the target with one strike. What can I do?" Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, I'm helpless too. There are a few unfilial sons, I would even rather ejaculate them in the toilet at that time. Aside. Gu Shueyo frowned slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito. A substitute, isn't this a bit unfair to Aunt Lin? No woman is willing to be someone else's substitute, who doesn't want to be pampered by her husband like a treasure in his palm. At this moment, Gu Shueyo actually felt a little sympathetic for the stepmother she had never met. Hearing this, Ji Yuba's silence was deafening, recalling his cold and violent attitude towards Lin Wanqing over the years. A trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Really, it's so unfair. And in her previous life, when she fell into poverty, even though she and her children held grudges in their hearts, they were still willing to repay grudges with kindness and accepted her. Thinking about it this way, what I did in the past was really like that of a beast. Think of this. Ji Yuba felt more and more ashamed and regretful, but he didn't want to lose face in front of the younger generation, so he had to restrain his emotions and said fiercely with a stern face, "Children, don't meddle in adult matters." Gu Shueyo puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Who is the child? I'm 22 years old. What's wrong with being 22 years old? Guba glared, in my eyes, you will always be a baby. After saying this, he ignored his daughter's protest and turned to Tang Guogua and the other two and ordered, take out your phone and show me the payment code. Ah? The 3 girls looked confused. What? Guba was very impatient, hurry up. Tang Guogua and the other two were startled by the yelling and took out their cell phones as if by reflex. Just open the payment code. Ding. Ding. Ding, Alipay received, 20,000 yuan. Alipay received, 20,000 yuan. Alipay received, 20,000 yuan. The 3 girls widened their eyes at the same time and almost dropped their phones. Gu, Uncle Gu. Tang Guogua stammered, what are you doing? Listen. Guba put his hands on his hips and announced in a fatherly tone, from today on, the 3 of you will be my daughter's campus bodyguards and babysitters. Be responsible for watching over her 24 hours a day for me. Protect her. If she sheds even a tear, I'll make you weep like a river and regret your actions. If she loses even a hair, I'll shave your head off and make you a light bulb for the rest of your life. If she loses even a pound by starving herself, I'll make you gain 100 pounds. You won't be able to fit into the classroom door and will have to climb through the window. If she yawns out of sleep, I'll make you run around the playground for 3 whole nights. Don't even think about closing your eyes. If she gets even a little bit tanned by the sun, I'll throw you into the tanning cabin and roast you into walking charcoal. If she frowns while doing her homework, I'll punish you by making you copy all the exercises in the library until your pens spark. If she sprains her ankle while walking, I'll put high heels on you and run a marathon in the Gobi Desert. If she says one more word to the yellow-haired guy, I'll castrate all the boys in the school and send them to Thailand to be transvestites. I'll also build her a country of women that only allows transvestites to adopt. If she, in the middle of the conversation, Guba suddenly got stuck and ran out of words, but he still glared at the 3 girls who were silent and trembling, and made the final decision in a decisive manner. Anyway, you all have to remember this clearly, from today on, this school will be my daughter's paradise. I want her here, living like a queen. And you? You're her armor, her carpet, and the always-on Wi-Fi in her castle. Do you understand? The 3 girls who had already been petrified? Water method? What kind of devilish deal is this? Aside. Gu Shueyo opened her mouth, but was so shocked that no sound came out. Looking at her father's sharp face, which was ferocious yet showed clumsy concern, she felt her nose sore. This tyrannical man, it seems that he is trying to make up for the missing time between father and daughter in his own way. Chapter 9, Use Dad to Fight Against Bullies. Use School Dad to Fight Against School Bullies. On the tree-lined path, the 3 girls stared at the transfer amount on their phones, feeling numb all over. Dad Gu. Oh, you don't have to do this, you really don't. Tang Guogua, who was the first to react, waved her hands frantically to refuse. Even if you don't give us money, we will take good care of Yao Yao. That's right. The other 2 girls quickly echoed, Yao Yao is our best friend. Talking about money makes things awkward. Guba pretended not to hear and narrowed his eyes. Why? Do you think it's too little? No. You misunderstood, is 50,000 enough? Guba interrupted directly and took out his cell phone. Before the 3 girls could react, they heard another burst of ding. Ding. Ding, Alipay received, 50,000 yuan. Alipay received, 50,000 yuan. Alipay received 50,000 yuan. Is it enough? Guba's mouth corner tilted, as if smiling. 3 weak, helpless, and pitiful girls, they hugged each other tremblingly, their hands shaking as they took the money. Uncle Gu. There's really no need for this, Guba raised his eyebrows and raised his phone again. Soon, several crisp electronic sounds rang out again. Ding. Ding. Ding, Alipay received 100,000 yuan. Alipay received 100,000 yuan. Alipay received 100,000 yuan. One more word of nonsense. Guba narrowed his eyes slightly and threatened with a fatherly look, add another 200,000 each, bite, dad's value plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, Tangwadwa and the other two, numb. Completely numb. They huddled together, trembling and unable to cry. This is fucking, should I laugh or cry? A poor student with only 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses suddenly received a huge sum of over 100,000 yuan. This kind of thrilling experience is simply incomprehensible to those who have not experienced it personally. Omega. If they were not sure that their ancestors for 3 generations were all poor farmers, they would have doubted, could she be Guba's illegitimate daughter who was left out there? She wanted to drag him to do a paternity test. After all, this wave of daddy operations is even closer than a real dad. Even my own father can't be so doting. Looking at the frightened looks of the girls, Guba's mouth corners unconsciously curled up into an evil ARCI in my mind. The scene of my previous life emerged when he was kicked out of the Gu family and huddled on the streets begging. He accidentally met Tangwadwa and the other two. At that time, they themselves were living in poverty and were haggard, and they hated Guba to the core. But looking at his pitiful appearance, with his back hunched and in such a mess, in the end, I felt compassion. I treated him to a bowl of hot noodles and left him a few hundred yuan. At that time, Guba's heart was filled with emotion, self-blame, and guilt. After all, after losing everything, his once close business partners now shunned him like the plague. On the contrary, these 3 girls who had been humiliated by him, that bowl of noodles was one of the few times he felt warmth after his downfall in his previous life. It was also the promise he made to the 3 figures who were supporting each other as they left in the cold wind. If there is an afterlife, I will repay you 100-fold. After collecting his thoughts, Guba turned to look at his bewildered daughter and said with regret, I wanted to give you money. But with your stingy nature, you definitely wouldn't be willing to spend the money even if I gave you one. You might as well give it to your roommates and let them spend it for you. After saying that, he turned to Tangwadwa and the other two and ordered fiercely, remember, this money must be spent on my daughter. Buy food, buy clothes, go out and play. If you don't have enough, come and ask me anytime. Humph. Let me be frank with you guys, if I find out you're reluctant to spend your money, don't blame me for pelting you with it. Seeing that resistance was futile, Tangwadwa and the others could only accept the reality of becoming wealthy women with tears in their eyes. They raised their hands and swore, nodded frantically, and said in unison, don't worry, Dad Gu. We promise to treat Yao Yao like a princess, even if it means death. They are not stupid, this money is obviously given for Yao Yao. If I don't treat my best friend well, I'm afraid this dad will really hit me with money. Looking at her roommates who had rebelled in an instant, Gu Shuya was at a loss whether to laugh or see or why. This time, Tangwadwa suddenly hugged her and kissed her on the pink cheek. 3. Red heart Yao Yao, degree, from today on, you are my little princess. 3. I want a kiss too. Mua, asterisk 3, the other 2 girls followed suit, cupping their bestie's cheeks and kissing her as they shouted, long live her royal highness the princess. Gu Shuya was kissed until her face flushed red, and she was so embarrassed that she just wanted to find a gap to crawl into, and she fought back desperately, stop kissing me, it's so itchy. Also, don't spit on my face, chuckle. At this moment, the 4 girls hugged each other and laughed. The sun gilds them with a golden edge, symbolizing the glittering friendship. Looking at the 4 girls being so close to each other, Guba nodded secretly. This is exactly the effect he wanted. By using my father's presence, I can strengthen the bond between my daughter and her roommates, allowing her to become the core of this small group and further eliminate the possibility of school bullying. And today's high-profile behavior in the school cafeteria was also carefully planned by him. On the one hand, it was to make Li Chanxian grateful to her daughter. On the other hand, it was to increase his daughter's popularity on campus, so that some ignorant people would know that there was a school dad standing behind Gu Shuya. He remembers it clearly. It was during this period in my previous life that my daughter suffered from school bullying. Even after graduating from university, I was unable to get over the psychological trauma. And what was he doing at that time? I was busy trying to cheer up the fake daughter, worried that she would be sad because her biological daughter came home. She completely ignored her own daughter's mental health. Now that I think about it, how desperate must Yao Yao have been at that time? Being bullied at school, and then being abused and tortured by my closest family members when I get home. In this life, I will never let tragedy happen again. Guba clenched his fists, his eyes determined that he wants to use the most fatherly way. Money paves the way. Connections pave the way. Make my daughter's college life into an impregnable fortress. Who dares to bully his daughter? He will let everyone know what the real dad is in the world means in this life. He not only wants to be the most domineering father, but also the most qualified father, making up for all the fatherly love he missed out on double. As for those who tried to bully his daughter, a trace of brutality flashed in Guba's eyes. Let them experience the horror of dad is coming in the name of the father. Dad Lin vs bullying. School dad vs school bully. Chapter 10 Campus dad is coming? No, this is campus mom is coming. The family doesn't know about the mistake yet. Before leaving, Guba turned around and told his daughter, "Wait until I have dealt with those messy things at home, and then I will take you back to recognize your ancestors." Gu Shueo nodded obediently, saying that it was fine. To be honest, everything that happened in the past 2 days was too sudden. She was not mentally prepared to face unfamiliar family members, especially the stepmother she had never met. Just like that, Guba turned around and left, as if he had made some kind of decision, and never looked back at his daughter again. Watching the other person's back disappear, Gu Shueo opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. She actually always wanted to ask, how is the girl who exchanged lives with her now? But my father seemed to be avoiding this topic deliberately. Are you worried that she can't tolerate the other person? Thinking of this, Gu Shueo felt a little sad. She tried hard to suppress the feeling of grievance and discomfort, and told herself not to resent the girl. Back then, they were both just babies who knew nothing about the world, and it wasn't her fault. It's understandable that Guba feels sorry for the other person. After all, I've raised that girl as my own for over 20 years. Even a dog would have deep feelings for her, let alone a human being. You must be more sensible and generous, even if it was just to avoid causing trouble for Guba. She had to get along well with that girl in the future. Yao Yao? Tang Guigua poked her bestie's face. What are you daydreaming about? No, nothing. Gu Shueo forced a smile. Oh. Don't think so much. Jiang Shui put her arm around her shoulders, thinking she was worried about her father. Dad Gu is so capable, he will definitely be able to handle the divorce properly. That's right. Another girl echoed, you're our little princess now. Be happy. As she was speaking, Tang Guigua suddenly screamed, fuck. Yao Yao, you're famous. She held up her phone, her twin ponytails swaying with excitement. Hurry up and check the school forum. The trending topics are all about you and Dad Gu. The video has even surpassed 100,000 views. The comments section has exploded. Gu Shueo leaned over to take a look, and suddenly her vision went dark. The title of the pin post is shocking news. A domineering dad shows up in the cafeteria. 20,000 yuan for porridge. 200,000 yuan for a chef. What kind of new campus dad in charge literature is this? The video in the post is exactly the scene of Guba's father visiting the school cafeteria. 20,000 for a bowl of porridge. I'll buy it. 200,000. To be my daughter's personal chef. The video was captured clearly. Even Guba's arrogant expression of "I have money and I can do whatever I want" was clearly visible. In the comments section, the pot exploded directly. 1L, holy shit. Who is this uncle? He's so domineering. 2L, 20,000 yuan for a bowl of porridge? That's enough for me to eat in the cafeteria for 10 years. QAQ poverty still limits my imagination. 3L, who is that girl? I'm paying a huge sum of money to get her green bubble. I want to know how she got her dad's help. 4L, the point of the above post isn't getting to know the girl, it's getting to know her dad. Do you need a daughter? A 20-year-old? 5L, he should be more in need of a wife, right? Look at me, uncle. I'm 22 years old, I can warm the bed, I can cook, and I'm still a virgin. 6L, you gold diggers, have some shame. But, this uncle is really handsome. Heartsuit 4L Heartsuit, his cool aura is amazing. He's full of daddy vibes. 7L, I was there. When that guy flipped the table, I almost thought we were filming Young and Dangerous. 8L, please tell me who that girl is? Woohoo! I suddenly really want to be her boyfriend, and have her dad do it for me too. 9L, upstairs +1. Underscore, I just called my dad to ask for 200 yuan for milk tea, and he told me to go to the mental hospital to register. 10L, the key is hiring a chef. 200,000. I don't understand the world of the rich. I might as well write my graduation thesis on how modern college students can be elegantly taken care of by their dads. 11L, I'm so jealous. What department is that girl from? I want to be friends with her. 12L, same here. Please give me a dozen best friends like this. Then, maybe I can also be visited by my father like senior sister Chanxian. Looking at the comments section that was refreshing frantically, Gu Shuya was completely confused. She had always been a nobody in school, and she never imagined that one day she would become the center of attention on campus in this way. Ding dong. Ding dong. The phone keeps ringing, countless people applied to add her as a friend, and the number of private messages on her social account instantly reached 999 plus. All the words were flattering and fawning, the purpose of which was to find an opportunity to be taken over by her father. Hello, Junior. I'm from the Department of Economics and Management, let's be friends. IL Redheart, I think I fell in love with you at first sight. Senior Yao Yao. I love you so much. Can I have dinner with you? Redheart, Student Gu, I'm from the Student Union's External Relations Department. Are you interested in participating in our activities? Tang Guagua and the other two exchanged glances, instantly filled with a sense of crisis. No, Yao Yao belongs to them, don't let these snobs take it away. These people are going too far. Tang Guagua locked the screen angrily, it's obvious they're here for Uncle Gu's money. That's right. Jiang Shui and Xue Bingxia immediately echoed, Yao Yao, ignore them. Having us is enough for you. That's right. I propose to set up a Yao Yao fan club, and the three of us will be the core members. After determining the target, the three girls looked at each other. Suddenly they understood each other tacitly, holding hands and forming a triangle, tightly protecting Gu Shueyo in the middle. From today on, we are part of the Princess Guard. Tang Guagui announced loudly. Yao Yao, we, Malin Knights, will protect you. Jiang Shui, who was efficient and capable, took over the conversation decisively. That's right, since Uncle Gu has implemented the campus dad. Xue Bingxia pushed up her glasses and offered a plan, then let's do. Campus mommy to Yao Yao. Let's go. Let's escort Her Royal Highness the Princess back to her bedroom first. Hearing this, Ji Shueyo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You guys are almost done. The three girls acted as if they hadn't heard anything, their expressions serious as they escorted Gu Shueyo towards the dormitory. Tang Guagua took the lead, her head held high and her chest puffed out. Your Highness, I'll lead the way for you. Xue Bingxia took out her phone and turned on the video mode. I will be responsible for recording every step of the princess's daily life. Jiang Shui glanced around vigilantly. Everyone, be alert and prevent any suspicious people from approaching. Gu Shueya. She was pushed forward by her roommates, feeling both helpless and amused, but deep down, a warm feeling inexplicably surged up with this feeling of being protected by a good sister wholeheartedly. Warm, very nice. Do you have friends who would go to great lengths for you? I don't have any, and I'll never have one in this lifetime. Chapter 11, by Yu Eguan Substitute. Marriage first, love later? Chasing wife to the crematorium, the walls in the corridors of old residential areas are peeling off, the dim light flickers. Ji Yuba stood in front of a mottled iron door with a frown on his face. He didn't expect that the place where Lin Wanqing and the children lived was so dirty and messy. 3 years ago, when the other party ran away from home with several children, Guba didn't take it seriously at all and ignored it that time. He was completely devoted to his ex-wife's children. As for Lin Wanqing, it's just a substitute. Being able to let her give birth to my own bloodline is already a great blessing. How dare you act so unreasonably and try to use running away from home to frame me? This is simply ridiculous. So they cut off their financial resources, hoping to force the mother and her 2 children to compromise and return home. Who would have thought that this delay would last for 3 years? I really deserve to die. Guba laughed at himself and raised his hand to knock on the door. Soon, the door opened. A haggard, yet still beautiful and dignified woman appeared at the door. Lin Wanqing. She was wearing simple home clothes, her hair was casually tied up, and her skin was still fair, but the fine lines at the corners of his eyes revealed the hardships he had endured over the years. The moment she saw Guba, her eyes immediately turned cold and she handed over a document with an expressionless face. Divorce agreement. Sign and get out. Guba looked down and saw that Lin Wanqing's name had already been signed on the document. The handwriting was so strong that it almost tore the paper. Wanqing, he felt awkward for the first time in a long time. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Wanqing turned and went into the house, not even willing to look at him. Ji Yuba clenched his fists and followed him into the house. Was small but tidy, and the furniture was old but spotless. On the wall of the living room, there is a family photo without him. Lin Wanqing stood among the 3 children with a gentle smile. Seeing this, Guba felt a tightness in his chest. These are his children? He's almost unrecognizable. When I left home 3 years ago, my youngest daughter, Gu Xingwan, was only 2 years old, my son, Gu Beichen, was 17, and even my oldest daughter, Gu Nanyan, had just turned 18 and now, his children have grown up, but they are strangers to him. Have you seen enough? Lin Wanqing's cold voice came, sign and get out. She was standing at the kitchen door, holding a kitchen knife in her hand, apparently cutting vegetables and cooking, but Guba knew that she was on guard against him. I don't want a divorce anymore. Guba suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. Lin Wanqing paused while cutting vegetables, and the blade made a sharp sound on the chopping board. She looked up and sneered as if she had heard a huge joke. Boss Gu, what tricks are you trying to play? Not long ago, who was it that forced me to sign the divorce agreement? They said I was taking over Mrs. Gu's position and being an eyesore? You did it for Bai Jiro, who looks exactly like your Bai Yueguang. You're even willing to threaten me with a few children? Don't worry, I, Lin Wanqing, am not that cheap. I won't cling to a husband who only has someone else in his heart. After signing, take your Bai Jiro with you and fly away to your own home. I just ask that you don't disturb me and the children anymore. By the end of her speech, Lin Wanqing's voice was trembling. The man's cold-eyed indifference over the years has completely broken her heart. Now she no longer has any illusions and just wants to draw a clear line between herself and this indifferent and heartless man as soon as possible. Facing his wife's tearful accusation, Ji Yuba's heart suddenly sank, and he felt extremely guilty. In his previous life, he did so in order to marry Bai Jiro. He threatened Lin Wanqing frowny-face, if they don't divorce, I'll take away the custody of the children and prevent them from ever seeing their mother again. Guba opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain Baizhiru. When he mentioned this name, a hint of violence flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, he was fooled by this. Woman because she looked exactly like his childhood sweetheart, until the end he knew Baijiro was the undercover arranged by the fake daughter to be by his side. That face that resembles Shin Yue was created through plastic surgery in Korea at a cost of several million, but he, for that gold digger, forced Lin Wanqing and the children to leave the house. I really deserve to be damned. Wanqing, please listen to my explanation. Guba gritted his teeth, took a step forward and wanted to hold her hand. Don't touch me. Lin Wanqing stepped back suddenly, with the kitchen knife across her chest, her face flushed red, and her emotions became increasingly uncontrollable and excited, as if she wanted to take this opportunity to vent all the grievances and injustices she had suffered over the years. Guba, I've had enough of you. 21 years, I've been your Bai Yueguang stand-in for 21 years. Enough. I've had enough. Her tears finally fell and hit the chopping board, which made me feel pity for her. The tone was filled with endless grievances and strong resentment. I married you with such joy that I thought one day I would be able to replace her in your heart, but I was wrong. I was naive. In your eyes, I will never be as good as Shin Yue. Even our children, it will never be as good as you and her child. In that case, let's just part ways amicably. Why do you still have to continue to pester us? Guba stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. He knew that he had let Lin Wanqing and the children down, but he never realized that he had hurt them so deeply. In an instant, guilt overwhelmed him like a tide. That's right, in his previous life, he doted on Shin Yue's children, but ignored Lin Wanqing and the others. Outrageous bias. Who wouldn't be chilled by this? At this moment, Guba understood again how damnable was my past life. Sorry, I was wrong. Guba's eyes were red, his voice was hoarse, and carried an unprecedented heaviness. I was the bastard before, I will make it up to you and the child in the future. Wanqing, can you give me another chance? I swear to be good to you and the children. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing sneered continuously. She wiped her tears, walked in front of Guba, and the last trace of hesitation in her eyes disappeared. Compensate? How do you make it up to me? Could you please mercifully share some of the love you've given Shin Yue's children over the past few decades with us? Mr. Gu, the place in your heart has long been occupied by Shin Yue. I can't squeeze in, and I don't want to squeeze in. I'm tired. Sign it, I beg you. Please let us four, mother and children, go, and let yourself go. After saying that, she stuffed the divorce agreement into Guba's hand without any hesitation. During these 3 years, Guba never once asked about or cared about the mother and son. Lin Wanqing felt that for the sake of her children, she might not be so determined to divorce, but no, not even once. No, that's not right. It's not like there isn't one either. Recently, they have suddenly contacted each other more frequently, but every time he called her, his words were all about forcing her to divorce as soon as possible, so as to give Baijiro his place and make room for the Gu family mistress. Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing suddenly laughed, laughing at her former love-brainness, laughing at her worthlessness over the years, and laughing at herself for waking up so late. There is no warmth in the smile, only endless ridicule and fatigue. You bastard, just don't have it. Chapter 12, Dad comes to his ex-lover and pursues his wife forcefully. Wanqing, give me 3 months to prove myself. Gubahu's eyes were filled with tears, but he was still unwilling to give up. If I still disappoint you, no need, Mr. Gu. Lin Wanqing was firm and resolute. Please sign and leave immediately. Kindergarten is almost over, and I have to pick up 1-1. As the saying goes, frowny face, a good horse never turns back. Belated affection is cheaper than grass. She is no longer the young girl who was just beginning to fall in love, and was mesmerized by the domineering aura of a man with just a few words. She no longer loves and her heart is dead. Bang. At this moment, Guba suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard. The crisp sound echoed in the small living room. What are you doing? Lin Wanqing was stunned for a moment. This slap is for my indifference. Guba said, and raised his hand to slap himself. This slap is for my partiality. That's enough. Lin Wanqing immediately grabbed his wrist and yelled, if you want to go crazy, go back to your mansion and tweet it. The warmth from his palm made Guba's eyes hot. How long has it been? He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last touched this woman, Wanqing. He held the woman's cold fingers with his backhand. Come home with me, okay? Lin Wanqing suddenly shook her hand away, as if she had been burned. Mr. Gu, your home has only ever been able to accommodate Shin Yue's children. These words were like a poisoned dagger, stabbing into Guba's heart. His breath was choked, his chest ached, and guilt surged up like a tide, but what followed was an uncontrollable frenzy. He has never been a gentle and modest gentleman. In his bones runs the blood of tyranny and dominance. Since talking nicely is useless, then Dad is coming. Start up, bump. Guba slammed the divorce agreement on the table, his eyes suddenly turned sinister, and the aura around him instantly became extremely oppressive. The manic emotion surged uncontrollably like a tide, breaking down the dam of rationality. He grabbed her wrist with such force that it almost broke her bones, his voice low and dangerous. Lin Wanqing, I admit that I've wronged you and the children before. I was indeed wrong, but I want to make it up to you now. You have to give me this chance. You can't refuse. Do you understand? Lin Wanqing was shocked by the man's sudden violence and subconsciously took a step back. Guba didn't give her a chance to dodge. He pulled her in front of him, pinched her chin with his other hand, and forced her to look up at him. I can sign the divorce agreement. But don't forget, there's still a 1-month cooling off period after signing the divorce. This month he leaned forward, his dark eyes as captivating as the abyss, and spoke word by word, "I am still your legal husband and the father of your children. I will not fail to fulfill any of the obligations I have to fulfill. If you're still heartless and want to divorce me after a month, I, Guba, promise to disappear from your sight forever and never bother you again." "You?" Lin Wanqing's face turned pale. She was shocked by Guba's unquestionable strength, and her breathing became slightly disordered. This man finally revealed his true face of domineering, tyrannical and arbitrary behavior. I was almost fooled by his humble appearance before, and thought that he had changed his personality after not seeing him for 3 years. Sure enough, a dog will never stop eating shit. This unreasonable attitude is indeed very domineering, and she knew too well the other parties. Unreasonable temperament. Once this man made a decision, no one would question it. If she insisted on resisting, it would only infuriate his ridiculous self-esteem. If he then mobilized the Gu Group's legal team to forcibly fight for the child's custody, she wasn't sure. She can't afford to lose either. Anyway, it's only a month at most, just bear with it and it will pass. Forbearance. Good. Finally, Lin Wanqing thought it over again and again, gritted her teeth and compromised, saying coldly, 1 month, just 1 month. But don't try any tricks. If you still dare to pester me after a month, I will sue you even if I have to sell my blood. Seeing that she agreed, Guba's tense nerves relaxed a little, and the corners of his lips curled up in a determined smile. Humph. Woman, if I can make you fall in love with me once, I can make you fall in love with me a second time. After all, the male hormones I exude are enough to drive any woman crazy. Your future is destined to be my treasure and my beloved one. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. After saying that, he picked up the pen and signed his name on the divorce agreement in a flamboyant manner. Guba, the pen tip just left the paper, and the next second, he suddenly pulled Lin Wanqing into his arms, and his arms tightly wrapped around her waist like iron clamps. What are you crazy about? Let me go. Lin Wanqing was caught off guard and bumped into his chest, her nose instantly filled with the cold cedar scent of his body. Give me a hug. Guba's voice was low and hoarse, with an irresistible force. You are my wife. I can hug you whenever I want. Do I need a reason? Lin Wanqing's body stiffened, her hands pressed against his chest, and she instinctively pushed him away. Let me go. Guba, are you crazy? But the man's chest was as hard as iron and did not move at all. She was shocked to realize that she hadn't been hugged by a man for a long time. It's been so long that I almost forgot. His embrace was so hot and suffocating. When her body's memory awakened before her mind, she actually wanted to hug him back for a moment. Fortunately, I woke up instantly. Mr. Gu, what do you want? She was so ashamed and angry that her voice was shaking. Guba chuckled softly, then suddenly pinched her chin and forced her to look up. Their eyes met. Lin Wanqing noticed that there was a strong possessiveness and paranoia in the man's eyes. You ask me what I want? Ha! I want to hold you in my hands and make you the happiest woman in the universe. I want you to walk with the wind and have an aura of 2 meters and 80. I want to kiss you, hug you, and fuck you. I want you to have only me in your heart, eyes, and dreams. I want to give you the most ultimate love in the world. I want you to be unable to find even the slightest excuse to give up this happiness, even if you want to escape. Stay by my side, this is your only destination. Don't try to break free, you can't escape. You can only be happy by my side, forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Guba suddenly lowered his head and kissed those fiery red lips fiercely. Ugh. Lin Wanqing's pupils suddenly shrank and her mind went blank. It was because the man's kiss was extremely overbearing. With an irresistible force, his tongue pried open her teeth and penetrated straight into her, conquering her. She struggled desperately, pounding her fists on his chest, but the man's arm tightened like an iron hoop, and his other hand grabbed the back of her head, leaving her with nowhere to escape. This kiss was too fierce and too cruel, as if it wanted to make up for what he owed her over the years all at once. Looking back on their 20 years of marriage, he had never kissed her so proactively and domineeringly. Lin Wanqing was even kissed so hard that her legs became weak, her face flushed, and her breathing became irregular until she was almost suffocated. Guba reluctantly let go of her, brushed her red and swollen lips with his fingertips, and said in a hoarse voice, "This kiss is my apology to you. You know, other women can't even make me look at them, let alone make amends with a kiss. Now you should understand how special you are to me, right? Only you can make me swallow my pride and express my apology with a kiss. As for the love I owe you, from today on, I will repay it with interest. This month, I will definitely make you fall in love with me again." After saying that, Guba pulled her to the French window again, pointed at the bustling world outside, and said domineeringly, "Look at this city, there's no woman I can't have if I want, you are no exception. Stop struggling in vain. Come back to me and be mine. Be my only one. I'll let you know that leaving me is the biggest mistake of your life." Lin Wanqing was panting and her cheeks were flushed. She gritted her teeth and glared at Guba. "You, shameless. You, don't even think about it. What I hate most is your self-righteous attitude. What do you think women are? Men's appendages? Playthings? Isn't your mother a woman? Why? Why do you think I have to forgive you just because of a few words? Why do you think that if you flirt with me, all women will be around you? So what if you're rich, powerful, and handsome? I don't want you. Listen up to me. Women hold up half the sky. Women never give in. Faced with this wave of naked humiliation, Gu Ba was furious and laughed in anger. How dare you? Woman, how dare you disobey me? Kiss. The roar was like thunder, and Gu Ba suddenly leaned over again and kissed her with irresistible force, the tongue pried Lin Wanqing's teeth like a snake, trying to penetrate her throat directly. The other side, seeing that resistance was futile, a hint of cruelty flashed across Lin Wanqing's beautiful eyes, and she suddenly clenched her silver teeth. Next second, a warm and sticky liquid spread freely in the mouths of both people. Gu Ba only felt a sharp pain like an electric current spreading throughout his body, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his tongue was bitten off by his white teeth. Chapter 13, Tyrant CEO. Sure enough, this woman loves me so much. Gu Ba cried out in pain, pushed Lin Wanqing away, covered his mouth and staggered back a few steps. Blood flowed out from between his fingers and dripped onto his expensive custom-made suit, spreading a dark red. You crazy woman! He growled incoherently, a tearing pain coming from the tip of his tongue. Really bite? Lin Wanqing wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, her eyes cold. Gu Ba, I am no longer the Lin Wanqing who allowed you to bully me and swallowed my anger 3 years ago. If you dare touch me again, I won't mind actually biting your tongue off. I thought such a threat would make men afraid, but who would have thought? Ha ha ha. Gu Ba suddenly laughed softly, and his laughter gradually became crazy. Blood dripped down his chin, making his angular and handsome face look even more evil. That he licked the injured tip of his tongue, his eyes wild and fiery. Good bite. I owe you this. This tongue of mine is my apology. Want to take another bite? Bite it off completely? Gu Ba approached step by step, like a wounded beast, emitting a dangerous aura. Woman, the more you resist me like this, the more I want to get you. You lunatic, don't come over here. Lin Wanqing was frightened by his crazy look and staggered back subconsciously. What are you afraid of? Gu Ba grabbed her by the back of the neck, and the smell of blood hit her face. I owe you something, so I'll pay you back some interest today. This tongue. I'll give it to you as a gift. After saying that, he pretended to kiss her again, and Lin Wanqing closed her eyes in despair. Just at this moment, ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Wanqing pushed Gu Ba away as if she had been pardoned. A guest is coming. You go to the bathroom and clean up first. I'll go open the door. After saying that, she ran away as if escaping. Looking at the other person's hurriedly leaving figure, Gu Ba unconsciously licked his bloody teeth and revealed an evil smile. Woman, you will never escape from my grasp. Red heart. After casually wiping the blood off his chin, he turned and walked into the bathroom and began to examine his injuries in the mirror. Fortunately, only the skin was bitten and the tongue was not broken. He turned on the faucet and let the cold water wash over the wound. The stinging pain made him frown slightly, but soon, the nobleman in the mirror laughed softly, his eyes sinister and paranoid. Oh, Lin Wanqing, you can't escape. If you dare to run away, I will chase you. I will make it impossible for you to escape even if you have wings. Who made me fall in love with you? I'm already terminally ill and there's no cure. The other side, Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, calmed herself down, straightened her messy clothes and then went to open the door. Snap, standing outside the gate was the landlord, Aunt Zhou, who was in her 60s, slightly plump, with a kind smile on her face. Aunt Zhou? What's the matter? Hey Shaolin, are you home? Aunt Zhou rubbed her hands, her eyes a little evasive. Aunt Zhou has something to discuss with you. Oh, then please come in first and tell me. Lin Wanqing stepped aside to let the person into the house, but her heart skipped a beat and she had a bad feeling. I had already paid last month's rent, and now the landlord comes to my house. Aunt Zhou sat down on the paint-chipped sofa, pondered for a moment, and then sighed helplessly without keeping the topic secret. Shaolin, my son is getting married. The girl is from Jiangxi and she insists on a 388,000 yuan betrothal gift. Alas, as a mother, I really can't afford it, so I can only sell this old house. I've already negotiated with the buyer for 400,000 yuan, and the property will be transferred next month. So, Xiaolin, I want to discuss with you about moving out in the next 2 days. Aunt Zhou finished her speech with an apologetic tone. I know it's not easy for you to raise a child. I rented this house to you, and I have always been satisfied and comfortable with it. But I really can't help it. My son is almost 35 years old and still hasn't started a family. This house is in a bad location and has been in disrepair for a long time. Now that someone has finally made an offer, I must sell it as soon as possible to raise the money for the betrothal gift. After hearing the purpose of the visit, Lin Wanqing was stunned. It's not that she hadn't thought about this day, but when she heard the news, she couldn't help but feel bitter. Land in Shanghai is very expensive. This shabby 2-bedroom apartment was the cheapest she could find. It's also close to the kindergarten where I go to school in the evening. If she moved away, given her current financial situation, it would be difficult for her to find such a suitable place to live again. But what could she say? Her name is not on the property certificate, so how can she say no? The other party wants to sell the house to help his son get married. She can't stop him, right? Besides, Aunt Zhou was usually very nice to her and was often willing to give her more time to pay the rent. How could she bear to make things difficult for Aunt Zhou? Aunt Zhou, I understand. Lin Wanqing forced a smile and said, don't worry, I will find a house and move out as soon as possible. Seeing Lin Wanqing agreed so readily, Aunt Zhou felt even more guilty. Xiao Lin, I'm sorry for you, don't worry, I'll help you keep an eye out for other properties and let you know right away if I find a suitable one. And this month's rent plus the deposit, I will return them all to you without missing a cent. Lin Wanqing smiled and nodded, but her heart was bitter. If only she could have a house of her own, that way, I wouldn't be homeless and being chased around by others. As the two of them fell silent, a deep and cold male voice suddenly interrupted from the side. What are you moving? I'm not moving. Aunt Zhou was stunned and looked up, only to see a man nearly 1.9 meters tall walking out of the bathroom, wiping the corner of his mouth and striding towards her. He was wearing a well-tailored black suit, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his facial features were deep and sharp. His jawline was as sharp as a knife, and he exuded the oppressive feeling of a superior, especially those eyes, as black as ink, filled with unquestionable dominance and strength. Xiao Lin, Sigma. Athos, who is this person? Aunt Zhou's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. My impression of Kobayashi is that he has a cold personality and is never interested in men. Apart from taking care of her 3 children, she is rarely seen interacting with outsiders, let alone the opposite sex. How could she, such a person, have a man hidden in her home? I am her beloved husband. Guba didn't blush or feel nervous. He stretched out his long arms and hugged Lin Wanqing into his arms. He said in a very fatherly manner, also, we are not moving from this house. Lin Wanqing reacted and struggled to growl, Guba. What are you crazy about? Who loves you? Besides, whether I move or not is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Jiuba grabbed her chin and corrected her with a dangerous look in his eyes. Remember, you are my girl, so your business is naturally my business. Aside, Aunt Zhou glanced back and forth between the two flirting people, and suddenly slapped her thigh, suddenly realizing, Xiao Lin, it turns out you have a husband. I haven't run into your partner in the past few years. I thought you were divorced a long time ago. No wonder you kept declining when I tried to introduce you to some outstanding young men. Lin Wanqing's ears felt hot, and she struggled to push Guba away. Auntie Zhou, don't listen to his nonsense. He and I have nothing to do with each other. The words haven't been finished. Guba suddenly grabbed her waist tightly and threatened her in her ear. You are my wife, forever. If you dare to deny our relationship again, believe it or not, I will kiss you 100, 1,000, no, 10,000 times right in front of this old woman. Lin Wanqing froze instantly, not daring to move. She knew too well the madness of this man. He could actually do what he said. At the same time, after learning that Lin Wanqing had been a faithful wife and a virgin for him all these years, Jiuba was in a very good mood. Sure enough, this woman loves him terribly. Isn't all these years of devoted waiting just a desperate wait for him to return? Fortunately, after all the hardship comes happiness. He is awake now. From now on, he will never let this stubborn little thing suffer any injustice again. But, this little woman is really good at acting, isn't she? The only thing that's tough about me is my mouth. She clearly loves him to death in her heart, but she still refuses to admit it, and even plays hard to get with him to try to break off all feelings and love. Oh my sad face. Omicron asterisk. Women are like a half-pound duck with a 4-ounce mouth, they are incredibly stubborn. Chapter 14. The domineering president fell in love with me, a 60-year-old woman about to go through menopause, inside the rental house. When Aunt Zhou learned about the relationship between Guba and Lin Wanqing, she did not treat her well. It was because she knew very well how hard Lin Wanqing had endured all these years, and this irresponsible man turned a blind eye to it, letting his wife and daughter suffer outside. He is a typical modern scumbag, Chen Shimmy. Thinking of this, Aunt Zhou suddenly felt indignant, felt sorry for Lin Wanqing, and spoke up for her. So, she put on a stern face, ready to vent Lin Wanqing's anger, and said sarcastically, Sir, you look so respectable, how could you be so irresponsible? Do you know how difficult it has been for Xiaolin to raise 3 children alone these past few years? In the dead of winter, I have to send my child to school with a high fever, and I can't even afford to buy myself a decent down jacket. She works during the day and does housework at night, working 3 jobs a day. To save more money, she chooses to grit her teeth and endure her illnesses, and is reluctant to go to the hospital. Excuse me, where were you at that time? Have you ever fulfilled even a little bit of your responsibilities as a husband and a father? No matter what your reasons are, or what your previous difficulties were, what you did was not right. Now, it's okay that you suddenly showed up, but how can you have the nerve to tell Xiaolin what to do? What gives you the right to interfere with her decision? I heard Aunt Zhou standing up for me and speaking out for justice. Lin Wanqing's eyes were filled with tears and her heart was filled with gratitude. The other party was like her mouthpiece, perfectly touching upon the deepest grievances in her heart. Yes, over the years, how much sweat and tears has she shed? How much suffering has she endured? What right did Guba have to interfere with her life the moment he showed up? And ask for her forgiveness the moment he opened his mouth? Why? Why does he do that? Aunt Zhou, Lin Wanqing's voice was choked with sobs, and the bitterness and grievances accumulated over the years were about to burst out. The one who understands me best is Aunt Zhou. Don't worry, Xiaolin. Aunt will always stand by you. Don't bow your head, or you'll cry. Don't cry, or the mean guy will laugh. While comforting Lin Wanqing, Aunt Zhou glared at a heartless man. Gu Ba's face darkened, but he couldn't find any reason to refute. Over the years, he has indeed ignored Lin Wanqing and the children and has not fulfilled any of his responsibilities. This is an indisputable fact. As the saying goes, admit your mistakes and stand at attention when you are beaten. He, feeling guilty, solemnly nodded his head and promised, "Aunt, you are right to scold me. I was blinded by greed before. I really owe them and their son too much. So from today on, I will double my compensation." "You said this house sold for 400,000, right?" "I bought it as a gift for my wife." Gu Ba clearly remembered that this area was scheduled for demolition next year, and the compensation would be at least 5 times higher by then. This old house will be worth at least 2 million yuan in the future. If you buy it now for 400,000 yuan, you will definitely make a profit. Of course, more importantly, Gu Ba glanced at the family portrait on the wall, and his eyes softened instantly. His wife and children had lived here for 3 years. He wanted to keep this memory to himself and not allow anyone to destroy it. The other side, although I was surprised that Gu Ba had really changed, he actually admitted his mistake so straightforwardly. But Lin Wanqing, who had already become disheartened, was unwilling to give him another chance. "Gu Ba, I don't need your compensation, nor do I need your gifts. I certainly don't need your sympathy or charity. At this point, I no longer have the heart to distinguish right from wrong. I just want to divorce you as soon as possible and never have anything to do with you again. Let go, Gu Ba. I no longer love you. Even if you use despicable means to forcefully get my body, you will never get my heart again." Lin Wanqing spoke these words from the bottom of her heart and with sincerity. She really wanted to part ways with Gu Ba amicably and didn't want to have any more involvement with him, so that she could break up cleanly after a month. "This isn't charity." Gu Ba's expression was grim, his eyes sinister. "I owe you this." He found that he seemed to have taken things for granted. It seemed like this woman had really lost interest in him and was determined to escape from him. It's no longer the same as it was back then, that humble little wife who was trying to please him. She changed her mind. No way. I don't accept it. Without my permission, she is not allowed to leave my side. The more Gu Ba thought about it, the angrier he became. His manic emotions surged like a tide, and he grabbed Lin Wanqing's hair and roared, "Woman, you are so bold. How dare you say you don't love me? It seems I'm just spoiling you too much. Listen to me. There is no other way for us to go except growing old together. You will never escape from my palm in this life." Finished. He ignored the woman who was biting her lip stubbornly, and turned to ask Aunt Zhou to name a price. He must buy the house. At this time, Aunt Zhou was already shocked. The love-hate drama unfolding before her eyes reminded her of the tomato short drama she had been madly following recently. A domineering CEO falls in love with me, a 60-year-old about to go through menopause. The domineering CEO falls in love with the fat and big-eared me. A domineering president fell in love with me, who cheated on him and divorced him, leaving him with 2 kids and nothing. The domineering CEO falls in love with the strong me who has foo shower's face. A domineering president falls in love with me, a cleaner with nothing and a debt of 3 million. A domineering president falls in love with me and learns to open my eyes to see the world. I am an older, single and awakened person. Aunt Zhou looked strange through just a few words. She imagined a drama of a domineering president chasing his wife to the crematorium, but watching the show is watching the show. After learning Lin Wanqing's true thoughts, she stood against Gu Ba without hesitation. He shook his head righteously and refused. "Sorry, I am sorry, I've already agreed to sell the house to a friend. I, Zhou Yulan, am trustworthy and not the kind of person who would betray my promise. What's more, you bullied Xiaolin, so it's even more impossible for me to sell it to you. Don't underestimate the friendship between Xiaolin and I, regardless of age difference. The bond of friendship we've cultivated over the past 3 years, When these words were spoken, Lin Wanqing was instantly moved. She looked at Aunt Zhou affectionately across the table, and felt in her heart that there are still many kind and loyal people in the world. Snort, faced with the deep friendship between a pair of friends regardless of age who share the same hatred and stand together. Gu Ba raised a disdainful smile and waved his hand. "Sell it to me for 500,000. Aunt Zhou's eyelids twitched. She estimated that the market value of this house was at most 400,000 yuan, and 500,000 yuan was already considered a high price, but she couldn't stand Gu Ba's condescending attitude, and she was very unhappy. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Is being rich such a big deal? Let me tell you, money isn't everything. I, your aunt, despise money like dirt. Even if I don't sell this house today, my son will remain a bachelor for life, and the Zhou family will be extinct. I won't take a single cent from you. Remember, your aunt is always your aunt." Lin Wanqing was full of admiration, nodding her head repeatedly with a look of worship on her face. Aunt Zhou is right. Not everyone will bow down for money. Mr. Gu, I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time. Your money, which is full of the smell of money, can never buy off an upright and virtuous auntie. Upon hearing this, Gu Ba sneered. In his dictionary, there is nothing that cannot be solved with money. If so, then there is not enough money. So, he raised the price again expressionlessly, 600,000. His Aunt Joe gasped. My hands shook and I almost slipped off the sofa. She swallowed and subconsciously wanted to agree on the spot. There's no way, ring and equal to underscore ring and equal to. After all, this amount of money has far exceeded her psychological expectations, but thinking of the harsh words he had just said a second ago, he felt embarrassed and could only mutter quietly, actually, I was just standing up for a few kids. If you truly have turned over a new leaf and are buying this house for your wife and children, I wouldn't mind giving you a chance. Because Aunt Joe's muttering was so soft, Lin Wanqing didn't hear clearly what she said and thought that the other party's position was still firm. So, she was filled with emotion, and she held Aunt Joe's hand tightly, saying in an excited tone, Aunt Joe, please ignore him. He's a vulgar person who thinks money can buy everything, but he doesn't know there's such a thing as integrity in this world. You've eaten more salt than he's eaten rice. What kind of storms and waves haven't you seen? A mere 600,000 yuan is nothing. How could you even consider it so seriously? Lin Wanqing became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she had found some spiritual support. Aunt Joe is a man of high moral character, and she regards money as dirt. This is the epitome of an independent woman in the new era. She's the perfect cure for all kinds of dissatisfaction. Gu Ba, you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. No matter how much money you offer, Aunt Joe will never waver. So, stop using your sinful money to insult her noble character. Aunt Joe. The corners of her mouth twitched, her fingers unconsciously dug into the armrest of the sofa, her toes curled up wildly in her slippers, and she wished she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment on the spot. Xiaolina, Auntie, actually, I am just an ordinary person. Oh, can you please stop flattering me, 600,000. That's a full 600,000. How many pounds of ribs can I buy? How many years can I pay Social Security? How many more years can I let my good-for-nothing son live on me? Whoa, it's over, I can't go down this staircase anymore, damn it, if I had known I wouldn't have acted so arrogant just now. Chapter 15. This damn crazy man. It's so deadly when he goes crazy. Aunt Joe was in a dilemma. She laughed dryly and continued with a stiff upper lip, yes. Xiaolin is right. Zhou Yulan, then, that must be. Her voice became softer and softer, until it almost became the hum of a mosquito. Catching Aunt Joe's wavering look, Gu Ba sneered, took out his checkbook, signed the numbers in a flamboyant manner, and slammed it on the coffee table. Old woman, don't waste my time. His tone was very aggressive, and his attitude was very arrogant. 800,000, cash, transfer today. Hearing this, Aunt Joe's pupils trembled, her breathing stagnated, and a series of abacus sounds crackled in her mind. This house is in an average location, and 400,000 is already a high price. How could this person raise the price to 800,000? 800,000. It's twice the market price. Don't say that Gu Ba just had a bad attitude. Even if he pointed at her nose and cursed her in public, or even slapped her a few times on the spot, she would have accepted it. Gu Ba. Are you crazy? Even if you have money, you can't just raise the price like this and disrupt the market, right? This house is not worth 800,000 yuan. Aunt Joe. Xiaolin, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The offer of 800,000 even shocked Lin Wanqing. She knew that this man had plenty of money, but he had never been willing to spend it on her. Why was he spending money like crazy today as if he had lost his mind? Could it be that he really has fallen in love and wants to make amends with himself and the children? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It is easy to change the country, but difficult to change one's nature. How can a dog ever stop eating shit? I don't believe it. There must be a conspiracy here? Facing the woman's questioning eyes, Gu Ba lowered his eyes to look at her, and said in a doting and fatherly tone, whether it's worth it or not, I have the final say. Besides, as long as it's a place you and the kids have lived in, even if it's a doghouse, I'm willing to buy it. When these words came out, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but be stunned deep in the heart that had long been stagnant. A rare ripple appeared, but soon, she recalled the past experience of being ignored, and her eyes turned cold again. How disgusting. Save these words for your Bai Yue Guang. Or, tell them to your new substitute. Bai Jiro. Immediately following, she turned to look at Aunt Joe, her face full of admiration, as if she was looking at a close friend with whom she shared a mutual understanding, and admiring a person of high moral integrity, one of the few in the world. Aunt Joe, don't worry. I will never let you down. I would rather die than bow to capital. No matter how much money he offers, I firmly believe that it will not be able to shake the bond between us. Aunt Joe. Xiaolin, could you please stop praising the aunt? Whoa, you are noble and great, and even the domineering CEO loves you, so of course you can be fearless, but the aunt is old and ugly, she is not as confident as you. I can't really imagine that the plot of the tomato short play, the overbearing CEO falls in love with a 60-year-old menopausal lady, will happen to me. For the sake of her quality of life and her old age, Aunt Joe decided to abandon her useless face and immediately compromise with Gu Ba. If she missed this opportunity, she would probably be woken up by herself every night from now on, shortening her lifespan by at least 10 years. Just when Aunt Joe was about to speak, Gu Ba was completely impatient and slapped the coffee table with his palm. causing the cup to jump around. Fuck you. You're such a slow-witted old fool. 1 million. Oh no. When this sky-high figure came out, Aunt Joe's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Deal. She was afraid that Guba would go back on his word, so she snatched the check and stuffed it into her arms. Her face flushed with excitement. Actually, I wanted to say just now, admitting one's mistakes is the best way to improve. Young man, you clearly are truly repentant. Lin Wanqing, Aunt Joe, didn't you just say, wait? Your expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. You were still defending me earlier, but how come the true fragrance law was triggered in the blink of an eye? Just now, I was just testing this young man on purpose. Look, you're truly brave. Your husband spent 1 million yuan to please you without blinking an eye. Isn't his affection obvious enough? Besides, how can a couple hold grudges overnight? They quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. As women, we must be broad-minded and generous. Aunt Joe didn't blush or get nervous, and her attitude changed 180 degrees. There's nothing I can do, because the other party gave me too much, that's a full 1 million. Not only did she have enough money for her son's betrothal gift, but she also had enough to support 10 young men. She could even get imported gout shots for her husband, and she would throw away one after another. This moment, reputation, bonds, integrity, and dignity all become bullshit in the face of real money. Who dares to stop me, an old lady, from becoming a rich woman, supporting a young boyfriend, ushering in a second spring in life, and reaching the peak of my old age? I'll fight to the death with anyone I can, in order to please Guba and prevent this sucker from regretting his decision after coming to his senses. She turned to the shocked Lin Wanqing. Pua, Xiaolin, your husband looks honest and simple, not like that irresponsible scumbag at all. I believe he must have had his reasons for not caring about me over the years. You must not be angry with him. You should communicate with him properly. These days, there aren't many good men willing to spend so much money on their wives and children. You should cherish them. Meeting a man who loves you so much is a blessing many women can't even dream of. Aunt Joe grabbed Lin Wanqing's hand as she spoke, and continued to advise earnestly Xiaolin. Aunt Joe is the best at judging people. Although this guy has a bad temper, he's willing to spend so much money on you and is so devoted to you. This is definitely true love. Listen to Aunt Joe, let go of all the past grudges, and live a good life with her from now on. Lin Wanqing. Aunt Joe, that's not what you said 2.5 minutes ago. Do you know who was the person who scolded Guba the most fiercely just now? It's so hard to guess. Hey, sad face Omicron asterisk, Mr. Gu, I'll go back and get the property certificate. We can transfer ownership today. In order to avoid any further complications and worried that something might happen if she delayed, Aunt Joe rushed to the door at full speed, opened it and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to give Guba a flattering smile. Snap, after Aunt Joe left, Lin Wanqing finally couldn't help but burst out. Guba, you successfully used money to corrupt an aunt with noble character. Are you very proud of yourself? Don't think I'll give in to you just like that. I'm telling you. Impossible. Faced with the woman's fierce verbal resistance, Guba remained expressionless, looking down at her with his dark eyes blazing as he said, it doesn't matter. As long as you and your children can live a stable life, I'm willing to spend any amount of money I have to spend. Having said that, his eyes were no longer as irritable and overbearing as before, but instead carried a seriousness that Lin Wanqing had never seen before. Wanqing, I was possessed by the devil before, I admit it. But remember, from today on, I will solve your problems. I will take care of your grievances. This is not pity, but protection. If you and your children want the stars, I'll pick them for you. If you want the moon, I'll fish it out for you. Even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't be able to touch a hair on your head. I'm telling you. When these words came out of her father's mouth, Lin Wanqing's heart skipped a beat unconsciously. This damn lunatic, it's so deadly when I start to criticize it madly. He still had the same suffocatingly domineering look as before, but the words she said were like feathers, gently scratching her heart that had been closed for many years. Has he really changed, or is he playing some new trick, just when the atmosphere in the house became tense? Beep beep beep. Master, that guy is calling again. A cell phone rang, waking up the two people who were staring at each other in silence. Grass, a kind of plant. Who on earth is this blind bastard, calling to harass me at this time? Anger welled up in Guba's eyes. He took out his Huawei phone and saw the caller's name on the screen. Robao sweetheart. Guba. Lin Wanqing, ha. Laughing coldly. Chapter 16. Beep beep. Master, that green tea bitch is calling again. The 5 words Robao sweetheart danced on the phone screen, like a sharp knife piercing Lin Wanqing's sight. The color drained from her face instantly, her lips trembled, and her eyes burned with rage. Oh, she sneered, her voice filled with chilling coldness. Mr. Gu, your Robao is calling you. Why don't you answer it? Staring at the glaring note, Guba's expression became uncertain. After his rebirth, he immediately rushed to the school to find his biological daughter, and then rushed to Lin Wanqing's house in a hurry. He had no time to pay attention to Bai Jiro, the green tea bitch, let alone block her. At this moment, when he suddenly saw the other person's name, the anger he felt at being played like a monkey by this woman in his previous life instantly erupted like a volcano. He still remembered how Bai Jiro used that plastic surgery face to confuse him, how she gradually alienated him from his family, and ultimately led him to his doom. Wanqing, please listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Lin Wanqing slapped him hard in the face. Bang! A crisp sound exploded in the living room. Guba was hit and his head tilted to the side, with 5 finger marks quickly appearing on his cheek. He turned his head in surprise and looked at Lin Wanqing, only to see that her eyes were red and tears were rolling down like beads from a broken string. Guba! Have you had enough fun? You're taking me for a fool again? Her voice trembled with excitement. I almost got fooled by you again. You're such a bastard. Do you really want to see me so hopeful and shattered by your own hands? Guba was stunned by this sudden outburst and nudged his aching cheek with the tip of his tongue. What are you crazy about, go ape? Lin Wanqing smiled bitterly, tears covering her face. 3 years ago, you were nice to me for a while. You bought me a limited edition bag, celebrated my birthday with me, and took me to the movies. That was the happiest month I've had since I married you. I thought you finally saw my good side and fell in love with me, but what's the result? Lin Wanqing suddenly grabbed the water glass on the table and smashed it hard at Guba's feet, sending glass shards flying everywhere. You found me with a camera and said it was all a game. Just because Bai Jiro wanted to see me fall from the clouds into the abyss? You said I was just a stand-in, I should know myself better. You said I wasn't even worthy enough to carry your white moonlight shoes, and told me not to dream of a love that didn't belong to me. You recorded the moment my expression changed from happiness to pale, and then. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth and suddenly couldn't continue speaking. The memory of that day is still as clear as a nightmare to this day. She still remembered that Guba put away the camera, said indifferently, "Don't be so sentimental," and left without looking back, leaving her alone in embarrassment, pain, and despair. At that moment, she thought about divorce for the first time. For the first time, she truly realized that she would never be able to replace Shin Yoyua's position in a man's heart. It's time to wake up from the dream. Lin Wanqing wiped her tears and laughed sadly. I hate Bai Jiro, and I hate you too, but I hate myself even more for having wavered a little not long ago. Just now, for a moment, I actually believed your lies. I thought you had changed your ways and wanted to make amends with me and the children. After all, I was too naive. You, Guba, are a love-struck man who loves beauty over power. You will never forget your white moonlight, and will always hurt me for a woman who looks like her. As Lin Wanqing spoke, she staggered back step by step, her eyes gradually turning from anger to coldness. Robao, sweetheart? Oh, your taste is really disgusting. Guba, did you make a bet with that woman again? How long do you bet on how long it will take for me to fall in love with you again, and then tear my heart apart with your own hands? And then record it on video for your sweetheart to enjoy? I'm sorry, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I won't be so stupid again. Your plan will be ruined. Because you don't deserve it and you don't deserve love. Under Lin Wanqing's hysterical accusations, Guba was rarely silent. Speechless. It was because in his previous life, in order to please Bai Jiro, who had plastic surgery to look like Shin Yue, he had done a lot of similar stupid things. At that time, he was blinded by the white moonlight filter and allowed Bai Jiro to control him as if he were possessed. He met all her demands without any bottom line and trampled on Lin Wanqing's sincerity. When these dusty memories emerge again like a tide. Guba felt as if his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand. The pain was so severe that he couldn't breathe. Ouch. It hurt so much. He knew that Lin Wanqing had misunderstood, and wanted to explain to her that those were mistakes he had made in his previous life, and wanted to tell her that he had already awakened in this life, but looking at the bottomless despair in the woman's eyes, all the words finally got stuck in his throat. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and wanted to give the woman a silent hug. Get away! Don't touch me! Lin Wanqing stepped back abruptly, her eyes as cold as a poisoned dagger. I will never trust you again. Never! After 1 month, we must get a divorce. You can buy this house or not, but I will never live in it. I won't accept any charity from you. Looking at her trembling shoulders, Guba felt an unprecedented panic for the first time. He was used to solving everything with tyranny and money, thinking that he could make up for it with money and that he could redeem it by being a father. However, he forgot that Lin Wanqing's heart had already been shattered into pieces by countless injuries. Forget that some scars cannot be erased by money. That he had been a bastard in his past and present lives, and he had destroyed all the trust that the woman in front of him had in him in the most cruel way. And now that you have brought this upon yourself, who can you blame? But Guba was unwilling to give up and wanted to try to save the situation. Wanqing, please trust me one last time. This time. But the woman just glanced at him coldly, turned around and rushed into the bedroom. She had a headache and didn't want to listen to Guba's nonsense anymore. She wanted to be quiet. Bang! The bedroom door was slammed shut, cutting off all of Guba's words. He stood alone in the empty living room, staring at the photos of his wife and children on the wall, and for the first time he felt deep regret that he really wanted to rush into the bedroom and hug her, to tell her that in this life, the person he loved was her, not Baijiro, that green tea bitch, but he also knew in his heart, in my previous life, I was indeed very sinful, the harm caused to Lin Wancheng and the children cannot be erased by a few simple apologies. No matter what he said now, it was useless and any explanation was pale and powerless. The tightly closed bedroom door was like an insurmountable chasm between him and Lin Wancheng, and perhaps the only thing he can do is not to force his way in, but to give her time and prove with practical actions that he has really changed. He must give his all and rebuild her trust bit by bit. But, can a broken heart really warm up again? Looking at the empty living room for the first time, Guba began to doubt his own dad's presence rule. Chapter 17. I just made the same mistake every woman makes. Beep beep beep. Master, that guy is calling again. In the dead silent living room, the cell phone continued to ring, which was extremely ironic. Guba stared at the tightly closed bedroom door. He felt as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Hold! He suddenly yelled angrily, glanced at his phone which was still ringing, and pressed the answer button with a gloomy face. Baijiro's affected voice came immediately. Brother Ba, what took you so long to answer the phone? Do you miss me? I miss you. This sickeningly sweet voice made Guba's stomach twitch. I miss you so much. Guba couldn't help but curse on the spot. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, and thought he was hallucinating. His voice became more charming. Brother Ba, how can you be so mean to me? Did that yellow-faced woman make you angry again? I've always said that she's not worthy of you and is only using the child to blackmail you. Shut up. Guba interrupted with a sinister look in his eyes. Baijiro. I'm warning you, if you dare say anything bad about Wancheng again, I'll pull out your tongue. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, obviously unable to believe what he had just heard. Guba scolded her? Or was it because of that old woman Lin Wancheng? Scolding her? 2.5 minutes later, Baijiro's aggrieved and disbelieving cry was heard. Brother Ba, what's wrong with you? Did that yellow-faced woman give you some kind of love potion? Or are you mad at me? Blaming me for not accepting your proposal a few days ago? Didn't I explain everything to you? Marriage is a lifelong event for a woman. It can't be taken lightly. So I want to test you again. In fact, what I want most is your serious attitude. When you get divorced, Brother Ba, I will consider becoming your girlfriend first. If you work harder and treat me better, maybe I will be moved and let you win her over. Considering starting as a girlfriend, I still need to try harder and be better to you. Listen to this shameless bullshit. Guba laughed out of rage, and his laughter was filled with a frenzy that could destroy the world. He unconsciously clenched his phone, his knuckles turning white, his temples throbbing, a surge of rage rushing through his head. He almost exploded on the spot. Over the years, he gave up his dignity, lowered his status, and kept his chastity like a dog, humbly trying to please her. Isn't that enough? How else can I treat her well? Give her my life? Damn green tea bitch. For a long time, she only treated him as an ATM, and took it for granted that she should enjoy his unconditional dedication and pursuit, but she never made any substantial progress with him, both responsible and upright. The first question is, you have to be patient to impress me. I'm not that kind of girl, I'm just more traditional. I want to wait until the wedding day to give it to you completely. But in private, she plays in jokes with some little boys, flirting with them constantly, and occasionally giving them touching hugs and close-up selfies. When she is discovered, she likes to play innocent, play the victim to little Pearl, and make excuses. I just made the same mistake every woman makes. Don't worry, the child will definitely be yours in the future. The man I love most is you. I will never be like this again. If you think this way, then I can't help it. We are just friends. If you love me, you must trust me unconditionally. Putting aside the facts, aren't you at least a little wrong? Are you a man? Can you be more generous? I have already apologized. What else do you want? Even 1 millimeter is enough to keep distance. The more Guba thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but reward himself with a big bang. The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the living room. Was I fucking blind? How could you be so stupid as to be fooled by such stuff? For a plastic surgery phase, he abandoned Lin Wancheng, who truly loved him, and their 3 children. Brother Ba? Why aren't you talking? On the other end of the phone, Baijiro was still acting coquettishly. Are you really angry? Don't be like this, I just... Beep beep beep. Guba hung up the phone directly, not even bothering to listen to the other party's nonsense. Then, he blocked and deleted the entire dragon in one go. After doing all this, he still felt it was not enough. After thinking about it, he called the president's special assistant again. Mr. Gu, what do you want? The young special assistant's respectful voice came. Listen. First, immediately freeze all bank and credit cards in Baijiro's name that were provided by the Gu Group. Reclaim all her properties and luxury cars, and revoke all her privileges. Second, issue a group announcement to terminate all current cooperation with the Bai family and declare that I have no relationship with Baijiro and her family. The Bai family is no longer allowed to use my name to bully others. Third, find out everything Baijiro has taken from me over the years and make a list. I want her to pay it back double. Guba's tone was cold, his voice as cold as ice. Omega. President, is your love brain awakening? Did you finally realize that dogs who lick the boots can't get a house? Sigma, the special assistant on the other end, was so shocked that he almost bit off his tongue, but his years of professional ethics made him immediately agree. Yes, President. I'll do it right away. Beep beep beep. After hanging up the phone, the living room fell silent again. Guba irritably untied his tie, his eyes fixed on the tightly closed bedroom door. That door was like a mirror, reflecting all his past bastard deeds. He had slammed the door and left countless times, leaving Lin Wanqing alone in tears. He once left her when she was sick to go shopping with Baijiro. She once poured the soup she made into the trash, saying, "Don't disgust me with such cheap stuff." I still remember that on this day in my previous life, he got a divorce smoothly and let Lin Wanqing leave the house with the children. Since then, the two sides have completely cut off contact. Later, he forced his biological daughter Gu Shuiao to death because of the conspiracy of the fake daughter, and after finding out the truth, he did not have time to hold her accountable. The fully fledged fake daughter teamed up with Shin Youyue's children and other shareholders to seize the company and drive him out of the house. He had nothing and started wandering the streets. In order to survive, he began to abandon his dignity and started picking up trash, stealing takeout food, and begging on the streets. One day by chance that he was curled up next to a trash can, waiting to die, emitting a foul odor and holding half a moldy bread in his hand. Then, he met Lin Wanqing again, who was setting up a stall with her children. She was wearing a cotton padded jacket that had been washed so well that it looked white, and was setting up a small stall on the street corner to sell things. Beside, the three children looked very well behaved as they helped her arrange the cheap ornaments. Their red, frozen hands would occasionally blow on the warm air, escape, run away. The first time he saw Lin Wanqing and the children, emotions such as regret, shame, and embarrassment surged like a tide, almost drowning Guba. His first reaction at that time was to run away, the farther the better, for fear that Lin Wanqing would recognize his miserable appearance, but he twisted his ankle and fell into the sewage pit in a mess. Plop. Lin Wanqing turned around when she heard the voice, and her pupils suddenly shrank. She will definitely be sarcastic, right? She will definitely take this opportunity to take revenge on me for my past cruelty, right? Thinking of this, Guba felt disheartened and extremely embarrassed. However, when he suppressed his trembling, gritted his teeth and raised his head, he met Lin Wanqing's beautiful eyes that were full of complex emotions and absent-minded. Even now, he couldn't forget the many emotions hidden in the other person's eyes at that time: shock, anger, pain, struggle, hatred. She looked at him in silence for a long time, so long that Guba almost wanted to kneel down and beg her not to look at him that way anymore. Get up. She squatted down and handed over a clean handkerchief. Wipe your face. The few children who reacted immediately exploded. Mom, have you forgotten how he treated us? That's right. Let him fend for himself. Mom, why do you care about him? He deserves it. Let's ignore him. The children's angry voices of dissuasion exploded in my ears, but Lin Wanqing just shook her head slightly, and then, in Guba's incredulous gaze, she stretched out her hand to him and said word by word, "Come home with me." Just a few words, but Guba will never forget it. Chapter 18. Guba, I will love you deeply, spoil you to the sky, and give you all my favoritism. Previous life. Ever since he followed Lin Wanqing home, that small rental house became Guba's last safe haven for a long time. Although he felt guilty and ashamed every day, and although the children looked at him with hostility, Lin Wanqing still went against the crowd and gave him a place to stay in a home. That was also the first time in his life that he felt the warmth of family after having a home. He finally no longer has to wander around. She would make him hot soup, help him sort out the scraps he picked up, and even stay with him all night when he had a fever. She seemed to have completely forgotten the hurt he had caused her. Finally, one night, Guba couldn't help but ask, Why don't you hate me? Lin Wanqing, who was mending clothes, paused. Hate it. She chuckled and raised her head, but tears welled up in her eyes. How can I not hate you? I hate you to the core. I hate you for abandoning your wife and children for Baijiro. I hate you for being so partial to me that you didn't even bother to visit your own daughter who had a high fever. I hate you for making me and my children live a life worse than pigs and dogs for so many years. Guba, you're asking this question. Do you think I'm particularly cheap? You clearly treat me as a substitute and my children as bastards, but now that you've fallen on hard times, it's fine if I don't retaliate, but I'm actually willing to accept you without holding a grudge? Lin Wanqing's voice became increasingly trembling, and her emotions became increasingly agitated. Finally, she threw the needle and thread to the ground, raised her hand, and slapped Guba in the face. Snap, damn it. I'm really just being a bitch. When I saw you rummaging through the trash can like a stray dog, my heart ached like a knife. Guba. What kind of drug did you give me? You've ruined my life. Even though you were such a jerk before. And even though I swore to hate you forever. But seeing you so miserable, I don't know why. Instead of hating you, I actually feel so bad for you. I can't help but want to take care of you. Even though I was hurt by you, I still can't let you go. He. Guba, let alone you, I myself feel like a worthless person. Rumble, when Guba got the answer, he was struck by lightning and frozen place. Lin Wanqing's eyes were red, and she couldn't control her emotions anymore as she spoke. It was as if today, I wanted to vent all the neglect and grievances I had suffered in the past in one breath. Suddenly, she stepped forward and grabbed the man by the collar, tears falling on the back of his hand, and said viciously, if there is an afterlife, Guba, you must love me to the core. Pamper me to the heavens. Give me all your favors. I don't allow you to have any more of that bullshit white moonlight. You are not allowed to look at other women again. Because you owe me this. In your next life, you must serve me like a slave. You have to tell me you love me every day, prepare surprises for me every day, cook for me yourself, kneel on a durian when I'm angry, and hit whoever I point my finger at. Lin Wanqing complained in tears, and her words became more and more outrageous. Guba nodded frantically and promised, crying like a dog. After that night, Guba escaped. It's not that I don't love you, it's that I don't have the face to love you. Just because when Lin Wanqing confessed in tears, Guba's regret reached its peak. He didn't dare to face the woman's tears, didn't dare to respond to her love that was as heavy as Mount Tai, and didn't dare to recall the asshole behavior he had committed. The better she treated him, the more he remembered how he had trampled on her sincerity. I regret it so much. Oh, it's all my fault. Be silent when you shouldn't be silent, be weak when you should be brave. If it weren't for me, if I could do it again, if, so many ifs, maybe if I, unfortunately, there is no if, only the results remain. The result was that he fled from the warm little house in the cover of night, like an incompetent coward and deserter, without even a change of clothes. In the biting cold wind, Guba knelt on the street and kowtowed 3 times towards the rental house. Bang. 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 Wanqing, if there really is a next life, I will make you the happiest woman in the world and give you my most domineering and unconditional love. Even my life is all mine. Memories of past lives now emerged like a tide. Guba's fingertips trembled unconsciously. He hesitated for a moment, walked to the closed door, raised his hand to knock, then hesitated and put it down. Wanqing. His Adam's apple rolled, his voice hoarse. I have completely drawn a line between myself and the Bai family. The house was silent, but he knew she was listening. I was blind before. Guba leaned his forehead against the door and pulled the corner of his mouth in self-mockery. I mistook fish eyes for pearls and treated sincerity as grass. It's only now that I understand who is truly worthy of my love. You're right, I don't deserve love. I also understand your hatred for me. You can choose not to forgive me, but please don't refuse me to be good to you and the children. For example, this house, I will transfer it to your name later. Whether you live in it or not, it's yours. There was still no response from inside the house. Guba took a deep breath and continued, Wanqing, I was wrong before. I was so wrong. I took your love for granted, didn't cherish it, and even trampled it under my feet. I know that no matter what I say now, it will be useless, but I really want to start over with you. Guba leaned against the door, slowly slid down to the ground, and said to himself, there was once a fool who offered his sincerity to me, but I crushed it like garbage. It is the most painful thing in the world to regret after you have lost something. If God could give me a chance to start over, I would tell that girl that I love her. If I had to put a time limit on this love, I would hope it would be, until death. This is the classic line that Zizumbo said to Zhu Beiji in A Chinese Odyssey. In her previous life, Lin Wanqing loved watching this movie the most and had invited him to watch it with her countless times, but he always refused impatiently on the grounds that he was busy with work. Seeing that there was still no response from the bedroom, Guba laughed at himself. Isn't this line cliché? But this is what I'm really thinking right now. Wanqing, please give me a chance to atone for my sins. I want to make it up to you and the kids, not just for a month, but for a lifetime. The sobbing in the bedroom suddenly stopped, replaced by deathly silence. Guba leaned against the door, like a prisoner awaiting trial. I don't know how long it took, there was still no response from inside the house. Guba was not angry either. He stood up suddenly, his eyes becoming fatherly again. I know you're still angry. It's okay. I have plenty of patience to wait for you to calm down. But you remember this, any woman I, Guba, like will never escape in this lifetime. Lin Wanqing, you are mine in life and my ghost in death. I'm going to take you. Don't even think about escaping from my palm in this life, the next life, or eternity. I will keep my promise, love you deeply, pamper you to the heavens, and give you all my favoritism. I will make you the happiest woman in the world and give you my most domineering and unreserved love. Even my life is all mine. Just like what I promised on that cold night in my previous life. In the bedroom, Lin Wanqing curled up on the edge of the bed, biting her lower lip tightly to prevent herself from crying out loud. Outside the door, she actually heard every word Guba said. Liar. Her tears fell silently. You want to lie to me again, but this time, I absolutely will not be fooled again. Having said that, but in her heart, a faint voice emerged from time to time. What if this time it's true? Will he really fall in love with me? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Wanqing shook her head violently, driving this dangerous thought out of her mind. Guba has used the same trick many times, she can't be fooled again. In Guba's heart, there will always be only his white moonlight. Xinyue Bai Jiro is just a stand-in who looks like her, and she, Lin Wanqing, is not even a substitute. After 1 month, we must divorce. She wiped away her tears and murmured to herself, I can't be soft-hearted anymore. But when she stood up, her eyes unconsciously fell on the photo frame on the bedside table that was a photo of her and her 3 children. Without Gubia's eye in the photo, she was smiling reluctantly, with an unremitting sadness hidden in her eyes. Lin Wanqing gently stroked the photo frame, and suddenly remembered the look in Guba's eyes when he saw the children's photos when he first came in today. It was a kind of tenderness and guilt that she had never seen before, and it couldn't be faked. Could it be that he really, no, I can't waver anymore? Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth, put the photo frame on the table, and forced herself to harden her heart. She wiped away her tears and her eyes gradually became firm. This time, she will never be soft-hearted again. After 1 month, I must divorce Guba and never have any contact with him again. However, what she didn't know was, the hot man outside the door also made up his mind. He was domineering and unreasonable and decided to be entangled with her forever. Want a divorce? Dream. No. That's not right. Not even in a dream. The Gulin combination must be locked together forever and ever. Omega, Omega, Chapter 19. I am 33 years old this year, which is the age when I have fair skin, beautiful looks, and am young and pretty. In the Magic City, inside the Lamborghini Forest store, beep, beep, beep. Hearing the shrill busy tone coming from the phone, Baijiro widened her eyes in disbelief. Guba hung up on her. She was always the first one to hang up on Guba, but this was the first time that Lickspittleman took the initiative to hang up. Who gave him the courage? Sister, what's going on? Why do you look so upset? Next to him, a skinny young man with dark bags under his eyes came over. He was Baijiro's younger brother, Bai Ziang. Today he specifically pestered his sister to buy him a Lamborghini, so that he could drive the sports car to a nightclub to pick up girls. That old bastard Guba actually dared to be so mean to me just now. Baijiro gritted her teeth, her delicate face after plastic surgery twisted, and she told Guba about his attitude on the phone. What? Bai Ziang rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arm with a blue dragon tattoo. Is he crazy? How dare he be mean to my sister? What a rebellion! How dare this old bootlicker bite his master? Who does he think he is? Although over the years, Bai Ziang spent all his food, drink, defecation, urination, picking up girls and having fun with Guba's money, but in his eyes, Guba was nothing more than an old and stupid ATM machine, not worthy of being his brother-in-law. Ro, what's going on? Who bullied you? At this time, a middle-aged couple who looked to be in their 50s heard the noise and came over. The man was fat, with a face full of flesh. He wore an ill-fitting suit and a big gold chain around his neck. He looked like a nouveau riche. The woman looked sarcastic and had gold rings on all 10 of her fingers, as if she was afraid that others would not know that she was rich. The couple are Baijiro's parents, Bai Hongfei and Huang Yumei. Dad, Mom. I don't know what's wrong with that old man. He actually dared to be so mean to me just now. Baijiro's face darkened as she shook her hair irritably. And because I said a few bad things about that bitch Lin Wanqing, she threatened to pull out my tongue. What? That bastard. Huang Yumei instantly exploded. I'm giving him face, right? How dare you bully my precious daughter like this? Bai Hongfei frowned and said in a deep voice, Ro, did you make Guba angry again? I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Guba is still the CEO of Gu Corporation. You should be more careful with your words and stop being so willful. As soon as these words came out, Baijiro stamped her feet and screamed in dissatisfaction at Dad. Why are you speaking for an outsider? It's obvious that he's the one who suddenly went crazy. It's not that I'm helping outsiders, it's that our family can't do without Gu's support right now. Bai Hongfei rubbed his hands together, his tone filled with worry. Have you forgotten how our company got started? Without Guba, we would go bankrupt in a matter of minutes. The Bai family was originally just an ordinary working-class family in a small county town. The Gu family is a top-tier billionaire family in Shanghai, mainly engaged in real estate. Although the real estate industry has been increasingly sluggish in recent years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and the Gu family is still a behemoth in the eyes of countless forces. The reason why the Bai family can now establish the Bai Group is that they can make tens of millions of dollars every year without doing anything, all thanks to Guba's brainless blood transfusions over the years. The project was given by Gu's, the funds were provided by Gu's, and even many customers only cooperated with the Bai family because of Gu's reputation. To put it bluntly, the Bai family is like a blood-sucking worm parasitic on the Gu Group. Without Guba, their true colors will be exposed immediately and they won't even be able to get enough water. The other side, facing the worry shown by her old father, Baijiro curled her lips in disdain. Dad, you're just worrying about nothing. Guba is just a dog at my feet. How can a dog leave its master? Just rest assured. That's right. Bai Ziang boasted proudly, I just need to beckon him with my finger, and he'll come running back. Huang Yumei nodded in agreement. That's right. My Ruru is so beautiful, it's a blessing for Guba to fall in love with her. He still dares to show such disdain? Ruru, leave him alone for a few days and let him know how powerful you are. Bai Hongfei was still feeling uneasy and said, Ro, I feel that Guba's attitude this time is not right. You should, Dad. You're just such a coward. Baizhiro interrupted impatiently, raised her chin, and said confidently, Guba proposed to me a while ago, but I rejected him. This time you've come up with such a low-level trick, trying to play hard to get and force me into submission. Unfortunately, I saw it right away. The reason he deliberately defended that old woman, Lin Wanqing, on the phone was to get my attention and make me jealous and care more about him. Oh, a naive and childish man. Baizhiro lifted her hair and gave a contemptuous smile that showed she was confident of victory. Bai Ziyang immediately flattered him. A sister is right. That old man is a slut. The more I lick him, the more excited he gets. Huang Yumei also laughed. Then let's ignore him and buy a car first. Ruru, what do you think of this Lamborghini? Baizhiro glanced at it and frowned in disdain. It's too cheap, only 8 million, it's not worthy of my brother's status at all. It's not our family's money anyway, so of course I have to buy the most expensive thing here. Who made Guba angry just now? This is the price he has to pay for it. Dad, Mom. You guys pick one each later, don't miss out. Sis, you still love me the most. Bai Ziyang's face flushed as he pointed at a high-tech Lamborghini and said excitedly, this one. Matte green, so cool, good. Baizhiro turned around and beckoned the sales manager with a proud expression, we want that green Aventador. Full payment. Charge it to Gu's account. The sales manager smiled apologetically, Miss Bai has excellent taste. But the price of this poison is 30 million. This figure needs to be confirmed by Mr. Gu himself. Confirm what? Baizhiro sneered, I'm willing to spend his money, it's his honor. After saying that, she took out Gu's black card, slammed it on the table, and said with full energy, you brush. This is a willful attitude that shows that money is not valued at all. It instantly attracted the envious and jealous gazes of countless people in the exhibition hall. After realizing this, everyone in the Bai family unconsciously looked up to the sky and became overwhelmed with vanity. It feels so good. The sales manager respectfully took the black card and swiped it lightly on the POS machine. Ding dee, the next second, a shrill prompt sound rang out. Sorry, Miss Bai, the sales manager said, looking a little embarrassed. It seems your card is frozen? How is that possible? Baijiro's smile froze, and she quickly pulled out a credit card from her bag and threw it over. There must be something wrong with your crappy machine. Try this one. Didi, the result is still payment failure. Baijiro blushed and tried several cards in succession, but all of them showed frozen status without exception. The atmosphere in the car showroom suddenly froze. Sister. Bai Ziyang, who was overjoyed and then sad, was still thinking about his luxury car, my Lamborghini. But at this moment, Baijiro had no mood to care about him and hurriedly dialed the bank number. The reply she received made her feel like she was falling into an ice cave. Frowny face. I'm sorry, Ms. Bai, all your accounts and bank cards provided by the Gu Group have been frozen. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She screamed, that old guy, how dare he do this to me? Did he think I would compromise and marry him by using such despicable means? Wishful thinking. Baijiro's face was distorted and she angrily cursed Guba. Of course, she didn't believe that the other party could really let her go. He must want to forcibly occupy her in this way. What a despicable and shameless man. Little did she know that this method would only make her hate the other person even more. Guba, you will definitely regret this. She stared at the several frozen bank cards in her hand with a vicious look in her eyes. Don't even think I'll forgive you this time. At this time, the rest of the Bai family looked at each other. I don't know, things are getting out of control. In order not to lose her current wealth and splendor, Huang Yumei panicked and immediately persuaded her daughter, Ro, I'm not forcing you to do that. But everything our family has now depends on Guba. I think he seems to be really angry this time. How about, you go and apologize to him? Apologize? Baijiro's voice suddenly rose as if she had heard a huge joke. Why? Mom. How could you let me apologize to Guba? Give him face? He's the only one who's ever been on his knees begging for my forgiveness. Don't worry, I'm his white moonlight, he can't live without me. He's playing hard to get this time. If I compromise first, won't he completely control me later? A dog that licks the sack wants to turn over and become the master? Never dream. Having said that, Baijiro raised her chin proudly, revealing the pure face that she had spent millions to create, which looked very similar to Xin Yue. This first love face is her confidence in conquering men and her trump card for remaining invincible. Bai Ziyang, standing aside, echoed without thinking, that's right. My sister is so beautiful now, the people chasing after her can line up from the Huangpu River to Paris. Who the hell is Guba? He's just an old man. Without him, my sister can always hook up with other wealthy men. Hearing this, Bai Hongfei on the side hesitated to speak. As the head of the family, he knew very well why Guba indulged his daughter without any bottom line. If it were any other rich man, there would be no chance at all, forget it. He was also aware of the Bai family's current situation. The so-called Bai group was completely dependent on the Gu group and had no independent business. Once they lose Guba's support, they will immediately be reduced to their original state. Therefore, we must cling to the Gu group tightly and not allow any mistakes. Ro. He carefully considered his words and tried to persuade her kindly. Didn't Guba propose to you before? How about, you just agree to it first? Dad. Baijiro stomped her feet angrily. How many times have I told you this? Marriage is a serious matter, and it should be based on mutual consent. I can't just marry someone because they like me. Besides, I'm not a vulgar gold digger. If I casually agree to a man's proposal, someone who doesn't know me might think I'm after the Gu family's wealth. Besides, he's a 3-married old man, and he wants to marry me, a first married virgin. If he doesn't ask for 99 plus marriages, he won't be able to win my heart. Huang Yumei thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she nodded and said, indeed, Aurora was only 33 years old this year. She is young and beautiful, with fair skin and beautiful looks. She is at the most delicate period of a woman's life. And what about the old man? He's 45 years old this year, 12 years older than Roro, and he's also fathered so many children, my poor daughter. Once she gets married, she'll become a stepmother to several ungrateful men. If it's too easy for Guba to get his hands on her, he'll definitely not cherish her, but. Bai Hongfei was still feeling uneasy. Our Bai group is now completely dependent on Gu's financial support. What if? Bai Ziang sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked disdainful. Dad. What are you worried about? That old bootlicker Guba can't live without my sister. You don't know, he even helped me pay back the 20 million I owed from gambling just to please my sister. If you leave this spineless old man alone for a few days, I guarantee he'll come back and lick your ass. Guba's obedience over the years has truly given the Bai family endless confidence and courage. Even Bai Hongfei, who was a little uneasy at first, gradually calmed down and showed a greedy smile. That's true. Guba has given our family at least hundreds of millions of dollars over the years. This is enough to prove that he is serious about Roro. But Sharo, you have to be careful not to agree to his request too easily, but you also can't push him too far, Dad. Don't worry, I'm the best at walking the dog. Baijiro proudly raised her phone. I'm going to post a circle of friends right now, with an intimate photo of me and another man. I guarantee that when Guba sees this, he'll immediately crawl back to me like a dog and beg me. She skillfully opened the photo editing software and edited a photo of herself and a male model, making their faces close to each other, then paired with NetEase Cloud Literature frowny face. Some people don't know how to cherish, so don't blame others for taking advantage of you. Alas, in the end, I took it all on by myself. Click send. Ding, Baijiro confidently put away her phone, feeling extremely proud. Just wait, in less than half an hour, Guba will call you urgently. When the time comes, I will make him kneel for 3 days and 3 nights and beg for my forgiveness. This time, not only do I want him to restore all the bank cards in my name, but I also want him to transfer half of the shares of Gu Group to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even look at him straight in the eye, leaving him anxious like a teddy dog that has lost its owner. Ha! Upon hearing this, Bai Hongfei and his family laughed in laughter, as if they had seen countless banknotes waving at them. Chapter 20 The Gaze of Fatherly Love, also known as The Gaze of Seven Wolves. At the same time, when Aunt Zhou returned to Lin Wanqing's house with the red book in her pocket, Guba was smoking in silence facing the bedroom door. The white mist of nicotine lingered on his angular face, making his black eyes look even deeper. Mr. Gu, I'm ready. Aunt Zhou handed over the property certificate like a treasure. The transfer can be made at any time. Guba put out his cigarette and knocked on the closed bedroom door with his knuckles. Lin Wanqing, come out and sign. Quiet. The house was as quiet as a tomb. Lin Wanqing. He raised his voice. I'll say it again, come out and sign. There was still no movement inside the door. Guba's face instantly darkened, and the veins in his temples throbbed. In his life, he had never been so humble in front of anyone, except the little woman behind the door. Finally, a hint of violence flashed in Guba's eyes, and his patience was completely exhausted. Woman, if you were trying to irritate me on purpose. Well, you succeeded. But you can't afford the consequences of angering me. Finished. He took 2 steps back, raised his foot wearing high-end leather shoes, and kicked the old wooden door hard. Bang! The dilapidated wooden door shattered with a loud noise, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Lin Wanqing screamed repeatedly, and shot up from the bedside, looking at Guba, who broke into the room in disbelief. Are you crazy? Guba ignored the woman's screams, strode forward, and grabbed her wrist. I asked you to sign, don't you understand what I'm saying? Lin Wanqing struggled hard, but was held firmly by the man's iron-like hands. Let me go. I said, I don't want your charity. Guba turned a deaf ear to her and dragged her directly to the living room, pressed her in front of the coffee table, and forcefully stuffed the pen into her hand, roaring to the sky, sign. Sign quickly. Sign quickly. Are you going to sign or not? No. I won't. I just won't. I will never sign it even if I die. Lin Wanqing turned her face away stubbornly and gritted her teeth to hold on. You'd rather die than sign? Guba narrowed his eyes, suddenly leaned forward, and breathed hotly into the woman's ear. You can pretend to be noble, but what about the children? Do you want Wan to be displaced with you again just after she gets used to the kindergarten? To live that kind of nomadic life? These words were like a sharp sword, piercing Lin Wanqing's softest spot. Her whole body froze, and the innocent smiling face of her little daughter appeared before her eyes. As a mother, what she cares about most is the safety of her children. Thinking of the hardships of moving around with the children over the past 3 years, her determination began to waver. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Guba slowed down his tone, but still said, "This house is transferred to your name and will belong to you and the children forever. Even if we divorce in a month, it will still be yours. Just think of it as my compensation to the children. After they sign, at least they can have a stable home from now on." Hearing this, Lin Wanqing bit her lower lip, and a look of struggle flashed in her eyes. Finally, she compromised, picked up the pen and signed her name on the contract, her voice hoarse. "You owe it to the kids. Don't think I'll be grateful to you." Guba shrugged nonchalantly. "Whatever. Bite. Congratulations to the host, Dad Linjiao AI, for his success. Reward, 10 times cashback. 10 million Balan gold has been transferred to your bank card." Hearing the system prompt sound that suddenly appeared in his mind, Guba raised his eyebrows, feeling quite unhappy. "Am I short of these 10 million people? What's the use of my money? System, can you reward something more tangible?" A ding. "Sorry. The rewards in this system are distributed randomly, and there is no way to specify the prizes." Ding. "It is recommended that the host visit other people more often to accumulate visitation points. The more successful visits you make, the more rewards you will receive that satisfy the host." A burst of crackling system notification sounds made Guba's head buzz. He already suffered from mania, and he couldn't control his temper all of a sudden, and angrily scolded the system in his heart. "Fuck, so noisy. You're such an incompetent bastard, all you know how to do is make excuses. I don't want this 10 million, take it back. So what if it's the system? If you make me unhappy, I'll still come to you. You useless thing, I really don't know what use you are to me. Retreat from the court. Bite. Congratulations to the host for the success of the Dad Lin system. Gain special concept skills. Father's gaze, also known as Seven Wolves gaze. Skill description: frowny face. When encountering the target of his gaze, he will feel his father's majesty and relive the fear of being dominated by his father, the Seven Wolves, as a child. Skill effect, psychological level. The target will instantly develop the illusion of being a turkey son, and may even subconsciously straighten their back, fearing they might be misunderstood as an unfilial son. Physiologically, my back felt cold, my hands and feet were stiff, and I felt as if someone would grab my ears and call me a bastard any second. Behavioral level, unconsciously shrinking the neck, lowering the head, and even having a strange urge to kneel down and admit the mistake. Ha! This is also possible? The Dad Lin system was taken down by my dad. Guba raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. After glancing at the skill introduction column of Father's Gaze, he was barely satisfied. At least it interested him more than the simple monetary reward. It seems that this junk thing can still occasionally produce some good things. Dad's system. And at this time, Aunt Jo watched Lin Wanqing sign her name in humiliation, secretly clicking her tongue and staring in amazement. Isn't this development too dramatic? Are you two acting out a domineering boss skit here, chasing wife to the crematorium? Oh no. Could I be part of your couple's play? However, no matter how much we complain, we still have to get our work done. Half an hour later, the property was successfully transferred to Lin Wanqing's name, and Aunt Jo also received a payment of 1 million yuan. Looking at the arrival notification on her mobile phone, Aunt Jo was both excited and a little disappointed. After all, it is an old house passed down from her ancestors, carrying too many of her childhood memories. Thinking back to when her parents were still alive, she grew up. Here, can I walk around the house? She pleaded quietly. After all, I've lived here for decades. Guba, who was studying the skill of Father's Gaze, waved his hand casually as a sign of tacit agreement. So, Aunt Jo, with a complicated heart, stood up and walked around the house, gently stroking the mottled walls, tears welling up in her eyes. "Goodbye, my girlhood that I can never go back to." Oh, finally, Aunt Jo sighed, picked up her bag and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she patted the back of Lin Wanqing's hand, who had come out to see her off, and advised earnestly, "Xiao Lin, Auntie has lived for so many years, and she is still very good at judging people. No matter what grudges you had with that man before, at least he has you in his heart now. He may be a little overbearing and impatient, but it's not a big deal. It's been too hard for you to raise the child alone these past few years. It's time to find a man to rely on. I think that guy is pretty good. He's willing to spend money and time on you. Just give him a chance." Didn't you see the tender look in his eyes when he first mentioned the child? It couldn't be fake. Men, no matter how hard their hearts are, they will always be soft towards their own flesh and blood. Hey, think about it carefully. Your aunt is gone. After saying that, Aunt Jo sighed, shook her head, and left, as if she had made up her mind. She never looked back again, and headed towards the peak of her old age. Chapter 21. Dad comes to the rental house, a brand new home. Looking at Aunt Jo's departing back, Lin Wanqing clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, muttering to himself, "You are wrong, Aunt Jo." In his heart, only Shin Yoyue's child is worthy of being called his own flesh and blood. And my 3 children are nothing more than accidents that shouldn't exist, in his eyes. Then, she closed the door and turned to look at Guba, who was looking around the room, her tone as cold as ice. Mr. Gu. You've signed everything. When do you plan to leave? Guba ignored her completely, walking around the room with his hands in his pockets, his sharp eyes sweeping over the mottled walls, yellowed curtains, and creaking old furniture. TSK, sliding his slender fingers across the peeling paint on the wall, he frowned in disdain. You live in a doghouse, right? Is this really suitable for human habitation? I never thought that I, Guba, would one day end up living in such a shabby place. Lin Wanqing's eyes widened. You? What do you mean? Literally. Guba turned around and said as if it was a matter of course, we are husband and wife, so of course we have to live together. But if I ask you to move to the Gu family manor now, you will definitely refuse to do so. There's no other way. I can only settle for the next best thing. I'll just have to put up with it and move in with you. You don't have to be too touched. I owe you this. Guba glanced at the woman indifferently, as if announcing a business decision that could not be questioned. No. Absolutely not. Are you crazy? You must be kidding. I don't agree. Lin Wanqing was stunned as if struck by lightning. She shook her head in panic and made up an excuse. There are 3 children at home and there is not enough room, huh? Guba sneered, his eyes suddenly sharp. Do you think I don't know anything? Nan Yen and Beichin don't even live at home. Usually it's just you and Wan Wan here. It's more than enough for me to move in. Lin Wanqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and she was choked and speechless. I didn't expect that others knew my background so clearly. Just as she was racking her brains to think of a solution, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. At first, Lin Wanqing thought it was Aunt Zhou who had returned, but she was stunned when she opened the door. A young man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses stood outside the door, followed by a dozen uniformed workers, each of whom was carrying various high-end furniture. You guys are. Lin Wanqing was so shocked that her voice changed. Hello, ma'am. I'm Lin Zhou, Mr. Gu's special assistant. The young man pushed his glasses and respectfully handed over a list. The president ordered us to come and replace all the old furniture here. Assistant Lin, hurry up. Guba's lazy voice came from inside the house. Hurry and replace all these junk. Yes, President. Watching the workers file in, Lin Wanqing was stunned, trembling with anger and shouting, Guba, what on earth do you want to do? Renovation. Guba looked puzzled. Your place is so shabby that even dogs hate it. How can I live here if you don't renovate it? Who do you think I am? I can't live in such a bad house. All this furniture needs to be replaced with new ones. He strode towards the humming old refrigerator in the corner and pointed at it with his fingertips in disgust. For example, this piece of broken copper and iron. The cooling is poor, the power consumption is high, the noise is loud, and there is not even a smart temperature control. Do you know what I changed for you? Guba snapped his fingers, and 2 workers immediately brought over a smart refrigerator with 3 doors and covered in gold. German Lieber, 0-degree freshness technology, smart connectivity, and voice control. The market price is 180,000, and with a built-in ice maker and LCD screen, that's enough to buy 100 of these second-hand junk like yours. Lin Wanqing stamped her feet anxiously. So what? I don't care. I've only used this refrigerator for a year. I bought it at the second-hand market for 800. Why would you change it when everything is fine? I don't agree. She bought this second-hand refrigerator by saving money. Although the shell is yellowed and makes a lot of noise when cooling, it is usable. She doesn't want the broken refrigerator that Guba bought. Guba sneered and commanded the workers in a domineering manner, throw it away. Get a new one. 2 strong men immediately stepped forward, quickly unplugged the power supply, and carried the old refrigerator out. Another group of workers skillfully installed the brand new smart refrigerator. Ding, Dad's on duty plus 20. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth, but was powerless to stop it. Seeing that the dogman had set his eyes on the washing machine at home again, he rushed over and hugged it tightly. Wait. You can't throw this away. This is my birthday gift from Aunt Zhou. Guba narrowed his eyes and looked at the old-fashioned yellow double-tub washing machine. A birthday present? That's it? Do I have to change the water manually to wash clothes? It doesn't even have the most basic drying function? What kind of garbage is this? He held his forehead speechlessly and raised his hand to signal. The workers immediately brought in a silver-gray drone washing machine. Kasaru Twin Clouds, Zone Washing and Care, AI-powered intelligent delivery. Do you know how much it costs? Guba leaned close to the woman's ear in a nasty tone. 168,000. That's enough for that stingy old woman to work as a hand washer for the rest of her life. Ding, Dad's on duty plus 20. You. Lin Wanqing was so angry that her eyes turned red, but she saw Guba walking towards the bedroom and pointing at the door that he had kicked in pieces before. Look at the quality of this crap. I can be broken into pieces with just a light kick. How can we guarantee our safety? The quality is too poor, it must be replaced. Replace it with an armored security door made of bulletproof material. What kind of good person would violently kick down a door for no reason? Lin Wanqing screamed madly, except you, a lunatic. Guba turned a deaf ear and directed the workers to measure the size of the doorframe. Soon, a heavy solid wood composite door was brought in. The seller boasted that it could withstand the impact of a small nuclear explosion. Ding, Dad's on duty plus 20. In the following time, Lin Wanqing's protests were completely ignored. Like an arbitrary tyrant, Guba carried out a comprehensive renovation of her residence on his own. The paint chipping and moldy wardrobe was replaced with a solid wood cloakroom imported from Italy. The squeaky children's bed has been replaced with an intelligently adjustable space capsule sleeping system. Even the pots and pans she had used for 3 years were not spared. How can you use these broken dishes for eating? Change it to a complete set of French crema enamel series. The most outrageous thing is that Guba even refused to let go of her toothbrush. How dare you use this 9.9 yuan worth of toothbrush? He pinched the pink toothbrush in disgust and threw it into the trash can. I replaced it with a Philips Diamond Series 1 with a UV disinfection box. That was something I saved up for a long time with shopping points. Lin Wanqing was almost mad with anger. Guba turned a deaf ear and continued with his dad-style renovation. In my mind, the system kept ringing, ding. Dad's presence plus 20, Dad's value plus 20, Dad is on duty. When the workers tried to move the faded fabric sofa in the living room, Lin Wanqing finally couldn't sit still anymore. Guba! That's enough. She forcefully stood in front of the sofa. My children and I picked this together. It contains precious memories, so don't move it. Just this low-quality filling? Guba sneered and ripped open the sofa cover, revealing the yellowed cotton inside. Do you know how bad this stuff is for children's respiratory tract? Hearing this, Lin Wanqing was stunned and stood up and stepped aside in shame. This concerns the children's physical and mental health, so she cannot help but pay attention to it. That's right, someone come here. Guba raised the corner of his mouth maliciously and snapped his fingers. 4 workers immediately brought in a set of imported leather sofas. Italian Minotti, full-grain cowhide leather, ergonomic design 150000. That's enough to buy a truckload of this crap, right? Lin Wanqing. She watched with heartache as the old things that had accompanied her for several years were taken away one by one. She wanted to stand up and stop them many times, but was politely and firmly pushed away by the workers. When she saw Guba about to touch her bed, she finally couldn't help but explode. Stop it. I just bought this bed last month, it's 99% new. It's definitely still usable. Guba was directing the workers to install the new bed. Hearing this, he didn't even turn around. Being able to use it and being useful are two different things. My wife and children, Guba, naturally want to sleep in the most comfortable and softest bed in the world. Who is your wife? Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth and retorted loudly, we have already signed the divorce agreement. The cooling off period is 1 month. Guba finally turned around, a dangerous glint flashing in his dark eyes. For this month, you are still my legal wife and my property. He took a step closer, looking down at her from his 1.9 meter height, and I have a principle, my things must enjoy the best material conditions. Lin Wanqing was forced to take a half step back by the man's powerful aura, but she still raised her head stubbornly, I'm not yours. Guba suddenly smiled, and that smile was filled with the confidence of a person who is determined to win. You will know later whether you are. Lin Wanqing bit her lower lip tightly, remained silent, and resisted silently. This bastard, always so overbearing, so unreasonable. After 1 hour, the primary renovation project was successfully completed. In a dilapidated rental house. This time, it is filled with various high-end furniture that are out of place, leather sofa, solid wood dining table, smart home appliances. Even the bathroom has been replaced with a smart AI toilet that automatically flushes your butt after you poop. The once shabby 2-bedroom apartment has now completely changed. Lin Wanqing stood in the center of the newly renovated living room, feeling as if she were in another world. The simple little house where she had lived for 3 years suddenly became a little unfamiliar under Guba's financial offensive. Satisfied? She glared at Guba, her eyes red. Is this the home you want, bought with money? Guba silently put out his cigar, walked up to her, and stroked her cheek with his fingertips. Actually, what I want is never a house with luxurious features. It's about you and the children living a decent life. You can hate me, but you must accept my compensation. I've said before that I will make up for all the suffering you've endured over the years, little by little. Let's start with this house and new furniture. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth and slapped the man's hand away, tears of stubbornness flashing in her eyes. Stop being so hypocritical. Do you think you can use money to erase everything you've done? No. Guba nodded in acknowledgement, which was rare. But at least this is a start. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing's heart trembled violently. She looked at this overbearing and unreasonable man, and suddenly couldn't tell whether he was making amends or continuing to control her life in another way. Chapter 22. Dad is in the kindergarten. So what if there are kids? Dad is still in the kindergarten. Facing Guba's burning gaze, Lin Wanqing subconsciously avoided his gaze, turned around to pick up her bag, and said in a cold and distant voice, it's getting late. I have to go pick up Wan from kindergarten. As for you, you disappeared for 3 years and suddenly reappeared. the kids won't accept you at all. Especially late at night, she doesn't have even the slightest memory of you as her father. So, I suggest you leave as soon as possible, no one in this house will welcome you. Hearing this, Guba's Adam's apple rolled, and a trace of barely perceptible guilt flashed across his dark eyes. He was indeed an unqualified father. In his previous life, he gave all his favor to Shin Yoyu as children and ignored his 3 biological children. As a result, Won is 5 years old this year, but has never had the role of father in his life. Therefore, it is normal for children to hate him and not accept him. But who is Guba? He is a man who dares to challenge even the system. The boss's inherent pride doesn't allow him to show weakness. I will make the children accept me again. Just wait and see, our family will be very happy in the future. The words haven't been finished yet, Lin Wanqing sneered, and the mockery in her eyes was as piercing as an icicle. Oh, a family? Guba, have you forgotten? The children born to Shin Yue are your family? They are the treasures of your heart. These 3 of my family are just what you call accidents. She gets angry when she talks about this. Guba treats her as a substitute for Bai Yue Guan. He doesn't give her any love, but requires her to sleep with him every day. Every time I make her back ache, she always says, I have a big demand, you have to bear with it. The most hateful thing is that they still refuse to wear condoms. When asked, they just say it's uncomfortable, you can't buy extra large sizes on the market, you should take some medicine. It was ridiculous that she naively thought that having a child would tie the heart of the scumbag, and she deliberately refused to take the medicine afterwards, which led to 3 consecutive accidents. Faced with the ridicule, Guba's face instantly darkened. Feeling a little embarrassed, he became angry and said, don't mention the past anymore. Anyway, I have my own way to make the children recognize me as their father again. Lin Wanqing heard this and a hint of sarcasm appeared on her lips. Just you? Who can't brag? Won has been shy since she was little. Even her kindergarten teacher would spend a month with her before she would get close to her. Do you think she'll suddenly call a stranger daddy? Get close to you? Dream on. The more Lin Wanqing spoke, the brighter her eyes became, and she realized that this was a good opportunity to drive Guba away. She knew Wan's character best, and it was impossible for her to accept a stranger in one day, even if they were related by blood. How about, we make a bet? Guba raised his eyebrows. What are you betting on? Lin Wanqing narrowed her eyes, a hint of cunning flashing in them. Let's bet on whether you can make Wan take the initiative to get close to you and call you dad affectionately today. If you can't do that, leave immediately and never think of moving in here again. Guba sneered, a dangerous aura spreading around him. This ungrateful woman, you actually want to drive him away in this way, but who is afraid of whom? Okay. Guba raised the corners of his lips, lifted Lin Wanqing's chin with his slender fingers, and showed a determined smile. If I had done it, I want you to take the initiative to kiss me. He originally wanted to make some more excessive demands, but considering Lin Wanqing's current resistance, he decided to proceed step by step. After all, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, there is always a long way to go, you shameless. Lin Wanqing's pupils suddenly shrank and her cheeks turned red instantly. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, but then she thought Wan is so shy, how could she possibly accept a strange father within a day? She is sure to win this bet, make a deal. Lin Wanqing nodded in agreement, as if she had already seen the scene of Guba leaving in disgrace, and she was secretly happy in her heart. Finally I can get rid of this plague, but for some reason, a sense of inexplicable loss suddenly arose in my heart. Fortunately, she realized it instantly and quickly killed this dangerous and ridiculous idea, warning herself not to be deceived by this man again. Lin Wanqing, wake up, stop being humble and fawning and being anyone's substitute. Let's go pick up the kids. She grabbed the keys in a distracted manner and prepared to go out, but was stopped by Guba. What's the rush? The man strode towards the small bedroom that was Gu Xingwan's room. He pushed open the door and looked around the simple space, a single bed with peeling paint, a small desk bought from a second-hand market, and a few faded stickers on the wall. Wan has always wanted a princess room, right? Lin Wanqing was stunned. How do you know? My daughter does often talk about wanting a pink princess room, but how could Guba? Could it be that he has been secretly keeping an eye on them, mother and son, all these years? No, it's impossible. While her thoughts were racing, Guba had already pulled out his phone. Linzhou, contact the most professional and top interior design team in the country immediately. I want to transform my little daughter's room into a fairy tale world in the shortest possible time, using the best materials and at the fastest speed. After hanging up the phone, Guba glanced at the model wall and clicked his tongue in disgust. He turned back to look at Lin Wanqing, who was standing at the doorway. Wan likes pink the most, right? And Disney princesses? Lin Wanqing's lips trembled slightly. You have been monitoring us for the past 3 years? Guba shrugged and said nothing. I remember in my previous life, when I was in contact with my youngest daughter, she had mentioned more than once that her biggest dream was to have a castle princess room, like in fairy tales. Unfortunately, until his death, he was unable to fulfill his daughter's little wish. After his rebirth, the first thing he wanted to do to make up for his little daughter was naturally to realize her princess dream. Half an hour later. A team of professional designers rushed over with materials and tools. Guba personally supervised the transformation of the small bedroom into a dreamy fairy tale kingdom. The walls are painted a soft pink purple, and starry skylights are installed on the ceiling. The single bed was replaced with a princess canopy bed, hung with tulle and starlights. A mini dressing table sits in the corner, its frame studded with crystals. Even the floor is covered with soft shag carpet, which feels like walking on clouds. Lin Wanqing stood at the door, watching the magical transformation before her eyes, her heart pounding, and she was in shock and confusion. The layout of this room is exactly as Wanwan described. She could even imagine, when Wanwan gets home later, she'll see that happy smile filled with surprise. You. Her voice tightened. Why do you know so much about Wanwan's preferences? Guba was adjusting the nightlight on the bedside. He turned around and looked at her. Is this important? What really matters is whether Wanwan likes it or not. Then he put down the lamp and walked in front of Lin Wanqing, his tall figure looming over her. Let's go. Now, let's go to the kindergarten to pick up our baby. Lin Wanqing blushed and pushed him away. Who told you we? Remember our bet. Also, don't say I didn't warn you. Wanwan will never accept you just based on this room. Give up on this idea. After saying this, she fled away, feeling extremely confused. Why does Guba know Wanwan's wish? Why does he look so determined? Could it be that he has been secretly watching over them and their son for the past 3 years? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. This cold-blooded man, apart from his white moonlight, how could he possibly care about the life and death of us mother and son? Even so, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Before leaving, Guba asked curiously, by the way, what's the name of the kindergarten you go to last night? Futaba Kindergarten. Lin Wanqing, who was in a state of confusion, answered casually. Futaba. Guba was stunned for a moment. He remembered the news from his previous life. There seems to be a report that the owner of this Xuanye kindergarten made a fortune after accidentally digging up some extremely valuable antiques from the ground. Chapter 23 Guba, who the hell said my daughter has no father? Stand up, Futaba Kindergarten, school is over. I in the large classroom. 5-year-old Gu Xingwan stood in the middle of the classroom, clenching his fists and confronting someone. Today she was wearing a pair of pink overalls, her 2 pigtails were sticking up in anger, and her delicate little face was flushed red. She stamped her feet and said in a fierce voice, yes. There are Ultramen in this world. My dad is one. Across from him, the chubby little boy crossed his arms, looking disdainful. Wanwan is lying. There is no Ultraman in this world. Ultraman is fake. My brother said it's just a TV show. That's not the case. Gu Xingwan's eyes turned red with anxiety. My mother is right, she said my dad is Ultraman and he went to fight monsters and save the world. In the classroom, a dozen children gathered in a circle, looking at Gu Xingwan and then at Xiaoxiong. Not knowing who to believe, young teacher Fong stood aside to mediate, rubbing his temples with a headache. The dispute originated during the free time before school. Xiaoxiong accidentally asked Gu Xingwan, why have you never seen your father come to take you home? At that time, Gu Xingwan proudly puffed out her chest, because my dad is the legendary Ultraman. He's usually busy saving the world, so he can't come get me right now. He'll be back once he defeats all the monsters. This innocent answer immediately caused Xiaoxiong to laugh exaggeratedly. Ha ha, you're 5 years old, why are you still so naive? You even believe things that are meant to trick children? You don't even have a father, yet you imagine he's Ultraman. I'm dying of laughter. Gu Xingwan's little face turned red in an instant, and she didn't know how to refute. She had indeed never seen her father. Every time I ask my mom, she always says that my dad is out fighting monsters or busy saving the world. She always believed it, because that's what mom said. Mom would never lie to her. I have a father. Gu Xingwan raised her head stubbornly, her voice trembling slightly. He's just busy protecting humans, so busy for 5 years that you don't even go home? Anyone who believes that is a fool. Xiaoxiong sneered, my dad is busy with work, but he comes to pick me up every day. Where's your dad? Faced with the ridicule of his classmates, Gu Xingwan's eyes suddenly turned red. The children around were also whispering curiously, Wanwan, it seems like she really doesn't have a father. I heard from my mother that her father doesn't want her anymore. No wonder her mother always comes to pick her up alone. Wanwan is so pitiful without a father. When teacher Fong heard the noise, he came over to mediate immediately. Children, stop quarreling. When she learned the reason, she couldn't help but look at Gu Xingwan with heartache. This child is usually well-behaved and sensible, but he is extremely stubborn about the fact that his father is Ultraman. As a qualified adult, she naturally knew that Ultraman was fictional and was a cartoon made in Japan to sell toys and make money. There is no Ultraman in this world. But looking at Gu Xingwan's stubborn and expectant eyes, she really couldn't bear to expose this beautiful lie. As the two children quarreled more and more fiercely, it had now reached a white-hot stage. If you have the guts, ask your dad to come pick you up. Xiaoxiong challenged proudly, if you can call your Ultraman dad, I will believe you. Otherwise, you are a little liar. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingwan fell silent. She clenched her fists, tears welled up in her big eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. She also wants her father to pick her up, even just once. But, I'm not a little liar. Gu Xingwan was losing confidence and was still trying to refute, my dad is just very busy. He has to fight a lot of monsters. Nonsense. You're just a wild child without a father. Stop making excuses. Anyway, my dad comes to pick me up every day. But your dad never comes, so he must not want you anymore. The little boy was showing off proudly, with shit spitting out of his mouth. His words were like a knife, stabbing into Gu Xingwan's heart. She was so angry that her mouth trembled constantly, but she didn't know how to fight back. Yes, why doesn't dad ever come to see her? Do you really not want her anymore? She has indeed never seen Ultraman, nor her father. Could it be that her mother really lied to her? But my mom said that my dad is Ultraman, fighting monsters far away. When he has defeated all the monsters, he will come back on a colorful cloud to pick her up. Now every night, she goes to sleep with her Ultraman doll in her arms. Under the pillow, there is a picture of Ultraman Dad. That's what she imagined her father to look like. Or there is light, armor, and he smiles at her. My dad won't abandon me and mom. Gu Xingwan was still stubborn, but her voice was filled with tears and her shoulders were shaking slightly. He will come back sooner or later. I believe in him. Boast. Xiao Xiong made a face. You don't even have a father. This sentence was like a needle, instantly piercing through the armor that Gu Xingwan had built with fantasy. Her tears fell with a plop sound, hitting the picture of Ultraman and blurring the color of the crayon. The atmosphere in the classroom froze for a moment. Some soft-hearted little girls even started wiping away their tears out of sympathy. Even Xiaoxiong felt a little regretful after he finished speaking, and twisted his fingers nervously. Teacher Fong squatted down distressfully and gently hugged Gu Xingwan. Wan, don't cry, don't cry. Let's not talk about this anymore, okay? Let me tell you a new story. No. Gu Xingwan suddenly broke free from the teacher's arms, raised her little face, and a determined light flashed in her eyes. My dad really is Ultraman. He's just too busy. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and finally she began to talk to herself. Mom won't lie to me. Dad will definitely come back. I'm not a wild child without a father. My father is a hero who saved the world. He just hasn't come back yet. At the classroom door, some parents who came to pick up their children witnessed the scene and couldn't help feeling sad. Some mothers from single-parent families even wiped away tears out of empathy. Among them, Xiaoxiong's father, a burly middle-aged man, was so angry that he picked up his son and spanked him after learning the whole story. You little bastard. You don't believe in light? Who taught you to talk like that? Apologize to your classmates now. Xiaoxiong pouted in pain and muttered reluctantly, I'm sorry. Just then, the classroom door was kicked open with a bang. A violent and angry roar suddenly came from the doorway. Who the hell said my daughter doesn't have a father? Stand up. In an instant, everyone turned back. I saw a man nearly 1.9 meters tall standing there against the light, extremely dazzling. The black suit outlines his perfect figure with broad shoulders and narrow waist. He wears a pair of sunglasses on his angular face and exudes an aura that keeps strangers away. The person who came was Guba. His sharp eyes swept across the entire classroom, finally settling on the small figure with braids. It's her. It's her. She is the little princess who inherited the bloodline of my Baji clan, Gu Xingwan, and at this time Baji Xingwan just raised her head while sobbing, and looked towards the distance with tearful eyes. There stood a man with a face as sharp as a knife. He is very tall and fierce, and looks nothing like the Ultraman Dad in her paintings, but for some reason, her heartbeat suddenly quickened, like a deer's beating, and she instinctively felt a sense of closeness and blood connection. Quiet. The classroom was completely silent. All the children opened their eyes wide and stared at the handsome uncle who looked like he had walked out of a movie. Ignoring the strange looks around him, Guba strode into the classroom, his leather shoes making clear sounds on the floor. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, he came in front of Gu Xingwan, knelt on one knee, and looked the girl in the eye from a close distance. His daughter was even smaller than he had imagined, with long eyelashes and unshed tears in her eyes. Sorry, my little princess. Daddy is late. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of dark eyes as deep as the starry sky. I just finished beating the little monsters, and now I'm here to take you home. Chapter 24 Guba, I am a warrior more powerful than Ultraman, Bateman. There was silence in the kindergarten. Ji Xingwan blinked, and suddenly reached out and touched Guba's face. Are you really my Ultraman Dad? Guba was stunned, then he understood something. He glanced at Lin Wanqing, who was following him with a complicated expression, then looked at his daughter's expectant eyes, smiled and nodded without hesitation. Start talking nonsense seriously, of course. I am the man chosen by the light, a warrior of light more powerful than Ultraman, the legendary Battleman. Batterman? Gu Xingwan blinked her wet eyes, her face full of confusion. But why are there only Tiga, Ciro, and Taro on TV? Guba knelt on one knee, looking his daughter in the eye, a mysterious smile on his lips. That's because Dad likes to keep a low profile. As the warrior of light of the new era, Dad is actually more powerful than all the Ultramen. He immediately lowered his voice and began to improvise. 3 years ago, the Kingdom of Light was attacked by the Dark Emperor Belia. Dad, along with warriors like Tiga and Zero, traveled to the Dochi continent and engaged in a god-slaying battle with the monster Tang San, who wanted to destroy the earth. The classroom was completely silent. All the children listened to this bizarre story with their mouths wide open and held their breath. After 99 and 81 days of fierce fighting, Guba gestured with emotion. Finally, Dad used the Bate Ray to defeat the monster Tang San and save the earth and the Kingdom of Light. Xiaoxiong, who was standing by, couldn't help but interrupt when he heard this. Then why did you come back now? Gu Ba's eyes darkened, and he showed an apologetic expression, and gently held his daughter's hand. Because I still have to stay and eliminate the remnants of the dark forces. Kill all the monsters without sparing a single one. Fortunately, all the enemies have been annihilated by me now. Wan, Daddy will never leave you again. After listening to the story of Batman vs. Tang San, the parents around them twitched their lips and their expressions were indescribable. This man is such a bullshit guy, who in their right mind could come up with such an outrageous and bloody plot. But the children listened with great interest and believed it completely. Wow. Wan's dad defeated the evil Tang San. That's awesome. I really want to have a dad like that. This is a tyrant warrior who is even more powerful than Ultraman. As for the person involved, Gu Xingwan, she stared blankly at the man in front of her who called himself Batterman, her little brain unable to process so much information at once, turning to look at Lin Wanqing behind Gu Ba. Mom, is he really my dad? In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing blushed when she was stared at, but she nodded subconsciously. Yeah, he's the dad. The moment she said this, Lin Wanqing herself felt incredible. At the beginning, in order to prevent her daughter from knowing that she was abandoned by her father, she made up the lie about Ultraman. I didn't expect that Gu Ba would use this as an excuse to make a fuss today. What shocked her even more was, this man who used to ignore children is now willing to cooperate with this ridiculous setting and play this childish role-playing game with Wan. You have to know that before, Gu Ba had no such patience for Wan and the others, except for Shin Yoyu as children. He seems, it's really different, thanks. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing heard a low voice of thanks. She looked up blankly and found that Gu Ba was looking at her with gratitude. His eyes were so sincere that her heart trembled. Thank me for what? She almost thought she had misheard and asked subconsciously. After knowing each other for so many years, this is the first time she heard Gu Ba say thank you to her. Incredible. Omega. Did the sun rise from the west today? This domineering man who always thinks highly of himself actually said thank you to her? Omega. Thank her for what? Thank her for cooperating with him and acting? Or should I thank her for not exposing his past indifference in front of the child? Gu Ba didn't answer, but turned his head and looked at his daughter tenderly. He is thankful for. Lin Wanqing did not instill her resentment towards herself into her children. Instead, in the child's mind, he created the image of a hero father. If not for this, let alone asking Wan to accept me today, I'm afraid she would just hate me to the core. After all, a child's impression of his father, whom he has never met, depends entirely on what his mother tells him on a daily basis. If it were any other woman, I'm afraid she'll just complain and curse in front of the children every day, saying all kinds of bad things about her husband. At this moment, Gu Xingwan's excited voice interrupted his thoughts. Dad! Can I see your Ultra Transformer? Ultraman all have Transformers. Gu Ba curled the corners of his lips and took out an exquisite silver badge from the inside pocket of his suit. On it was engraved a majestic Ultraman, and there was a glowing word Ba on the chest. This was something he had Lin Zhou urgently custom-made yesterday. The designer worked day and night to make this custom-made model exclusively for the domineering boss. The material cost alone was nearly 10W. This is a special badge given to me by the Kingdom of Light. Only the most powerful warrior of light can possess it. Batterman's exclusive transformation device. Limited edition, there's only one in the entire universe. Gu Xingwan's big, cherubic eyes lit up instantly, and she carefully touched the badge. So beautiful, heartsuit for all heartsuit, do you like it? Gu Ba gently placed the badge on his daughter's palm. This is for you. Wow, Wan's dad is so cool and generous. I want the Batman Transformer too. The children around heard this and exclaimed in envy. Gu Xingwan was so excited that her face turned red. She asked 3 times a Zundu? Can you give me Zundu? Is Zundu for me? Of course. Gu Ba rubbed his daughter's head lovingly. Only a kind-hearted child like you deserves it. Hearing this, Gu Xingwan's eyes suddenly lit up like stars. She subconsciously held the badge tightly, as if guarding the most precious treasure in the world. The next second, her face suddenly filled with happiness, and she threw herself into Gu Ba's arms and acted coquettishly. Thank you, Dad. Dad. I knew you would come back. I always believed in you. Upon hearing this, Gu Ba's whole body stiffened. He had lived for 45 years, and for the first time he felt that the word thank you was more touching than signing a contract worth tens of billions. This soft little thing, it's his daughter. It was his little daughter whom he had never held in his previous life. The man's Adam's apple rolled, and he carefully put his arms around Gu Xingwan, letting her sit in his arms. The little girl was as light as a feather, and she had the unique milky scent of a baby on her body. Suddenly, Gu Xingwan raised her little head, leaned close to Gu Ba's ear, and asked nervously, Dad, will you leave me and Mom again to fight monsters? Gu Ba's Adam's apple rolled, and he hugged his daughter tighter. I won't fight anymore, and I won't leave. Dad promises you that he will pick you up from school every day. Okay? Really? Gu Xingwan raised her little face, her eyes full of joy and anticipation. You really won't leave again? Really, more real than pearls. Gu Ba solemnly promised, Dad will always be by your and Mom's side. After receiving a positive response, Gu Xingwan happily hugged his father's neck. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to share his joy with the teacher, Teacher Fong Yun. "This is my dad. Batman, the monster killer. He's here to take me home. I'm not some wild child without a father." These words were like a blunt knife, instantly piercing Guba's heart. Ouch. It hurt so much. Only then did he truly realize, behind the daughter's seemingly innocent fantasy of Ultraman, how much longing and anxiety for fatherly love is hidden. Yeah, the teacher saw it. Wanwan's dad is so awesome. Fang Yun was at a loss for words and nodded in response. Although she knew that there was no Batman in this world, she wisely did not expose it. After all, it's so fun to make a child who lacks father's love so happy, even if it's a lie. It's a beautiful one, a white lie. Dad, what kind of monsters do you usually fight? There are all kinds of them. For example, there was a bad guy named Gatangia who specialized in absorbing children's dreams. I punched him to pieces. Wow, that's amazing. Then can you transform? Can you show me now? No. I can't just transform in front of humans. Okay, then can I become light like you, Dad, in the future? As long as there is light in your heart. In fact, everyone can become light through their own strength. Guba lowered his head to respond to the chirping little one in his arms, feeling her warm breath. Suddenly I felt that all the so-called domineering dignity and business successes and failures were no match for the warmth of this moment. Why didn't he know how to cherish it before? Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. Looking back on the past, Guba sighed softly and murmured in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Wan, Dad is back. Never leave again. Chapter 25. Whoever dares to harm my daughter, Bataman, will be buried with his entire clan. Xiao Mei. This is my dad. He is Batman, who is even more powerful than Ultraman. Omega, look, Liang. My dad has a badge from the Kingdom of Light. Ajay. Look. Asterisk asterisk, my dad is here to take me home. In kindergarten. Gu Xingwan was extremely excited. Like a chirping sparrow, she dragged Guba around the classroom and introduced him to her best playmates. Gu Ba was rarely impatient and allowed his daughter to drag him around to show off. With a doting smile on his face, he looked at the little face filled with happiness, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction surged in his chest. I sincerely feel that it is great to have a caring little cotton-padded jacket, Dad. Gu Xingwan suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling. Can I treat the kids? To ice cream? They used to treat me to meals. Hearing this, the old father felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, he never cared about his daughter's life in kindergarten. Now I really realize, for children without a father to protect them, even sharing the most basic snacks with friends becomes a luxury. Guba's face was full of heartache. He rubbed his daughter's little head, looked at the children around him who were playing and sweating, and waved his hand. Dad said angrily, as long as it's Wanwan's request, Dad will fulfill it unconditionally. Children, what flavor of ice cream do you want? Take your pick. Uncle's treat, plenty of food. Amazed face, oh yeah, the children cheered in unison. Thank you, Uncle Batman. I want strawberry ice cream, chocolate. I want the stinky tofu flavor. Guba nodded in agreement and turned to look at Lin Wanqing, who was silent beside him. I want to play with Wan for a while longer. Go to the store and buy some ice cream. Buy more. Glancing at the scorching sun outside the window, Lin Wanqing frowned slightly, but facing the children's expectant eyes, she turned around and walked out the door silently. Guba didn't notice anything wrong and continued to play with his daughter and other children. He sat on a small stool, his long legs curled up in frustration, listening to the children chattering about interesting things in kindergarten. Uncle Batman, can you really shoot bat rays? Wan said you defeated the monster Tang-san, is that true? Can you take us off for a bit? Faced with these innocent questions, Ba was rarely patient and responded one by one. He even took the initiative to stand up and demonstrated a few cool Battleman classic fighting poses to the children, which caused the children to exclaim in surprise. Bat ray. Buter flying kick. Buter cross slash. 10 minutes passed and Lin Wanqing still hadn't come back. Gu Ba glanced at his watch and his brows gradually furrowed. It's just an ice cream, does it take so long? Soon. Another 5 minutes passed. Gu Ba had completely lost his patience and even began to worry about Lin Wanqing's safety. He took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call to ask. Snap. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Guba looked up, and instantly Yama was stunned. Lin Wanqing was standing at the door panting, sweat soaking her shirt and her hair sticking to her red cheeks. She was also holding 2 large plastic bags, the ice cream inside of which had partially melted. You. Guba stood up suddenly. What happened? Did you go to escape? No, nothing. Lin Wanqing put the bag on the table and explained with a gasp, the weather was too hot. I went to several stores before I could buy it. I was afraid the ice cream would melt, so I ran all the way back. Only then did Guba notice that the woman's arms and neck had been sunburned red, and there was a slight scratch on her ankle with blood. There is no canteen in the kindergarten, he asked in disbelief. Lin Wanqing gave the boss a look and said unhappily, where's the canteen in an ordinary kindergarten? This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured on Guba's head. He felt cool all over and realized belatedly that the 4 ungrateful children in his family had all attended top aristocratic schools since childhood, with all kinds of facilities available and everything they needed. The school I attended in the evening was actually a very ordinary private kindergarten, therefore, that ignorant Guba really didn't know that a common kindergarten could be so poor that it didn't even have a small shop. Then why didn't you say so earlier? It's so hot, why are you running out to show off? Guba grabbed the woman's shoulders, his voice filled with rare anxiety. Lin Wanqing was bewildered by his yelling. Why didn't you take a taxi? Why didn't you bring an umbrella? Guba became increasingly agitated. It's so hot outside. What if you get a sunburn? What if you get heat stroke? Damn woman. Don't you know that I will be worried? When these words came out, Lin Wanqing was stunned for a moment. Is he concerned about himself? In the past, Guba never cared about her life or death. Even when she had a fever or a cold, he would just coldly say go find a doctor yourself, and even thought she was being pretentious. But now, what the hell is this school? I can't even buy ice cream. Humph. I have to talk to the principal today. I have to get him to open the canteen for me. On the other side, Guba became more and more angry as he spoke, especially when I saw the half-melted ice cream. Anger instantly rushed to my head. He threw all the ice cream into the trash can, turned around and rushed out cursing. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing was dumbfounded. Worried about making things worse, she hurriedly grabbed Guba to comfort him. Stop it. Calm down. It's just a few ice creams, right? I'll buy some for Wan Wan on the way home. Gu Xingwan, who was standing aside, was stunned. Obviously, he was frightened by his father's sudden temper. She couldn't understand why her father, who had been so gentle just a moment ago, suddenly became so irritable and impulsive. But she was smart since she was young and knew that her father was angry because he didn't let her eat ice cream, and her heart was filled with joy and touching. It feels so good to be loved by my father. P greater than over equal to W less than over equal to Q. However, she didn't want to cause trouble for her father, so she subconsciously stretched out her little hand and timidly pulled the corner of Guba's clothes. Dad, I don't want ice cream anymore. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, don't be angry. Being angry is bad for your health. His daughter's soft voice was like a tranquilizer, calming Guba down a little. He squatted down and looked at his daughter's cautious expression, his heart aching as if it was pricked by a needle. Wan Wan, be good. I scared you, didn't I? Daddy's not angry. It's just. Guba was speechless for a moment, his brows furrowed. I don't know how to explain my mania that makes me lose control at any time. Just when he was upset, Gu Xingwan raised her hand and gently touched his furrowed brow. Dad, don't frown. It will make you old. I don't want any ice cream either. Anyway, I rarely eat snacks. I know we don't have much money at home. Mom works hard to earn money, and I don't want to burden her. Hearing these heart-wrenching words, Guba almost burst into tears on the spot. He suddenly hugged his daughter into his arms, his voice hoarse. Wan Wan is such a sensible and good child. But you don't have to do that anymore, because Dad has a lot of money. With Daddy here, from today on, you can eat whatever you want every night and buy whatever you want. Guba gently held his daughter's face and solemnly promised, Dad promises you that, under the premise of ensuring your health, Dad will try his best to allow you to have as much snacks as you want. You can have as much ice cream as you want. No, that's not right. Not just ice cream, but also cakes, chocolates, candies, really? Gu Xingwan was so happy that she jumped up and down at first, but soon she hesitated again. But Mom said that eating too many snacks will cause tooth decay. Then let's make a deal that we can only eat once a week, okay? Guba smiled and scratched his daughter's nose, his voice incredibly gentle. Daddy's little princess, you deserve all the good things in the world. Dad promises you that he will let you have ice cream later. Well, Dad is so good to me. Gu Xingwan pouted and kissed the man on the face, her face full of happiness. Zoo 3, Zoo Red Heart L, Degree L. Looking at his daughter's smiling face, Guba's eyes gradually became fatherly. I unilaterally decided to open a small shop in this kindergarten specifically to serve my daughter. This crappy kindergarten doesn't even have a small shop? Where's the kindergarten director? Get out here right now. Guba slammed the table and stood up, his voice shaking the classroom glass. He was furious, pointing at the scorching sun outside the window and angrily cursing. What kind of crappy school is this? There's not even an ice cream place. My wife's perfectly smooth skin was almost sunburned. And my daughter couldn't even have ice cream. This caused indelible emotional damage to her young heart. Get out here now. The park must give me an explanation today. His howl instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. The children's eyes widened, the parents all looked sideways, and even the teacher from the next class was looking in whispering sounds, one after another. Who is this person? Why is he shouting so loudly? I heard it's called Battleman, just because her daughter didn't get ice cream. She made such a fuss? A maniacal doting daughter? But this is too overbearing, isn't it? The parents looked at each other, their eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. Apparently, this was also the first time someone was causing trouble in a kindergarten. And listen to what the other person is saying. The reason for the commotion was simply because there was no canteen in the kindergarten, so his daughter couldn't have ice cream? Is this guy crazy? It's inexplicable. If you want ice cream, just go out and buy it, there are plenty of them in stores. What does it have to do with kindergarten? He actually asked the school to cooperate with him in opening a canteen. It's absolutely ridiculous. So the whole world has to revolve around his daughter? I'm afraid even if the king of Western Shu came, he wouldn't be as domineering as him. Unlike the parents who stood up for justice, the children at the scene did not think so. They all looked at Gu Xingwan, their eyes full of envy. Wanwan's father is so domineering and loves her so much. I also want to have a father like this who would risk his life for his daughter, thanks to Wanwan. Will we have a small shop in the future? I'm so happy. For all, great, then we'll have endless ice cream. Long live Wanwan's dad. Aside, Lin Wanqing reacted and hurriedly grabbed Guba's arm, stamping her feet anxiously and warning him to stop making trouble. What are you crazy about? That's enough. Wanwan will have to go to school here in the future. If you keep making trouble like this, what will happen if the teacher makes things difficult for Wanwan in the future? Guba sneered when he heard this and looked around with disdain. Let's see who dares. I am the only one who reigns supreme in heaven and on earth. Whoever dares to harm my daughter, Bataman, I will make his entire clan be buried with him. Lin Wanqing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Never mind. It doesn't matter, I'm tired. Destroy it, this crazy boss. It seems he forgot to take his medicine and got sick again. Otherwise, how could he come up with such a domineering and immature speech with that 37 degrees mouth of his? Oh, I feel like my cerebellum is atrophying after listening to this. Damn it. How on earth did I ever fall in love with this thing? This moment, Lin Wanqing doubted her life and fell into deep autism. Chapter 26, in front of me, Guba, no one can say no, no one can refuse me. Futaba Kindergarten.at. The door of the senior classroom of Fang Yan went and came back, rushing through the crowd of onlookers, her forehead covered in sweat. Excuse me, parents, please make way. She was about to go home from get off work, and just as she was riding her electric scooter, she was pulled back by this earth-shattering sound. Wanwan dad, what are you doing? Seeing Guba's gloomy and sharp face, Fang Yan forced a smile and asked. Let me ask you, why doesn't your kindergarten have a canteen? My daughter can't have ice cream. So her mother had to run 3 kilometers in the scorching sun? I command you. Now. Immediately. Open a small shop that sells ice cream for me. After hearing this, Fang Yan was completely stunned. She has been teaching and raising children for so many years, but this is the first time she has encountered such an outrageous request. Just because your daughter can't eat ice cream, you ask the school to cooperate in opening a canteen. Isn't this level of dadliness too exaggerated? Wanwan's dad, Fang Yan, wiped the sweat off her face and answered carefully, kindergarten regulations prohibit the establishment of a canteen. Mainly because we're worried that the children will eat snacks randomly. Regulation? Guba sneered, took out his phone and clicked on a photo. Then why don't these top-tier aristocratic kindergartens have such a crappy rule? Their store has more everything than a supermarket, with freshly cut organic fruit, freshly made imported milk powder, and so on. Why can't it happen here? Does the poor kindergarten have privileges? Can it treat my daughter unfairly? Fang Yun was choked and speechless on the spot. Goddamn, poor kindergartens have privileges? Who exactly is privileged? Why don't you think this through before you speak? This is really a case of turning the tables. Hey, Tian Gang, she has worked in the early childhood education industry for several years and has seen many difficult and overbearing parents, but she has never seen anyone so overbearing and unreasonable. Wanwan's father, I'm just an ordinary teacher. I have no say in opening a small shop, then call the one who can make the decision. Guba interrupted her impatiently, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. If this matter is not resolved today, don't even think about leaving. Get off work. Fang Yun was completely speechless and looked at Lin Wanqing for help. Help me. Help me. You see, Lin Wanqing understood what he meant and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. I'm sorry, teacher, he was just joking. We're leaving now. Sorry to bother you on your way home from get off work. After saying that, she grabbed Guba and tried to retreat, but the man was stubborn and shook her hand away, his eyes sharp as he said, who the F***ck is kidding? I'm serious. In front of me, Guba, no one can say no, no one can reject me. This small shop must be opened for me today. Even if the Jade Emperor comes, he has to do it according to my wishes, I said. This relentless attitude immediately aroused the disgust of many parents, and they all pointed fingers at Guba. Some parents even stood up and scolded Guba on the spot in order to gain favor with the teacher and get special attention for their children. That's enough for you. There should be a limit to being unreasonable. That's right, since you think the aristocratic kindergarten is good, then transfer your daughter there. What's the matter? Can't you afford it? Or do you think the whole world has to revolve around your daughter? Humph. Whose child isn't precious? Do you think yours is the only precious one? Teacher Fong, there's no need to waste your breath on this kind of person. Just have the security guard kick this troublesome parent out. Yeah, where's the security? Get the security over here. Time to get to work. The accusations from the crowd came like a tide. Lian Fangyan was also feeling a little impatient with the domineering CEO's stubbornness at this moment, and her expression changed from politeness at first to seriousness. The voice was a little colder. Wan Dad, please think about the child. If you continue to act unreasonably like this, it will make it difficult for Wan to be a child in kindergarten. Glancing at the little girl hiding behind Guba, she continued to talk. If it's serious, it could lead to her being rejected, ridiculed, and isolated by other children. She thought she could use Wan to restrain Guba, but she failed in the end. Isolated? Guba sneered and glanced at the children around him. Will you isolate Wan? Upon hearing this, the children all shook their heads wildly, and some even muttered quietly, Teacher Fong, please stop slandering us. Battleman is so cool and awesome. We envy Wan for having a father who dotes on her so much, so how could we possibly isolate her for this? Fong Yin was not expecting this and was speechless for a moment. Good. You little bastards. Your teacher loves you so much in vain, you guys actually backstabbed me collectively. After taking a deep breath, Fong Yin pretended to be calm, changed her perspective, and continued to talk about the truth. Anyway, kindergarten rules are rules. As a parent, you should set a good example. Guba's expression became uglier the more he listened. He hates this kind of idiot who has poor comprehension and can't understand what people say the most. I just want to open a small shop. What a trivial matter. If you, as a teacher, can't make the decision, then quickly call someone who can make the decision to come and talk to me. Why are you just blabbering on about all sorts of nonsense? In addition, there are some stupid parents around him who claim to be righteous, stand up, and fight for injustice, and they keep talking nonsense in his ears. Hearing this, Guba was overwhelmed, his temples throbbing, and veins on his forehead bulged. Blushing face. I'm about to explode. Rage value +5, +5, +5. Sanity value -5, -5, continuously decreasing. People are already red and warm. As the saying goes, if you endure for a while, everything will be calm. If you take a step back, you will get angrier and angrier. Guba's eyes were red as he kicked over the tables and chairs in front of him, his angry roar echoing throughout the kindergarten. That's enough. Shut up, everyone. I just want to open a small shop. What are you talking nonsense for? And you scumbag parents. What the hell does this have to do with you? If you dare to say anything more, I'll see. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death. I said, this store must open today, it must open. No one in this world can question my decision. Taman. Quiet. Dead silence. Under Guba's crazy roar, the scene froze instantly. The parents were frightened by the boss's sudden crazy criticism and fell silent. Even Fong Yin subconsciously took a step back, not daring to look directly at the madman in front of her who was about to burst into a rage. Lin Wanqing was the only one at the scene who could remain calm. She even habitually grabbed Guba and reached into the inner pocket of his suit. As the person who once understood each other the most, Lin Wanqing knew very well that men usually carried some antipsychotic drugs with them when they went out, for example, quetiapine, olanzapine, risperidone, clozapine, diazepam, astaxalem, valproate, carbamazepine, etc. When mania strikes, taking them can quickly and effectively control the condition. Guba. Calm down. This is kindergarten. Do you have any risperidone or quetiapine on you? Take it out quickly and take it to calm your nerves. But Guba, who had fallen into paranoid mode, shook off the woman's groping hand, his eyes burning with anger, and cursed crazily, of course I fucking know this is a kindergarten. This is a crappy kindergarten where you can't even buy ice cream. Fuck. After yelling, he kicked over the toy table in front of him, and the building blocks scatter all over the floor with a loud noise. Bang. Chapter 27, Guba's fatherly authority is as heavy as a mountain. As the toy table was kicked over, the building blocks scattered everywhere. The classroom suddenly fell silent, the parents were silent and the children stared with their eyes wide open. Everyone was so frightened by the hostility in Guba's eyes that they shut up and even breathed softly. This madman really dares to take action, he is not joking. Fong Yin's face turned pale, her lips trembled, and she said with a stiff upper lip, Wan Dad, please calm down, I'm not calm at all. Guba panted heavily, his eyes swept over the dumbfounded crowd, and finally landed on Fong Yin. I invested 1 million and opened a small shop. Decoration, purchasing, labor, all expenses are on me, and any losses are also on me. The profits will be yours for the kindergarten. I only have one request. Right now, immediately, open this crappy kindergarten store. See, these words were like a nuclear bomb, exploding among the crowd. Everyone was instantly shocked by this wave of inhumane operations. 1 million, just to open a small shop, just to let my daughter eat ice cream, he also takes the loss, and the profit goes to the kindergarten? What does this person want, so you don't treat money as money? How inhumane, this is not opening a small shop, this is a disguised way of giving money to the kindergarten. Is this guy crazy? But what's wrong with being so envious? Why don't I have such an unreasonable father? I also want to be scolded by someone. Woo woo woo. Fang Yan was also dumbfounded. After so many years of teaching and raising children, this is the first time I have seen such a fatherly parent. You know, her monthly salary is only 4,000, so 1 million is enough for her to earn for 18 years without eating or drinking, and this man in front of me actually threw it out casually, just 4. Can my daughter eat ice cream anytime and anywhere? Are you doting on your daughter too much? To daddy, right? Fang Yan's brain suddenly crashed due to Guba's manipulation. She subconsciously wanted to put the blame on her boss and stammered, Wan dad, this is not about money, it's our principal who decides whether or not to open a canteen. If he doesn't agree, you can't open it no matter how much money you pay. Why don't you quickly call your headmaster over? What nonsense are you talking about? Guba was so angry, there were several big marks on my forehead due to anger. He immediately transformed into a money-giving monk and quickly wrote out another check, slamming it into Fang Yan's face. 2 million. Stop wasting my time. Hurry up and find someone who can make the decision. Or you can take me to him now. I'll talk to him in person. 2 million. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Fang Yan's legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. She is just an ordinary kindergarten teacher. How could she have ever seen such a scene? This is enough to open another small kindergarten. Under Guba's pressure, she pushed her glasses helplessly and explained with difficulty, the boss went on a business trip a few days ago, not in kindergarten. How about? I'll contact you when he comes back. Having said that, Fang Yan knew in her heart that if the boss knew someone was willing to pay 2 million to open a convenience store, he would definitely agree on the spot. This is simply pie in the sky, only a fool would refuse. On business trip? The rage in Guba's eyes instantly ignited, and he grabbed Fang Yan by the collar, furious. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You've been wasting my time. What the hell are you still contacting? Giving him a chance is useless. I wouldn't even invest in a dog. Give me his phone number. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Did you hear that? I asked you to give me that idiot's phone number. I want this kindergarten. I'll just fucking buy it. Fuck. Then I can modify it however I want. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. The parents were all stunned. Sigma. The children cheered. Batterman is so handsome. Wanwan's dad will be the head teacher, so will we have ice cream every day? Yeah. Fang Yan was completely stunned, her legs weak as she leaned against the wall. She dared to say with confidence, there has never been such a parent who was so angry that he is not allowed to be seen again. After all, this is not something a normal person can do. Just because my daughter can't eat ice cream, not only did they spend a huge amount of money to build a small shop, but now they want to buy out the entire kindergarten just because of a disagreement? Omega. Even tomato novels can't write such an outrageous plot. Just then, Guba's unquestionable voice came again. Call me. Fang Yan subconsciously raised her head and met Guba's sharp black eyes. In an instant, an inexplicable chill ran up from the soles of my feet to my spine. This feeling is familiar, just like the feeling of being dragged down by the ears and scolded as a bastard by my father when I was a child. That's right, did he sense the father's majesty from this strange man? In an instant, long-lost memories emerged like a tide, the fear of being dominated by the belt of the 7 wolves when I was a child, the oppressive feeling of having my father quietly standing behind me while I was doing my homework. What the hell is going on? The man in front of her was clearly just a student's parent, yet she instinctively felt fear, just like when she faced her father as a child. He even subconsciously straightened his back, held his breath, and even breathed softly, for fear of disturbing the other person. Fang Yan was confused and her mind went blank. She looked at Guba again as if she didn't believe it. Suddenly I found that the other person's eyes were very strange. The previous rage was gone, and instead there was a heavy sense of oppression, pressing down like a mountain. In my mind, a picture flashed uncontrollably. When she was little, she stole candy from her neighbor's house and was chased and beaten by her father with a 7 wolves belt. She huddled in the corner, watching her father standing in front of her with his hands on his hips and his hips straight. His majestic eyes gradually overlapped with the current Guba's paw. The phone slipped from Fang Yan's hand unknowingly and the screen cracked. She hurriedly picked it up, her fingers shaking like sieves, and she bowed uncontrollably to Guba. Sorry. I'll call the principal's number for you right now. After saying this, Fang Yan was stunned. As a kindergarten teacher, the children have always been afraid of her. When has she ever been so timid towards their parents? But at this moment, she was just like those frightened children who had been in front of her. Under the majesty of Guba's fatherly love, she instinctively humbled herself, as if she was afraid of being misunderstood as an unfilial daughter. Am I possessed? This is incredible. The other side. Guba raised his eyebrows and curled the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. Interesting, this fatherly gaze still seems to be quite useful. He was really impatient just now. I suddenly remembered the daddy skill that the system had awarded me. It said that it could instantly make the target feel the majesty of a father's love as high as a mountain. It was suitable for disobedient, rebellious sons and rebellious daughters. He tried it, and unexpectedly the effect was amazing. At this time, there were parents in the crowd who couldn't stand Guba's arrogance and sneered with disdain. You're the only one who wants to buy a kindergarten? Everyone can brag. If you're really that rich, how can your daughter go to this ordinary school? However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. Guba's majestic gaze shot over like a sharp sword to in an instant. All the parents who came into Guba's sight, as well as the security guards who rushed over and were about to drive away the troublemakers, seemed to be under a spell. They all shrank their necks and lowered their heads like quails. Their backs were instantly soaked with cold sweat, and their hands and feet became extremely stiff. Some even unconsciously put their legs together, like naughty kids caught by their father. At this moment, a strange sense of fear spread in everyone's hearts. The parents seemed to see their strict fathers standing in front of them, and recalled the fear of being dominated by their fathers in their childhood. It is obvious that they are now fathers and mothers and can control and manipulate their children at will. But in front of this man who looked like a father, I felt a heavy feeling like a mountain, a long-lost feeling, Dad's majesty. At this moment, no one dared to look directly into Guba's eyes. The whole classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The parents all lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe, as if they were back in their school days, feeling the fear of being called out by the head teacher in public. This man, why does his look exactly like the one my dad gave me when he was about to spank me when I was little? Holy shit. I actually, subconsciously straightened my back? Help. What kind of look is that? This is too scary. Why did that guy's look just now look exactly like my deceased old man? Help. I actually have the urge to kneel down and call him daddy? What kind of skill is this? This is too unfair. I noticed the humble and respectful looks from the rebellious sons and rebellious daughters. Guba curled his lips in satisfaction. I casually called the kindergarten principal. Beep beep. Chapter 28. The buyer thinks the seller's asking price is too low? Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? Beep beep. In a hotel suite. Wu Gang, with a beer belly, collapsed on the sofa, sighing. As the owner and principal of Shuanya Kindergarten, he has been so worried that he has lost a lot of hair recently. The small kindergarten was the property left by his parents after their death, and he did make a lot of money from it, but with the precipitous drop in birth rates in recent years, it is becoming increasingly difficult to enroll students in kindergartens, and now, let alone making a profit, he would be grateful if he could reduce his losses. After failing to save the kindergarten, Wu Gang came up with the idea of selling it, but in this era of economic downturn, no one wants to be taken advantage of, which makes him very worried. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. Damn it, there are so many rich people in the world, why can't there be one more like me? Wu Gang took a sip of beer and scratched his remaining hair in annoyance. A few days ago, someone finally contacted him about buying a kindergarten. He rushed over excitedly, but he didn't expect the other party to stand him up. After asking, I found out that the other party had misunderstood the information and mistakenly believed that there was a treasure buried under my kindergarten. Wu Gang was speechless after hearing this. Isn't this bullshit? What the hell, baby? If there really were treasures buried in the kindergarten, would it be your turn to snag them? How could Wu Gang have gotten this far? I would have married a beautiful, rich woman long ago and reached the pinnacle of my life. Okay, he was filled with anger and could only rest in the hotel for one night, preparing to go home tomorrow and look for another sucker who could take over the job. I'm ugly, but I'm gentle. Suddenly, a pleasant cell phone ringtone rang. Wu Gang glanced at his phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He immediately became furious. Shit. Is this another scam call? He wanted to hang up directly, but then he thought, since I have nothing to do anyway, why not take it out on this liar, give him a good scolding, and vent the frustration I've been accumulating these past few days. Hello? #O. Wu Gang answered the phone angrily. You're a fucking liar. Just as he was about to start cursing, who would have thought that the first thing that came out of the receiver was a roar even more violent than his own. Fuck. You fell into the toilet, you loser? Fuck. You're taking so long to answer the phone. Do you know how valuable my time is? 1 second wasted is enough for a loser like you to earn 10 years. Wu Gang was stunned by the barrage of insults and almost dropped his phone. What's going on? Confused face? How come this liar is even more vicious than him? He has lived for more than 40 years, but this is the first time he has met someone who can speak more than him. He even felt that this voice had a strange sense of deja vu, as it was very similar to his grumpy father who had passed away many years ago. Before Wu Gang could retort, the opponent's bombardment came again, not giving him any chance to refute. Listen up. I'm going to buy your crappy kindergarten. How much? Give me an offer. Stop wasting your time. I don't have the patience to waste time with you. I have a bad temper. I'm desperate. I'll blow up the kindergarten first. Wu Gang was stunned for several seconds before he reacted. Who are you? Are you really going to buy the Futaba kindergarten? How much are you prepared to pay? Let me make it clear first, less than 3 million, no deal. After the initial shock, Wu Gang gradually calmed down and his tone began to become tougher. Anyone who is scolded for no reason will definitely not feel very good. If he hadn't been short of money and anxious to sell the kindergarten, and the other party hadn't just proposed to buy it, with Wu Gang's usual temper, he would have retorted long ago, humph. Do you really think you're made of clay? He made up his mind secretly. No matter who the other party is or where he comes from, if he can't afford the price later, I will definitely greet his whole family first. Pity ideas are beautiful, but reality is cruel. The next wave of Daddy's moves from the opponent shattered Wu Gang's worldview, making him never forget the fear of being dominated by Daddy Lin today. 3 million? The other party's tone was full of disbelief. At first, Wu Gang thought the other party was unable to afford it because it was too expensive, and was about to make a few sarcastic remarks. The next second, a thunderous roar burst out from the receiver, causing Wu Gang's eardrums to hurt. 3 million. Are you fucking sending beggars away? You useless piece of shit. Who are you looking down on? You're so brave, and you dare to open a kindergarten? You think you're qualified to be a boss? Damn it. Don't even dare to ask for an exorbitant price. Trash. If people knew that the kindergarten my daughter attends is only worth 3 million, how would she ever hold her head up high? Where do you want me to put my face? I'll give you another chance. Now. Immediately. Right now. Hurry up. Give me a new price. Did you hear that? You idiot bastard. Winky face, huh? Wu Gang was completely bewildered, with a forehead full of black question marks. Who I am, where am I, what did I hear, am I still not awake? He knows best what level his own kindergarten is at. That broken garden, including the land and equipment, is worth at most 2 million, and that's even without public disclosure of losses. He had previously quoted a high price of 3 million, just to test whether the other party really wanted to buy it. If the other party really wants it, he is mentally prepared to adjust the price downward, but who could have imagined? The grumpy guy on the other end of the phone actually complained that the quote was too low? Do you think 2 million is just giving alms to a beggar? Is it humiliating him? Omega? And you even asked him to raise the price on your own initiative. Before Wu Gang could digest his shock, the voice on the other end of the phone rang out again. Let me tell you a number, 5 million at least. This is the bottom line I can accept. I won't buy it for less than this. Not even a cent less. Because I can't afford to lose face. Ow. Wu Gang was completely stupid. The phone fell to the carpet with a click sound without anyone noticing. Crazy. Is this still the real world I know? Who is the buyer of the special code? Who is the seller? What buyer would think the seller's offer was too low? They would raise the price on their own initiative. And the price is 200 million? Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? Wu Gang even suspected that he was still asleep, and pinched his thigh fiercely. It hurts. It hurts so much, it's real. Not a dream. That shabby kindergarten has been listed for half a year with no one interested, and today someone actually raised the price to 5 million? Oh my God. God will reward those who work hard. 5 million, that's 5 million. Not $500. The person opposite me is probably a fool. No. That's not right. He is my god of wealth, a living bodhisattva. It's my biological father whom I've never met. Ah. Chapter 29. What's wrong with scolding the god of wealth? The god of wealth is willing to beat and scold him, which means he respects him. Wu Gang suppressed his ecstasy and hurriedly picked up the phone, his voice so flattering that he seemed like a different person. Repeatedly confirmed, "Hey, sir. Are you serious? You're not lying to me, are you? Are you really going to give me 5 million? Boss, what's your name? How about we make an appointment to meet and discuss in detail?" The words haven't been finished yet. The person on the other end of the microphone started lashing out right away, and every word sounded like a fired bullet, accurately hitting Wu Gang's eardrum. What the hell are you talking about? Who the hell do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to have a meeting with me? I'm not like a loser like you. I don't have time to waste on you. You coward. Are you even a man? It's just a $5 million deal. Why are you so afraid? Are you worried that I can't come up with it? Damn, you're insulting me. Do I need your 5 million? Hurry up and send me your bank card number. I'll transfer the money to you now. Here's my assistant's WeChat ID. He'll be in charge of liaising with you regarding the kindergarten's transfer contract. Remember, I want to see all the procedures and contracts completed before noon tomorrow. If you can't do it well, you will bear the consequences. Wu Gang's face froze, and he was scolded to the point of doubting his life. That he had never been scolded so harshly in his life, not even by his parents. I feel numb, but the temptation of 5 million is too great. He still sent the card number honestly, feeling uneasy. Could this be some new type of scam? In fact, it's no wonder that he is so suspicious. Everything that happened today was too bizarre. Before he actually received the money, Wu Gang was worried that the other party was playing a trick on him. Reason told him that it was unlikely that such a pie-in-the-sky thing would happen to him, but a glimmer of hope emerged in my heart. What if it was true? 2.5 seconds later, ding dong, the phone rang with a text message alert tone. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China frowny face. 5 million yuan was transferred to your account. With the last number 8810 at 1628 on July 12th, and the balance is 5,021,356.78 yuan. What the hell? Here they come. Wu Gang suddenly jumped up from the sofa, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The string of zeros made his eyes dizzy and his heart burst with joy. Is it true? The 5 million really arrived? What kind of amazing buyer is this? He's so decisive. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Wu Gang nodded and bowed obsequiously, wishing he could count out a Guba right then and there. You really are my adopted parents. He's closer than my own dad. Beep beep beep. As if she was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, the call was hung up unilaterally. Wu Gang was stunned, but didn't care. He walked around the room excitedly. Finally, he no longer has to worry about that crappy kindergarten every day. 5 million, it's enough for him to pay off all his debts and open a small supermarket to support his retirement. As for the scolding he received just now, what is that? As the saying goes, beating is love and scolding is care. What's wrong with scolding the god of wealth? The god of wealth is willing to beat and scold him. That means he respects him. Others don't even have the chance to get scolded, 5 million in hand, not to mention being scolded by the other party. Even if you want to slap him twice, he will smile and put his face close to you. Ha! I'm rich. Wu Gang couldn't help but laugh wildly while hugging his pillow. Suddenly he remembered something and quickly added the assistant Guba mentioned on WeChat. The note read to Lin Zhou. In order to avoid any further complications and eliminate the possibility of the boss changing his mind, he must sign the transfer contract in the shortest possible time. Bite the moment Wu Gang accepted the friend request, he immediately sent a message, asking about the transfer procedures and other issues. After everything was confirmed to be correct, Wu Gang breathed a sigh of relief, slumped down on the sofa, and stared at the ceiling with a silly smile. This world is so fucking magical. His shabby kindergarten was actually sold at a sky-high price of 5 million. Wu Gang took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and couldn't suppress the smile on the corner of his mouth. No matter what the purpose of this god of wealth is, anyway, he is Wu Gang. It is a sure win. Bite. Congratulations to the host, Dad Lin Kindergarten Principal Wu Gang, for his success. Reward, double cash back. 10 million renminbi in Balin gold has been transferred to your bank card. In the kindergarten classroom, Guba hung up the phone, looking thoughtful. What about Wu Gang? In the news I read in my previous life, it seems that this guy dug out several priceless antiques from the kindergarten. Does this mean I've cut off his path to wealth? I feel a little ashamed. By the way, where were those antiques buried? Gotta find some time to dig it out. Wan, Dad. Did you really call my boss just now? Guba raised his head, glanced at the stunned Fong Yun and the others who were all in disbelief, and a crooked arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. What else? These 3 words, written lightly, carry a thunderous momentum. Parents. They looked at Guba's calm face, and then thought about the content of the phone call just now, and cold sweat broke out on their backs again. 5 million, is that really it? Just give it away? This parent who was just making a scene in the kindergarten has become the principal here in the blink of an eye? Zundu is fake. Why does it feel so unreal? How can this be called a domineering CEO? He's clearly a walking money printing machine. All the parents lowered their heads at this moment, shrinking their necks like quails, not daring to look directly at Guba's majesty. The children looked at him with admiration, especially Gu Xingwan. The little girl's eyes were as bright as stars, and her face was full of pride that my dad is the best. Guba rubbed his daughter's head, his eyes instantly softened. Starting tomorrow, this place will simply be renamed Wanwan Kindergarten. There will also be the best small shop in all of Magic City opening. Then you can eat whatever you want. Gu Xingwan cheered and threw herself into her father's arms. Dad is the best. She turned to look at her friends, her face full of pride. See? My dad is so awesome, he always keeps his word. I'll treat everyone to ice cream tomorrow. The children cheered and their faces were full of admiration when they heard this. Long live Dad Wanwan. Batterman is the best. Lin Wanqing stood behind, looking at the man's tall and straight back, with mixed feelings in her heart. This man always uses the most outrageous methods to give her the most shocking impact. This moment. My heart, which I thought was already dead, is now in turmoil, like a lake surface into which a stone is thrown. Ripples appear, and that stone is called Guba. Chapter 30. The new principal's dad is angry. So cool. The golden glow of the setting sun shines through the classroom windows, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground. Go home. The sun is about to set. Guba picked up his daughter in one hand and pulled Lin Wanqing with the other, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Fong Yun's hesitant voice came from behind. A Wanwan, Dad, please wait a moment. Guba turned around, frowning slightly. What's the matter? Fong Yun clutched her phone, her knuckles white, her face still filled with disbelief. You really bought this kindergarten? It's not that she doesn't want to believe it, but she doesn't dare to believe it. Who made the whole thing too unbelievable? One phone call. 5 million, the kindergarten has changed hands? This is too much of a joke? Too absurd. It's even easier than going to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. You know, even if she worked without eating or drinking for her entire life, she still couldn't save that much money? Even if it's a money printing machine, 5 million would take a long time to hum, right? Guba just opened and closed his mouth and gave it away. Rich people don't treat money as money. What? You don't believe it? Guba's eyes turned cold, filled with displeasure at being questioned. No. Fang Yun waved her hands hurriedly, her voice flustered. It was a little too sudden, then call Wu Gang yourself. Guba sneered and said in a fatherly tone, let your former boss tell you in person, who owns this kindergarten now. After I get to the bottom of this, if you dare to question me again, I'll deduct half of your salary this month. Sigma. Fang Yun fell silent instantly. What kind of overbearing boss is this? Before I even officially took over, I already threatened to dock her salary? Evil capitalists. At this moment, several colleagues who were watching the excitement suddenly exclaimed to Sister Fang. Check the workgroup chat. It exploded. The group completely exploded. Fang Yun's heart skipped a beat and she quickly opened the WeChat workgroup. I found that the number of unread messages in the group was 99 plus. At the top was a pinned announcement from former headmaster Wu Gang, with a line in bold red text at all members. Important notice, dear colleagues, I have transferred Xuanya Kindergarten to Mr. Guba. From now on, Mr. Gu is the sole legal representative and owner of the kindergarten. Salary, benefits, and daily management are the responsibility of the new boss and have nothing to do with me. See you later. The message is followed by a system prompt. Frowny face. Wu Gang has left the group chat. This. Fang Yun's pupils contracted violently, and her fingers slid unconsciously across the screen. I saw the messages in the group refreshing like crazy. Omega. Principal, has your account been hacked? Transfer? Our kindergarten was sold? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Mr. Gu? Which Mr. Gu? Is he rich? Hasn't our kindergarten been suffering heavy losses in recent years? Why are there still people willing to take over? What the hell? What's going on? I just went to the bathroom and my boss changed at work. At Fang Yun. Fang Jia, are you here? What does the new boss look like? All I care about is whether my salary and benefits remain the same. I still have 55 years of mortgage to pay off. Don't mess with me. At all members, does anyone know the new boss? Looking at the messages that were flooding the group's screen like crazy, Fang Yun was completely dumbfounded. It's true. It's actually true. She slowly raised her head and looked at Guba, who seemed to be smiling opposite her. This man, really become her new boss? Am I dreaming? She has been teaching and educating children for so many years. This is the first time I've seen such a kind parent. Because my daughter can't eat ice cream, so I want to open a small shop. I just spent 5 million to buy the kindergarten. This is too fucking inhumane. Image, this is the new boss. He's still in class 1, and his dad is pissed. So cool. A teacher posted a secretly taken photo in a WeChat group. Guba stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. His angular face was clearly captured in the photo. The group instantly set off a wave of enthusiasm. Frowny face. Wow. So handsome? Even more attractive than the male lead in idol dramas. It would be a shame if this uncle didn't act with his good looks. The key is that he's rich. He can spend 5 million without hesitation. He's a role model for men. Quick. Take more pictures of the new boss. I want to admire him. Which classroom is the boss in? I'll be there soon. I hope my salary and benefits remain the same. Add me and I'll ask too. And me. Upon learning that the new boss was in the school, dozens of kindergarten staff members could no longer sit still and formed a large group to surround class 1 classroom. Dong dong dong. The sound of chaotic footsteps came from far away. The classroom door was soon blocked by traffic chefs, security guards, cleaners, and teachers from other classes. Dozens of people crowded together, their faces filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Mr. Gu. Please wait a moment. We would like to ask about our salary. There are also 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Will you be laying off employees? Any new instructions? Questions flooded in like a tide, and everyone clenched their fists nervously. It's not easy to find a job these days, especially for some of them who are older. It is difficult for them to find suitable jobs once they become unemployed. Guba just glanced at them casually, his eyes as indifferent as if he was looking at a group of ants. Everything remains the same. These 4 short words were like a reassurance, instantly quieting the noisy crowd. Really? Someone asked in disbelief. Nonsense. Guba sneered, his tone filled with innate arrogance. Do I need this little money from you? Everyone. It seems so. How could someone who could casually throw away 5 million to buy a kindergarten care about their meager salary? Chapter 31. Mr. Gu's kindness is not enough. It's not enough. Loyalty. Guba ignored the noisy subordinates, looked down at his little daughter in his arms, and said softly, Wan, has there ever been a teacher here who bullied you? Or anyone you don't like? Fang Yun and others instantly tensed up their nerves and subconsciously held their breath. Is this a reckoning? They looked at Gu Xingwan nervously, their palms full of sweat. Although I don't think I have ever treated Wan badly, who knows if children will hold grudges? What if? I've said something carelessly. Fortunately, Gu Xingwan shook her head and said in a baby voice, no. Everyone is very nice to me. She pointed at Fang Yun with her chubby little finger and smiled brightly. Teacher Fang will braid my hair into beautiful little braids. Teacher Li always praises my beautiful drawings. Uncle Juan's braised pork is the best. Teacher Lee would occasionally slip me candy. And the security guard greets me every day when I go to school. After hearing these words, the group of people finally felt relieved. Guba looked at his daughter's innocent smile and nodded with satisfaction. It seems like you're having a good time here. He raised his head, glanced at the relieved crowd, and announced domineeringly, since Juan said you did a good job, there will be a reward. Everyone, monthly salary increased by 1,000. The whole audience was silent at first. The next second, the crowd exploded. What the hell? Zundu Fakidu? Long life President Gu. The employees were instantly excited, their faces flushed with excitement. Add 1,000 per person? Just because of a child's praise? Their wages all increased by 1,000 yuan. This boss is too willful. At this moment, no one remembers Wu Gang, the former boss. Only Guba is the real sun in their hearts, the only light. Woo. Oh, Mr. Gu's kindness is not enough. It's not enough. Loyalty. Before they could digest this surprise, Guba's voice rang out again, with unquestionable authority. Fong Yun, and the few people my daughter just mentioned, will receive an additional 2,000 yuan in monthly salary. Fong Yun covered her mouth, completely stunned. Add 2,000? Her current monthly salary is only 4,000. But it has increased to 6,000. It's equal to what she earned from teaching 3 interest classes before. I can't repay you enough. The boss kindness is still not over. Loyalty. The eyes of her colleagues around her were instantly filled with envy and jealousy when they looked at her and the other lucky ones. If they had known earlier, they should have interacted with Juan more. Thank you Juan's father. No, thank you Boss Gu. Fong Yun reacted and quickly bowed to express her gratitude, her voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. The others followed suit and expressed their gratitude. The anxiety they had just felt had long since disappeared, replaced by full excitement. Boss Gu is so generous. Thank you, Boss Gu. We will definitely take good care of Juan in the future. The teachers expressed their gratitude one after another, and their eyes turned towards Gu Xingwan with great eagerness. This little girl, it's like a walking salary increase artifact. A few clever ones have secretly made up their minds. From now on, I must treat Juan as my little ancestor. Who knows, a casual compliment from her could save me 10 years of detours. Guba took in everyone's reactions and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted his precious daughter to be treated like a real princess in this kindergarten. Let everyone remember that there will be great benefits if you please Guba's daughter Dai in his previous life. He owed Juan too much Dai in this life. He wants to fulfill his child's princess dream and make up for all the regrets. Alright, Guba suddenly changed the subject, his eyes becoming fierce again. Juan, have any classmates bullied you at school? As soon as these words were spoken, several children who had had conflicts with Gu Xingwan were so scared that they shrank behind their parents. The parents around were also instantly on edge. I pray that Juan never mentions her child, this domineering CEO who can easily throw out 5 million. If they really want to seek justice for their daughter, they can't withstand his revenge. As the saying goes, things in this world are unpredictable, and the big intestine is bound to the small intestine. Who would have thought that Guba, who was just a parent of a child like them, in the blink of an eye, he became the principal here? Gu Xingwan shook her head, her little face full of innocence. No. *3 You are all my good friends. Although Xiaoxiong sometimes speaks harshly, he will also help me move the small stool. Mimi always gives me her eraser. Everyone is so nice to me. Hearing this, the parents felt relieved. The children who were named were so moved that they burst into tears on the spot. Juan is so nice. I had even laughed at her for not having a father before. She actually let bygones be bygones. Xiaoxiong even swore secretly from now on, he will be Juan's guardian knight. He will be angry with anyone who dares to bully her. Guba raised his eyebrows and said nothing more. He looked down at his watch, frowning slightly. It's late, time to go home. He picked up Gu Xingwan, put his arm around Lin Wanqing's waist, and turned and left. When passing by Fong Yun and others, he paused and announced, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, all faculty and staff will have a meeting. I want to replan the operation plan of the kindergarten. Yes. Fong Yun and her group responded quickly, their waists bent like rice ears. Guba didn't look back, and left the kindergarten with big strides under everyone's awe-inspiring gazes. Dai in the setting sun, the backs of the family of 3 were stretched out very long, behind him were people who were in awe. It wasn't until the tall figure completely disappeared that the classroom erupted in long-suppressed cheers. Holy crap! The new boss is so generous. That's a full 1,000 extra. I can buy my son a new school bag this month. Mr. Gu really dotes on his daughter too much. For her, I bought a kindergarten and gave her a raise. How happy I would be if I were Juan. Sister Fong, you have to take good care of Juan. Whether we can live a good life in the future depends entirely on this little one. Fong Yun smiled and nodded, but her heart was filled with emotion. She looked at the setting sun outside the window and suddenly felt perhaps the arrival of this Batterman father is really the best gift for Juan, and for them, too. After all, not everyone can meet a boss who will raise wages just because of a word from his daughter, although this boss is sometimes overbearing and makes people itch their teeth, but it smells so good. Chapter 32 Every time when dad is mentioned, mom's eyes are sad. Snap, the moment the key turned the door lock, Gu Xingwan's mouth opened into an O shape. Is this my home? The luxuriously decorated duplex apartment before her was a world away from the shabby little house in her memory. The brand new solid wood floor gleams with a warm luster, the crystal chandelier casts a soft glow, the living room is furnished with leather sofas, exquisite paintings adorn the walls, and all manner of smart appliances are readily available. Mom. She turned back blankly. Did we go to the wrong door? How could this still be her home with peeling walls and creaking furniture? Lin Wanqing glanced at Guba with a complicated expression and said softly, "That's right, this is the place my dad had renovated. Do you like it?" Guba squatted down and rubbed his daughter's head. "This is a special surprise that Daddy prepared for Wanwan." Gu Xingwan's eyes instantly lit up like stars, and she threw herself into Guba's arms, nodding repeatedly, "I like it. I love it so much." She raised her little face and looked at Guba in admiration. "Daddy, you are so awesome. You can do anything. You are indeed Bate-man, the omnipotent Bate-man." Wanwan has actually wanted to get new furniture for a long time, but the little girl suddenly lowered her head and her voice became softer. "It used to be very hard for my mother to earn money to support the family. I didn't dare to mention it every night." These words stabbed into Lin Wanqing's heart like a knife, making her eyes red with guilt. "It's all my fault that I'm incompetent and that's why my child has suffered so much." Guba hugged his daughter distressfully, his Adam's apple rolling. "It's okay. From now on, whatever Wanwan wants, Dad will give it to you." "Really?" Gu Xingwan blinked her big eyes. "Of course, Daddy promises you." Guba nodded seriously and hugged his daughter tighter. "His little princess, even though I've been deprived of my father's love for the past 5 years, I don't feel any resentment towards him. On the contrary, I am so satisfied because of his little bit of kindness." This pure trust made Guba feel both distressed and guilty. Dad has a bigger surprise. To make his daughter excited, he deliberately kept her in suspense and smiled mysteriously. "Wanwan, do you want to watch it?" "Yes, yes, yes. I want it." Gu Xingwan jumped up excitedly, her ponytail swinging back and forth. Guba continued to whet his appetite and said, "Let me ask you. If I could give you one wish right now, what would you want most?" "Princess room," the little girl shouted without hesitation. "Pink. The kind with gauze curtains. Just like the castles in fairy tales where Disney princesses live." After saying this, he seemed to be afraid that Guba would be sad because he couldn't do it, so he quickly added, "But it doesn't matter if she doesn't have one. Wanwan has a new home now and is already very happy." This sensible look made Guba's nose feel slightly sore. The other party's answer was already within his expectations. "Close your eyes, Daddy will take you somewhere." He covered his daughter's eyes and led her across the living room. The moment she pushed open the bedroom door, Gu Xingwan smelled a sweet fragrance. "You can open your eyes now." The moment Guba put his hand down, "Wow!" Gu Xingwan's exclamation almost echoed throughout the entire floor. What caught her eyes was a fairytale princess room that was extremely dreamy. The pale pink walls are dotted with starlights, and lace curtains hang from the ceiling, covering the princess bed covered with Hello Kitty sheets. There was a mountain of gifts half a person's height piled up in the corner, limited edition dolls, talking smart toys, rhinestone-studded backpacks. The most exaggerated thing is that there is a mini carousel in the middle of the room. "Is this for me?" Gu Xingwan looked back in disbelief. Guba smiled and nodded. "Do you like it?" "I like it. Omega. I love it so much." Gu Xingwan cheered and rushed into the room, spinning around like a happy little butterfly. She first touched the crystal music box on the bedside, then picked up a teddy bear as tall as her own, and finally pounced on the pile of gifts: a new school bag, princess dress, doll, building blocks. These were all things she had always wanted but hadn't dared to ask her mother for. "Mom, this doll is exactly the same as the one I saw at the mall last time." "Wow. It's Princess Elsa's dress. This pink backpack is so pretty. It even glows. Wow. This doll can blink." The little girl ran around the room excitedly. "Every time I opened a gift, I screamed in surprise." Guba leaned against the doorframe, looking at his daughter's excited figure with an unspeakably gentle look in his eyes. He will spend his entire life making up for the 5 years he missed in his childhood. Suddenly, Gu Xingwan stopped, ran back, stood on tiptoe and kissed Guba on the face. "Thank you, Dad. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. I love this surprise so much. Wanwan is so lucky to have a dad. My dad is the best dad in the world." These words flowed into Guba's heart like a warm current. He squatted down and hugged his daughter gently. "Dad will bring you more surprises in the future." "Zundu?" Gu Xingwan blinked her big eyes. Then, "Wanwan, can I have a real castle?" "No problem." Guba smiled and scratched her nose, "But before that, just be a carefree little princess for now, okay?" Guba took out a small crown inlaid with rhinestones from behind his back like a magician and gently put it on his daughter's head. "Good." Gu Xingwan nodded heavily, her smile brighter than the diamonds on the crown. Then she turned around and dove into the pile of gifts again, continuing her journey of exploration. Guba stood up with a smile and walked to Lin Wanqing, who had been silent and had a complicated expression. "You." She hesitated. "There's no need to do this, it's necessary." Guba interrupted her, his eyes firm. "I owe Wanwan this." He looked at the cheerful figure in the room and said in a low voice, "I missed her childhood. In the future, I want her to grow up happily like a princess." Lin Wanqing turned her face away, her eyes slightly warm. She had to admit, such a gentle Guba, let her have some, at a loss. If only he had been like this in the past, would everything have been different? Why did this man change only when she was completely heartbroken, once bitten by a snake? You will be afraid of ropes for 10 years, now she can't even tell. Is the other party really a prodigal son who has turned over a new leaf? Or is this another emotional scam? She couldn't believe it, she dared not love anymore, she was scared. Just then, Gu Xingwan suddenly ran over, took her hand and excitedly shared Come and see. P greater than over equal to W less than over equal to Q. Dad bought me a talking doll. Lin Wanqing was dragged into the room by her daughter. Looking at the luxurious decorations in the room, she felt complicated. Once upon a time, her greatest wish was to give her little daughter a decent room, and now, this wish was easily fulfilled by Guba with 10 times, 100 times the standard. To be honest, she didn't want to have anything to do with the other party anymore, so she had to wait a month to be free of all worries and completely break up. But looking at her little daughter's happy smile, she couldn't say anything to spoil her mood. How long has it been? She had forgotten how long it had been. I have never seen such a happy and carefree smile on Wanwan's face, at least at this moment. She was grateful to Guba from the bottom of her heart. Mom? Are you unhappy? Gu Xingwan keenly noticed that something was wrong with her mother. No. Lin Wanqing forced a smile. Mom is just too happy. She squatted down and helped her daughter straighten the crooked crown. Wanwan, do you like the surprise Daddy prepared? I like it very much. Gu Xingwan nodded heavily, and suddenly lowered his voice to ask, Mom, Daddy, is it? The little girl whispered mysteriously into Lin Wanqing's ear, is it really Batman? How else could he be so powerful? He can do anything. I thought he was just kidding. Lin Wanqing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and looked up at Guba at the door, under the afterglow of the sunset. The man stood against the light, his tall figure shrouded in a faint halo. There are some points, the aura of light of Battleman. 10 p.m. The night deepens, spreading out like ink. Neon lights flicker outside the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. Crash, Guba had just finished washing up. His loose silk nightgown outlined his broad shoulders and narrow waist. With a bit of lazy sexual tension, he walked to the door of the master bedroom, and just as his fingertips were about to touch the door handle, the door was opened from the inside with a click. Lin Wanqing was standing inside the door holding Wanwan. The little girl had changed into pink princess pajamas. Her little head was resting on her mother's shoulder, her eyes half closed as she yawned. Go sleep in the next room. I'll accompany Wanwan tonight. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, but her cheeks were as red as ripe cherries. After saying that, without waiting for Guba's response, she squeezed out of the door sideways with her daughter in her arms and walked quickly towards the princess's room. The hem of her pajamas swept across Guba's calves, bringing with it a faint fragrance. Bang! After a moment, the door was gently closed, isolating the two worlds inside and outside. Guba froze in place, his hand still in the position ready to knock on the door. He looked down at his empty palms, then glanced at the closed door. A layer of resentment instantly covered his eyes, like a large dog abandoned by its owner. Damn woman. He cursed at the door and tapped it lightly with his knuckles. You run pretty fast. But you think you can escape? I'll admit defeat and return that kiss sooner or later. French kiss. Just thinking about it, Guba's Adam's apple couldn't help but roll. He took out his cell phone, opened the chat interface with Lin Wanqing, and his fingertips hovered over the input box for a long time. In the end, I only sent a goodnight emoticon package. The message fell on deaf ears and received no response at all. As expected. Guba chuckled and put his phone back into his pocket. No rush. He has plenty of time and patience. No matter how thick the ice wall in this woman's heart was, he could chip away at it bit by bit and melt it, using his unique fatherly way. In the princess's room, Lin Wanqing sat on the edge of the bed with a red face, her heart beating like a drum. She knew what Guba wanted to do. Fortunately, she was smart and got away with it. But what should I do tomorrow? I have a headache. That bet. Active French kiss or something. Just thinking about it made her ears burn. Mom? Your face is so red. Gu Xingwan held her new teddy bear and came over curiously. Do you have a fever? No, Lin Wanqing hurriedly shook her head and tucked her daughter into bed. What time is it? Go to bed. You have to go to school tomorrow. But I can't sleep. Gu Xingwan rolled around on the bed, her face flushed with excitement. I'm so happy today. Dad decorated me a princess room. There are so many gifts. I'm so happy. I don't even want to sleep. Tomorrow I'm going to show off to Xiao Xiong and the others that my dad is really a Batman. Seeing her daughter's joyful expression, Lin Wanqing's eyes softened. She patted her daughter's back gently, thinking, Wanwan, do you like Daddy very much? Yeah. I love it the most. Gu Xingwan nodded heavily. Dad is the best. Then, she suddenly crawled into her mother's arms and asked cautiously, Mom, don't you like Dad? Lin Wanqing's breathing stopped. Why do you ask? Because. Gu Xingwan bit her lip. Mom doesn't let Dad into the room, and the little girl's voice became lower and lower. Every time I mentioned my father before, my mother's eyes would be very sad. These words pierced Lin Wanqing's heart like a needle. She didn't expect her daughter to be so sensitive at such a young age. I could only stroke my daughter's hair and murmur to myself, I don't dislike it. It's just. Mom needs time to get used to it. Just like Wanwan's new toy, you have to learn how to play with it slowly, right? Oh. Wanwan nodded, not quite understanding, then mommy has to learn it quickly. I want mom and dad to sleep with me. Then I sleep in the middle, like at Xiaomei's house. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing's throat tightened, and she didn't know how to respond to her daughter's innocent wish. She could only pat her daughter's belly and coax her to go to sleep. Chapter 33 Live Daddy is Coming. The spirited young man Gu Baichen next door master bedroom. Yuba leaned against the head of the bed, thinking about what happened today, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wanwan has now completely accepted him, which is a good start. However, when he thought of Wanwan's two brothers and sisters, Guba felt a headache again. They are different from Wanwan. Wanwan is young and easy to be fooled. A few nice words and gifts can make them happy, but Nanyan and Baichen are different. They are old and hold grudges. The harm I once caused them due to my bias is engraved in my bones, and it is not easy to forgive myself for thinking of this. Guba rubbed his temples with a headache, but his eyes became more determined. I owe them this. Even if they hate me in this life, I must help them avoid the tragedy of their previous life. After he died in his previous life, his soul wandered the world for a long time, and watched that neither of his two children had a good ending. In order to supplement the family income, the brother and sister never went to college and dropped out of school early to work without a degree. You can't find a good job and can only do the most tiring and dirty work. His son Gu Baichen delivers takeout during the day and does live broadcasts at night. He works hard to make more money. Later, he fell in love with a rich girl and worked day and night to raise the 888,000 yuan dowry required by her parents. He died suddenly on the way to deliver a takeaway, dying young. My daughter Gu Nanyan got married early last year. It's a pity that I entrusted my trust to the wrong person. The scumbag opened a small company. On the surface, he was a gentleman. He treated Gu Nanyue very well and cherished her. In the eyes of outsiders, the couple respected each other like guests. In fact, he had a mistress and an illegitimate child, and owed tens of millions in debt due to loans. Later, he faked his death to conceal the truth, leaving the heartbroken Gu Nanyan in a huge debt. In order to pay off the debt, she sold her kidneys, blood, and carried cement. He has white hair at such a young age. Finally, she unexpectedly ran into her deceased husband and his mistress while shopping on the street, and found that they were living a happy and prosperous life. After learning the truth, Gu Nanyue collapsed. In a rage, she lost her mind and hacked the scumbag and the bitch to death with a knife. Finally, he was imprisoned and shot. Oh, that's too tragic. Guba sighed softly. Fortunately, he was there in this life and would never let the tragedy happen again. Thinking of this, Guba suddenly took out his mobile phone and slid his fingertips across the screen. He remembered that Gu Baichen would broadcast live until late at night every night, sometimes even all night. In the previous life, he worked in this reckless way, which directly damaged his body and eventually led to sudden death. With nothing to do, he wanted to watch his son's live broadcast and find a way to get him to end it early. So I downloaded TikTok, and the system automatically selected an ID randomly. Then, according to memory, he entered Gu Baichen's live broadcast ID, Starlight, in the search bar. The moment he clicked to enter, Guba was stunned. On the screen, a young man with colorful hair is performing hard. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright. His facial features were 70% similar to his when he was young, except that he had thick dark circles under his eyes and his face was unusually pale. Good evening, everyone. New friends, please follow us so you don't get lost. The anchor will take you on the highway. Gu Baichen's voice came through the loudspeaker, hoarse but with a deliberately feigned energy. Yuba's fingers tightened suddenly, and his knuckles turned white. This is his son. When did the proud and stubborn boy in my memory become like this? The last time we met in the previous life. The words Gu Baichen said as he slammed the door and left were still ringing in my ears. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on the young and poor. One day, I, Gu Baichen, will rise to power and become more powerful than you. Then I'll let mom live a good life and make you, Guba, pay the price. But now, the child who vowed to make a name for himself is groveling in front of a handful of viewers in the live broadcast room. Thanks to Brother Jia, I can't do this, for the red heart little hearts. 666, my friend. Brother Jia, what talent do you want to see? Singing or dancing? The live stream room was deserted, with only 5 people online. A few comments drifted by, such as the host looks so handsome today and why are you staying up late again? Gu Baichen, however, was overly enthusiastic, as if he was addressing a large gathering of tens of thousands of people. Thank you for the little heart from Widow Wang at the village entrance. Love you. Old bachelor next door, don't rush me, I'll sing the Lone Brave Man later. Welcome to the new family again. Can you send a little heart and show some attention? That flattering smile made Guba very uncomfortable. That he is Guba's son. When did we need to be so humble to others? But at the same time, he felt distressed and guilty, so he followed Gu Baichen as he asked. At this time, Gu Baichen's smile became obviously deeper. He bowed to the camera, and his voice became 8 degrees sweeter than before. Various thank you for the attention of this new sister in the live broadcast room and so on. What sister? Guba looked down at his ID and the corners of his mouth twitched. It was then discovered that the ID name randomly selected by the system was Frowny Face. Sister Hong loves to eat big bananas. Guba was speechless. Forget it. Sister Hong is Sister Hong. He didn't take it seriously. It was just a name, nothing important. Being mistaken for a woman would help him hide his peeping screen better. He didn't want Gubachin to find out that he, his father, was secretly paying attention to him. It would be so embarrassing. This time, another netizen gave a little heart red heart. Wow. Thank you, brother, love you so much that your kidneys will wither. Gubachin immediately bowed to the camera. Love you to the point of kidney failure, so generous. Love you so much that your kidneys become deficient, you are such a beautiful and kind person. The host will sing Listen to Me Say Thank You for you later. Guba looked at the young man on the screen who was bowing and scraping for $1, and his chest felt like it was blocked by a ball of cotton, making it stuffy and painful. This is his son, the son whom he called waste and no future in his previous life. This moment, for the sake of a reward of 10 cents or a few dollars, I lower my posture in front of strangers, hide all my edges and corners, and only show a flattering smile. He sighed and started posting comments. Why aren't you sleeping? So late? Huh? Gubachin scratched his head in the live broadcast room. What time is it now? The nightlife has just begun. Suddenly he leaned closer to the camera and lowered his voice. Sister, if you are sleepy, you can go to sleep first and come to see me tomorrow. The veins on Guba's forehead were throbbing. This kid, he's quite good at flirting with his female fans? He suppressed his frustration and typed Frowny Face. You have heavy dark circles under your eyes. I suggest you go to bed early. Gubachin waved his hand nonchalantly. What's a big deal for a young man to stay up all night? I'm planning on broadcasting all night tonight. Family. Let's hit a small goal tonight. Once we make 50, we'll log off. $50, Guba's fingers paused. He looked at the occasional 1 cent or 2 cent gifts from the poor and was speechless. This will take forever, right? Chapter 34, Sister Hong loves eating big bananas, giveaway Carnival X 100-inch. Sister Hong, are you still there? Do you want to hear a joke from me? At this time, Gubachin blinked at the camera, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Once upon a time, there was a matchstick. It was walking and suddenly felt an itch on its head. It scratched it, and then, he paused, then suddenly made an explosion gesture towards the camera. It's on fire. Ha ha, everyone burst into laughter, everyone in the family, Guba. Family members. The live broadcast room was completely silent, even the few regular viewers didn't leave any comments. Gubachin's smile froze on his face, and he scratched his head awkwardly. Is it too cold? Then I'll change. Guba raised his eyebrows and went straight to the point. Frowny Face, stop talking. Go and rest. What gift can I give you to get you to stop streaming? Looking at the 2 lines of words on the screen, Gubachin suddenly felt that this Sister Hong was a bit interesting. He deliberately winked at the camera and spoke in a long tone with a playful and rogue tone. Sister Hong wants me to stop broadcasting so much? That depends on your sincerity. 1 rocket, and I'll go off the air instantly at the speed of light, no dragging my feet. Dwayne's rocket gift is worth 1,000 yuan, which is a huge gift for a small anchor like him. However, he was just joking. After all, the family members in the live broadcast room are not rich. Even sending a little heart red heart requires him to talk his mouth off. Who would really give him 500 yuan to make him stop live streaming? But the next second, call out. A special effect of golden light exploding suddenly occupied the entire screen. A huge rocket took off from the bottom of the screen, soaring into the sky with a dazzling tail flame. Finally, it exploded into dazzling fireworks at the top, transforming into the ID Hong Jia loves to eat big bananas floating in the center of the screen. Sister Hong loves big bananas. Send out Rocket X1. Gubachin's expression froze instantly. His mouth opened wide enough for an egg to fit in. What the hell? He suddenly jumped up from his chair, his eyes wide as copper bells. Really gave it to me? The live broadcast room exploded instantly. What the hell? This lady is so arrogant. Did she really give it to me? Is this Sister Hong a wealthy woman? She just threw away 1,000 yuan gift. Host, your ancestors are so proud. Come kowtow to Sister Hong. Sister Hong is so domineering. This is a true fan. She spends money to force the anchor to sleep. The anchor is so lucky. The anchor has encountered a wild lady. Wild big sister appears. 666,666. The anchor is about to take off. Rich woman, look at me. Attention everyone. A wild rich woman has appeared. It took Gubachin a long time to find his voice, and he stammered towards the camera. Hong, Sister Hong, are you serious? He has been live streaming for 2 years, and the biggest gift he has ever received is a sports car worth 100 yuan, which was a favor sent by the anchor next door using his secondary account. The sudden rocket stunned him. Guba leaned against the head of the bed, looking at the stunned boy on the screen. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. What a good for nothing. Are you stupid because of $1,000? Your father's work is far more than just this. Gubachin reacted at This moment, bowed madly to the camera, and smiled so hard that the corners of his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Sister Hong is awesome. Sister Hong is generous. Sister Hong is mighty. Sister Hong is my real sister. Sister Hong, feel free to ask for anything you want. Singing, dancing, push-ups, I'm good at it all. With just one word from Sister Hong, I'll go through fire and water. Guba narrowed his eyes and typed in the bullet screen frowny face end the broadcast and go to sleep. Ah. The smile on Gu Baichen's face instantly collapsed. Sister Hong, it's only 11 o'clock. He was extremely reluctant to end the live broadcast. This is the first big sister in his live broadcast career. How could I let him go so easily? We must strike while the iron is hot and cultivate feelings. What if this Sister Hong is just a flash in the pan, and if you don't build a good relationship with her today, she'll forget who she is tomorrow? What if? Sis, I can still broadcast for another 10 hours. He tried to bargain, his tone a bit flattering and aggrieved. Sister Hong, what do you want to see? Do you want me to swallow your fist? Or bark like a dog? Guba's brows knitted tightly together. His son, Guba, actually has to learn to bark like a dog to please others. A nameless anger rushed to my head. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and tapped the screen 3 times with his fingertips. Whoosh. 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 Immediately afterwards, a brilliant light exploded in the live broadcast room again. 3 rocket special effects appeared one after another, like 3 meteors across the night sky, dragging long tails and carrying the momentum to destroy the world. Each rocket emitted a dazzling light, surrounded by bright stars, as if illuminating the entire live broadcast room, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire screen was enveloped by the light of the rocket system. Prompt sounds, one after another. Frowny face. Sister Hong loves to eat big bananas. Free Rocket X1. Sister Hong loves to eat big bananas. Free Rocket X1. Sister Hong loves to eat big bananas. Free Rocket X1. The number of people online in the live broadcast room instantly soared from 5 to 50, and the barrage of comments scrolled like crazy. Frowny face. Fuck. The rich sister is going crazy. 4 rockets. $4,000. Did the anchor's ancestors' graves explode today? This Hong Jia is really a mother. She spent money to force the anchor to sleep. So domineering. I love it. Fuck. The livestream mom is here. A domineering rich woman fell in love with me. Spending so much money just to get the anchor to go to bed? True love. Gu Baichen was completely dumbfounded. His hands holding the microphone were shaking. This is no longer just for the wealthy. This is the god of wealth descending to earth. He opened his mouth and was about to say something to express his gratitude when the screen was suddenly covered with even more exaggerated special effects. This time it's not the rockets. It's a blanket of pink roses and golden fireworks. A rotating crystal chandelier lit up in the center of the virtual stage. A virtual figure in a tuxedo bowed in tribute. A line of gold-plated characters floated at the top of the screen's carnival. The announcement on Douyin was unprecedentedly grand. Frowny face. Congratulations to the anchor Xingchen Ziguang, who received a Carnival X1 from Hongjia Loves Big Bananas. A carnival worth 3,000 yuan. Gu Baichen felt his heart was about to jump out of his throat with excitement. He subconsciously touched his chest, wondering if he was hallucinating from staying up all night. Every dog has his day. The time for Gu Baichen to rise to prominence has finally arrived. The water friends in the live broadcast room were boiling with excitement. Carnival. It's a carnival. Sister Hong, are you the reincarnation of Mazu? Host, thank you so much. This is the closest you've ever been to getting rich. Rich woman is hungry. Have you found true love? You're spamming so much just to make the streamer sleep? This isn't a rich woman, this is her real mother, right? Gu Baichen had already become incoherent. Hong. Sister Hong, don't send me off, my heart can't take it anymore. Omega Omega. Looking at the stunned look on the screen, Guba slowly typed a line of words, and said with an unquestionable father, stop streaming immediately and take a break, otherwise unfollow me. Gu Baichen was so frightened that he hurriedly pressed the close button. No, no, no. Sister Hong, don't unfollow me. I'll be off right away. Right now. Stop giving me gifts. That's enough. That's enough. How could he dare to hesitate? Don't dare to delay for a moment. This Sister Hong is obviously a person with a hot temper and she doesn't go back on her word. If you really make her unhappy, not to mention the carnival, I'm afraid even the previous rocket will have to be taken back by her. Although he knew he couldn't take it back, he was inexplicably afraid. Besides, he was still thinking about taking it slow and steady. Don't anger this god of wealth now. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Hong. Same time tomorrow, I'll wait for you, Sister Hong. Good night, Sister Hong. See you tomorrow, Sister Hong. Sister Hong, you must come to see me. Gu Baichen bowed 3 times to the camera, hurriedly turned off the music, and even forgot to say goodbye to the other viewers. With a click, he turned off the live broadcast. The screen instantly went black, leaving only a gray prompt saying live broadcast has ended. Looking at the dark screen, Guba tapped lightly on the phone case with his fingertips, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Very good, quite obedient, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully live streaming Gu Baichen. Reward 100 rocket showers from Douyin, which can be used for live streaming of Dadlin. Chapter 35. How about wearing black stockings for a live broadcast tomorrow? Although I'm a man, I have thin legs. 100 rocket rain, is that equivalent to 100,000 yuan? I spent 7,000 yuan on gifts, and the system gave me 100,000 yuan back. The more I spend, the more I get. Live Dadlin? Interesting. Ding dong, Gu Ba was thinking when his phone suddenly vibrated. He received a private message from Gu Baichen. Frowny face. Hello, Sister Hong. I am the light of the stars. Thank you for your kindness tonight. This is my contact information, 138xxxxxx. Please add me on WeChat. I'll start the live broadcast early tomorrow and wait for you. Heart. Red heart. Gu Ba's forehead veins throbbed as he watched. This kid is actually still asking for contact information. Could it be that because I am a rich woman, I am planning to live off her? He replied with a cold face, not interested. The other party replied immediately. Frowny face. Don't worry, Sister Hong. I can do everything. I'm not bad looking either. I'm good at playing all kinds of instruments and singing. I still have 4-pack abs. Can you verify it with the video? Immediately afterwards, the other party sent a private selfie video. When Gu Ba clicked it, he almost dropped his phone. You little brat, you're actually lifting your clothes for the camera? Exposing your ribs? To the north, even with Gu Ba's temper, he couldn't help but swear. It's so weird to be seduced by your own son, but he just couldn't say it clearly. Fuck, forbearance. Ding dong. Ding dong, sister, please don't ignore me, I can also give massages. Professional level. What kind of clothing style does Sister Hong like? I'll show you what I'm wearing tomorrow, puppy. Hip hop? Suit? School uniform? Cosplay? Or, Sister Hong, do you prefer abs or pecs? I'll work out all night tonight and show you. What do you think about wearing black stockings for a live stream tomorrow? Even though I'm a man, my legs are really thin. Gu Baichen was relentless and shameless, bombarding her with private messages. All kinds of explicit teasing made Gu Ba's mouth twitch. He took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure despite the catastrophe. But when the words Sister Hong, do you want to see me wearing sexy lingerie appeared on the screen, he couldn't hold it in any longer. I suppressed the urge to call him directly and confront him, and quickly clicked on the message setting, do not disturb. Finally, the world is quiet. Gu Ba leaned against the head of the bed, looking at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. For the first time, he felt so absurd and helpless. He is the president of Gu Group. She actually has to rely on pretending to be Sister Hong to spy on her son's daily life, and also has to endure her own son's seduction. What the hell is this? At the same time, in an old rental house. Gu Baichen slumped in his chair, staring at the private message interface that had not been replied to for a long time, and scratched his hair in frustration. It's over, it's over. I didn't send too many messages and scared the rich woman away. I was a little too hasty. For a sponsor like this, you have to provide her with some emotional value first. He pounded the table in frustration, but when I thought about the rocket and carnival I received today, I couldn't help but grin. I quickly opened the revenue details on Douyin's backend. Today's income, 7,000 yuan after deducting the 50-50 share from the platform. He made a net profit of 3,500. What the hell? He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh to make sure he was not dreaming. 3,005 one night. Normally, he wouldn't make as much as he did tonight in 3 months of live streaming, and it's even equal to what he would make from delivering food for half a month. He jumped up from his chair in excitement and jumped up and down in the small rented room. Who else? Ha ha ha. I was just asking who else. Gu Baichen punched the air, as if this could vent his ecstasy. After turning around a few times, he threw himself on the bed beside him, holding his mobile phone and looking at the reward records again and again, his mouth almost grinning from ear to ear. If only every day could be like this, Gu Baichen muttered to himself, then shook his head with a wry smile. What the hell are you dreaming of? How easy is it to catch a wild rich woman? Today this red sister is in a good mood and gracious, but tomorrow she might forget who she is? There are so many handsome and entertaining anchors on Douyin, so who is Gu Baichen? Why should people come to see him every day? It's almost like a dream. Epsilon sat face Omicron asterisk. Thinking of this, Gu Baichen's smile faded a little, especially when he opened the private message interface. He found that all the messages he sent out fell on deaf ears. He pouted in disappointment and threw his phone aside. Hey, is it really hopeless? He went to the mirror, adjusted his hair, and smiled what he thought was a handsome smile. TSK, why am I so good looking? With this handsome face, it seems that it is not impossible to keep a rich woman. By the way, I have to tell my mom the good news first. Gu Baichen, who was fully recovered, took out his mobile phone happily and wanted to share the miracle of earning 3,500 yuan a day with Lin Wanqing immediately, but when I looked at the clock on the wall, I thought my mother and sister should be asleep at this time. Forget it. We can talk about it tomorrow. I'll go home and treat mom and the others to a big dinner. Gu Baichen made a decision, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Mom would be very happy to know that he made so much money. She would be proud of him. When he mentioned his mother, he couldn't help but think of a scumbag father who abandoned his wife and children. His eyes instantly turned cold and his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. That bastard who abandoned mother and child and fell in love with the new. Just wait for me. Gubachin suddenly punched the air fiercely, as if venting his resentment. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. I, Gubachin, will become successful sooner or later. When the time comes, I'll bring my mom and sisters back to the Gu family and take that scumbag dad away, and those so-called brothers and sisters, slap them all in the face. Just when Gubachin's face flushed red and he was imagining how he would slap his scumbag father in the face in the future, the other side. Ding-ling-ling, Guba's phone suddenly vibrated, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Who would call me this late? He picked up the phone in surprise. Who is it? On the other end of the phone, Jiro's sharp voice almost pierced her eardrums. Guba. What on earth do you want? Not only did they block my bank account, but they even dared to ban our family? I'm telling you, I'm really angry this time. The consequences will be serious. Not only must you kneel for 3 days and 3 nights and beg for my forgiveness, you must also transfer half of the shares of the Gu Group to me. Otherwise, don't even think about my original. Beep beep beep. Guba hung up the phone expressionlessly and blocked the number. He didn't even bother to say a word to this stupid woman. Ban the family. He simply didn't bother to make a move. Is a mere ant worthy of his concern? It's just a disassociation announcement. Those forces that follow the trend will naturally know what to do. Family, they were just a group of parasites he raised when he was blind in his previous life. Without a host, they can't survive even a day. Soon they will understand what it means when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Chapter 36, the fake daughter Gubausian is, Mr. Z. Speaking of the family, Guba couldn't help but think of his past life, the culprit who caused all his tragedies. Gubausian, the name made his eyes suddenly cold. In this life, he will never let her go. But what Guba cares about more is the secret of the fake daughter Gubausian. The woman's methods still send chills down his spine whenever he thinks about them. Although she is not good looking, she can inexplicably make everyone who comes into contact with her feel good about her. Men, in particular, will develop an uncontrollable desire to protect her and may even be willing to go through fire and water for her. In his previous life, he was deceived. He loved this adopted daughter very much and neglected his own flesh and blood. In the end, she framed him and he was deserted by his friends and family and died tragically on the street. Family villa. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Jiro's face twisted instantly. He actually hung up on me again? She frantically redialed, but only heard a cold tone. Sorry. The number you dialed is currently busy. Apparently, she was blocked by the other party again. Ro, how is it? Huang Yumei came over anxiously. What did Guba say? Jiro clenched her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. He just hung up on me. What? Hongfei suddenly stood up from the sofa, his face pale. It's over. It seems like things have really gone too far this time. Guba is really pissed off. Damn it. Several of our company's major clients just called and asked to terminate the cooperation. The bank has been urging us to repay the loan. On the side, only Xiang, who couldn't see the situation clearly, was still shouting recklessly at Dad. What are you afraid of? It must be that old bastard Guba, playing hard to get. He can't leave my sister. Sister, please post something even more exciting on your moments. The kind where you kiss a male model. I guarantee he'll come back on his knees immediately. Jiro ignored her silly brother, biting her lip and thought, feeling a strong sense of unease in her heart. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Something must have happened to Guba that I didn't know about. In the afternoon, she posted an intimate photo with a male model on her moments. She thought Guba would immediately come to her on his knees and beg for forgiveness, but not only did the other party not respond, they also directly issued an announcement to cut ties with the Bai family. Then, the monkeys scatter when the tree falls. Partners who took advantage of the situation demanded to withdraw their investment, banks pressed for loan repayment, and even the luxury house under Jiro's name was repossessed. Soon, they will be driven out of the villa. How could Jiro swallow this? My lungs almost exploded. I wanted to call and question Guba on the spot, but found that I had been blocked by him. Yes, you heard it right, she was blocked? She was blocked by the old bootlicker who obeyed her every word and did everything she said. Ruru, Hongfei's voice trembled. How about, you go find Guba in person and apologize to him? Our family really can't hold on any longer. Jiro suddenly raised her head, her eyes fierce at Dad. You want me to beg him? I am the white moonlight in his memory. Why does he treat me like this? I know. He must be deliberately trying to show off his power in front of me. He wants to scare me. To completely control me. To keep me under his control forever. How despicable. Jiro bit her lips tightly and pinched her palms with her fingers painted with bright red nail polish. I don't believe Guba can really let her go. How could the old man who had been crazy about her for decades change so suddenly, even if she is a fake Yue Guang? Even if she is a man-made person, this face is her magic weapon that makes her successful in everything. So, there is only one truth. After thinking clearly about the whole process, Jiro immediately felt relieved. She sneered, and a vicious light flashed in her eyes. Just wait, in 3 days at most, he'll realize this despicable trick can't threaten me. Then he'll crawl back to me like a dog and beg me for mercy. But don't think I'll forgive him so easily this time. I'm tired of this feeling of being coerced. I'm going to make him transfer 75% of Gu's shares to me. Everyone in the Bai family looked at each other in surprise. For some reason, they always felt that Guba was not joking this time, although I'm not sure, but looking at my daughter's face that was full of confidence and resembled a certain Bai Yueguang, I inexplicably felt confident again. Not yes, Guba has loved this face for decades, how can you let go just like that? Ding dong. At this time, Bai Jiro received a text message on her mobile phone. She thought it was a message from Guba begging for mercy, so she clicked on it hurriedly to check the next second. She was stunned. The letter was sent by Mr. Ziad. How is the plan going? Did Guba successfully divorce? Looking at the content of the other party's text message, Bai Jiro narrowed her eyes. She didn't want to reveal Guba's changes in the past few days to the other party. A perfunctory reply, not yet, but soon. She didn't know Mr. Z's true identity, and didn't even know whether he was a man or a woman. She only knew that he was the one who gave her what she had today. She once owed high-interest loans and was chosen by Mr. Z when she was desperate. He helped her pay off her gambling debts and then paid for her to go to South Korea for plastic surgery. That's right, her face was plastic surgery according to the other party's request. In the beginning, it was the other party who asked her to get close to Guba. Even the various conditions for encounters and methods of teasing men were provided by the other party and taught her. As for the effect, just look at how Guba came and went at his beck and call before, and you will know that it is easy to control him. She was a pawn of Mr. Z, specifically used to seduce Guba. However, everyone is ambitious. Now Bai Jiro can't bear to give up the wealth, luxury, and delicious food that Guba has given her. She was also unwilling to be anyone's puppet. As long as there is a chance, she will definitely find ways to escape from Mr. Z's control. Chapter 37, The Fake Daughter is Actually a Time Traveler? Plundering luck, beautiful country, Beverly Hills. Inside the presidential suite, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting diamond-shaped spots of light on the Persian carpet. Gu Bajan leaned back on the leather chaise longue, a slender lady's cigarette between her fingertips. In the curling smoke, her face, which was not stunning, was filled with a bit of nonchalant arrogance. Looking at Bai Jiro's perfunctory reply on the phone, a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. That's quite ambitious. She chuckled and blew out a smoke ring, her voice filled with the natural contempt of a time traveler for the natives. Do you think you can get ahead of others just by getting a fake face? Oh, a dog that can never be tamed. Do you really think that old man Guba's love for you is genuine? He just loves your face, the face that looks so much like Bai Yueguang, who died long ago. As a time traveler who read Tomato's novel, The Family's Darling, the apple of my eye all night long. Gu Baojian knows the plot of this book better than anyone else. Bai Jiro, it was just a chess piece she used to disrupt the Gu family. The reason why I chose this gold digger from a small county was because of her greed and stupidity. She would rush forward if given a little sweet treat, and there would be no consequences if she was discarded after use. What a pity. Being a chess piece, yet always dreaming of being a chess player. Don't you even consider yourself? Are you worthy? Gu Baojian put out her cigarette, picked up the 1982 Lafite on the table, and shook the scarlet wine in the crystal glass, recalling the day she had just crossed over. She was lying on the $1 million princess bed in the Gu family, and when the original owner's memories and the plot of the entire novel flooded into her mind, she almost fainted from fright. Follow the plot of the novel. After Gu Shueya, the girl of destiny, returns to the wealthy family, this vicious fake daughter will use all means to frame, bully and humiliate the other party in order to maintain her status. During this period, everyone including parents, brother, fiancé, etc. will feel distressed and sympathize with the real daughter's experience. At the same time, he felt that she had snatched away the rich and prosperous life that belonged to the real daughter, and was still making trouble unreasonably, which gradually made him feel disgusted with her. Finally, she was driven out of her home in the middle of winter and died miserably curled up under a bridge. And the real daughter Gu Shueyo, you will be loved by your family and live a happy life. How can this be possible? Are you kidding me? Gu Baojian was furious at the time. She was not the kind of tomato that could be manipulated by others. As an older single woman with a reading time of 999 plus, I have read all the tomato novels. What kind of tricks of defying fate and framing others have she never seen before? Since I become a villain, I might as well be the biggest villain. So what if she's a real daughter? So what if she's the darling of heaven? In front of a time traveler like me, you're all just sisters. And God seemed to favor her at this time. She obtained the golden finger that is essential for travelers, luck plundering. As long as you gain the favor of the protagonists and snatch the opportunities, luck, status, etc. of the real daughter, you can plunder the real daughter's destiny and replace her as the new favorite of the heaven. From then on, Gu Baojian began her own counterattack. Taking advantage of the early time travel, he has been making careful moves over the years, turning the original owner's bad hand into a prosperous one. First, he restrained his arrogant and domineering temperament and began to become gentle, kind, and well-educated. Before the real daughter returned, she used various means to gain the favor of the protagonists. When Dad Gu was tired, she thoughtfully made him a cup of hot tea. When my brothers and sisters encountered difficulties, I silently helped them. When the heroine's fiancé is troubled, she gently comforts him. Every move she made was just right, and she subtly won the hearts of the protagonists. In the original novel, the Gu family felt extremely guilty towards the real daughter Gu Shueyo, but treated the fake daughter Gu Baojian like a worn-out shoe. Now, her family members have spoiled her like the apple of their eye. Even Guba, the cold-faced devil, looks at her with a bit of unconscious indulgence. In the original novel, the real daughter's fiancé is the heir of a top wealthy family? Is he aloof? Now, the heir was sending her 30 messages every day, asking about her well-being and showing great concern for her. At the same time, he also used Bai Jiro as a sharp weapon to drive away the substitute stepmother in the novel, Lin Wanqing, and her family, who firmly stood on the side of the real daughter. After several years of strategic planning and clever layout, Gu Baozhan now has absolute confidence. Even if the real daughter came back, she would be powerless to change the situation and could not shake her current position. She has become an indispensable existence in this family, and no one can live without her. Think of this. Gu Baozhan smiled proudly, picked up the expensive glass of red wine on the table in front of her, and shook it gently, watching the red liquid spinning in the cup. It was as if she was in control of her destiny at this moment. She brought the glass to her lips and took a graceful sip. The mellow sweetness spread in her mouth, making her feel extremely comfortable. Then she put down her wine glass, picked up her phone, and sent a text message to Bai Jiro. Frowny face. Within a week, I want to see news of Guba's divorce. Otherwise, you know the consequences. After sending the message, she sneered. Bai Jiro is just a chess piece and can be discarded at any time after USEAS for Guba. If the real daughter returns and he can still favor me as before, then everyone will be happy. Otherwise, the position of President Gu could be taken by someone else. The same goes for others. At this moment, Gu Baozhan suddenly remembered something and a vicious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Gu Shuiyo must be suffering from school bullying right now. I'm really looking forward to it, seeing the so-called girl of destiny being trampled into the mud. I want her to understand. In front of a time traveler, the so-called destined heroine is nothing but a joke. Thinking of this, she quickly opened the address book, found a number marked bully, and typed a line of words on the screen with her fingertips. After you start, remember to take a few photos for me. One photo, 100 yuan. After sending the message, Gu Baozhan threw her phone aside, stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below. The sunlight shone on her, as if she was coated with a layer of golden light. Gu Baozhan in the original novel lost because she was too stupid and couldn't see her own place. She raised her hand to block the glaring sunlight, her eyes full of confidence that she was in control of everything. But I'm different. As a time traveler with a built-in golden finger, she looked down on the natives in the book from the bottom of her heart, thinking that she was the chosen one with a script and a golden finger, and the player of this world. The natives in the book are nothing more than puppets controlled by fate. For her, she is the master who is above the world and can control everything. Those cannon fodders that were trampled under her feet, whether it's the real daughter, the protagonists, or even the boss who was still in the dark, but they were just a few insignificant stepping stones on her journey to change her fate. Just wait, this world. Gu Baozhan opened her arms as if embracing the whole world. From today on, I will set the rules. Next second, she picked up the wine glass again and raised it to the sunlight outside the window. To myself. To the new world. Cheers to this brilliant life that belongs to this time traveler. The red wine enters the throat with a burning warmth. Cool. Chapter 38. Gu Shuiyo encounters school bullying. Magic City University. Girls Dormitory 101. Gu Shuiyo sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her three roommates busying around in front of her, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. Ever since Guba left, these three lively guys have been like chicken blood, and have been carrying out all-round campus mom treatment on her. For example, now she is getting ready to brush her teeth and go to bed. Don't move. Tang Guagua, upon hearing the news, rushed over, her twin ponytails swinging like two whips. From today on, I have to squeeze your toothpaste. Finished, she grabbed the wash cup and rushed into the bathroom. A moment later, he came back holding a toothbrush filled with toothpaste, his movements as agile as those of a special forces soldier. Here. Squeeze it at a 45-degree angle, and the toothpaste will be exactly 2 centimeters long. Tang Guagua puffed out her chest proudly. I measured it specially. Gu Shuiya. She just took the toothbrush. Jiang Shui, with her short and capable hair, came over with a basin of warm water. Your Highness, please allow me to fetch water for your feet. Wait. Degree, I didn't say I wanted to wash my feet. Gu Shuiya was stunned. Jiang Shui ignored her and squatted down without saying a word to take off her white socks. The water temperature is 38 degrees, and I added 3 drops of lavender essential oil. Soaking your feet before bed helps you sleep. Gu Shuiya was so scared that she pulled her feet back onto the bed. Stop. I can do it myself. No, the three roommates said in unison. Shuibingsha, who was wearing glasses, pushed the frame of her glasses, and the lenses reflected the light of wisdom, according to Chapter 3 of Gu Dad's agreement. Article 5. The princess's daily life must be taken care of by the knights. What's Dad Gu's last date? Gu Shuiya was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You guys just made it up, right? The details aren't important. Tang Guagua waved her hand. In short, your mission now is to be a good-for-nothing beauty. Gu Shuiya. Looking at my three roommates who were acting like they were facing a great enemy, I suddenly remembered what my father said before he left. I want her to live like a queen. I suddenly understood something. You don't have to do this. She muttered softly, we can just get along like usual. How can that be? Tang Guagua took out her phone and shook it. Dad Gu transferred 170,000 yuan to each of us. 170,000 yuan. Do you know what this amount of money means to college students? If I don't serve you well, this money will burn my hands. That's right. Jiang Shui nodded in agreement. Take money from others and help them get rid of disasters. From today on, you are our little ancestor. Shui Bingxia added, to be precise, it's my mother who's the target. Gu Shuiao held her forehead speechlessly at these three funny guys. Normally, getting them to take out the trash would be decided by playing rock paper scissors, and now they're actually vying for the job? I have never seen such a thing. Helpless, she decided to go to the bathroom to calm down, just stood up. Wait. Tang Guogua slid over to her knees. There's dust on the ground. Let me wipe it clean before you step down. She took out a wet wipe and, like a pilgrim, wiped the floor in front of Gu Shuiao's feet until it was shiny. Gu Shuiao. She stepped carefully onto the holy road, but stopped after taking 2 steps and wanted to borrow a hairdryer from her roommate. Bingxia, I just washed my hair, can I borrow your… The words haven't been finished yet. Shui Bingxia suddenly rushed to the cabinet and handed over the hairdryer with both hands. From today on, it's yours. Gu Shuiao was dumbfounded. I just want to borrow it, Yao, I'm warning you. Shui Bingxia's face suddenly turned stern. I hate it most when people are polite to me. Besides, I like quietness. If you want to use my things in the future, just take them and don't tell me. Gu Shuiao? Just use it directly. She remembered that last week, she accidentally used Shui Bingxia's shampoo, and this guy kept complaining about it for 3 days. Me too. Agreed, and me too. Tang Guogua and Jiang Shui nodded in agreement. Now, Gu Shuiao was completely speechless. Crash. 2.5 minutes later, she came out of the bathroom after washing up and found some dust on the floor. She picked up the broom in the corner and wanted to clean it up. Stop. Tang Guogua rushed over, snatched the broom, and said seriously. Let's get real. I won't pretend anymore. I actually have a serious case of mysophobia. From now on, I will be the only one cleaning the dormitory. This is a notification. Not a discussion. Gu Shuiao frowned. Guogua, we have lived together for so long, who is too lazy to wash socks and wears them for days? Whose instant noodle bowl is always piled up until mushrooms grow? You call this mysophobia? Tang Guogua retorted without blushing or beating her heart. That was in the past. From today on, I am a mysophobia. After saying that, she started sweeping the floor skillfully, her movements so exaggerated that it looked like she was performing acrobatics. Faced with the outrageous behavior of her 3 roommates, Gu Shuiao felt helpless and amused, but I have to admit, this feeling of being held in someone's hands and cared for in all aspects seems pretty good. Forget it. It's getting late, let's go to bed. Gu Shuiao shrugged and was about to make the bed to rest. Jiang Shui rushed forward and shouted, I'll do it. She expertly shook out the quilt, straightened the corners, and patted the pillow. Your Highness, the bed is made, please go to bed. Seeing this, Gu Shuiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Can you guys be more normal? No, the 3 of them said in unison again. Tang Guogua even took out a notebook and showed it to the confused Gu Shuiao. We have written down Dad Gu's request and must strictly implement it. For example, you can't shed a tear, lose a hair, lose a pound, yawn from sleepiness, get tanned by the sun, frown while doing homework, sprain your ankle while walking, or talk to a yellow-haired person. Gu Shuiao smiled bitterly and held her forehead. He was just joking. No. Father Gu's words are the imperial decree. Shui Bingxia pushed up her glasses and shook her head. We've already made a schedule and decided to take turns guarding you 24 hours a day. She showed the table on her phone, which was accurate to the minute, showing who was responsible for what. Its rigor was comparable to NASA's launch plan. Gu Shuiao was too tired to complain and simply chose to lie down and play badly. The girls played around for a while, and just when they were about to lie down to rest, boom boom boom, there was a sudden knock on the dormitory door. Huh? Who is it so late? Gu Shuiao and the other 3 were extremely surprised and looked at each other. When they opened the door, they saw a few girls standing at the door, looking at them with wolf-like eyes. Jolie? Why is she here? Seeing the burly woman leading the group, a hint of uneasiness flashed in the eyes of Tang Guogua and the others. They knew this person, who lived in the dormitory at the end of the corridor. Not only does he live a lazy life without any learning, he also likes to bully and blackmail his classmates, and also has connections with some social people outside. Generally, when they meet this kind of little gangster girl, they keep their distance from her and the 2 sides have never had any. Intersection. Why did the other party come to my house with such a threatening attitude today? Chapter 39, Malin Knights. Who touches my sisters? I'll knock your brains out, sisterly? What are you doing so late? After seeing who the visitor was, Gu Shuiao and the others lowered their voices unconsciously. I can't understand why this little girl who was a bully in school suddenly came to my house. At the dormitory door, several little girls were blocking the way with their arms crossed, looking very aggressive. Jolie, who was in the lead, was a big and strong man with a face full of flesh. Her triangular eyes flashed with vicious light and were fixed directly on Gu Shueyo. She looked him up and down for a while, and a malicious arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. After confirming the mission objective, he suddenly started yelling at the top of his lungs, "You guys are making so much noise in the dormitory in the middle of the night, as if this is your own stage? You're talking so loudly that you disturbed my sleep. Tell me, how do you want to solve this problem?" Gu Shueyo and the others were all confused when they heard this. Their dormitory and Zhou Li's dormitory were not separated by a huge distance, but at least there were 10 dormitories between them. There are 2 turns in the middle. At this distance, how loud do you have to speak to disturb the other person's sleep? It's pure lies, even if it really disturbed others. The first ones to come and complain would probably be the ones in the next dorm, right? Besides, they are all well-educated college students. They usually control their voices when speaking and try not to disturb others' rest and study. I've lived here for several years, but this is the first time someone has come to complain about me for the reason of noise. Gu Shueyo and the others were not stupid, and they immediately understood that Zhou Li and the other little girls came to their house deliberately to cause trouble. Although I can't figure it out, where did I offend the other party? But they did not want to conflict with the little gangsters, and based on the principle that less trouble is worse than more, they decided to keep things quiet. Xue Bingxia pushed up her glasses, trying to be friendly and make money. Sisterly, it's wrong to disturb your rest. We apologize. We'll turn off the lights and go to bed now. I promise I won't make any more noise to disturb you. As she spoke, she picked up a few bags of imported chocolate and potato chips from the table and stuffed them into Zhou Li's hands. It's just a small treat, just consider it as our apology. Sisters, please try it. Tang Guagua also forced a smile, trying to make a big deal out of a small matter. Yes. Sisterly, we are all classmates. We will see each other sooner or later. There's no need to hurt each other's harmony. Gu Shueyo and the other person just laughed it off, trying to get the matter over with. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Under normal circumstances, even little girls like Jolie would feel secretly happy to be complimented like this. Then he left in a proud manner, and no longer troubled Gu Shueyo and the others. But unfortunately, they came here today on purpose to cause trouble, so how could they be dismissed with a few bags of crappy snacks? Bang! Jolie threw the snacks to the ground, the packaging bag exploded, and the potato chips scattered all over the floor. Fuck you! Do you think I'm a beggar? You think you can settle things with this little thing? After saying this, she raised the corners of her mouth maliciously, her eyes entwined with Gu Shueyo like a venomous snake, and sneered, and so Discord, you can calm me down if you want, or, the 4 of you put your faces close to me and let me slap each of you. Or, let her take the beating for you. Let me slap her 4 times and that'll be the end of it. How about that? Jolie spoke the last sentence frivolously and viciously, deliberately slowing down her speech and scanning the faces of the 4 girls, waiting to see them fight each other. She has seen many such scenes of sisters killing each other that no matter how good the relationship between best friends is, when they are about to get beaten, they will only push each other and hope to push others out as scapegoats. But this time, she miscalculated. As soon as she said this, Tang Guagua and the others' faces instantly darkened, knowing that they could not resolve the matter tonight with just words. They looked at each other, a hint of determination flashed in their eyes, and they were mentally prepared to fight side by side. As for handing over my good sisters, that is absolutely impossible. Let's not talk about the amount of money that Gu's father gave them. Even if they didn't pay, they couldn't just sit there and watch their good sisters being beaten and do nothing. Get lost. Jiang Shui was the first to step forward and dragged out a shiny barbell from under the bed. This is what she usually uses to train her arm strength, and it weighs 15 pounds. She stepped in front of Gu Shueyo, the veins on her hand holding the barbell bulged, and her eyes under her short hair were as cold as a knife. I'm calling you sisterly out of courtesy, but do you really think you're such a nobody? You want to fight, right? Who's afraid of who? Come and try if you dare. She weighed the barbell in her hand, her eyes as cold as ice. If you want to touch my sister, ask the thing in my hand if it agrees first. Believe it or not, I'll knock your brains out. Jiang Shui's voice was not loud, but full of power, like a lioness about to explode. Seeing that the eldest sister, who was the best fighter in the dormitory, was taking the lead, the others also became red-eyed and picked up various weapons. Tang Guagua casually picked up a thermos cup filled with 100 degrees hot water from the table, opened the lid, and clenched her hands tightly, ready to pour the water over at any time. Jolie! We respect you as our senior, and we just spoke to you in a very nice tone. Don't be shameless. Schwebingsha pushed his glasses, said nothing, and silently hid the fruit knife on the table into his sleeve. The eyes behind the lenses revealed a fierceness. From a legal perspective, there is no legal responsibility for self-defense. The 3 of them formed a triangle formation, protecting Gu Shueyo in the middle. They faced Jolie and the others with great momentum and without fear. Come here. Gu Shueyo stood behind her roommates, looking at their tense backs, and her nose suddenly felt a little sore. She never thought that one day she would be protected like this. Moved, she secretly vowed that no matter what the outcome of today was, she would stand by these good sisters. She grabbed the clothesline nearby and got into a fighting stance. Now, sisters, we're going to fight. Fight. Seeing this, Jolie and the others were all stunned. They obviously didn't expect the people in this dormitory to be so tough. They thought it was just a fake sisterhood like in other dormitories, and they would go their separate ways after being scared. This is a bit troublesome. However, as little gangsters, what they fear least is group fights. It is even more impossible to admit defeat at a time like this. Otherwise, if it gets out, how can I survive in school in the future? Hey, you guys are pretty crazy, huh? Jolie reacted and said viciously, "You still want to fight me? Do you really think the people I brought with me are just decorations?" The followers behind her looked at each other, immediately rubbed their hands, rolled up their sleeves and cursed, as if they were going to rush into the dormitory and have a big fight. The war is about to begin. Sisters, come on. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Jolie shouted and rushed towards Jiang Shui, who seemed to be the best fighter. Jiang Shui was not ambiguous either. She raised the barbell and smashed it on her legs. What are you doing? Just when the two sides were about to go to war, a powerful shout came from the end of the corridor. It turned out that some students nearby heard the noise and secretly called the dormitory manager. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you doing? You want to make a big fuss, right? The dormitory manager was wearing pajamas, looking angry and walking quickly with a flashlight in her hand. Seeing this, Jolie and the others decided not to continue fighting. Although they are arrogant and domineering, they are not stupid enough to confront the dormitory manager face to face. He laughed and found an excuse. "Auntie, we are here to borrow shampoo from our classmates." Bullshit. The dorm manager saw through it immediately. Do you think I'm deaf? I can hear you guys yelling from far away. She swept her flashlight over Jolie and her group, frowning and asking, "Why are you guys being so restless again? You missed the mark last semester, didn't you? Do you want me to call the training office right now?" Hearing this, Jolie's face changed and she quickly apologized in a gentle voice. During this time, he glared at Gu Shui and the others fiercely, lowered his voice, and said a few harsh words such as, "There is a long way to go, just wait and see, don't think about having an easy time in school in the future." He then slipped away angrily with a few followers. This book has been discontinued for 4 days and will officially resume updating starting tomorrow. I actually don't want to stop updating, because I couldn't even make $1 a day before. As a full-time author who needs to support a family, I really can't hold on any longer. I have no money to eat, so I have to keep researching and writing new books, but today there seems to be a little bit of traffic, and some brothers are urging me to update. I decided to stick with it and continue updating. From the beginning till now, this book has earned a total of 26 yuan. It's only a few cents a day, but if a brother shows some mercy and sends a gift, it can reach 1 or 2 yuan. I have been running the book business for a while now, and I only made 10.61 last month. It's too difficult. Oh, this is why I stopped updating before. If possible, brothers, please give me a free gift when you have time. I will be very grateful and will do my best to write the book well. Thank you. I was born in 1996, an uncle who has accomplished nothing. Many of the kids here are probably younger than me. I really don't want to work anymore, so I write novels full-time. There's no other way. With a high school diploma and an ordinary, lower-income family, I really can't find a more suitable job than this. As long as I don't starve to death, I'm satisfied. Generating electricity for love is free. Brothers who have time, please watch a few ads. I can get 0.1 yuan for each ad. Thank you, kind people, and I wish you peace every year. Chapter 40, transformed into Batman and sent his wife and children to school. Looking at Jolie and her group as they left in dejected manner, the dormitory manager scolded them loudly for a few more times, and after confirming that everything was fine, she comforted Gu Shuiao and the others before leaving. As soon as the person left, the dormitory became quiet instantly. I was almost scared to death just now. Tang Guoguo's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground, the thermos cup in her hand falling to the ground with a clang. Jiang Shui also breathed a sigh of relief. The barbell hit the ground with a bang. She leaned against the wall and gasped for breath, her palms full of sweat. Shui Bingxia silently took out the fruit knife from her sleeve and put it back in the deepest part of the drawer. Ji Shuiao walked over, squatted down, and hugged Tang Guoguo, her voice a little choked. "Thank you. If it weren't for these roommates, she might have been beaten just now." "What are you thanking me for?" Tang Guoguo patted her back and wiped her face with a smile. "We are the Malin Knights. Protecting the princess is our duty." Jiang Shui approached, rubbed Gu Shuiao's hair and said, "If they dare to come again, we will fight them." Shui Bingxia pushed up her glasses and added with a smile, "I've recorded it in advance, and everything Jolie said just now is in it. If anything happens, you can submit it to the education department as evidence." Looking at the slightly embarrassed roommates in front of me, Ji Shuiao felt that they were more dazzling than ever. It's great to have a group of sisters who are always there for her. As for Jolie's threat, she is not afraid, because she knew that no matter what happened in the future, there would always be someone standing in front of her, like today, saying firmly, "If you want to touch my sisters, ask us first if we agree." At this time, Shui Bingxia pushed her glasses and asked Gu Shuiao curiously why those school bullies targeted her. Gu Shuiao looked confused and shook her head in confusion. She and Jolisu didn't know each other and had never even spoken to each other before today. She was usually so low-key at school that she was almost invisible. She couldn't understand why the other party suddenly came to bully her. Who cares? Anyway, with us here, no one can bully Yao Yao. By the way, wait for Father Gu to come over tomorrow and complain to him. I wonder if Jolie and the others dare to act so recklessly again. Don't forget. Yao Yao is also protected by her father now, he will definitely be able to vent Yao Yao's anger. He. Tang Guogua maintained her usual optimistic attitude and gloated over the misfortune. Ji Shuya was a little hesitant and said shyly, forget it, there's no need to trouble him with such a small matter. Given Guba's hot temper, she was worried that he would do something irrational after knowing it. I don't agree, Otto. Oh, Dad Gu said that we have to report to him if you lose even a hair. Not to mention something as serious as you being bullied, how could you not tell your parents? Tang Guogua spoke righteously and insisted on her own opinion. That's right. Yao Yao. We are all students. When we encounter school bullying, the first thing we do is ask our parents for help. A kind man is often bullied, and a kind wife is often ridden. Haven't you read the social news? The more you back down and give in, the more aggressive those bullies will become. But if you resist firmly and make a big deal out of it, the bullies will be afraid to provoke you. We also agreed to tell Father Gu about this. As a father, he has the right to know what happened to his daughter at school. You have to believe that he can handle this matter properly. Otherwise, with Zhou Li's vindictive personality, I'm afraid we won't be able to live in peace in school from now on. Jiang Shui and Xuebingxia agreed in unison to tell Gu Ba about this matter. I understand. Gu Shueyo did not refute, she knew that her roommates were all concerned about her. In fact, she was not opposed to telling Gu Ba about what happened at school, but because of her personality since childhood, she didn't want to cause trouble to others, even if that person is his biological father. But it had only been a day since the two sides recognized each other as relatives, and she instinctively didn't want to bother him. She was afraid that Gu Ba would be annoyed by this and think that she couldn't even handle such a little quarrel between classmates. Yao Yao, stop thinking so much. It's time to go to bed. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. __. Oh. Tang Guogua yawned, patted Gu Shueyo on the shoulder, and went back to her bed first, snoring soundly. The others looked at each other, smiled bitterly and shook their heads, then they all returned to bed and prepared to rest. The night deepens, the lights in the dormitory are off. The next morning, sunlight streams into the bedroom through the curtains. Gu Ba was woken up by a pair of soft little hands. Dad, wake up. Gu Xingwan lay on the edge of the bed, blinking her big eyes. Didn't you say you would take Wan to school? You're going to be late. Gu Ba opened his eyes, looked at his daughter's pink little face, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. He pulled the little girl into his arms and kissed her hard on the cheek. Good morning, my little princess. Oh, Gu Xingwan covered her face shyly and said in a baby voice, Daddy's beard is so prickly. Then, he twisted his little body and got out of Gu Ba's arms, stamping his feet anxiously. Hurry up, Dad. Mom said we'll be late if we don't leave now. At this time, Lin Wanqing hurried into the bedroom, glanced at the wall clock, frowned and said, it's too late. How about, I'll take Wan to school so you can sleep a little longer. No. Gu Ba refused sternly and sat up with a somersault. He threw back the covers, got out of bed, and put on his shirt with one swift movement. A man's spit is as good as a nail. I promised to take Wan to school, so I must do it. I don't want to give Wan the impression that I'm untrustworthy. Gu Xingwan tilted her head and said worriedly, but it usually takes Mom 15 minutes to get to school on her electric scooter. Dad, you haven't brushed your teeth or washed your face yet. It must be too late. She counted the time on her fingers and suddenly slapped her forehead. Unless Dad, can you take us over? Who says we can't? Gu Ba raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously. Don't forget, Dad is Batman. Gu Xingwan was stunned, and her eyes instantly lit up like stars. Really? Dad can really fly? Are you going to transform into Batman and take us there? At the door of the room, Lin Wanqing held her forehead with her hand, speechless when she heard this. This man, haven't had enough role-playing games yet? She wanted to see how he would take her and me flying? Chapter 41, Gu Ba's family shocks the kindergarten. Please support love. 2.5 minutes later. At the entrance of the community, Lin Wanqing froze as she looked at the black helicopter parked in the open space. The strong wind stirred up by the propeller made her hair fly. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Wow! Gu Xingwan jumped up excitedly. It really is a plane. Dad is so awesome. She tugged at the corner of Gu Ba's clothes, her face flushed with excitement. Can I really fly to school? Certainly. Gu Ba bent down and picked up his daughter, his face doting. Dad can't transform into Batman for the time being, but I can still take you flying. Beside, Lin Wanqing's lips trembled. When did you arrange this? Just now. Gu Ba said lightly, it was just a phone call. He carried Gu Xingwan towards the helicopter, and the pilot had already respectfully opened the cabin door. Mom! Come quickly. Gu Xingwan lay on Gu Ba's shoulder and waved excitedly at Lin Wanqing. We're about to take off. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and followed. She had to admit, this man's fatherly behavior once again refreshed her cognition. Amid the roar of the propellers, the helicopter slowly took off. Wow, look, Dad. The houses on the ground have become so small. Like building blocks. Gu Xingwan lay by the window, looking at the ground that was getting smaller and smaller, and kept exclaiming in amazement. This was the first time in her life that she had been on a plane. She had no fear of heights, only excitement. Guba smiled and rubbed his daughter's head. Do you like it? I like it. I like it so much. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Gu Xingwan turned around and threw herself into his arms. It turns out my dad is really Bataman. Wanwan is so happy. Lin Wanqing sat opposite, looking at the intimacy between the father and daughter with complicated eyes. She glanced out the window furtively. The whole scenery of Shanghai is in sight, and the morning sun gilds the clouds, which is breathtakingly beautiful. This experience, it is indeed much better than squeezing into an electric car to go to school. At the entrance of the community, Aunt Zhou, holding a basket of vegetables, stared at the flying helicopter in amazement. Isn't that Kobayashi's family? She rubbed her eyes and said, as studied by helicopter? Passers-by around also stopped and talked about it. Fuck. Whose kid is so arrogant? When did such a big shot live in our shabby neighborhood? Isn't this the guy who bought a house for 1 million last night? Amazing. They were so worried the kids would be late that they offered them a helicopter pickup right there. Inhumane. Aunt Zhou stood there, so shocked that she almost dropped the basket of vegetables in her hand. She suddenly felt, is my 1 million going to be less? Futaba Kindergarten of Fang Yun and a group of teachers were standing in front of the teaching building, constantly looking at their watches, waiting anxiously. Why hasn't Mr. Gu come yet? Is there a traffic jam on the road? The teachers were talking about it, feeling both excited and nervous. Since the kindergarten was acquired by Guba yesterday, everyone's salary has increased, especially a few people like Fang Yun, who received an extra 2,000 yuan per month. Now each of them is full of enthusiasm for the new boss and is waiting for him to announce the new kindergarten operation plan today. Just then, boom, a huge roar came from the sky. Look! A helicopter! Some parents exclaimed and pointed to the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a black helicopter flying towards the kindergarten at high speed. Wow! That's so cool! I've never been on a plane before. Is this some important person passing by? The parents were talking about it and the children were jumping around excitedly. However, as the helicopter got closer and closer, and finally landed slowly on the small playground of the kindergarten, everyone was dumbfounded. Hey! What the hell? Why did it stop here? This helicopter is coming to our kindergarten? The strong wind stirred up by the propeller made the grass on the lawn bend. The cabin door opened, and Guba walked down calmly, holding Gu Xingwan and holding Lin Wanqing's hand. Mr. Gu? Fang Yun's eyes widened and her jaw almost dropped to the ground. She has been teaching and raising children for so many years, but this is the first time she has seen parents take their children to school in a helicopter. This is too, a bit inhumane, isn't it? Good morning, teacher. Gu Xingwan jumped down from her father's arms and ran happily to Fang Yun, her face flushed with excitement. Teacher, I came here by plane. Fang Yun opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. She could only nod stiffly. Good morning, Wan. The other teachers around were also stunned and couldn't recover for a long time, and the parents who sent their children to school were even more shocked. Is this the parent who spent 1 million to buy a kindergarten? Isn't that too much? A helicopter pick up and drop off at school? Quick! Go and build a good relationship with that kid. Remember this, you bastard. You must be good friends with Wan. You must never offend her. Parents have told their children to try their best to appease the little princess of the Gu family, or at least not to become enemies with her. The children nodded in confusion, then swarmed around Gu Xingwan, crying loudly. Wan. Heartsuit for all heartsuit, your skirt is so pretty. Your little red schoolbag glows. What does it feel like to fly on a plane? Woohoo, I really want to experience it. Gu Xingwan was surrounded by her friends, her chest held high and her face full of pride. This was the first time she was treated like a star by her friends. Feel super awesome. Asterisk. Mr. Gu, Fang Yun finally came to her senses and walked respectfully to Guba. Do you have any instructions for me? Instructions? Guba raised his eyebrows. I'm just here to send my daughter to school. By the way, let's hold a meeting to discuss the future operation plan of the kindergarten. Fang Yun nodded quickly. The conference room is ready, and all the teachers are waiting for your lecture. Please come this way. Guba nodded, turned to Lin Wanqing and said to take Wan to the classroom first. I'm going to a meeting. Yeah. Lin Wanqing nodded silently, took her daughter's hand, and walked towards the teaching building. Along the way, parents kept looking at us with envy and jealousy. That's Mrs. Gu, right? She's so lucky. I heard that her husband bought the kindergarten directly for their daughter. I'm so jealous. Marrying such a handsome and wealthy husband is every woman's ultimate dream. Listening to these discussions, Lin Wanqing felt complicated. In the past, when she was with Guba, she only received contempt and disdain. No one took her seriously, and everyone knew Guba just treated her as a substitute for Bai Yueguang. This is the first time I have received positive feedback from Guba. Of course, none of this matters anymore. Lin Wanqing looked down at her little daughter who was jumping around, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up, although Guba's fatherly action sometimes left her speechless. But I have to admit, Wan Wan is indeed much happier than before since the child was happy. Her mood naturally improved a lot as well. That's enough, isn't it? Chapter 42. Let everyone in the kindergarten treat Wan Wan like a princess from now on. Futaba Kindergarten. Inside the conference room. Gyuba sat upright in the main seat, tapping the table lightly with his slender fingers. The whole room was silent, and all the teachers held their breath, not daring to breathe. From today on, Xuanya Kindergarten will be officially renamed Wan Wan Kindergarten. There are also school regulations that need to be comprehensively upgraded. Guba's voice was deep and powerful, leaving no room for doubt. He opened the folder and glanced sharply around the audience. First, the school uniform must have a photo of my daughter printed on the chest. Secondly, the cafeteria menu will be reformulated by nutritionists based on evening tastes. Third, expand the playground and add more children's play equipment. Before other children want to play on the equipment, they must shout, "Long live Princess Wan Wan." Fourth, the conference room suddenly became eerily quiet, with only the angry echo of Gubaba's father remaining. All the teachers' eyes widened and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. How can this be called a kindergarten renovation? Listening to these new school rules, it's clear that they want to turn this place into a special children's playground for his daughter. Okay, I'm done. Who's for? Who's against? Guba looked around at everyone, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Quiet in the dead silence, a black foreign teacher suddenly stood up and slammed the table, retorting in broken Chinese, "I object. Mr. Gu, I think this rule is too arbitrary. Kindergarten is a place of education, not your daughter's private castle. You are only harming your child by doting on her. I suggest you give your baby daughter to me. I will train her to be a good girl." Guba narrowed his eyes and looked at the black foreign teacher named Jack. He remembered that the information showed, this guy is the former headmaster Wu Gang, who was hired at a high salary to show off. He has no teaching ability at all and often harasses the female teachers in the kindergarten. Thinking of this, he suddenly became angry, jumped up and slapped the black man in the face with a big slap. Epsilon, hashtag, /////. Who the hell are you? You're a piece of trash and you dare to question me? Get out. Yuri fired. Security. Get him out. If he dares to show up at the kindergarten again, I'll kick him out. As soon as the words fell, two security guards who had long disliked Jack immediately rushed forward, grabbed the black foreign teacher on the left and right, and dragged him out. No. You can't do this. Mr. Gu. I'm a legal foreign teacher. I have a signed contract. Jack struggled and shouted, but was ruthlessly thrown out of the kindergarten gate by the security guard. Gyuba turned to look at the other teachers with a cold look in his eyes. Add a new school rule temporarily, this kindergarten will never hire foreign workers, especially black people. The atmosphere in the conference room froze instantly. All the teachers lowered their heads and nodded, not daring to look Guba in the eye. How can this be a meeting? It's obvious that my dad is here. The entire kindergarten is now ruled by Guba. Who dares to object? Then just pack up and get out. Very good. If you have no objection, we will follow these school rules from now on. Guba stood up and prepared to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned around to add, right. There will be a selection for the Wan Wan Guardian Star at the end of the year. All faculty and staff can participate, as long as they are among the top 5 employees my daughter likes. First place will be rewarded 500,000, second place 400,000, third place 300,000, fourth place. As soon as this number came out, the conference room exploded. 500,000? Did I hear it right? Oh my god. That's more than 5 years' salary. This selection isn't limited to teachers. Doesn't that mean I, an old man, can also hope to earn money for my retirement? Don't let anyone snatch her from me. Wan Wan will be my granddaughter from now on. The teachers' faces flushed with excitement. Even the security guards, the old doorman, the cleaning lady and others had shining eyes. This bonus is enough to greatly improve their quality of life. Must win. The meeting is adjourned. Guba looked at everyone's reactions with satisfaction, then turned and left. This is the effect he wants. Let everyone in the kindergarten treat Wan Wan like a princess from now on. Xuanya Kindergarten Parents Group. We were originally discussing where to take the children for an outing on the weekend, and the atmosphere was peaceful until a teacher trembled and threw out a copy of the new school rules of Wan Wan Kindergarten. The group suddenly fell silent. Teacher Fongyun, at all parents' important notice. From now on, Xuanya Kindergarten is officially renamed Wan Wan Kindergarten. At the same time, the new school regulations are as follows. 1. Uniform school uniform with a portrait of Gu Xingwan printed on the chest. 2. Add amusement facilities, and you need to shout "Long live Princess Wan Wan" before using them. 3. Dozens of new school rules have just been issued. The group instantly erupted in popcorn, with the screen scrolling densely. Lele's father sad face, winky face. Huh? Tom mom, are you kidding me? Turning kindergarten into a cult of personality. Xuan's father, that's too much. Why should my son call someone a princess? Hao's mother, is this a school or a private castle? Does the Education Bureau know? Xiaoli's father, a photo of Wan Wan printed on the chest? Is this treating the kindergarten like a personal show? Chi-Chi's mother, the cafeteria menu is based on one child's taste. What do the other children eat? Is Mr. Gu too overbearing? Grandpa Zhuang, there's no problem with expanding the playground, but do we have to shout "Long live Princess Wan" before playing? Is this feudal superstition or personality cult? Xiaomei's parents, this is too much. We pay tuition to study, not to serve the young lady. Protests continued one after another, and the number of messages reached 99 plus in an instant. Fang Yan's forehead was covered with sweat. Just when I didn't know how to reply, a special message with a golden border suddenly popped up. Guba at all members, if you like the school but don't want to go, you can go to the academic affairs office to transfer and get a full refund of your tuition. The group was silent for 3 seconds then. More intense opposition broke out. Grandpa Tiantian, is it a big deal to be rich? This is a place of education, Duodwa's mother. I'll report it to the Education Bureau right now. Hong's father, let's all unite and not encourage this unhealthy trend. Looking at the news of the heated opposition, Guba sneered and didn't care about the parents' attitudes at all. That he opened the kindergarten just for his daughter. It doesn't matter whether it makes money or not. Hey, just playing around. However, considering his daughter, he suddenly had an idea. Guba at a notification. At the end of the year, we will select the Wanwan Partner Star event and choose the top 10 children who are most loved by Wanwan. In first place, 500,000 yuan in cash plus a 7-day European tour package for the whole family. Second place, 400,000 new Taiwan dollars in cash plus 3 Disney annual passes. Third place, 300,000 yuan in cash plus a luxury children's toy set. 10th place, 50,000 yuan in cash plus a box of imported milk powder. Guba, attached photos, luxury cruise brochure, plus photo of bundles of cash. The moment the message was sent, time in the group chat seemed to stand still. 0.5 seconds later, Leilei's dad withdrawn a message. Duodwa's mother withdrew a message. Hong's father withdrawn a message. Xiaoxiong's father, actually, it's good for children to wear the same school uniform, so they don't have to compare with each other. Grandma Nono, I think shouting "Long live Princess Wanwan" is quite cute, like a child playing house. Harmless enough. How's mother, at Guba, Mr. Gu is wise. Children should learn etiquette from a young age. What's wrong with calling someone princess? They should call her queen. Grandpa Tiantian, my granddaughter always says that Wanwan is her best friend. Duodwa's mother, who just said they wanted to report it? That's too much. Mr. Gu is cultivating children's social skills. Hong's father, support Mr. Gu. My son said last night that he dreamed of playing with Wanwan. Uncle Zhuang, my son Zhuang usually gets along well with Wanwan. Is there any hope for him to make the top 10? Public opinion reversed instantly at an astonishing speed. Guba sneered. Not surprised, this result was already within his expectations. After all, most of the parents of this small kindergarten are working class people, struggling to make a few thousand a month. How many years will it take them to earn 500,000 yuan? The world is bustling with people, all seeking profit. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be solved with money. If so, it means there is not enough money. Thanks to my brothers for the gifts. I made 21 yuan today. A full 10 yuan was a gift from my brothers. I'm so grateful. I can add chicken legs tonight, begging for love. Chapter 43, Guba's Waldong. Lin Wanqing's heartbeat. Seeking love, Wanwan Kindergarten. Under Guba Heo's inhumane financial offensive, the parents who were indignant just now suddenly changed their attitude 180 degrees. Those who previously said he was too domineering now think that the domineering president protects his daughter and is true to his nature. Those who previously questioned the cult of personality began to think about how to teach children to shout slogans more loudly. Mimi's mom, my Mimi and Wanwan are in the same class. I usually like to follow Wanwan like a little tail. Handsome dad, my handsome dad came back today and said, Princess Wanwan is so beautiful. It seems she has potential. Sweet mom, how is likability calculated? Do children need to bring snacks to Wanwan every day? Mimi's mom at Wanwan's dad, Mr. Gu, my Mimi and Wanwan are inseparable. Photo.jpg, Xiaoxiong's father, don't worry, Mr. Gu. From now on, if anyone dares to bully Wanwan, my son will be the first to rush forward. Xiaoming's mother Wanwan likes the chocolate that Xiaoming brings the most. I will prepare more tomorrow. The tone of the parents group has completely veered off track, from resisting hegemony to striving to be Wanwan's #1 fan. Only a few hard-headed people who regard money as dirt are still persevering. Yu's dad, even if I had to sell everything I had, I would never let my child curry favor with others for money. This kind of behavior cannot be encouraged. I'm leaving the group. Mengming's mother, +1. We transferred too. After these two people finished speaking, they really quit the group on the spot. Guba glanced at the group member list -2, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't care. It's better to leave so as not to be an eyesore. What he wanted was never everyone's approval, but to provide his daughter with an absolutely safe and absolutely core environment. As for the rest of us, Guba. Plus, we'll select 3 Wanwans carrying little cotton padded jackets every week. The winner will be rewarded with the latest model of children's tablet computer plus 10,000 renminbi. As soon as the news came out, the group went completely crazy. Those parents who were still hesitant immediately dispelled their last bit of concerns. I wish I could pack up the child and send him to Guxingwan right now. I even wanted to carve the word please on the child's forehead on the spot. Leilei's father, I was just so excited. Mr. Gu has a foresight in educating his children. I'll teach Leilei to sing a nursery rhyme for Wanwan right now. Chichi's mother, my daughter Kiki can braid pigtails. I'll ask her to braid Wanwan's hair into a princess style tomorrow. Grandpa Zhuang is really strong. Let him be Wanwan's bodyguard from now on. He'll be the first to attack anyone who bullies Wan Wan. Looking at the reactions of the parents in the group, Guba raised the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wants, to make his daughter the well-deserved little queen in the kindergarten. As for those who insist on withdrawing from the park, hurry up. Love will not return. He opened the kindergarten not to make money, but purely to create a happy kingdom for his daughter. If he wasn't afraid that Wan Wan would feel lonely, he would even want to clear out the other children and leave his daughter to enjoy the entire park alone. At the same time, the motivated parents began to give their little bastards advice and suggestions. Baby, from today on, Wan Wan is your best friend. Do you understand? But mom, I like playing with Mimi. Can Mimi's family give you 500,000? If not, then shut up. Son, remember what daddy said. In kindergarten, Wan Wan said the sun is square, so you should also say it is square. Why, Dad? Because Dad wants to change his mom. Girl, please come to my house this weekend. Mommy will make cakes for you. But she never plays with me. Then get down on your knees and beg her. Similar conversations are taking place between countless fathers and sons, and mothers and daughters. The temptation of huge benefits makes these parents instantly become Wan Wan promotion ambassadors. In the kindergarten classroom. Gu Xingwan was originally concentrating on playing with building blocks when he was suddenly surrounded by a group of parents and children. Little Princess Wan Wan. This is the cake Auntie made. Would you like to try it? Your Highness, my son Xianxian wants to sit at the same table with you. Is that okay? Long life Princess Wan Wan. These are the flowers I picked for you. Wan Wan, this chocolate is for you. My mom said that if you eat it, we'll be good friends. Gu Xingwan was surrounded by everyone, and her face turned red with confusion. She didn't know what was going on, but it seems, have I really become a princess? At this moment, she smiled happily. Ji Yuba stood by the window, looking at his daughter in the classroom, being surrounded and flattered by others, smiling with her two little fangs showing, and the corners of his mouth softened rarely. That's enough of his little princess. Just be happy. In his previous life, he failed to protect his daughter. And failed to give her a happy childhood. In this life, he wanted her to grow up under the care of everyone and let her know her father can provide her with a roof over her head, her father can make the whole world revolve around her. As for those school rules, those bonuses, and those regulations, they were nothing more than the umbrella of protection he provided for his daughter. As long as he could protect her from worries for the rest of her life, he would be willing to do anything, not only transform the kindergarten into a fairy tale kingdom, but even by the entire universe. After all, he is Gu Ba. He is Gu Xingwan's father. An ordinary father who paves all the way for his daughter with his domineering and doting attitude. Thanks. A soft voice suddenly came from the side. He turned around in surprise and saw Lin Wanqing standing not far away, holding the small cookie she brought for Wan Wan in her hand, her cheeks slightly red from the sun. Thank you for what? Gu Ba raised his eyebrows, with a devilish curve at the corner of his mouth. The woman was wearing a beige dress today, which made her skin look as white as snow. She looked much more pleasing to the eye than her usual frowning look. Thank you, for making Wan Wan so happy. Lin Wanqing pursed her lips, her eyes complicated. She has never smiled like this before. Just now in the corridor, she saw with her own eyes a group of children surrounding Wan Wan, stuffing their most precious toys into her hands and calling her princess in baby voices. Wan Wan smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed into crescents. It was a kind of defenseless, pure happiness that she had never seen before. Ji Yuba then remembered that Wan Wan used to always hide in the corner timidly and didn't even dare to speak loudly, but now, he grinned, but his tone softened. She is my daughter, and I should make her happy. My daughter deserves the whole world to revolve around her. When Gu Ba said this, the sunlight outside the window was shining on his well-defined profile, outlining a dazzling golden edge. Lin Wanqing was in a daze for a moment, and her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. When did this man who had been so cold to her become so dazzling? Maybe he has really changed. The woman thought to herself. Before, he only acted like a father in front of Xin Youyue's children. I didn't expect that now. What? Are you fascinated by it? Gu Ba suddenly leaned in close, his hot breath spraying on her ear. Do you think your husband is incredibly handsome? Lin Wanqing took a step back suddenly, her cheeks burning. Who looked at you? Narcissist. At this moment, Gu Ba seemed to remember something and suddenly took a step closer. His tall figure, with a sense of oppression, trapped Lin Wanqing between the wall and him. That's right. Isn't it time for you to fulfill our bet? A warm breath brushed past her ears, and Lin Wanqing's face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. What bet? She avoided his gaze and pretended to be dumb. Sure enough, what is supposed to come will come, right? She thought he had forgotten it long ago. Gu Ba chuckled softly, and his fingertips hooked a strand of the woman's hair and wrapped it around his fingertips. Lin Wanqing, pretending to be stupid is not a good habit. I'm willing to accept the loss. Or do you want to cheat? His eyes were like hooks, making her heart skip a beat. I don't remember this happening. Lin Wanqing turned around and was about to escape, but Gu Ba grabbed her wrist. Lin Wanqing. His voice suddenly dropped to a low tone, and he said with an irresistible tone, I, Gu Ba, have never failed to get what I want. But today, I'll give you a chance to escape, because what I want is not forced, but the day when you stand on tiptoes and take the initiative to kiss me. Believe me, that day won't be too far away. Finish. Guba suddenly let go of his hand, took a half step back, and smiled like a cat stealing fish. He is not in a hurry. What he wanted was never coercion, but her willing initiative. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Wanqing's face flushed and her heart was beating wildly. She didn't know if it was because of anger or some other emotion. This damn man is always so confident, so annoying. Ask for free electricity for love. Chapter 44. Guba, Mom is the queen. Dad is the knight who tames the queen. Oh, there's one more thing. From today on, you will be the principal of this kindergarten. As for that jewelry stall, don't set it up there. Guba said it lightly, as if he was saying the weather is nice today. Me? No, no. I've never been a principal, and I don't even know how to manage. You should find someone else. Lin Wanqing was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, waving her hands and shaking her head. Now she just wants to set up her own stall, wait for a month to successfully divorce Guba, and live a stable life with her children. Being the principal of a kindergarten? Wouldn't that mean she would be this man's subordinate? Can't see it when you look up, but can see it when you look down. Don't even think about it. If I say yes, it's okay. Guba interrupted her, his tone unquestionable. Don't set up that shabby stall anymore. It's exposed to the wind and sun every day. What a mess it is. She recalled the scene in her previous life when she was setting up a stall on the street and was chased by the urban management and was in a panic and in a mess. Suddenly, I felt a fire in my heart. When did Guba's woman fall to the point where she had to make a living by setting up a street stall? I'll pay you 20,000 a month. It's not about money. Lin Wanqing stamped her feet anxiously. 50,000. Guba raised the price directly. Guba. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who's blinded by money? Lin Wanqing raised her voice, with a stubborn look in her eyes. I don't need your money. She didn't want to owe him anything. The more you owe, the harder it will be to get out of it later. How can we part ways amicably? 80,000. Seeing that the woman was determined to go against him, Guba's voice became deeper and his eyes began to blaze with anger. Little did they know that Lin Wanqing was also so angry that her chest was heaving violently. Guba. Can you be reasonable? I'm going to divorce you in a month. So now, I don't want to have too much financial involvement with you. Understand? This sentence was like a needle, instantly piercing the calm appearance that Guba had managed to maintain. His eyes suddenly became dangerous. He walked a few steps to Lin Wanqing, looked down at her condescendingly, and said coldly, damn little woman, you dare to reject me? Do you know you are playing with fire? Don't think that just because I like you, you can hurt me recklessly. In an instant, the air around seemed to have become a little colder. Looking at the man's tense jawline, Lin Wanqing knew he was about to lose his temper. She knew better than anyone how terrifying this man was when he got angry, and her courage to refuse was instantly lost. 100,000. Guba stared into her eyes and spoke again, word by word. It's settled. I'll only feel at ease if you, my biological mother, become the principal. I can take good care of Wanwan, and stay where I can see it. He didn't say the second half of the sentence, but the possessiveness in his eyes could not be hidden. If you dare to say no again, he raised his hand and clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. I can't promise I'll do anything to you. I have a bad temper, you know. Lin Wanqing opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Guba's aura was so strong that it even became difficult for her to breathe. In the end, she could only bite her lip helplessly and nodded in compromise, because she knew very well that no one could change what Guba had made up his mind. This man is so overbearing. I promise. Lin Wanqing lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, but in her heart she cursed this overbearing man 1,000 times. Upon hearing this, Guba curled his lips in satisfaction, like a peacock that had won a fight. That's good. Not far away, under the shade of the trees, the teachers who were eavesdropping were completely dumbfounded. Fong Yan dropped the lesson plan in her hand to the ground, muttering, did I hear correctly just now? Is Wanwan's mom going to be the headmaster? Beside them, Teacher Li and the others rubbed their eyes and talked at once, still offering a monthly salary of 100,000? Oh my god. Our previous principal only made 8,000 yuan a month. Besides, Mr. Gu's tone just now didn't sound like he was hiring a principal. He was clearly forcing his wife into the kindergarten to be the boss. And that bet. French kiss? Oh my god. What kind of a family feud and wife-chasing crematorium drama is this? Why does Wanwan's mom look so reluctant? That's a 100,000 yuan monthly salary. I'm so envious. Could this be the legendary family dad arrives? Wrong. This is clearly the husband's scene, okay? The teachers covered their mouths, their eyes flashing with gossip, and they were surprised and envious. What is shocking is that Guba is so domineering that he spent 100,000 yuan to hire someone as the headmaster. He is simply willful to no limit. I envy Lin Wanqing for being so lucky to be cherished and pampered by such a man. Even if he is overbearing, it must be a sweet burden, right? If I could be treated like this by my husband, I would be happy to be a garden director or even a janitor. Fong Yan covered her chest with her hands, looking like a crazy fan. Teacher Li pushed his glasses and said, stop dreaming. Why don't you ask your spouse first if he's willing to buy you a lipstick? Underscore. The teacher's whispered discussions drifted into Lin Wanqing's ears. Her cheeks turned even redder when she heard this, and she glared at Guba unhappily. Then I'm the headmaster, so you have to follow my rules. Don't act like a boss to me. I won't tolerate you. Otherwise, you can fire me. Whatever you want. Guba smiled indifferently. Don't feel wronged, Wan will be fine. As for the rest, you can do whatever you want. He just wanted her to stay and not go out in the wind and sun and suffer the hardship. He doesn't care about anything else. Guba turned his head and looked into the classroom again. Wan was holding a small cake with a smile on her face. The sunlight fell on the daughter's face and also on the angry woman beside her. The corners of Guba's mouth softened unconsciously. That's good. His little princess, his woman, is with him at this moment. As for those messy school rules and those 100,000 yuan monthly salaries, they were just excuses for him to keep them. He would use his dominance and pampering for the rest of his life to keep these two babies firmly by his side. Looking at the tenderness in the domineering president's eyes, Lin Wanqing felt like something hit her heart, making it a mess. This man, it seems really different from before, but she didn't dare to think too deeply. She could only grit her teeth and silently recite in her heart, just for Wan. Yes, I compromised for Wan. Only in this way could she suppress the inappropriate throbbing in her heart. The teachers not far away had secretly created a fan group for Lin Wanqing, and the name of the group was Dash, the support group for the principal's wife who was pampered by the overbearing boss. The first message in the group came from Feng and Frownyface sisters. The director's wife will be our immediate boss from now on. 100,000 a month salary. Hurry and figure out how to please her. Teacherly, +1. Let's start by knitting a sweater for Princess Wan. Teacher Wang, I think we should order a milk tea for the principal's wife first. The kind with sugar and pearls. Just when everyone was discussing it, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Gu Xingwan ran out like a happy little butterfly. Dad. Mom. The kids were all so nice to me today. Mimi gave me her favorite hairpin, Zhuang said he wanted to protect me, and Xiaoming. Guba bent down and picked up his daughter, kissing her rosy little face, because Wan is a little princess. It's only natural for everyone to be nice to you. Really? Gu Xingwan blinked her eyes and turned to look at Lin Wanqing. Then is Mom also a princess? Guba glanced at Lin Wanqing meaningfully, and said with a crooked smile, no, Mom is the queen. Only children born from the queen are called princesses. Then what is father? The emperor? Gu Xingwan asked curiously. Dad is. Guba thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled evilly. He is the knight who tamed the queen. Knight? Then can you ride Mom? Certainly. Listening to the shameless conversation between father and daughter, Lin Wanqing's face turned red in an instant. She glared at Guba fiercely, but it only made him laugh even more unscrupulously. Not far away, Fang Yun and several teachers stood aside and watched silently. I'm jealous, really. A young teacher covered her face and whispered, what kind of celestial family is this? I also want to be taken care of by my husband, family, and father. Another teacher was so envious that he almost cried. What is love? This is called love. 100,000 a month. I wonder if Mr. Gu still needs a wife. One who's graduated from college and can play the piano. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Fang Yun quickly stopped them. Can you please have some self-respect? Having said that, but her eyes could not help but drift towards the family of three. In the sunshine, Guba held his daughter in his arms, and beside him stood Lin Wanqing, who looked reluctant but couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. This scene is as beautiful as a painting. Perhaps the love of a domineering CEO is just like this, irresistible yet addictive? Half an hour later, under Guba's unquestionable dictatorship, Lin Wanqing became the new kindergarten principal without any suspense. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Seeing that things are coming to an end, Guba waved his hand and prepared to leave. He didn't forget that he had a daughter he had just recognized. Glancing at Lin Wanqing, whose expression was complicated, he finally suppressed the thought of telling her about the real and fake daughter matter. For Lin Wanqing, Shen Yue and her child are in indelible pain, so it's better not to mention Yao in front of her. Thinking of this, Guba left the kindergarten. I will update twice or 3 times starting tomorrow. My performance is not very good, so please support me with gifts. I beg you. Chapter 45. So what if the university president is here? Magic City University, girls' dormitory. The early morning sunlight shines into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains. Oh. Gu Shueyo sat up from the bed, yawned and stretched. The conflict with the little gangsters last night made her sleep uneasily. She got out of bed quietly, afraid of waking up her roommates who were still sleeping. Yao, are you awake? It's only 8:30, and there are no classes today. Let's sleep in a little longer. Tang Guoguo's voice suddenly came from the lower bunk, with a hint of sleepiness. Gu Shueyo shook her head. I can't sleep. You guys rest for a while, I'll go wash up. She had just picked up her toiletries when there was a sudden knock on the dormitory door with a steady and powerful rhythm. Who is it? So early, Xue and the others were also woken up and asked in a daze. Gu Shueyo walked to the door, looked through the peephole, and her eyes widened immediately. Standing outside the door was her father, Guba. Dad? Why did you come so early? You didn't even tell me in advance. She opened the door in a hurry, her voice changing in surprise. I didn't even react and just called out Dad. When she realized that she addressed Guba as such, her pretty face turned red and she looked very unnatural. Outside the door, Guba was wearing a neat black suit and his tie was tied meticulously, as if he was not coming to the girls' dormitory, but to attend some important meeting. When he heard his daughter calling Dad, his heart trembled and his eyes softened instantly. In his previous life, he had never heard of this name until his death. Or, in order to prevent the fake daughter from feeling sad and overthinking, he strictly forbade his own daughter to call him that, and only allowed her to call him uncle. Oh, when I think about it, I really deserve to die. In this life, he must make amends to his biological daughter and be worthy of her calling him Dad. I came to see if my baby daughter was sleeping well. Did anyone disturb you last night? Just tell Dad if you need anything, and I'll find a way to pick the stars in the sky for you. Guba reached out and rubbed his daughter's head. This intimate gesture made Gu Shueya's cheeks slightly red. She smiled sweetly. The warmth of family love flows over the heart like warm water. She had never thought that one day she would be able to act like a spoiled child with her father so openly. Yeah, I slept well. What a bullshit. Tang Guagua suddenly jumped up from the bed, her twin ponytails swinging like whips. Yao Yao, have you forgotten? We were almost beaten to death last night. Guagua. Gu Shueyo hurriedly turned back to stop him, but it was too late. Guba's eyes instantly turned cold, and the pressure in his body dropped sharply. What? Explain clearly? Who dares to touch my daughter, Guba? The temperature in the dormitory suddenly dropped to freezing point. Xue Bingxia and Jiang Shui were also woken up by the cold. Seeing that the matter had been exposed, he simply got up. Soon. 3 delicate girls in cartoon pajamas. Everyone talked about how Jolie had brought people to provoke them last night. Exaggerating the matter, Jolie brought a group of people to block the door, saying that we disturbed her sleep and threatened to slap Yao Yao 4 times. He also threatened that we would never have an easy time at school. He wanted to make sure Yao Yao couldn't stay in school anymore. She called us bitches. She forced us to drink her foot-washing water. We would rather die than obey. He brought some big bananas and said he wanted to clear the sewer in front of us. They also said they were going to Photoshop Yao Yao's photos into emojis and post them all over the school forums. They were also going to get someone to block her way to the library. That's right. He's still greedy for our bodies. He's stripping us of our clothes. He's trying to do something indecent. He's despicable. If the dorm manager hadn't arrived in time, we might have been rushed to the hospital. Dad Gu, you have to make the decision for us. Woo, it's really bullying for weak, helpless, and pitiful girls like us. The 3 girls spoke one after another, describing the process in a thrilling way. Gu Shueyo stood aside, stunned and confused. Did I lose my memory? Why is what Guagua and the others said so bizarre and exaggerated, and not consistent with what I remember? Did so much happen last night? How come I don't have any impression of this? Anyway, whether she believed it or not, Guba already believed it. His face was ashen, his knuckles were cracking, and there was terrifying rage in his eyes. In my previous life, it was this group of people. School bullying. He once trapped Yao Yao in the toilet, cut her hair, and even filmed a video and posted it online. This caused Yao Yao to be depressed and take a leave of absence from school for a whole 6 months, leaving her with serious psychological trauma. What was he doing at that time? While accompanying Gu Baozhan to buy limited edition bags, he was too lazy to even answer his daughter's call. Very good. Guba's voice was as low as the thunder before a storm. A bunch of ignorant people. Dad, I'm fine. Gu Shueyo carefully pulled her father's sleeve, fearing that he would do something extreme in his impulse. Tang Guagua and the others, on the other hand, just enjoyed watching the fun and didn't mind making trouble. When faced with school bullying, their unanimous idea is to strike back hard and fight violence with violence. Uncle Gu, what are you going to do? Are you going to knock on his door? Our weapons are ready, and we are ready to fight alongside you at any time. Yes. I have polished the barbell. Jiang Shui waved the weapon she used last night. I checked the school rules, and self-defense does not violate school regulations. Xue Bingxia pushed his glasses, and the lenses reflected a cunning light. Unexpectedly, Guba's angry expression suddenly subsided, revealing a serious expression. Nonsense. Am I, Guba, the kind of person who would fight violence with violence? Bullying in schools is unacceptable. We must be reasonable, win people over with virtue, and value harmony. We must resolve problems in a civilized manner. These righteous words left the girls dumbfounded. Is this still the same overbearing CEO from yesterday who threatened to dad commence the entire school over a disagreement? Has he changed? The next second, when they suspected that Guba had changed his personality, I saw the other party taking out his cell phone and cursing. Oh right. You just said those classmates came to our house because they disturbed their sleep, right? Damn it. What a rubbish school. What a lousy dormitory. How dare you charge tuition when the soundproofing is so poor? You can even hear the neighbors sneeze? Where's your principal's phone number? If there's a conflict between students, the principal must bear primary responsibility. I'm going to call that old man right now and ask him what he's doing. Is he qualified to be a principal with this level of management? At worst, I can invest money to install soundproof walls in your dormitory. Tang Guagua and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Only then did they understand what Guba meant by harmony is the most precious. He really didn't intend to take action directly, but the person he wants to hold accountable is the principal. This move is simply too cruel. This is going to force Jolie and others into a desperate situation. Judging from Guba's attitude, he won't stop until he fires the other party. Beep beep beep, 2.5 seconds later, Principal Nyo's phone was connected. Thanks for the gifts, brothers. I hesitate every day between cutting off books and updating. Seeing that my brothers gave me gifts, I feel embarrassed to cut them off. I'd better keep going, there will be at least one more later. Wait a minute, I don't know how long it will take to write this book, so I'll cherish it while I can. Now I rely entirely on the gifts from my brothers to support me. As for the little extra money the website gave me, I won't talk about it. I'll try to hold on until I reach 250,000 words. Chapter 46. I am going to sponsor your school with 20 million, gift plus update. Magic City University. I in the principal's office, Nyo Tianlu was leisurely lying on the leather chair, holding a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea in his hand. The sunlight came in through the blinds, shining on his gray hair, casting a circle of silver light. Principal Nyo, this is this year's enrollment report. As soon as the secretary entered the room, he was interrupted by him waving his hand. Let's put it there for now and talk about it this afternoon. Nyo Tianlu took a sip of tea, squinted his eyes and hummed a little tune. He will retire in half a year. Now he just wants to live a stable life and avoid any trouble during his term of office. Ding-ling-ling, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Nyo Tianlu slowly put down the teacup and looked at the caller ID. Well, I don't know him, unknown number. Hello, who is this? He picked up the phone, his voice carrying the calmness typical of a superior. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2.5 seconds. Then, a deep, cold male voice was heard, like an icicle hitting the glass. Are you Nyo Tianlu? Nyo Tianlu frowned. No one had dared to call him by his full name for many years. I'm Principal Nyo, may I ask who you are? I'm Gu Ba. The other party paused, then dropped a bombshell. I'm going to sponsor your school with 20 million. Puff. Nyo Tianlu sprayed a mouthful of tea on the purple clay teapot and almost dropped it. What did you say? 20 million? Mr. Gu, is Zunde fake? At this moment, ecstasy surged in my heart. Nyo Tianlu guessed that it must be an outstanding student from a certain graduating class who was ready to give back to his alma mater. This kind of situation has actually happened before. After all, there are so many students graduating every year, and there is always a small number of them who become business tycoons and celebrities from time to time. People come back to donate money to build their alma mater. However, those were just small things in the past, with the maximum amount being 1 or 2 million. This was the first time he had seen someone like Guba asking for 20 million right away. Which unit are you from? Or, are you a graduate of our school? May I ask why you want to invest in the school? What are your demands? If you have any requests, please tell me. As long as the school can do it. Nyo Tianlu's voice was trembling with excitement, and he quickly picked up a pen to take notes. Request? How dare I make any request? Guba's voice was filled with sarcasm. I just think your school is terrible. The soundproofing in the dormitories is as bad as paper. I'll give you some money to renovate them. Ah. The smile on Nyo Tianlu's face froze. Who would start by criticizing their alma mater? Could this guy be a liar? Is he playing tricks on himself? After all, 20 million is not a small amount of money. Why would someone suddenly take out so much money for no reason? The reason is that they are dissatisfied with the poor sound insulation in the dormitory. They want to pay the school to renovate it. How can this excuse be accepted? How outrageous! Nyo Tianlu's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly remembered the new scam routine that has been circulating on the internet recently. First they promise huge profits, and then they gradually obtain your personal information. This gentleman. He cleared his throat, his tone becoming more alert. If you don't have anything else to say, I'll hang up first. The school has a policy not to accept donations of unknown origin. Hang up? Guba's voice suddenly rose, and he started to scold Nyo Tianlu, making his eardrums buzz. Do you dare to try and hang it up? Are you fucking deaf? Why are you asking so much nonsense? I've already told you. Your school is terrible. The dorms aren't even soundproofed. I just couldn't stand it anymore, so I gave you money to rebuild it. As soon as these words were spoken, Nyo Tianlu's face instantly turned ugly. How can this be called a donation? This is clearly a slap in the face. His heart sank, and he became even more convinced that this was a prank call. Mr. Gu, please watch your words. Our Magic City University is a 985-key university. It has a long history and fine traditions, and has produced countless outstanding talents. What makes you say that? I'm warning you. If you keep up this silly prank, I'll call the police. Nyo Tianlu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. I thought that saying this would intimidate the other party, but who knows, the person on the other side of the microphone was even angrier, and his roar made Nyo Tianlu's ears hurt. How dare you still have such a temper? You're not going to let anyone talk about this shitty school? The dormitory soundproofing is so bad it could wake up a female student 10 rooms away, you know? Jolie, the good student you trained, is because of this reason. Last night, he brought a group of little girls into my daughter's dormitory, slapped her over 100 times, forced her to drink toilet water, beat her, cyberbullied her, and even unclogged her sewers. He also forced her to strip and take nude photos. Such a vicious person is the result of your school's education? Can you be woken up even if you are 10 rooms away? How outrageous is this noise? This must be a lie, right? Is the soundproofing in the dorms really that bad? Why hasn't anyone mentioned this before? Nyo Tianlu was stunned when he heard this, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a bang and shattered into pieces. What shocked him even more was that a school bullying incident actually happened in his territory. What? Is there such a thing? Nyo Tianlu's voice began to tremble. Mr. Gu, your daughter is Gu Shueo, a sophomore student at the School of Economics. Gu Ba's voice was like ice. If the dormitory manager hadn't arrived in time, my daughter would probably be lying in the hospital now. Principal Nyo, this is the good school you manage? Ha? On the side, Tang Guagua and others looked strange too. I thought we were good enough at making up stories, but I didn't expect Gu Ba to be even more outrageous. This story is so, they all shed tears for the female protagonist who was bullied in school. Gu Shueo's mouth twitched, her face was full of black lines, and she muttered to herself in her heart. So she was bullied so badly last night, but as the person involved, why doesn't she have any impression? She secretly pulled Tang Guagua's sleeve again and confirmed again and again, is the person he's talking about me? Tang Guagua suppressed her laughter and lowered her voice. Dad Gu, this is just artistic processing, to get the principal's attention. Don't worry about the little details. Gu Shueya. Chapter 47, I am the school father and I must suppress all the school bullies. 3,000 words long chapter, please give me a gift. Nyo Tianlu on the other end of the phone was so nervous. At the same time, the more I listened, the angrier I became. These bastards. How dare you ignore the school rules and bully your classmates? What he hates most in his life is school bullying. When he was a child, his family was poor and he was blocked in the alley by his classmates for pocket money. He was also beaten and humiliated by bad kids at school. The shadow of this had accompanied him for decades. Nyo Tianlu still remembers the pain and humiliation. Therefore, after becoming the principal, he has always been strict on things like school bullying. Once discovered, there will be no leniency. Unexpectedly, we were unable to prevent the invasion of certain termites. It was only then that Nyo Tianlu realized why the person opposite him was so angry. If he had a daughter who was bullied at school, he would definitely go crazy. Think of this. Nyo Tianlu understood and generously forgave Gu Ba's unreasonable attitude just now. Sincere apology, Mr. Gu, I'm so sorry. It's our school's poor management that has caused your daughter to suffer. Don't worry, I will deal with this matter seriously. I'll give you and your daughter a satisfactory explanation and ensure that the same thing won't happen again. Gu Ba didn't give any face at all and continued to curse. Ensure? How much is your guarantee worth? It's useless. If the dormitory hadn't been so poorly soundproofed, wouldn't my daughter have suffered like this? It's all your fault, this crappy school. Right now. Immediately. Install top-quality soundproofing material throughout girls' dormitory building number 1. The kind imported from Germany. I don't want another Lili, Huangli, or Cat and Dogli to show up tomorrow and cause trouble for my daughter because of poor sound insulation. I don't want others to disturb my daughter's rest. So I might as well just renovate the entire girls' dormitory building at once. Nyo Tianlu's old face turned red after being scolded, feeling both ashamed and angry, but he still took a deep breath and tried to soothe her as kindly as possible. Mr. Gu, I will convene an emergency school affairs meeting immediately. All students involved will be severely punished. At the same time, dormitory management will be strengthened. Stop the bureaucratic rhetoric. Gu Ba interrupted him impatiently and got straight to the point. 20 million has been transferred to the school foundation account. Please check it. Within 3 days. I want to see the soundproofing renovation work begin on girls' dormitory building number 1. The materials used must be top-notch, and I'll assign someone to oversee it. It's that simple. Is that okay? No? Omega, parent, are you serious? Nyo Tianlu widened his eyes and realized that the other party was not just talking nonsense and really planned to donate 20 million to the school. I immediately turned on the computer in a hurry. Sure enough, I saw that the foundation account had just received a transfer of 20 million yuan. He swallowed his saliva. Mr. Gu, this is too sudden. First of all, thank you for your strong support for the school. However, the renovation project needs to go through the bidding process. Bullshit process. Gu Ba's voice suddenly rose, and he said angrily, my daughter's safety can wait for your procedures? Either you do what I say, or I'm pulling my investment now. And by the way, hold a press conference so that people all over the country can see, how can Magic City University condone campus bullying? Upon hearing this, Niu Tianlu almost fainted, although he was still unclear about the specific identity of this Guba. But can a big boss who can easily throw away 20 million be an ordinary person, using the other party's network resources? If this matter gets out of hand, his tenure as principal will almost be over. Think of this. Niu Tianlu immediately nodded frantically, like a chicken pecking at rice, not daring to disobey. Okay. Mr. Gu, I'll arrange it right away. Construction will definitely begin today. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Very good, I hope you won't let me down. Guba dropped these words and hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. In the principal's office, Niu Tianlu held the receiver, his hands still shaking. The secretary beside him asked cautiously, Principal, what should we do now? What to do? Niu Tianlu stood up suddenly, grabbed the report on the table and threw it to the ground. What are you still standing there for? Call the logistics department over. Contact the best renovation company immediately. Sound insulation imported from Germany. Buy it for me no matter how much it costs. Also, ask the Academic Affairs Office to retrieve all the files on Jolie and her gang. Find out the whole cause and effect of the school bullying incident. Oh right. That sophomore girl called Gu Shuya? Find out where she is now? I want to go there in person to thank her father for his contribution to the school and to deeply apologize for the bullying he suffered at school. The other side. Girls dormitory. As soon as Guba hung up the phone, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host, Niu Tianlu, the president of Ballin University, for his success. Reward, double cashback. IQ points +2. Reminder, 40 million in Dadlin gold has been transferred to your bank card. In an instant, Guba just felt his scalp itchy and he felt like he was going to grow a brain. After 2.5 seconds, he rubbed the back of his head, thinking my brain seems to be working a little faster than before. Just now, many vague concepts in his mind suddenly became clear. Some business problems that were once difficult to solve now have new solutions. At this moment, Guba thought a lot. He found that he seemed to have underestimated the system before, although most of the time, the system's rewards are material, but sometimes there are some good things revealed, and in the future there might be something even more incredible revealed. For example, elixir of life, immortal emperor cultivation, genetic medicine, devil fruit, space battleship, etc. At this moment, Guba's heart was rarely moved. He decided to speed up his father's pace and find ways to get more father's value. At this time, Tangguagua and the others were stunned, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Is this done? Jiang Shui stammered, 20 million, just like that? The entire building is being soundproofed? Schwebingsha pushed up her glasses, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Imported materials from Germany? They originally thought that Guba would at most put pressure on the principal to expel Jolie and her group, who would have thought that he would just spend money to renovate the entire dormitory building? This wave of operations, isn't that too much of a dad? Dad. Gu Shuya was also incredulous and asked in a low voice, isn't this too exaggerated? Actually, the soundproofing in the dormitory is pretty good. We just need to be careful and it won't affect anyone else. You don't have to spend these 20 million? Even if we want to install it, there's no need to install it in the entire building. You're just throwing money away when you don't agree with me. Even if you don't feel bad for me, I do. Aside, Tangguagua and the others felt the same way and nodded in unison. Guba acted nonchalant about this. After all, he owns the system. He spends 20 million and gets 40 million back, which is a guaranteed profit, of course, even if there is no cash back. As long as his daughter needs it, he will not hesitate to spend money. First, I don't care if your shadow disturbs others. What I care about is whether you will be disturbed by the people in other dormitories and not get a good night's rest. Secondly, I spent these 20 million to find you a backer. From now on, the principal will be your backer. Especially after this incident spread, no one in school dared to bully you anymore. Because all the students will know that behind you, Gu Shuya, stands a majestic school father. As the school father, I must suppress all school bullies. If anyone dares to do anything behind my back, I, school dad, will let her know that the consequences of bullying my daughter are worse than the destruction of your entire family. In my world, there are only two kinds of people: don't mess with my daughter. And don't mess with me. Faced with his daughter's puzzled look, Guba did not beat around the bush this time and expressed his true thoughts. As soon as these decisive words came out, Tangguagua and the other two girls shuddered at once. Was it just to make Yaya famous so that she could run rampant in school? 20 million, just donated it without blinking an eye. This level of protection, it's simply outrageous, but inexplicably envious? No, I should say I'm going crazy with envy. Hashtag, why don't we have such a domineering father? Woo. At the same time, Jiu Shueo stared blankly at her father's attitude of I am the best in the world. Suddenly I felt a little hot in my eyes. This man always tried to provide a better life for her in the most overbearing and unreasonable way. Dad! She shouted subconsciously. Jiu Ba turned to look at her, his eyes softening instantly. What's wrong? Nothing. She shook her head, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. I just wanted to, thank you. Guba rubbed her hair, his sharp face full of tenderness. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? I'm your dad. The sunlight came in through the window, falling on the man's straight suit and also on Gu Shueyao's smiling face. Yeah, you're my dad. But I'm grateful that you're willing to let me be your daughter. Thank you, Dad. Perhaps, having a manic father like this is not such a bad thing, at least at this moment. Gu Shueya was absolutely certain, from now on, no one in this world will dare to bully her, because she has her father's protection. I ask everyone, if there is such a domineering rich woman, would you be willing to travel around the world with her, ask for gifts? Lots of gifts, more and more. Chapter 48. Which father doesn't want to have such a fully functional baby daughter? Dad, thank you for letting me be your daughter. This sentence was like a key, gently turning the lock deep in Guba's heart. In his previous life, he owed this child too much, so much that he could never repay it in his entire life, and now, she is still thanking him. Guba's Adam's apple rolled, and his dark eyes, which were usually as sharp as knives, were now incredibly soft. He reached out and rubbed his daughter's hair, and said in a low voice, "Silly girl, the one who should say thank you, is me." Aside, Tangguagwa's eyes became hot as she watched, and she couldn't help but poke Schwebingsha with her elbow. He winked and said, "Hey, college tyrant. Quick, analyze this. What's my chances of success in accepting Uncle Gu as my godfather? Look at Yao's happy little face. I'm so envious. Heartsuit for all heartsuit. I have to say, having a domineering dad is so sweet. His fragrance spreads 10 miles away. It's always a 20 million soundproof wall. This dad is so powerful, you can't resist." Hearing this, Zhang Shui raised an eyebrow and interrupted, "Just you?" Tangguagwa pouted, put her hands on her hips, and said unhappily, "Why? No. I can carry buckets and beat up hooligans. I can also sing and dance rap, and I can massage my legs and shoulders. Which father wouldn't want such a fully functional baby daughter?" After saying this, Tangguagwa proudly puffed out her chest and shook her twin ponytails. Schwebingsha ignored the sister's playfulness, pushed her glasses, and after careful consideration, expressed her opinion. According to Uncle Gu's character analysis, the success rate depends on 3 factors. First, can you be as well behaved as Yao? Second, can you tolerate Uncle Gu's mania? The third one, what's the third one? Tangguagwa asked impatiently, like a curious baby. Schwebingsha smiled slightly. Third, everything is difficult at the beginning. Do you dare to call me godfather now and try it? Zhang Shui watched the fun and didn't mind making trouble, so she cheered and encouraged him. Call me quickly, Guagua. Haven't you always envied Yao for having a domineering dad? Scream. Call godfather. As soon as these words were spoken, Tangguagwa's face turned red instantly. Even though she was talking eloquently just now, when it came time for her to shout, she became shy. What made her even more embarrassed was, Guba suddenly came over to join in the fun. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked down at Tangguagwa, with a playful smile on his lips. Why? Don't you want to be my goddaughter? Come on. Let me call you godfather first? I'll give you a big red envelope of 88,888 right away. How about that? Tangguagwa's face suddenly turned red. She usually talks a lot, but when it comes to the critical moment, she is as timid as a quail. She stammers for a long time but can't say a word. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Boom boom boom. It must be the dorm manager here to check on the dorms. I'll go open the door. Tangguagwa felt as if she had been pardoned. She rushed over and opened the dormitory door as if she was escaping. The person standing at the door was not the dormitory manager, but senior student Li Chanqian. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail today, wore a pair of washed-out canvas shoes, and her t-shirt was last year's old model. Those almond-shaped eyes that always looked sharp were now listless, as if he had been up all night for several days. Senior Chanqian. Tangguagwa was stunned for a moment, then quickly greeted, "Why are you here?" Li Chanqian pulled the corner of her mouth and revealed a forced smile. "It's lunchtime. Since you didn't go to the cafeteria, I guessed you were still in the dormitory, so I brought you some food." She raised the insulated lunchbox in her hand, and when her eyes fell on Gu Shueyo behind her, she felt a little more warm. Yao, I made chicken soup for you, drink it while it's hot." Gu Shueyo stepped forward to take the lunchbox, which was warm to the touch. Only then did she remember that ever since her father hired Li Chanqian as her exclusive chef, her senior would prepare nutritious meals for her in different ways every day. The senior's sister was very nervous about receiving the monthly salary of 200,000 yuan, and was treated like an ancestor by her. "Thank you, senior. I'm sorry for your trouble." Gu Shueyo took the lunchbox and thanked him sincerely. When you open it, the rich aroma of chicken soup fills the air instantly, and there are 2 golden poached eggs inside. "It's my duty." Li Chanqian smiled, perhaps noticing Li Chanqian's slightly haggard face. Gu Shueyo asked with concern, "By the way, senior, how is Auntie's condition? Has the surgery been arranged? If you need any help, just let me know. Now that we have enough money, can we have the surgery in the next 2 days?" Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, Li Chanqian's face instantly darkened. She bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Tangguagwa and the others were quick to notice something was wrong and kept asking questions. "Senior, what happened? Is it because you don't have enough money?" "Yes. Senior Chanqian, if you have any difficulties, just tell us and we can find a solution together. If you don't have enough money, we can pool some together and give it to you. There's strength in numbers." Guba had transferred a large sum of money to them before. Tangwagwa and the others are now wealthy women with a net worth of hundreds of thousands of dollars. I thought I had no pressure at all as I had raised enough money for my senior sister's surgery. Li Chanxian was silent for a long time, then suddenly raised her head, looked at Gu Shuya with complicated eyes, took a deep breath and said, Yao Yao, when will your dad come to school? I want to return the money I received from him earlier. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the dormitory froze instantly. Gu Shuya and the others looked at each other, their hearts skipping a beat. Could it be, my senior sister's mother has already, senior? Gu Shuyao's eyes instantly turned red, and her voice trembled. I'm so sorry. Li Chanxian was stunned, then she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, it's not what you think. Chapter 49, so what if the student is a parent? Dad is still here. Request for a gift, it's not what we thought? What is it like? A low, cold voice suddenly rang out, like an icicle hitting the ground, instantly piercing the stagnation in the dormitory. Li Chanxian's whole body stiffened. Only then did he notice that there was a tall and straight man standing behind Gu Shuya. He was wearing a neat black suit and his figure was as tall and straight as a pine tree. Those dark eyes were staring at her with a look of oppression that looked down upon everything. It's Guba. She subconsciously shrank back. The scene that happened in the cafeteria not long ago flashed through my mind. The ruthlessness of this man when he overturned the table, the arrogance when he threw out 200,000, every detail made her scalp tingle. That unquestionable domineering aura still makes her feel scared. Mr. Gu. She greeted him, her voice trembling and cold sweat breaking out on her palms. Jiuba took a step forward, his tall figure casting a shadow that completely enveloped Li Chanxian. You want to pay me back? Yes. I want to return the money to you. Li Chanxian gritted her teeth, pushed the canvas bag in her hand forward, unzipped it, and revealed the bundles of cash inside. I can't take these 200,000. Can't have it? Guba raised his eyebrows, a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. I, Guba, have never taken back the money I gave away. His eyes suddenly turned cold, as if they had been quenched with ice. Tell me, why do you want to return it? Being stared at by the man like this, Li Chanxian felt like she was thrown into an ice cellar, her bones aching from the cold. But when she thought of her mother threatening to commit suicide, she still gritted her teeth and spoke hesitantly. My mother, she doesn't agree. What? Gu Shuya couldn't understand and interrupted in surprise. Why doesn't Auntie agree? This is her life-saving money. Li Chanxian smiled bitterly, tears welling up in her eyes. As soon as I got the money that day, I ran to the hospital with great joy and told my mother that I had enough money for the surgery, but instead of being happy, her face turned pale and she asked me where the money came from. The dormitory was silent, and everyone was waiting for what would happen next. A poor student suddenly came up with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Li Chanxian twitched her lips in self-mockery. My mom can only think of those informal ways. Then why don't you explain it clearly? Tangwagwa stamped her feet anxiously. Just say you're Yao Yao's personal chef. I said it. Li Chanxian raised her head, her eyes full of helplessness. I told her that my classmate's father gave me a monthly salary of 200,000 yuan just so that I could cook for his daughter every day. But do you think a normal person would believe this? Honestly, if I hadn't experienced it myself, I would find it hard to believe this. Schwebingsha pushed his glasses and nodded in agreement. From a probabilistic perspective, this kind of thing could only happen in novels. Li Chanxian smiled bitterly, her eyes reddened. My mother was so excited and angry that she raised her hand and gave me a big dick. Epsilon, hashtag, she said I was a fool. Who would hire a student as a chef and pay him 200,000 yuan? She also said, this money must be dirty, either I did something shameful, or, she paused, her face a little unnatural, her voice as low as a mosquito's hum, or maybe Dad Gu, you have other ideas about me, fuck you. Guba suddenly interrupted her and kicked the chair next to him in anger. There was a loud bang sound, which scared Li Chanxian so much that she trembled all over. Is your mother crazy? I, Guba, want women. What kind of women do I have? Is it necessary to spend 200,000 yuan to hire a student? The boss's roar made the windows shake. Tangwagwa and the others were so scared that they huddled in a corner, not daring to breathe. Oh my god, the boss's mania really strikes at any time. Gu Shuya quickly comforted her father, then held her senior sister's hand with heartache and asked, and what happened next? Later, Li Chanxian took a deep breath and said, my mother said that even if this is really the salary given by Gu Dad, she will not accept it. In my mother's opinion, no one would give you money for no reason, everything is an equal exchange. She always felt that this wretched old man, Gu Dad, who was over 50 years old, must be lusting after my body. He was a cheapskate. Tangwagwa couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water from laughing. Chuckle. The other girls also had strange expressions on their faces. As for the old man, Guba, his face darkened visibly, and veins bulged on his forehead. As the saying goes, a man is in his prime at 41, he just turned 45 this year, which is the prime time for men in the best years of their youth. To be described as a wretched old man over 50 years old? Still a slut? Gluttoning for the bodies of female college students? It's true that my uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't tolerate it at all. W. Angry. Ahem, senior. Gu Shuya pretended to cough twice to ease the atmosphere. Why didn't you say so earlier? We can go and explain it to Auntie in person. Li Chanshan bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. It's no use. I know my mother too well. She's tired of being poor and bullied her whole life. She always feels that there's no such thing as a free lunch, and that every benefit has a price. She often told me, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If someone gives you $200,000, they definitely want to take more from you. She also said that if I didn't return the money, she would give up treatment, not have the surgery, and just die in a garbage dump. At the end, Li Chanshan finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She squatted on the ground and started crying. The dormitory was dead silent, with only Li Chanshan's crying echoing. Tang Guodua and the others looked at each other, feeling a little uncomfortable. Although Li Chanshan's mother said some harsh words, but from the perspective of a poor mother, I seem to understand her concerns. My precious daughter is still a student, and she suddenly took out so much money. No matter how I explain it, it doesn't make sense. What's more, the reason is so ridiculous. Apart from the outlier Gu Dad, it is impossible for a normal person to throw so much money to a stranger for no reason. Humph, poor people always have trouble. Guba stood there, his chest heaving violently, obviously still angry. What he hated most in his life was being wronged, especially this kind of filthy injustice. But seeing the little girl crying so sadly, the anger in my heart inexplicably subsided a little. In fact, he knew very well, the prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain that can never be moved no matter how hard you try. The prejudice of the poor is sometimes heavier than a mountain. But what does this have to do with me? I don't care if you are a mountain or an ocean. The money that this boss has given away will never be taken back. This is the pride of the Tyrant clan's bloodline. A matter of principle, even if the emperor came, he wouldn't give me face. Stand up. Guba suddenly spoke, his voice returning to its coldness. You keep the money, I won't take it back. Li Chanshan raised her head, tears welling in her eyes. But my mother, I heard the female college student was still arguing with me. Guba's temper flared up immediately. He grabbed her by the collar and started yelling, fuck you, open your mouth. Shut up your mouth. Who does your mother think she is? Is she qualified to go against my decision? Is she looking down on me? Faced with the sudden outburst of the overbearing boss, Li Chanshan was almost frightened and quickly explained with tears in her eyes, Dad Gu. That's not what my mom meant? So what does your mother mean? The more Guba spoke, the angrier he became. He pointed at the stunned Tang Guodua and the other two and roared to the sky, they took my money too. Why don't their mothers have any objections? Only your mother has so much trouble? I think your mother just doesn't give me face. She thinks I'm easy to bully. Okay. From this perspective, your mom is pretty awesome. Which hospital is your mother in now? Which ward? I want to go over and see for myself. Is she supernatural? How dare she go against me, Guba? Guba suffered a manic attack on the spot, with 3 big S bulging out of the veins on his forehead. He cursed and walked out of the dormitory with a ruthless pace. Kill to the hospital, fuck, what about the students' parents? I'm getting desperate, Dad will show you in a minute. I'm typing now, and will post 3 more chapters later. Thanks, Omega, for everyone's gifts. I decided to continue writing this book thanks to the tips from my brothers, starting from the day after tomorrow. If you give more than 10 yuan in gift rewards every day, you will get 3 more pictures every day. I beg you brothers to send me a free gift when you have time. A little bit will add up to a lot. If the gift is more than 10 yuan, I will update it from time to time, asking for gifts, wishing that the family members who send gifts can enjoy the male god or goddess of their dreams. Chapter 50, Let everyone in the hospital be buried with you and your daughter. Chapter 50, Please give me a gift. The First People's Hospital of Shanghai, General Ward. The smell of disinfectant permeated the air. Wu Jiqiu leaned against the head of the bed, holding his aching stomach, and began to cough violently. His gray hair stuck to his sweaty forehead, and his face was as yellow as an old newspaper. Ahem, I wonder if Chanshan has paid back the money. She muttered to herself, her eyes filled with anxiety. When she learned yesterday that her daughter had earned 200,000 yuan, she didn't feel happy at all, but was just worried. A man in his 40s spent 200,000 to hire his daughter as a chef. You're kidding me, he must be craving for her daughter's body, even though it was life-saving money. But if it requires her daughter's innocence in exchange, she would rather die of illness than let her daughter fall into the clutches of an old man. That damn old man, he definitely has bad intentions. If you want to take advantage of my daughter, you'll have to step over my dead body first. At worst, I'll just give up and die. Wu Jiqiu gritted his teeth and cursed. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his cloudy eyes. At this moment, she even thought of committing suicide in order not to drag down her daughter. She is not afraid of death. As early as the day she received the diagnosis, she became indifferent to life and death. The only thing he was worried about was his daughter. The child was sensible since he was young. He worked odd jobs to supplement the family income and worked as a tutor to pay for his own schooling. Now that I'm finally about to graduate and have a little hope for life, my illness has dragged me down. Wu Jiqiu felt guilty about this, but if she left, leaving Chanshan alone in this world, would she be bullied by the old man? Thinking of this, Wu Jiqiu's heart felt like it was being pricked by a needle, and his eyes turned red unconsciously just as she was daydreaming. Bang! There was a sudden loud bang, and the door of the ward was kicked open. The door panel hit the wall, making a harsh groan out. Wu Jiqiu was so frightened that his whole body trembled and he suddenly looked up. A man was standing at the door against the light, his figure was as straight as a pine tree, and he was about 1.9 meters tall. A well-tailored black suit made his shoulders look broad and his waist narrow, and his aura was as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath. The sunlight outlined his cold and hard profile, with a high nose bridge and thin lips tightly pursed. When those dark eyes glanced over, there was an oppressive feeling of looking down on everyone, as if he was a natural overlord, and at this moment, for some reason, that well-defined face was filled with anger. Who are you? Wu Jiqiu had never met such a domineering man. His voice was trembling and he subconsciously shrank into the quilt. The man didn't answer and walked into the ward with his long legs. The shiny leather shoes made a tapping sound as they stepped on the floor, and every step seemed to be stepping on Wu Jiqiu's heartbeat. Finally, he stopped in front of the bed, looking down at the old lady in front of him, his voice as cold as the frozen Siberian soil. Are you Wu Jiqiu? Li Chanqian's mother? Wu Jiqiu's heart skipped a beat and he panicked instantly. Subconsciously, he thought his daughter had done something wrong and was being hunted down. She immediately struggled to sit up, but was suppressed by the man's aura and could only force a smile. May I ask who you are? What happened to Chanqian? Did she do something wrong? Don't be angry, I apologize to you on her behalf. Apologize? The man sneered. He sat down on the chair opposite Wu Jiqiu, legs crossed, his posture lazy but with unquestionable dominance. You have no right to make me angry. He stretched out his hand, tapping his fingertips lightly on his knees, making a rhythmic sound. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Gu Ba. Gu, the insolent one. Dad, the tyrant that rules the world. That's the parent who spent 200,000 yuan to hire your daughter to cook for my daughter. Wu Jiqiu widened his eyes and looked at the handsome and tall man in front of him in disbelief. It was actually him, no dad? You are the old. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Gu Ba's cold eyes. Old man? Gu Ba raised his eyebrows, a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. It seems that you have a lot of opinions about me. Why? Do you think I'm greedy for your daughter's body? I'm a slut? This sentence was like a bomb, making Wu Jiqiu's eardrums buzz. She opened her mouth, her cheeks flushed, but no sound came out. My daughter loves the food your daughter cooks. It's her honor. I'm offering her 200,000 as a reward for the honor. Gu Ba's tone was as if it was a matter of course, as if he was saying something that was natural, but suddenly, he leaned forward suddenly, his eyes sharp as a knife. But you, on the other hand, instigated her to resign and even wanted to return the money? Old woman, what do you mean by this? Don't you give me Gu Ba face? Or do you think my daughter doesn't deserve to eat the food your daughter cooks? Wu Jiqiu was forced to the point of being breathless. His mind was in a mess. She understood every word the man said, but when you put them together, why is it so confusing? What the hell is going on? Is there really someone who would spend 200,000 yuan to hire a chef just to cater to his daughter's taste? What kind of rich family operation is this? Also, this old man looks to be in his 30s. He is more handsome than the stars on TV. How can he be almost 50 years old? As Chanqian said, are all rich people so good at taking care of themselves? Wu Jiqiu's mind was blank, and he subconsciously stammered to explain. I didn't mean that, it's just that what you gave us is too much. We can't afford it. Gu Ba interrupted her impatiently, his tone suddenly becoming harsh. Whether you can afford it or not is up to me to decide. Now, listen to me. If you dare to ask Li Chanqian to return the money and resign again, do you believe that I will make everyone in this hospital bury you and your daughter? Holy crap. As soon as these words were spoken, several gasps were heard at the door of the ward. It turned out that Gu Ba was making too much noise, attracting a group of patients and nurses who came to watch the fun. Hearing Gu Ba's declaration of burial, they were all terrified and turned pale, retreating back one after another. Is this person crazy? You start shouting and killing over a disagreement? Oh my god. I just came to the hospital to treat hemorrhoids. Why am I being dragged to be buried with you for no apparent reason? A university cafeteria, a basic fuck. Don't worry, brothers. We've already been buried with you once. Wu Jiqiu was also confused and opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. Could this guy be a gangster? She has lived for most of her life and has never seen such a kind person. Just then, Gu Shueo and the other girls finally arrived breathlessly. Chapter 51, The Logic of the Overbearing President. The VIP ward is for my daughter's face, burned out, begging for a gift. Dada. At the door of the ward, several young and beautiful female college students rushed in one after another. Everyone was panting and their cheeks were red. Uncle Gu. Please wait for us. Why are you running so fast? I'm so tired. Do you know how many calories I burned? Wu Jiqiu took a closer look. One of the girls was her baby daughter, Li Chanqian. Mom. Are you okay? As soon as Li Chanqian entered the room, she saw her mother lying on the hospital bed in a daze, and her heart skipped a beat. He ran over quickly, and the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried. Wu Jiqiu finally came to his senses and grabbed his daughter's hand. Chanqian, what is going on? This old man, this gentleman, is he really the parent of your classmate? Li Chanqian glanced at Gu Ba and explained with a stiff upper lip, Mom, this is the guy I told you about last night, Yao Yao's father. He simply thinks my cooking is delicious, that's why. Li Qianqian quickly recounted the whole story from the chance encounter in the cafeteria, to Guba throwing out 200,000, to how he became Yao Yao's exclusive chef. The more Wu Jiqiu listened, the more frightened he became, his mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. There are actually people who would do something just for their daughter's words, the food is delicious, spend 200,000? Hire a student as a chef? This world, when did it become so magical? Am I not keeping up with the times? What kind of girl-loving maniac is this? She looked at Guba, then at Gu Shueyo who was standing beside him with a well-behaved look on her face. Suddenly I felt that my previous thoughts seemingly, are you being a little mean-spirited? With Guba's good looks, figure, family background, and wealth, even if he wants to get laid, there will be plenty of women who will come to him to fuck. It is indeed not necessary to waste so much energy and time on Qianqian, but 200,000. She still felt a little hot. If virtue does not match one's position, disaster will surely occur. Guba seemed to see through her thoughts and snorted coldly, don't even think about returning the money, and don't even think about asking your daughter to quit her job. She has to do this job. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do for your daughter's future. The boss tone was light, but it carried a chilling deterrent force and unquestionable dominance. Wu Jiqiu trembled all over. I finally understood that this man was not joking, that he really wanted Qianqian to continue her job as a highly priced chef, and he wanted nothing more, not for fame, not for sex, just to let my daughter have a hot meal that suits her appetite. Oh my god, in this world, there really are fathers like this, and she seemed to have no choice. There was a brief silence in the ward, looking at the man in front of me who was full of daddy's anger. Wu Jiqiu finally sighed slowly, with helplessness in the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, epsilon sad face omicron asterisk, that's all. For the first time in her life, she felt this suffocating sense of oppression, like an ant facing a towering mountain, unable to even think of resisting. She patted her daughter's hand and sighed, since Mr. Gu has said so, Mom won't stop you. Qianqian, work hard, don't let Mr. Gu down. Li Qianqian nodded immediately, don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of Yao Yao. Guba curled his lips in satisfaction, his eyes swept across the cramped ward, and his brows immediately furrowed into the shape of a chuan. The wall paint is peeling, there were leftover pickles on the bedside table. There's a crack in the window glass, the sunlight coming in has a gray smell. I was in a hurry and didn't notice it just now, but now I look carefully and find out, the environment in this ward is extremely bad. What kind of crappy place is this? There's not even a private bathroom? How can a normal person live here? I'll transfer you to the VIP ward. Hearing this, Li Qianqian and her daughter shook their heads like rattles and refused in unison. No need to bother you. I'm fine living here. Yes, Uncle Gu. You have helped us a lot. We are very grateful and can't trouble you anymore. Both mother and daughter are grateful and know that they should stop and do not want to owe Guba too many favors. But who is Guba, the legendary Padman? His decisions are not open to discussion and cannot be questioned. Shut up. If I say you have to turn, you have to turn. You're my daughter's cook, and your mother lives in a place like this. What will people say if it gets out? My daughter's chef's mother can't even afford a decent hospital room? Isn't this a slap in my daughter's face? You've lowered her standards. Can you afford it? After hearing this, everyone present showed the face of the old man in the subway. Daughter's chef? Mother, how many layers of relationships are there? How can staying in a hospital ward be considered high-end? This logic, isn't that too much of a dad? Although this logic is convoluted, it is inexplicably impossible to refute. What is going on? Gu Shueyo was even more confused. Dad, what does this have to do with my status? Guba glared at her, put his hands on his hips, and acted righteously. Why is it okay? You are my daughter, Guba, so the people around you should be treated well. Aside, Tangwagwa's face was full of envy, and she secretly said to her bestie, did you hear that? Even the ward where the chef's mother lives is related to Yao Yao's reputation. This is what a top-notch pampered girl is, right? Omega, I envy you so much. Jiang Shui nodded, I believe it now. If Yao Yao loses a hair here, Dad Gu might turn the whole hospital upside down. Facing the teasing of my best friends. Jiu Shueao couldn't help but blush. #nervous face #, but seeing my father making such forceful arrangements just for his own face, my nose suddenly felt a little sour. She used to think that her father's love was overbearing and unreasonable, but at this moment, I truly feel, behind this domineering attitude lies a deep care. With a dad like this, what more could a girl ask for? Burned out, please give me a gift. I owe you one more chapter, I'll post it tomorrow. Starting from the first, if you give more than 10 yuan, I'll give you a new chapter. Please give me a gift. Chapter 52. How great would it be if I also had a father like this? Since you have no objection, then let's make this decision. Seeing that Li Qianqian and her daughter finally stopped talking, Guba snorted coldly and took out his cell phone. The moment the screen was unlocked, his hard jawline was reflected. Tap it a few times with your slender fingers. In less than 30 seconds, the call was connected. Director Zhang, please come to General Ward 302. Guba's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable force. Now, immediately, right now. After hanging up the phone, the ward fell silent. Li Qianqian and her daughter looked at each other. Before they could say anything, hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. Snap, the door was quickly pushed open, and an old man with silver hair and gold-rimmed glasses walked in quickly with 7 or 8 people in white coats. The words President Zhang Jimin on the badge sparkled in the sun. Mr. Gu. Why did you come here in person? If you have any instructions, just call me. Dean Zhang stepped forward quickly, held Guba's hands with both of his own, his face full of wrinkles from smiling, and his attitude extremely respectful. The other patients in the ward all widened their eyes when they saw this. Some people even pinched themselves secretly, suspecting they were dreaming. Who on earth was this guy? How could he command such respect from the dean? Guba pulled his hand back and pointed at Wu Jiqiu lying on the bed. Move her to the VIP ward, now. No problem. Oh, Omega O, Director Zhang didn't even ask the reason, but turned around and gave orders to the medical team behind him. Immediately prepare VIP Ward 3 on the top floor and arrange for a special care team to provide 24-hour monitoring. Who doesn't know that the sponsorship fee that Gu Group gives to the hospital every year is enough to build a new inpatient building? This is the financial backer who cannot be offended. Dean Zhang responded to this small request without any hesitation. Under the arrangement of the old dean, the entire medical team took action immediately with astonishing efficiency. 2 nurses began to carefully help Wu Jiqiu pack his belongings, while several others had already pushed a transfer bed over. This is too. Wu Jiqiu's lips were trembling, and his skinny fingers were tightly gripping the bedsheets. Li Qianqian was also panicked. Mr. Gu, there is really no need, shut up. Guba's glance silenced the mother and daughter. I have the final say. The following scene was like being fast-forwarded. The nurses gathered the belongings with swift hands and feet. The doctor carefully transferred Wu Jiqiu to the transfer bed. Dean Zhang personally led the way. Guba walked at the end with his hands in his pockets, like a king inspecting his territory. Ji Shueo and several roommates followed behind, staring in amazement. Bite. The elevator opened and a group of people rushed in. When it opened again with a ding sound, Li Qianqian and the others were shocked by the scene before them. The spacious and bright corridor is covered with soft carpet. Various authentic famous paintings are hung on the walls. As soon as the door of the VIP ward is opened, the fragrance of flowers hits you in the face. From the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the sparkling waves of the Huangpu River. Is this still a hospital? Wu Jiqiu's voice trembled, and he was deeply shocked. She had never stayed in such a luxurious room in her life. Even the hospital bed looked like a king-size bed in a high-end hotel. Dean Zhang introduced attentively. Ms. Wu, this is the best super VIP ward in our hospital, equipped with a separate reception area, kitchen, and accompanying room. The medical team is on call 24 hours a day, and nutritionists can customize patient meals for you. Li Qianqian's legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. How can this be a ward? This is clearly the presidential suite. For the first time, she deeply felt the power of money. Are you satisfied? If you are, then stay here and enjoy your life. Guba's voice came from behind. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. The mother and daughter turned around at the same time, only to see Guba waving his hand and preparing to leave. In backlight, the man's outline was gilded, as if he was from a different world from them. Mr. Gu. Li Qianqian suddenly called out to him, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you, really, Mr. Gu, you were so kind. I really don't know how to repay you. Guba interrupted her impatiently without even turning his head. Thank my daughter if you want to thank someone. If it weren't for the fact that you're her senior and have helped her several times before, do you think I would mind my own business? Li Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly walked to Gu Shueo and bowed deeply. Yao, thank you. If you need anything in the future, senior sister will definitely. No. Gu Shueo hurriedly helped her up. Senior sister, don't do this. I didn't do anything. This is my dad's own decision. When she said this, her heart was filled with deep emotion. Her father's seemingly overbearing arrangements were all for her. This heavy love made her heart warm. Tang Guodguo muttered sourly at the side. I declare. From today on, Uncle Gu is my godfather. Anyone who opposes, is disrespecting me. Shuebingsha pushed his glasses. From a genetic point of view, it's too late for you to recognize your godfather now. Jiang Shui looked longingly. When will I be able to be raped by someone as he pleases? Just then, Guba suddenly remembered something and turned to walk in front of Dean Zhang. When is Wu Jiqiu's surgery scheduled? Dean Zhang quickly replied, it was originally scheduled for the middle of next month. Mr. Gu, if you're anxious, I'll go and coordinate and try to. What are you fighting for? Guba interrupted him directly, his tone unquestionable as a father. Within a week, I want to see the operation successfully completed. By the way, I want you to perform the surgery yourself. Director Zhang is a well-known surgical expert both at home and abroad, and he has not performed routine surgeries himself for many years, but facing Guba's request, he only hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay, I'll do it myself. Don't worry, Mr. Gu, I guarantee it will be foolproof. Hearing this, Li Qianqian and her daughter were once again shocked, speechless. Let the dean do it himself? This is far beyond their understanding. They originally thought they would have to wait at least a month, and were even prepared for the interns to perform experimental surgery on them, but they didn't expect that Guba's words would prompt even the dean to personally intervene. Is this the power of money? Is this the world of the overlord? Looking at Guba's back, Li Qianqian was extremely Envious of her junior sister, who had such a domineering father who spoiled and loved her unconditionally, she had been without a father since she was a child. Every time she saw other classmates being picked up by their fathers from school, she would secretly hide behind a tree and watch for a long time. But how great would it be if she also had a father like this? Starting tomorrow, if you give a reward of 10 yuan every day, I will try to update 3 pictures a day. My grades are so bad now that I've nearly given up on my textbook several times. I'm completely relying on gifts from my family to get by. After all, I'm a full-time writer who relies on royalties to support my family. I'll see how the results are if I can stick to 300,000 words. If there is still no improvement, I will probably just keep updating once a day and then try to start a new book. Wouldn't way without money, my whole family will starve with me. Struggle. Stand up. Charge. Chapter 53 Gu Nanyan's Happiness, 4,000 words long chapter, in the VIP ward. Senior, let's go, 0. If you need anything, you can always call me. Before leaving, Gu Shuya turned around and waved to Li Chanxian, then left with Gu Ba and his group. A snap. The moment the door closed, the ward fell into a brief silence. Chanxian, Wu Jiqiu suddenly grasped his daughter's hand, his voice trembling. You're junior, perhaps she saved the Milky Way in her past life, right? Li Chanxian looked at the empty doorway, her eyes filled with envy and gratitude. Yeah, to have a father like this. The unfinished second half of the sentence is she wants it too, having lost her father at a young age. How could she have ever experienced the feeling of being unconditionally loved? Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully hosting Li Chanxian and her daughter. Reward, 10 million Dadlin gold. Gain special skills, advanced cooking skills. In the hospital corridor. As Gu Ba was walking, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. He subconsciously stopped, looked back in the direction of the VIP ward, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This time, the harvest is not just the system reward, as the best friend of the fake daughter in the previous life. Li Chanxian is now completely controlled by him. Even if she returns to the wealthy Li family in the future, she will only befriend herself and others, which can be regarded as winning a powerful ally in advance. This investment will definitely pay off 100-fold in the future. Just as Gu Ba was thinking about how to get more benefits from it, Dad, you were so good to me. Beside him, Gu Shuyo suddenly took his arm, her little face tilted upwards, her eyes filled with stars. Today, I'm very happy. Gu Ba's heart warmed up, and all his calculations disappeared at this moment. Perhaps, his daughter's words today were his greatest gain. The domineering president turned his face away, but his ears turned red. Bite. The elevator opened just in time and the sunlight in the lobby was just right. Jiu Shuya looked at her father pretending to be calm and suddenly felt having such a domineering and awkward father is really the luckiest thing in my life. The lobby downstairs of the hospital, the sunlight shines in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the people coming and going. Jiu Nanua stood near the registration desk, her slender fingers unconsciously stroking the medical record book. She wore a beige windbreaker today, with a white shirt and black pencil pants underneath, a standard urban white-collar outfit, even wearing a mask. It couldn't hide her beautiful face and outstanding temperament. Dad, walk slower. Just then, a clear female voice suddenly reached her ears. Jiu Nanyan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people walking out of the elevator. She was stunned at the first sight, her eyes fixed on the figure at the head of the group. Even if they were dozens of meters apart, she could recognize them at a glance. It's Gu Ba, her biological father. The man was still tall and straight, wearing a well-tailored black suit, and his every move exuded an undeniable domineering aura. At this moment, he was holding the arm of a young girl, and the intimacy between the two was dazzling. Seeing this, Gu Nanyan's pupils suddenly contracted. Who is that girl? She subconsciously hid behind a pillar, but her eyes were fixed on a certain couple. The girl was in her early 20s, and her features were surprisingly similar to Bai Jiro's, except that she looked younger, more lively, and cleaner, like a replica of Bai Yueguang that had not been polished by the world. Ha! Gu Nanyan sneered, then suddenly realized, has he found a new replacement for Bai Yueguang? It seems that they thought the previous one was too old and replaced him with a younger one. But it's really hard for him. It takes a lot of effort to find these similar-looking Bai Yueguangs every time. Of course, Gu Nanyan knew that her scumbag father had been threatening to divorce her mother recently for Bai Jiro, who looked just like Bai Yueguang. Now seeing him being affectionate with another similar woman, I feel shocked and disgusted. A scumbag who gets bored easily. She cursed under her breath, but couldn't help but look a few more times. The girl smiled like a flower, and from time to time she looked up and said something to Gu Ba, her eyes full of stars, and his usually cold and stern father's expression softened at this moment, and even, his ears turned a little red. This scene made Gu Nanua's stomach churn and she felt extremely disgusted. She would never forget the look on her face 3 years ago when Gu Ba smashed his mother's favorite celadon vase and yelled with red eyes, Lin Wanqing, you are not even as good as a hair of hers. I also can't forget the despair I felt when my mother hugged her and cried, saying, Nanyan, I'm sorry for not being able to give you a complete family. Later, their mother took the 3 siblings and ran away from home resolutely. From then on, she pretended that she didn't have this father. Nanyan, what are you daydreaming about? Her husband Lu Ming appeared behind her at some point, holding the medical report in his hand. He was wearing a light gray suit today, and his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were gentle as water. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a gentle and elegant man. No, nothing. Gu Nanyan hurriedly looked away and forced a smile. What are the test results? Lu Ming shook the report and said with a smile, "The doctor said I was just too tired and I just needed to rest more." He followed his wife's gaze and only caught sight of Gu Ba and his group disappearing from view. He asked curiously, "What were you looking at just now? So engrossed?" "Ah. Nothing, nothing." I recognized the wrong person. Gu Nanhua hesitated for a moment, but still didn't mention Gu Ba. She didn't want her husband to know that she had such a terrible father. Then she quickly changed the subject. "You've been saying you're not feeling well lately." "I've been worried sick." "Don't work all night anymore. You can never make enough money." Gu Nanyan reached out to adjust her husband's tie, her eyes full of heartache. "I don't ask for great wealth and honor, as long as we can live a good life together." Lu Ming then put his arm around her waist and kissed her on the forehead, his voice so gentle it could drip water. "Little fool, the company is in its early stages, how can we not work hard?" He paused after speaking, his tone adding just the right amount of contempt. "I don't want to be like your irresponsible father who can't even support his family. And it made you and mom suffer. I want to make you happy for the rest of your life. Please marry me in your next life. Hold your hand and grow old with you. I love you." As soon as these sweet words came out, Gu Nanhua's heart was instantly touched and her eyes felt a little hot. How lucky she is. 1 year ago, I met a good man like Lu Ming and we walked into the marriage hall together, unlike that scumbag dad Gu Ba, who only has eyes for that green tea girl named Bai Jiro and doesn't even care about the feelings of his wife and children. "Thank you, brother Ming." Gu Nanyan was so moved that her eyes were red. She hugged her husband tightly and said in a soft voice, "It's so good to have you." Fortunately, she did not repeat her mother's mistakes. Fortunately, she met a man who truly loved her, cared for her and spoiled her. But what Gu Nanyan didn't know was, at an angle she couldn't see, Lu Ming's lips curled up in a barely perceptible sneer, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes behind the lenses. Gu Nanhua, this idiot, is really so easy to fool. But when he spoke, his voice was still gentle. "By the way, Nan Yen, where are you going next? Do you want to go back to the company together?" Gu Nanyan shook her head and refused. "Beichen just called me and said he hadn't seen his mother in a long time and asked me to go home and get together. I'm also a little bit tired of it, so I plan to go home." Beichen is her younger brother. He started delivering food after graduating from high school and works part-time as a live streamer. "I have a straightforward personality, but I'm a little stubborn," and when she mentioned her younger brothers and sisters, her expression softened unconsciously. "Husband, do you want to go with us?" In response to his wife's invitation, a trace of barely perceptible contempt flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. That brother-in-law who never went to college, a loser who can only deliver food, is worthy of being condescended to? Ha, how ridiculous, but Lu Ming remained calm and smiled gently. "Next time. I have something to do at the company. I'll take you there first, and then I'll go back to the company to keep an eye on it." "No need, I can take a taxi myself." Gu Nanyan looked up at her husband, eyes full of admiration. "Go and get busy, don't get tired." "Okay, then be careful on the road." Lu Ming tidied up his wife's hair and gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead. When Gu Nanhua got into the online taxi, the gentleness on Lu Ming's face disappeared. He took out his mobile phone expressionlessly and dialed a number. "Hey, Mr. Wang, what's the maximum loan amount you can lend out for that high-interest loan we mentioned last time? No matter how high the interest rate is, it's not a problem." He walked out of the hospital while talking on the phone. When passing by the trash can, she casually threw the love lunchbox that Gu Nanhua had specially prepared for her early in the morning into it. "The broccoli and carrots here are still the same as always, hard to swallow." At the same time, in the online car hailing service, Gu Nanhua, who knew nothing about it, looked at the street scenes passing by outside the window. With a happy smile on her face, she took out her cell phone and couldn't help but send a message to her mother, Lin Wanqing. "Mom, I found a man who was really good to me. I'm very happy. Don't worry." The moment the message was sent successfully, she seemed to see the future of herself and Lu Ming, a small but cozy house, with her favorite hydrangeas planted on the balcony. They spent weekends together watching movies on the sofa, and gave birth to their child together. As for Gu Ba, that scumbag father who only hurt his mother and played with women's feelings, was no longer worthy of appearing in her life. Having said that, but when the car was about to leave the hospital, Gu Nanhua couldn't help but look back. The figure that looked so much like her father had disappeared in the crowd, but it still cast a shadow in her heart. What she didn't know was, just a few minutes ago, Gu Ba also looked back as if he sensed something of the father and daughter's gazes finally strayed. The First People's Hospital of Shanghai, underground parking lot. Gu Ba just opened the door of the Maybach and suddenly turned around as if he realized something. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Did you meet someone you know?" Gu Shuio asked doubtfully. Gu Ba frowned. He seemed to sense a very familiar gaze, but when I looked around, I didn't see anyone I knew. Is it an illusion? Gu Ba thought so and didn't take it too seriously. He waved to the girls to get in the car. "It's okay, maybe I was wrong." He rubbed his daughter's obedient little head and said, "Get in the car, I'll take you all back to school first. Ask for gifts. Gifts over 10 yuan, guaranteed daily update of 6,000 yuan. It's now 0:16. This long chapter will be posted right away. The rest will be updated tomorrow. It's too late and my family urged me to take a shower and rest. Good night everyone." Oh. Chapter 54, Gu Nanyan's siblings are shocked. "Is this my home? Gifts and updates, please give me gifts. At the same time, Gu Nanue had returned to the familiar apartment building. When she entered the elevator, she somehow called her brother, beep beep beep, Baichin, I'm almost there, where are you? Also, have you seen Gu Ba recently? On the other end of the phone, Gu Baichin was stunned obviously. I didn't expect that my sister would suddenly mention my scumbag father's name. Sister, why are you suddenly? Nothing, just, Gu Nanyan bit her lip and said in a low voice, just now in the hospital, I seem to see him, he's been replaced by another young girl who looks very similar to that woman. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2.5 seconds, then came Gu Baichin's gnashing teeth voice, humph. This old bastard who doesn't follow manly ethics. Sister, leave him alone. Let's just pretend we don't have this father. Gu Nanyan held the phone tightly, her eyes firm. Yes, I know. From the day mom took us away from home, he's not my father anymore. Right just then, the elevator arrived at the 5th floor. The moment the door opened, she saw Gu Baichin standing at the elevator entrance waiting for her, his phone pressed to his ear, his face full of surprise. Their eyes met, and the brother and sister fell silent at the same time. Some knots in your heart can never be untied. The two of them had a tacit understanding and gave up the topic of bad dad that they had just mentioned and walked towards the familiar door of their home. Snap, the moment the key turned the door lock, Gu Baichin's pupils widened and his mouth opened into an O shape. Omega, what the hell? Is this our home? The luxuriously decorated duplex apartment before him was a world apart from the shabby little house in his memory. The brand new solid wood floor gleams with a warm luster, the crystal chandelier casts a soft glow, the living room is furnished with leather sofas, exquisite paintings adorn the walls, and all manner of smart appliances are readily available. Sister, Gu Baichin turned around blankly, his voice changing tone. Did we go to the wrong door? How could this be the home he remembered, with peeling walls and creaking furniture? Gu Nanue was also shocked and speechless. She mechanically took 2 steps back and confirmed the house number 502 at yes. It was the home they had lived in for several years, but everything in front of her was so unfamiliar that it made her feel uneasy. The cement floor in my memory was full of potholes, and there were always piles of cardboard boxes in the corners that had not been cleaned up in time. Now the solid wood floor is so shiny that you can't even find a scratch of the old sofa in the living room was picked up and squeaked when you sat on it. Now the leather sofa has a delicate luster and it is obvious that it is worth a lot of money. There are also decorative paintings on the wall, a smart sweeping robot, and a microwave oven built into the cabinet. Each one subverted her understanding of home. What the hell is going on? Gu Nanue walked into the house unconsciously and ran her fingers over the brand new smart refrigerator. She remembered clearly that when she returned last week, the old refrigerator at home was still making a tractor-like noise, but now, Gu Baichin walked around the living room like a sleepwalker and suddenly rushed to the kitchen. Holy shit. Sis. Come and see. In the kitchen, a full set of German imported kitchenware sparkles, including a built-in oven and dishwasher. Gu Baichin opened the cupboard with trembling hands and found that even the pots and pans had been replaced with bone china. These. I think I've seen these furniture on TV commercials. They must cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Gu Baichin swallowed his saliva. Mom won the lottery? Got rich? Gu Nanyan frowned and shook her head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mom hates gambling the most. And even if she won the jackpot, given her personality, she would just put the money in the bank and keep it for a rainy day. I will never spend lavishly on all kinds of new furniture like I do now. The two looked at each other, thought of something at the same time, and walked quickly towards Gu Xingwan's room. The moment they pushed open the door of their little sister's room, they seemed to have entered a fairy tale world. Fuck you. Gu Baichin's subconscious exclamation almost blew the roof off. What comes into view is a fairy tale princess room that is extremely dreamy. The pale pink walls are dotted with starlights, like a night sky strewn with broken diamonds. Lace curtains draped from the ceiling gently covered the Hello Kitty themed princess bed. In the corner, there was a pile of gift boxes half a person's height. A few of them were open to reveal limited edition dolls, talking smart toys, rhinestone studded backpacks, etc. The most exaggerated thing is that in the center of the room, a mini carousel is slowly turning, and the melody of Fur Alice is floating out of the music box. Sister? This carousel, Gu Baichin's voice trembled. Am I really not dreaming? Is this really our home? He remembered that his sister always said that she wanted to have a room like a castle, with a spinning carousel and endless princess dresses to wear. At that time, he was full of energy and said with a smile, I will buy it for you when my second brother makes money. But until now, he has never bought a decent authentic doll for his sister. A penny can make a hero fall. Ask, I just don't have money. Oh, Gu Nanue did not answer, but suddenly reached out and touched her brother's nipple, rotating at 180 degrees. Gu Baichin screamed in pain, grimacing. Sister, why are you pinching me? It hurts. It hurts so much, it hurts? Gu Nanue murmured to herself, then I'm not dreaming. Gu Baichin rubbed his chest, aggrieved, just verify it if you want. Why are you pinching me? But soon, his expression became excited again. Sister, do you know what's going on? These things are not cheap. Where does mom get the money? Gu Nanyan rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, who should I ask if you ask me? But something must have happened in the past few days that we don't know about. After saying that, Gu Nanue walked straight to the carousel and gently brushed her fingertips across the handrails of the carousel. The solid wood is polished to an extremely smooth surface, and even the details are carved with patterns. It is obvious that it is not a cheap product. Strange? Who did this? She murmured to herself, where did mom get the money? When Lin Wanqing took them away from the Gu family, she only had a few thousand yuan in savings with her. Over the years, they have been relying on selling breakfast at the street stall and living frugally to barely support the three of them. It is impossible for them to afford such a luxurious decoration. Gu Baichen suddenly thought of something and slapped his thigh. Could it be that old bastard? Gu Nanyan froze and turned back suddenly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Besides hurting mom, what else can he do? Besides, he only has eyes for Bai Guang. How could he care about our lives? Gu Baichen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally closed it. Yeah. How could that scumbag dad suddenly become good? But apart from him, who else has the ability and motivation to do this? Gu Nanyan ignored it. Her eyes fell on the carousel, and her eyes softened unconsciously. But it doesn't matter who did it. They actually helped Wan Wan realize her dream of having a princess room. Wan Wan must be very happy. Gu Baichen also showed a gentle smile for the first time in a long time. Then he took out his cell phone. I'll call mom and ask her now. Beep beep beep. The call was connected quickly, and there was a lot of noise in the background, as if many people were talking. Mom! Tell me. Did we win the lottery? Why is it suddenly decorated like a palace? Where are you now? My sister and I are at home. Come back soon. Gu Baichen went straight to the point and asked anxiously. On the other end of the phone, Lin Wanqing was visibly stunned. You are all back home? I'm currently in Wan Wan's kindergarten. It's hard to explain this in a few words over the phone. Come over and we'll talk. Kindergarten? Gu Baichen glanced at his watch and asked in confusion, shouldn't Wan Wan already be in school at this time? Why are you? You'll know when you get here. Lin Wanqing hung up the phone in a hurry. The brother and sister looked at each other. Why is mom acting so weird? What is she doing at the kindergarten? Gu Baichen was confused. Shouldn't she be setting up a stall at this time? Could it be that they set up their stall in front of the kindergarten? Gu Nanyan acted decisively, already grabbing the car keys and urging, don't make wild guesses. You'll know once you get there. She took one last look at the princess's room, turned around and hurried downstairs. The music from the carousel was still playing, but Gu Nanyue felt heavy in her heart. Who gave this sudden fairy tale? If it really is Gu Ba, what does he want to do now? Gu Baichen followed behind her and looked at his sister's tense back. Suddenly, he felt that this luxurious home didn't seem so happy anymore. After all, some things come too suddenly, which always makes people feel inexplicably uneasy. Begging for gifts. I wish that the family who sent the gift can marry a beautiful wife. Chapter 55. My mom is the kindergarten principal? This world is so magical. 3,000 chapters. Half an hour later. Gu Nanyan and Gu Baichen stood at the entrance of the kindergarten, looking up at the school name embossed in gold on the lintel. Wan Wan Kindergarten. The brother and sister were stunned at the same time. This. Gu Baichen rubbed his eyes. Sister, are we going the right way? Isn't this called Futaba Kindergarten? When did the school's name change? Gu Nanyue stared at the eye-catching word Wan Wan and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Late night. Isn't this my little sister's name? Could it be that this matter has something to do with her? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. She shook her head, pushing the ridiculous idea out of her mind. How could a kindergarten's name change be related to my little sister? Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Go in first. She took a deep breath and walked into the campus. As soon as they entered the gate, they were shocked by the scene before them. The originally bumpy playground was paved with a plastic track. The colorful amusement facilities are shiny and new. Several workers were painting the exterior walls of the teaching building under the scorching sun. There was scaffolding at the door. It seemed like something was being renovated. The sound of ding ding dang dang from construction is endless. Oh my god, are they demolishing and rebuilding? Gu Baichen was stunned. If we had this condition when we were young, we wouldn't be looking forward to school being over every day. Gu Nanyue ignored him and looked at the edge of the playground. A makeshift convenience store was set up there. The shelves were filled with all kinds of imported milk and organic snacks. The variety was so great that it was completely different from the ordinary convenience stores that sold spicy strips and popsicles. In her memory. Gu Baichen also saw the scene. His eyes widened and he screamed, "What the hell? Omega! Doesn't the kindergarten explicitly prohibit the opening of a canteen? Has the principal changed his ways?" Gu Nanyue also looked confused. She remembers it very clearly. When her younger sister first started school, she even asked if there was a nearby store so she could buy an ice cream to appease her younger sister who refused to go to school. Teacher Fang Yun had clearly told her at the time that kindergartens were not allowed to open canteens. But now? What's going on? She frowned and looked around, and found that not only the canteen, but the entire kindergarten had a brand new look. The amusement facilities have been replaced with the latest ones, the walls have been repainted, and even the flower beds have been planted with precious flowers. Unbelievable. Omega Omega. How much does such a big deal cost? Gu Nanyan couldn't believe it. I have met Principal Wu once or twice, and I think he has the courage and financial resources to renovate his own kindergarten. Boom 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 uncle. Gu Baichen was extremely curious. He ran to the guard room and knocked on the window. I want to ask you something. The bald security guard who was drinking tea pushed open the window, squinted his eyes, and looked at the brother and sister in a nonchalant manner. "What's up? Why did this kindergarten change its name?" Gubachin pointed at the construction area and said, "And this small shop, wasn't it strictly forbidden to sell snacks before?" The security guard perked up when he heard this, put down his teacup, and boasted proudly, "We have a new boss. The new owner is incredibly wealthy." Not only did he change the name of the school, he also decided to open a noble shop inside the kindergarten. "I heard they spent millions just on the renovations. That's such a swift and decisive move. Dad is so pissed off. He even bought a kindergarten for his daughter. What a doting father who loves his daughter." Gubachin took a breath and said, "Is it so exaggerated?" "Of course not." The security guard suddenly became interested and vividly described the glorious deeds of the new boss. As soon as this gentleman arrived, he ordered school uniforms with his daughter's portrait printed on them. He said he wanted all the children in the school to share in her daughter's blessings. Give all employees a raise. Hundreds of thousands in year-end bonuses. The worst part is, he complained that the school's playground equipment was so bad that his daughter couldn't have enough fun, so he's planning to build a mini Disneyland. The brother and sister were stunned when they heard this, and how could there be such a fatherly person in the world? Only, why does this style of behavior sound more familiar the more I hear it? Does it seem familiar? An ominous premonition suddenly surged in Gu Nanyan's heart. She suppressed her uneasiness and tried to make her tone sound natural. She said, "By the way, sir, I want to ask you about someone. Do you know where Lin Wanqing is?" "She's my mother, we came here to find her." "Holy crap." The security guard's hand shook and the teacup almost fell to the ground. His eyes widened instantly and he looked the siblings up and down, especially after looking at Gu Nanyan's face for a few seconds. He suddenly slapped his thigh. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. "You two are the son and daughter of the new boss, right? Come on, I'll take you to the office. Director Lin is very busy today. A new official has 3 things to do." The brother and sister were petrified instantly. "Principal, the new boss's son and daughter, what the hell is going on?" Gubachin stammered, "Sir, did you recognize the wrong person? My mother is just a housewife who sells things on the street. How could she be the headmaster? When did she become the principal of the kindergarten?" After hearing what Gubachin said, the security guard was confused, but he didn't think much about it. He said casually, "It's about today's matter. Maybe Director Lin, he hasn't had time to tell you yet." The new boss said that Director Lin raised 3 children on his own and knows how to take care of young children best. The position of the kindergarten principal belongs to her. "Come with me quickly. Director Lin is processing documents in his office. I'll take you there myself." The bald old man came out of the security booth with an extremely respectful attitude, completely different from his previous nonchalant expression. He pulled up Gubachin, who was still in a daze, and walked towards the teaching building, and at this time Ji Yunanyan only felt a buzzing sound in her head, as if she was hit by a heavy hammer. "The new boss who drives a Rolls-Royce, a kindergarten renamed after my sister, suddenly became the principal's mother." All of this connected together pointed to the person she least wanted to believe. It was as absurd as a dream, but no one can do this except him. Or maybe, no one's style of doing things is like that, Dad said. "Sister, please walk faster. Our mom has become the headmaster. That's amazing. I can't wait to ask her how she did it." Gubachin walked for a distance, turned around and found that Gu Nanyan had not caught up with him, so he greeted her excitedly without any care. Ji Yunanyan had no expression on her face and followed behind with heavy steps. In the teaching building, children's laughter can be heard from time to time. The sunlight shines through the windows in the corridor onto the ground, casting stars. It was clearly a scene of peace and prosperity, but she felt cold all over. Soon the group walked through the brand new corridor. Finally, we stopped in front of a door with a sign that said Principal's Office. The security guard stepped forward and knocked gently on the door. Boom, boom, boom. "Director Lin, your child is here to see you." A familiar voice came from inside the door. "Let them in." Gubachin couldn't wait any longer, pushed open the door, rushed into the office, and kept yelling. Ji Yunanyan remained silent and followed closely behind. "Mom! Are you really the headmaster? What on earth is this?" The voice stopped abruptly the moment he saw the man behind the desk. Sigma, asterisk, all I can remember is the housewife who washed clothes and cooked for them all year round. This time, he was looking down at the documents carefully. He was wearing a well-fitting light gray business suit, his hair was neatly tied up, and he exuded a capable aura that they had never seen before. There was also a metal ID card on his chest, which clearly read Frowny Face Director, Lin Wanqing, Mom. Gubachin's voice was trembling. This is. He could hardly recognize his mother today, as if she had been reborn. Hearing the noise, Lin Wanqing put down the documents in her hand and rubbed her temples. The desk is piled high with administrative materials that need her to process, such as class schedules, teacher files, shopping lists, etc. Ever since Guba forced her into this position, she has been very busy, but the strange thing is that this busyness, instead, it made her feel more fulfilled than ever before, as if she had rediscovered her own social value. "Mom! What the hell is going on? Tell me." Who did all that renovation work at home? How did you suddenly become the headmaster? Also, why was this kindergarten renamed Wanwan? Gu Nanyan couldn't wait to know the answer, so she rushed to the desk, put her hands on the table, and spoke in a tense voice. A series of questions came like bombardments, giving Lin Wanqing a headache. She knew this moment would come eventually, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. She hadn't figured out how to explain it to her children yet. Chapter 56, Daddy's Followers, Wanwan's Loyalty. Gift plus update, 4,000 chapters please come, Wanwan Kindergarten. Principal's office. Nanyan, Beichen. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and pointed to the sofa opposite. Please sit down and talk first. Things are a bit complicated. Gu Nanua didn't have the patience, but tremblingly expressed her own inference. The kindergarten changed its name, you became the principal, and the house was renovated. Did that man do all of this? She deliberately avoided the word Guba as if it were a monster. Lin Wanqing was silent, her fingertips gently stroking the ID card, and after a while she whispered at Nanyan, Beichen. Some things are not what you think. What's that? Gu Beichen finally realized it, his face flushed red. Did that old bastard force you to do that? What does he want to do? He was the one who kicked us out in the first place, so why is he pretending to be a good guy now? Both the brother and sister deeply detested what Guba had done. They are different from Gu Xingwan, who is too young to remember anything and has just gotten over it. They truly remember the favoritism and injustice they have suffered since childhood. Ji Yuba is only patient with Bai Yueguan's children. He either beats or scolds them, and suppresses them in various ways. Every time there is a dispute, no matter who is right or wrong, they are always the ones who apologize and get beaten. Due to the long-term domestic violence, the siblings have long regarded Guba as the most familiar stranger rather than their biological father. In response to this, Lin Wanqing sighed softly. Oh, this is a long story. But he seems really changed. Maybe he wants to make it up to us. Make up for it? Gu Nanua suddenly sneered, but tears fell uncontrollably. Why didn't he think about making amends when he asked for a divorce from you because of Baijiro? Why didn't he think about making amends when he asked you to run the stall by yourself to support the three of us siblings to go to school? You're pretending to do all this now. Do you think we're special? The air in the office froze instantly. Only the sound of the printer was heard abruptly, as if accompanying the quarrel. Looking at her daughter's red eyes, Lin Wanqing felt extremely distressed, but she didn't know how to explain it. She couldn't say that Guba had become a completely different person now. Not only did he assign her work, but he also asked her every day if the children needed anything. That kind of clumsy flattery made her feel unfamiliar and at a loss, and who would easily believe this kind of change unless they see it with their own eyes? Anyway, Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, her voice tired. I will take care of these things, don't worry. Handle? How do you handle it? Gu Nanyan pressed on, even directly questioning her mother. Let him continue to bribe us with these things? Make us forget what he did before? Mom! Are you attracted by his wealth? Or do you still have feelings for him? I'm telling you. A dog will always eat shit. You shouldn't accept his charity, otherwise you will be the one who gets hurt in the end. This kind of sudden concern has happened before, and in the end, it was all one-sided. Gu Beichen stood beside his sister. Although he didn't say anything, his tense jaw showed his attitude. Looking at the two children's hostile eyes, Lin Wanqing felt distressed and tired. Some wounds still hurt when touched even after 10 years. So she understands the children's hatred. But when I heard them say that they valued money and still had feelings for Guba, Lin Wanqing was still full of black lines. She didn't know how to explain to the children. I want to refuse too. Is this something you can refuse? You all know Guba's domineering fatherly ways. A man who will punish you if you disagree with him. He won't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. What else can I do besides passively accept it? Just then, there was a knock on the office door, and a young teacher poked his head in. Director Lin, the newly ordered picture books have arrived. Would you like to take a look? Lin Wanqing nodded quickly as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Wait a minute, I'll be right there. She looked at Gu Nanyan and her brother, her tone a little helpless. You two, brother and sister, sit down for a while and calm down. I'll explain it to you slowly when I get back, okay? Looking at her mother's hurried back, Gu Nanua bit her lip and her eyes fell on a document on the desk. That's the kindergarten decoration budget. In the lower right corner, where the approver's signature is located, two large characters are written in a flamboyant style. Guba. Gu Beichen also saw it and immediately got furious. I knew it was him. What the hell does this old bastard want to do? We haven't been in touch for so many years, and you're suddenly trying to play the prodigal son game? Ugh. Gu Nanua didn't say anything, but just stared at the two words, her nails digging deep into her palms. She suddenly wanted to ask Guba, do they think that money can wipe out all the suffering they have endured over the years? Did she think that if he wanted to, he could easily erase those difficult nights and those moments when she and her mother secretly shed tears? Humph, wishful thinking. Just at this time, in the corridor, a child's singing could be heard, singing father. Always asking for things from you but never saying thank you. It wasn't until I grew up that I realized how hard it was for you. Gu Nanua covered her ears in despair, turned around and wanted to rush out of the office. This world is too magical, and she just wants to escape now. Bang! Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. A small figure came skipping in, singing and holding a crayon drawing. The bow on the braid dances with the girl's movements. Mom! Mom! Look at the family portrait I drew. The little girl's voice was as clear as a silver bell, but when he saw the two people in front of the desk, he suddenly stopped in his tracks as if he had pressed the pause button. Big sister? Second brother? The little girl's eyes lit up instantly, like a little squirrel that had discovered treasure. She dropped her crayons and threw herself into Gu Nanyue's arms. Why are you here? Are you here just to see Wan Wan? Gu Nanyue was startled by the sudden hug. A heart full of anger and grievances was instantly stuck in my throat. She looked down at her sister's furry hair and smiled charmingly. Is this still the little kid who clung to her thighs and cried and refused to go to kindergarten? Wan Wan, do you miss your sister? Gu Nanyue's voice softened unconsciously. Yes. Gu Xingwan nodded vigorously, rubbing her little head against her chest. I think about it every day. Gu Beichen was watching from the side with envy, and reached out to pull his sister into his arms. Do you miss your big brother tonight? He brought you a strawberry lollipop. I miss you too. Gu Xingwan smiled, revealing her two small canine teeth, and reached for his pocket. Where's the lollipop? Are you lying to me, second brother? I don't miss you anymore. The tense atmosphere in the office was greatly dispelled by this little episode. This time, Gu Nanyue looked at her sister's dress, the hem of which was embroidered with tiny pearls, and suddenly frowned. A few days ago, she saw a similar limited edition in the window of a luxury store. The price was enough to cover half a month's salary for her. Wan Wan, where did you get these clothes? She asked calmly. Gu Xingwan lowered her head and turned around, her skirt raised in a beautiful arc, and she proudly puffed out her chest. Dad Taemin bought it. He bought me so many beautiful little dresses and glowing hairpins. Daddy Terman, I've heard of Ultraman, but what the hell is Ultraman? The brother and sister looked at each other, and saw confusion in each other's eyes. What's that? A relative of Ultraman? Gu Beichen scratched his head for a solution. Stupid second brother. Gu Xingwan covered her mouth and laughed secretly, poking his arm with her little finger. Dad Taemin is dad. He said he's a superhero specifically designed to protect me. Daddy man. By the way. Brothers and sisters, don't you have new clothes? Do you want dad to buy you some too? As soon as these words were spoken, the brother and sister's faces changed suddenly. Dad, could it be Guba, that man? When did he become so close to my little sister? Evening, Gu Beichen's voice trembled as he asked in disbelief, the father you're talking about, is it Guba? Yes. Gu Xingwan nodded without hesitation. Dad is awesome. Not only would he turn into Padman, but he would also buy me ice cream. Gu Nanyue just felt dizzy. Her little sister, she actually called that man dad affectionately. What about transforming into daddy man? What the hell is going on? Gu Nanyue hurriedly said, little sister, don't be fooled. That Guba is not a good person. But she hadn't finished speaking. Gu Xingwan suddenly frowned and said angrily, sister. Don't say bad things about daddy. She broke free from Gu Beichen's arms, ran to the desk, picked up her small school bag, and showed off, Dad is so good to me. He bought me a talking Barbie doll, gave me his own transformer, and even said he wanted to turn the kindergarten into a castle and let me be a little princess. After saying this, she held up her small school bag, the rhinestones on it sparkling in the sunlight. Look. This school bag was also bought for me by my dad. He said there's only one of its kind in the world. Just like me, it's a one-of-a-kind treasure. Hearing this, Gu Nanyue felt dizzy. The man who couldn't even remember their names actually bought a limited edition backpack for Wan Wan. The man who only had Bai Yue Guang in his eyes actually played house with Wan Wan? This is even more ridiculous than changing the name of a kindergarten. Wan Wan, listen to what your sister says, Gu Nanyue tried to explain. He is not a good person, sister is bad. Gu Xingwan suddenly interrupted her, her little mouth pouting so hard that it could hold a bottle of oil. Don't you dare say bad things about daddy again. Otherwise I will ignore you. Dad is a really good man. He even helped me teach the fat kid a lesson yesterday for stealing my building blocks. He also said that I was his little princess and no one could bully me. Tears welled up in the little girl's eyes as she glared at Gu Nanyue aggrievedly. Why doesn't my sister like my father? He's so good to me and my mom. Gu Nanyue was speechless after being asked this question. She didn't know how to explain to a 5-year-old. How did the father who was good to her hurt them and their mother? How should she tell her sister? Those beautiful dresses and school bags were just charity given by that person on a whim. Burnt out. Now it's exactly 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and the old book has not been written yet. I am only busy with the new book. Woo woo woo, oh, please, my family. Please shower me with gifts. Don't be polite to me, I like being visited by your dad. If you have time, please give us some 5-star reviews. Whether this book can survive until next month depends on whether it can be well received by everyone this month. I wish all my family members can marry their own idols or goddesses. Chapter 57 Gu Xingwan, my dad is the best dad in the world. Begging for a gift from dad, just then, Lin Wanqing pushed the door open and came back. Seeing the 3 children confronting each other, he sighed helplessly. Mom! Gu Baichen stood up suddenly and asked, "What on earth is going on? Why does Wan call that guy dad? Why is our house suddenly being renovated? Why did you become the principal of the kindergarten?" A series of questions came down. Lin Wanqing rubbed her temples and motioned for the children to sit down. Here's what happened. In the next half hour, she told him everything that happened in the past 2 days, from Guba's sudden appearance, his refusal to divorce, and the appointment for a month to spend 1 million to buy a house from Aunt Zhou. Then there was the aggressive renovation of the princess's room, and the purchase of the entire kindergarten because the canteen ran out of ice cream. Finally, she smiled wryly and pointed to the name tag on her chest. He also forced me to become the principal of this kindergarten. After hearing this, the brother and sister were petrified. Sigma, asterisk these things, isn't this too outrageous? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would definitely have thought their mother was telling a fairy tale, but that kind of fatherly style of behavior does seem like something a manic patient would do. Only, why is he suddenly like this? Gu Nanyan's voice was icy. You've ignored us for so many years, and now you come here to act like a loving father? Lin Wanqing shook her head. I don't know either, but he seems really changed. Change? Gu Nanyan sneered, humph. A dog will always eat shit. He must have some ulterior motive for suddenly acting like this. Gu Baichen was also indignant. That's right. Wan is young and easy to fool, we won't be fooled. Lin Wanqing opened her mouth, but didn't know how to refute. In fact, she had also doubted Guba's motives, but the guilt and clumsy flattery in that man's eyes didn't seem fake. In other words, he doesn't need to pretend the other side. Hearing his brothers and sisters constantly belittling Guba, Gu Xingwan's face instantly fell. Don't you dare say bad things about daddy. She stamped her feet angrily. Dad is the best dad in the world. Gu Baichen squatted down, held Gu Xingwan's shoulders, and tried to reason with her. Wan, my second brother said that man is a bad guy. There is no such thing as Padman in this world. Can you please return those clothes and toys to that person? We don't want his things. Second brother will make money to buy you better ones later. Hearing this, Gu Xingwan's face turned red with anger. She pushed Gu Baichen away, her lips pouting like a bottle of oil hanging from them. I don't want it. This is what my dad gave me. I want it. Don't you dare say bad things about daddy again. Second brother, you actually don't believe in light. I don't like you anymore. Gu Xingwan stamped her feet angrily. Dad is so good. He bought me ice cream. He bought me princess dresses. He even turned my room into a castle. He also said, let me be a little princess for the rest of my life. My dad is the best dad in the world. These words pierced the hearts of the Gu siblings like a knife of their little sister. I was actually bribed by that man with such a small favor? Ouch. It hurts so much. Wan. Gu Nanyan's voice trembled. Do you know how he treated us before? Nanyan. Lin Wanqing suddenly interrupted her, her expression serious. Stop talking. She glanced at her ignorant little daughter and said softly, Wan is still young. I just want her to grow up carefree and not get involved in the disputes between adults. Gu Nanyue bit her lips and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Yes, my little sister is only 5 years old. How could she understand the hurt? How could I understand that the man's so-called good might just be a whim? They are not each other's white moonlight children. Anyway, Lin Wanqing rubbed her brows tiredly. This is what happened. After I successfully divorce him in a month, nothing will change, and it won't affect you. But no matter what, please don't say this in front of Wan. She glanced at her little daughter who had turned away and ignored everyone, and said softly, she is still young and needs her father's love. She's been very happy these past few days, smiling happily. Just for this reason, I can allow Guba to continue to contact the child. As long as Wan is happy, I am happy. Gu Nanyue and Gu Baichen looked at each other and saw resentment and anger in each other's eyes, but they also understood that their mother was right. Wan is innocent, she has the right to enjoy her father's love, even if that love may just be a flash in the pan. Mom Gu Nanyan finally compromised, we understand. She stood up silently, took one last look at her sister sulking back, then turned and walked out of the office. She wanted to be quiet, the sun is still shining brightly in the corridor, but her heart seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. That man, what on earth do you want to do? I had something to do today, so I was delayed in writing. I will update the rest later. Anyway, the word count will definitely be filled up to 3 pages. I beg you to give me love. I beg you to help me. Gift Dad is here. Chapter 58. From today on, my life will be full of light. 3,000 large sheets. Please give me a gift. Magic City University. At the school gate. A Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped smoothly, and Guba looked back at the 4 girls in the back seat. We're here, get off. The sunlight shines through the car window onto the man's chiseled profile, outlining a dazzling golden edge. Tang Guogui was the first to jump out of the car and stretched exaggeratedly. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Your Rolls-Royce is so comfortable. If you like, I'll come pick you up often in the future. Guba smiled, but his eyes stayed on his daughter. By the way, Yao. Gu Shueyo turned her head, and the sunlight fell on the ends of her hair, giving it a layer of gold. Dad, what's wrong? Dad has left a surprise for you, I hope you like it. Guba curled the corners of his mouth, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Tang Guogui had sharp ears and immediately came over. Dad Gu. What's the surprise? Tell me a little bit. Secret. Guba raised an eyebrow and tapped his knuckles on the steering wheel. You'll find out soon enough. I said before that I wanted to turn this school into Yao Yao's paradise, and I wasn't kidding. He looked at Gu Shueyo, his tone full of unquestionable fatherly air. Gu Shueyo was stunned. Her father's words were like a stone thrown into a lake, causing ripples in her heart. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask something, but was interrupted by Guba. Go ahead and don't be late for class. After saying that, he waved to the girls. The black car slowly drove away, leaving only a trail of exhaust fumes flickering in the sunlight. In your previous life, I made you live a very humble and insignificant life. In this life, I want to make you the most dazzling existence. After the taillights of the car completely disappeared, Tang Guoguo put her arm around her best friend's shoulders, her eyes shining as she asked, Yao Yao. Omega, what exactly is this surprise that Gu Dad mentioned? Do you have any idea? Are you going to buy the school? Schwebingsha pushed his glasses. From a probabilistic perspective, considering Uncle Gu's style of doing things, the probability is as high as 87.6%. Jiang Shui touched her short hair and her mind was full of ideas. Maybe I bought you an island and built a private garden? Stop guessing. Gu Shueyo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, although my dad, well, his behavior is a bit exaggerated. But buying an island, buying a school, and so on? That's too outrageous, right? Having said that, she couldn't help but look forward to it. What exactly is the surprise that my father mentioned? She knew her father's temper, and he was a man of his word. Since he said it was a surprise, it must be no small matter. In this way, the four girls talked and laughed as they walked towards the dormitory building. From a distance, I saw a group of workers measuring dimensions and carrying construction materials. Oh my god. Jiang Shui widened her eyes. Are we going to start installing soundproof walls now? For the entire building? When did the school become so efficient? Tang Guoguo pouted sourly. The 20 million that Gu Dad spent makes a difference. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. Oh, another day of envying Yao Yao for having a domineering dad. Schwebingsha and Jiang Shui nodded in agreement. Gu Shueyo gave them a cold look, but a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Is this the surprise my father mentioned? In order to stop her from being disturbed by the noise, they directly invested money to renovate the entire dormitory building. It feels so good to be pampered like this. 2 minutes and a half later, just as they reached the dormitory door, the door opposite suddenly creaked open. A girl with pockmarks on her face poked her head out. And seeing them, she ran over as if she had seen a savior. Shueyo, Guoguo, you're finally back. What's wrong? Gu Shueyo asked puzzledly. 2 groups of people just came looking for you. The pockmarked girl lowered her voice. One group was Jolie and her gang of little sisters. They were very aggressive and said they wanted to settle accounts with you. They left cursing when they saw you weren't here. Tang Guoguo sneered. Ha, that woman still dares to come? There's another wave that's even more outrageous. The pockmarked girl swallowed her saliva. It's Principal Nyo. He brought several school leaders with him, saying they were here to visit you. He left unwillingly after learning from the dorm manager that you had left. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? The principal and the school bully are here. It's so scary. Gu Shueyo and the others looked at each other and instantly understood the reason. Needless to say, Jolie is definitely here to cause trouble. As for the principal, considering the 20 million in sponsorship donated by Guba, he was most likely here to express his gratitude. It's okay, Xiaomin. Gu Shueyo patted the girl's shoulder soothingly. It's all a misunderstanding. It's been resolved. The pockmarked girl was skeptical, but seeing how relaxed they looked, she didn't ask any more questions. After returning to their dormitories, Tang Guoguo immediately closed the door and excitedly jumped onto the bed. Oh my god, Dad Gu's operation is amazing. The entire building is being soundproofed. Even the principal is coming to see us? Schwebingsha pushed his glasses, thinking, I bet this is just the beginning. Dad Gu said he wanted Yao Yao to be the most dazzling presence. He must have some big moves planned. Gu Shueyo didn't say anything, just looked out the window. The sun is shining brightly, and the breeze blows through the treetops, bringing bursts of floral fragrance. She suddenly remembered the look in her father's eyes just now, which contained guilt, compensation, and full of doting. Perhaps her life would really be different from now on. She is no longer the unknown and bullied Gu Shueyo. She has a father who will protect her from the wind and rain and clear all obstacles for her. Okay, Yao Yao, don't think about it. Tang Guoguo pushed her best friend and said, hurry up and pack your things. Class is about to start. Gu Shueyo nodded and picked up the textbook. When the group walked out of the dormitory building again, she subconsciously looked back. The workers are still busy, and the sunlight shines on them like a warm painting. She didn't know what surprise her father had prepared, but she knew that from today on, her life would be completely bright. And all of this stems from her overbearing father who loves her. Gu Shueyo raised a faint smile and walked quickly towards the teaching building. The sunlight fell on her, as if she was covered with a layer of golden armor. At the same moment, Gu Shueyo and others walked towards the teaching building. Jolie and her followers appeared in front of the girls' dormitory building. As soon as she received the news that Gu Shueyo and others had returned to the dormitory, she immediately brought people over. On the one hand, it was to regain the face lost last night. Re-establish her status as the big sister in front of her group of friends. On The other hand, it was for the generous reward given by Mr. Z. But when she arrived at the dormitory of Gu Shueyo and others, she found that it was already empty. Damn it! They must have gotten the news in advance and slipped away. Fuck, we're a step late. Just then, the door of the dormitory opposite creaked open a crack. It turned out that the pockmarked girl heard the noise and stuck her head out to see what was going on. Just as he met Jolie's poisonous eyes, he was so frightened that he almost collapsed on the ground, and tried to close the door in a panic, but it's too late. Jolie and others grabbed her and forced her to tell the location of Gu Shueyo and others. The pockmarked girl was so frightened that tears instantly welled up in her eyes, begging for mercy. I said. They went to class. In classroom 302 of Building 3. After getting the specific location, Jolie and her group did not delay and rushed over in a mighty force. This picture has been edited a lot, so please make do with it. Oh. Chapter 59, Gu Shueyo awakens the bloodline of tyrant. 3,000 words. Kneeling and begging for a gift from my father, classroom 302, teaching building number 3A. As soon as Gu Shueyo stepped into the door, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet for a moment. Dozens of eyes were cast at her, some with curiosity, some with envy, and some with undisguised jealousy. Look, it's Gu Shueyo. Oh my god, the real person looks much better than the photo. Is that the one where dad spent 20,000 yuan on porridge in the cafeteria? I heard her father even hired a chef to cook for her, with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan a bowl of porridge, I've never eaten it in my life. Whispers came from all directions. Gu Shueyo's ears felt hot and she lowered her head and walked quickly towards her seat. She never thought that one day she would become the focus of the campus. This feeling of being the center of attention, it was so strange that she felt a little lost. Beside her, Tang Guogwa puffed out her chest proudly and deliberately slowed down her pace to let Gu Shueyo walk in the middle. Did you see it? Yao. This is the face that Dad Gu gives you. Beef and chicken. Gu Shueyo's cheeks were hot, but she couldn't help but think of her father's appearance when he came to the cafeteria not long ago. He bid 20,000 yuan for a bowl of porridge, not to show off his wealth, but because he was worried that she would not be able to get used to the food in the cafeteria. He spent a lot of money to hire the senior sister, not because he was being arrogant, but because he wanted her to eat food that suits her taste. Everything he did was for her. It turns out that the feeling of being held at the top of someone's heart is so warm. Yao. Suddenly, a sunny and handsome boy stopped her with a bright smile. Can I add WeChat? Gu Shueyo was stunned. This was the first time in her life that a boy approached her. Before she could react, Tang Guogwa stepped in front of her. Sorry, our Yao doesn't like strangers. Shui Bingxia and Jiang Shui also quickly surrounded her, protecting Gu Shueyo in the middle like a hen protecting her chicks. That's right. Jiang Shui put her hands on her hips. Want to pursue our Yao? You have to get past us first. Seeing this, the boy touched his nose awkwardly and walked away dejectedly. Gu Shueyo breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her roommates with gratitude. Yao, sit here. Soon, Tang Guogwa pulled her to sit by the window, like a hen protecting her chicks, blocking the sights from all directions. As soon as the four of them sat down, a boy wearing glasses in the front row handed them a love letter with a blushing face. Classmate Gu Shueyo, I really admire you. Can you be my girlfriend? Tang Guogwa snatched the love letter and stuffed it into the drawer. He sternly refused. Sorry. Her dad clearly said no dating during college. The boy was stunned for a moment, then retreated angrily, but this was just the beginning. In just a few minutes, 3 more boys came over to chat with her, and even the most handsome boy in the next class asked someone to bring her milk tea. My god, this treatment is too exaggerated. Shui Bingxia pushed up her glasses, looking a little surprised. Why didn't I notice there were so many males in our class before? Gu Shueyo didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard this, but she felt sweet in her heart. But she knew that this attention was not because of her excellence, but because of the sky that her father had supported for her. Quiet. At this moment, a stern scolding came from the back door of the classroom. What are you making so much noise for? Don't you know it's class time? Everyone quieted down instantly, and then they saw the head teacher Lu Mei walk in with the lesson plan. She was wearing a washed-out shirt and her hair was combed meticulously, but the look she gave Gu Shueyo was full of obvious scrutiny. Gu Shueyo? Lu Mei threw the lesson plan onto the podium, sending chalk dust flying everywhere. Are you the student who caused the parents to cause a scene in the cafeteria? Gu Shueyo was stunned and subconsciously stood up to explain. Teacher Lu, listen. I don't care how rich your family is. Lu Mei interrupted her directly, her tone sharp. School is a place to learn, not a place to show off your wealth. 20,000 yuan for a bowl of porridge? 200,000 yuan to hire a student to cook? Is this how your father taught you? The classroom was silent and everyone held their breath. Everyone knows that Lu Mei is notoriously hostile to the rich. She usually can't stand students from wealthy families, and now she has run into trouble. Gu Shueyo clenched her fists, digging her nails deep into her palms. She could tolerate other people pointing fingers at her, but she could never tolerate anyone slandering her father. Teacher Lu. She raised her head and said in a soft but firm voice, that's my dad's way of caring about me, not showing off his wealth. Heh. Lu Mei sneered. Care? Care bought with money? Vulgar. She knocked on the blackboard and said righteously, students, remember, money is something outside of your body. Some people are arrogant just because they have a little money at home. Such vulgar values are unacceptable. Hearing this, Gu Shuya was so angry that she trembled all over. She could no longer bear it, stood up suddenly and retorted, Teacher Lu, you can criticize me, but please don't insult my father. He's just loving me in his own way. What's wrong with that? The moment these words came out of her mouth, Gu Shuya herself was stunned. It turned out that deep down in her heart, she had already accepted her father's love and even began to actively defend him. Lu Mei's face instantly turned pale. How dare a mere student contradict her in public? Gu Shuya, she shouted, Teacher, this is for your own good. Money is not the standard for everything. Your dad is harming you. Is a few $100,000 a lot? You can't even afford a decent toilet in Shanghai. Even at such a young age, he's been corrupted by money. In the future. Seeing that Lu Mei was getting more and more outrageous, Tang Guogua and the other two were shaking with anger and couldn't help but stand up to speak up for their best friend. Teacher, how can you talk like that? What did I say? Lu Mei frowned and glared at them. Did I say something wrong? They rely on their family's little money to act lawless. Students like them should be properly educated. I'm doing this for her own good. It's a teacher's responsibility to establish correct values. Your father's nouveau riche behavior deserves criticism. Gu Shuyao's eyes turned red. She opened her mouth but was too timid to refute. She has always been like this, always swallowing her anger and always afraid of conflict. Muddle along. Be patient. If you can treat the people and things around you with the mentality of harmony brings wealth. But now, she subconsciously looked out the window. The sun is shining, just like the look in her father's eyes when he encouraged her. Her own father was insulted. Damn, she doesn't want to endure it anymore. At this moment, the domineering blood hidden in Gu Shuya's body awakened. She took a deep breath, and for the first time in her life, she stood up and said angrily, Teacher Lu, my father is doing this for my own good, that's enough. As for the money? She paused, her voice clearly carried throughout the classroom. Every penny my father earned was clean. How much he is willing to spend on me is our family's business, and it's not for outsiders to interfere. Teacher. Hatred of the rich is a disease, and you are terminally ill. You need treatment. All teachers and students. There was a sound of people gasping in shock in the classroom. How dare Gu Shuya, who has always been docile, contradict Wang Mei, who is known for her strictness? Lu Mei was completely stunned. She never expected that this female student, who usually looked weak and easy to control, would dare to resist her again and again in front of so many students. This is intolerable. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm Hello Kiki, you. She was so angry that she was shaking all over. You're rebelling. I'm calling your parents right now. Lu Mei was about to lose her temper when the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Bang, her scolding came to an abrupt end. Everyone turned back at once. Principal Niu Tianlu walked in with several school leaders, his white hair shining silver in the sunlight. Teacher Lu. The principal asked kindly, is Gu Shuya in your class? Lu Mei immediately put on a respectful expression. Yes, principal, she is Gu Shuya. She pointed at the girl standing alone, a hint of gloating in her eyes. This student has been, behaving inappropriately lately and showing disrespect for his elders. I was just educating her. Hearing this, Niu Tianlu frowned instantly. He glanced at Lu Mei coldly, then walked straight to Gu Shuya with a kind smile on his face. Student Shuya, I'm sorry to interrupt your class. I went to your dormitory but couldn't find you, so I took the liberty to come to the classroom to check. The whole classroom was silent. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to believe what they heard. What's going on? The principal came to see Gu Shuya in person, and you even ran to the classroom. Lu Mei was even more dumbfounded, and stammered, Principal, what do you want to talk to her about? Of course there is something. Niu Tianlu glared at the other person unhappily. The Gu group donated 20 million to the school. As the principal, of course I have to come here in person to thank Gu. Boom. This sentence exploded in the classroom like a bomb. The performance of the backstage is getting worse and worse, and now it is all supported by the gifts from family members. I'm begging for a gift from my dad. Oh, a free, generate power for love, will do. A dozen seconds of advertising, please be kind-hearted and come and help me. Chapter 60, People with a Heart see everything is dirty. 3,000 chapters. Begging for a gift from my father. 302. The classroom exploded instantly. 20 million? Did I hear it right? Fuck. Is Gu Shuyao's family so rich? No wonder the principal came in person to commend me. Lu Mei's face turned pale and blue, as if she had been slapped in public. She just said that hundreds of thousands of dollars are nothing, they can't even buy a toilet, so they just casually donated 20 million? Gu Shuya was both confused and flattered. She used to be a nobody in the school and would only occasionally see the principal at large campus events. She didn't expect that the serious and old-fashioned principal in her memory would come to her in person to thank her, and his attitude was so kind and amiable, just like an old grandfather next door. Degree asterisk. Student Gu, Niu Tianlu said affectionately, we are very grateful for your father's strong support for the school. After discussion and decision by the school committee, the Gu Shuya Scholarship will be established in your name to be awarded annually to students with outstanding academic performance and character. The classroom was boiling again. Establish a scholarship in your personal name, what an honor this is. Lu Mei stood aside, her face burning again, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She was just scolding Gu Shuya for showing off her wealth. In the blink of an eye, he became the sponsor of the scholarship. The face was slapped so hard that it made a loud slapping sound. Thank you, Principal. Gu Shuyo said softly, her eyes slightly warm. She knew that all this was given by her father. The man who was absent from her life is now paving a bright road for her in his own way. I should be the one to say thank you. Niu Tianlu looked at Gu Shuyo kindly. If you hadn't reported to your father that the dormitory soundproofing was poor, your father wouldn't be so furious for his daughter that he'd spend 20 million to build a soundproof wall. The classroom suddenly became eerily quiet. Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. 20 million, just because my daughter said the dormitory was not soundproof? Just smash it out. This reason is too simple and crude, right? The whole class seemed to be paused suddenly. 2.5 seconds later. A deafening roar of discussion erupted. Holy crap. What kind of fatherly love is this? My dad even thinks a 300 yuan masturbation cup is too expensive. So Dad Gu wasn't exaggerating when he said he'd turn the school into a paradise. But this is too much. I suddenly want to sit at the same table with Gu Shuya. Maybe I can even get some of my dad's attention. Fuck. This uncle must really dote on his daughter. Envious and jealous glances came like a tide. Ji Shuya felt her ears burning, but a warm feeling welled up in her heart. This father's love, domineering yet delicate, strong yet gentle. Niu Tianlu obviously did not expect that the reason for the donation he casually mentioned would cause such a sensation. He coughed lightly to suppress the discussion and glanced at the whole class. Mr. Gu said, how can my daughter study well if she doesn't get enough rest? This little investment is nothing. It's nothing. Oh, listen. Come and listen to this. Is this even Chinese? The other side, Lu Mei's face has completely become a color palette. She stared at the crack on the edge of the podium, her nails almost digging into the lesson plan. Hiring a chef for 200,000 yuan is showing off wealth, but spending 20 million yuan to build a soundproof wall is nothing. This huge gap was like a slap in her face, making it painful for her to even breathe. She has hated the rich all her life. But facing this level of super rich, I suddenly lost the courage to even hate the rich. Can only look up. That's right. Niu Tianlu frowned, as if remembering something. When I came in just now, I saw classmate Gu standing alone, seemingly arguing with someone. He looked around the classroom. What happened? Brush. Everyone's eyes were instantly turned to Lu Mei. The muscles on the latter's face were twitching unnaturally. Ji Shuya took a deep breath and looked directly at the principal. You should ask Teacher Lu about this question. Her voice was low, but every word was clear. She said my father behaved like a nouveau riche and needed to be criticized and educated. They also said that our family's actions were a display of wealth and would be a bad influence on our classmates. The expressions of Niu Tianlu and several school leaders suddenly turned gloomy. Teacher Lu. The Dean of Studies shouted, do you know what you are saying? Student Gu's father donated 20 million to the school to build a soundproof wall. This is obviously a great thing that will benefit countless students now and in the future. Such a parent with such high moral standards needs to be announced to the whole school as a role model and praised by name. You actually said he was showing off his wealth? And you even called him a nouveau riche? Lu Mei's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she gritted her teeth and argued, Principal, Director. I didn't know about the 20 million sponsorship before, otherwise, how could I possibly criticize such a caring parent? I came here because a student reported that Gu Shueo's father spent 20,000 yuan on a bowl of porridge in the cafeteria and 200,000 yuan to hire a personal chef for her. I was worried that this exaggerated act of giving money away would cause other students to feel unbalanced, so I asked Gu to remind her father to be more low-key. Niu Tianlu was surprised after hearing this. There is such a thing? He is old and doesn't often pay attention to the campus network, so he really doesn't know about these situations. The Director of Education Wang Lijun immediately stepped forward. Principal, I know about this. Mr. Gu spent 20,000 yuan to buy porridge because he felt sorry for his daughter and wanted her to eat food that suited her appetite. How can this deep father-daughter love be considered a show of wealth? And that personal chef, her name is Li Chanshan, and her family is in financial difficulty. Principal, you should have an impression. Her mother had stomach cancer, and you gave her special permission to open a window in the cafeteria and sell porridge to raise money for the surgery. Mr. Gu knew that the other party had helped his daughter before, so he returned the favor. In the name of exclusive chef, he legitimately paid for her mother's surgery. Not only did we save people, but we also took care of Li Chanshan's self-esteem. This is clearly a timely and touching act of kindness. Teacher Lu, whatever is in your heart is what you see. He clearly has a fatherly love as strong as a mountain, but all you see is the stink of money. They are obviously kind and generous, but what you see is a show of wealth and ostentation. Who is narrow-minded? It's so hard to guess. Another school leader who usually disliked Lu Mei also stepped forward to make amends. Teacher Lu, there's something seriously wrong with your thinking. Mr. Gu is a kind-hearted man who knows how to repay kindness. How can you call him a nouveau riche? It really is true what they say, people with a big heart see everything is dirty. These words pierced Lu Mei's heart like an icicle. She opened her mouth to argue, but found that all the words were stuck in her throat. The whispers of the surrounding students became clearer and clearer. I just said that Lu Mei hates the rich. Last time I wore a Swarovski necklace, and she said sarcastically that students nowadays are too vain. Serves her right. She has to put on a class struggle face all day long. That's right. Lu Mei is always being sarcastic towards students from wealthy families. She can't afford brand names herself, so she can't stand seeing others wearing them. Last time, you said I was vain for wearing AJ. Now that I think about it, it's really ridiculous. You have no ability, so you can't stand seeing others succeed? I've seen a lot of people like that. Listening to the students' comments about her, Lu Mei's face turned from gray to white, and then from white to red, just like a color palette. She looked at the principal in panic. Principal, I realized my mistake. I was looking at the problem from a too one-sided perspective. One-sided? Niu Tianlu snorted coldly. You have a serious ideological deviation. As a teacher, you make rash judgments without distinguishing right from wrong and even humiliate students in public? Teacher Lu Mei, you should be temporarily suspended from your duties to reflect on your actions. First, learn how to respect students and parents. Write another in-depth self-criticism and let the whole school know about the criticism. Hearing this, Lu Mei was struck by lightning and stumbled back a step. Principal, please give me another chance. I apologize to classmate Gu. She turned to Gu Shueao, her voice trembling. Student Gu, I'm sorry. I'm narrow-minded. I apologize to you and your father. I was short-sighted and misunderstood your father's good intentions. Looking at the once arrogant head teacher who was now apologizing humbly, Gu Shueao did not feel happy at all. She suddenly remembered what her father said: a true strength is not about seeking revenge, but about being no longer hurt by other people's prejudices. Gu Shueao spoke softly, her tone carrying a composure that went beyond her age. Teacher Lu, I accept your apology. But I hope you'll remember, it is not a sin to be rich, nor a virtue to be poor. What matters is the people's heart. Not everything good that you haven't seen is wrong. As soon as such philosophical words were spoken, the classroom was silent for a moment, and then broke into warm applause. Niu Tianlu looked at Gu Shueao with satisfaction, his eyes full of admiration. He looked around the classroom and taught according to the students' abilities. Ms. Gu is so kind to others. She's truly worthy of being Mr. Gu's daughter. Students, remember, wealth itself is not a sin. People like Mr. Gu, who take from society and give back to it, are the role models we should emulate. Papa, there was thunderous applause from the audience below the podium. Gu Shueao looked at this scene, her eyes slightly warm. She knew that from today on, she was no longer the unknown Gu Shueao. She is Gu Ba's daughter. She is the little princess who was held in the palm of her father's hand, and in his heart of this feeling, very nice. At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud noise. Bang. Where's that bitch Gu Shueao? Get out here right now. See if I can stop you now? Jolie brought a few little girls and barged into the classroom in a dignified manner. 3000 chapters. I'll post the next chapter later. I was busy writing an old book today and got delayed. Ask for a gift from Dad. Dad is coming. Add more. Chapter 61. So what if you're a school bully? If you bully my daughter, Dad will come. Kneeling to beg for a gift from Dad. Bang. The classroom door was kicked open and hit the wall with a loud noise. Jolie rushed in aggressively with 5 or 6 little girls, their colorfully dyed hair particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Where's that bitch Gu Shueao? Get out here. Her arrogant voice echoed in the classroom, but the moment he saw the situation on the podium clearly, he stopped abruptly. Sigma, * Principal Niu Tianlu, Dean of Studies Wang Lijun and other school leaders all turned to stare at her with gloomy expressions. Jolie's arrogant expression froze instantly, and the followers behind her fell silent as if they were ducks with their necks strangled. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant. Jolie! Dean Wang Lijun shouted, what are you doing? I. Jolie stammered, her eyes rolling around, sorry. We went to the wrong classroom. She turned around and was about to slip away, but Niu Tianlu shouted angrily and stopped her in her tracks. Stop. Niu Tianlu's expression was horrifying. Do you think we are all idiots? What did you just shout? Say it again if you dare. Jolie's forehead was covered in cold sweat, her lips were trembling and she couldn't speak. She secretly glanced at Gu Shueao not far away, and a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. This little bitch, why didn't she just stay in the dormitory and wait for me? Why did she have to come to the classroom and put me in such an embarrassing situation? At this time, the Dean of Studies was explaining to Niu Tianlu in a low voice, Principal, this female student is called Jolie and she often causes trouble in school. Before, seeing that she was young, I only gave her a warning. I never thought you'd barge into the classroom and insult your classmates today. The more Niu Tianlu listened, the angrier he became with the look in his eyes when he looked at Jolie and the others was as if he was looking at a group of hopeless perverts. Headmaster. Tangwug was suddenly stood up and started making up stories to complain, her eyes red. Jolie brought some people into our dormitory last night and said she wanted to slap Yao Yao. He even threatened to strip her clothes and take nude photos. He stole our living expenses. He even tried to feed us cucumbers. If the dorm manager hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been, "You're talking nonsense." Jolie interrupted sharply. She wished she could tear the little bitch's mouth apart for slandering her, and she quickly defended herself. I just ran out of shampoo and wanted to borrow some from them. Things are definitely not what she said. Principal, you must believe me. But what made Jolie despair was that her reputation in school was so bad that no one was willing to believe her. Instead, they unilaterally believed Tangwood was one-sided statement. She immediately realized what it meant to have so much pain that she couldn't express it, and the feeling of being humiliated that she couldn't get rid of it even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Borrow some shampoo? Schwebingxia pushed his glasses and sneered. Your dormitory is on the west side of the second floor, and ours is on the east side of the fifth floor. There are at least 10 dormitories between us. You ran all this way just to borrow a bottle of shampoo? Can't I borrow it from the classmate next door? And he brings 5 or 6 followers with him? Jolie stammered, her eyes darting around in panic. But I can't think of an excuse to explain it. In the end, he could only glare at Gu Shueo and the others with resentment, his eyes clearly saying, just wait for me. Aside, Niu Tianlu witnessed the whole scene and his face became increasingly gloomy that he suddenly remembered what Gu Ba said on the phone this morning. Principal Niu, my daughter was bullied last night because of the soundproofing in her dormitory. The 20 million is for 2 reasons. First, to provide the children with a quiet learning environment, and second, to prevent my daughter from being harassed again for such trivial matters. So that's how it is. Mr. Gu is referring to you guys. Jolie, do you know the other reason why Mr. Gu donated 20 million to install the soundproof wall? It's because you used the noise as an excuse to bully his daughter last night. How dare you? How dare you engage in school bullying? Niu Tianlu suddenly realized and shouted at Jolie and others. Hearing this, the classroom suddenly exploded. Holy crap. So that's how it is. 20 million just to prevent his daughter from being bullied? What kind of godly father is this? Jolie has hit a wall this time, she deserves it. These little bastards even blackmailed my roommate last time. They're a bunch of trash. Faced with everyone's accusations, Jolie was completely confused. What 20 million? What daughter of the Gu family? Isn't Gu Shueyao just a powerless nobody who was bullied and oppressed by them? What on earth is going on? Although she didn't know what was going on, Jolie knew she might be doomed. His face turned from pale to blue, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and he said in his dying struggle, Principal, I didn't, enough. Niu Tianlu slammed the podium and made a decision in his heart. Whether it was because of school bullying or for Guba's sake, he had to severely punish Jolie and her gang of school bullies. I hate school bullying the most in my life. I hate school bullying the most. You haven't changed despite repeated warnings, and today you even threatened your classmates in front of school leaders. Modi University can't tolerate black sheep like you. He turned to the Dean of Studies and said in an unquestionable tone, notify their parents immediately and have them come to school to handle the withdrawal procedures. From today on, Jolie and her accomplices are fired. Jolie Rue was struck by lightning, her legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground, wailing in despair, Principal. Oh no. I know I was wrong. Principal. Please give me another chance. Can I apologize to Gu Shueyao? The followers behind her were also panicked at this time, their faces turned pale, and some even cried out loud. It's too late to regret. You know you're wrong now? It's too late. Niu Tianlu said coldly, there's no medicine for regret in this world. How many students can benefit from the 20 million donated by Gu's father? And you, Jolie? The school bully? What else can you do besides bullying your classmates and bringing negative impact to the school? Get out. Upon hearing the principal's decision, the classroom erupted in an uproar. Holy crap. Are you serious? Fire him straight away? Gu Shueyao's father is too awesome, isn't he? He can get the principal to fire someone just by donating money? Serves her right. A school bully like Jolie should have been kicked out long ago. Good job firing him. He's a black sheep. Thanks to Yao Yao's father for the great help. Gu Shueyao sat in her seat, looking at Jolie's pale face, feeling complicated. Is this the protection her father gave her, so strong, so unquestionable? Jolie was still begging, but Niu Tianlu was already waving his hands impatiently. Security. Get those outside the school out immediately. 2 security guards came in immediately and dragged the crying Jolie out. See epsilon. No. Jolie looked ashen, and when she was taken out of the classroom by security, her legs were so weak that she could hardly walk. She turned around and looked at Gu Shueyao, her eyes full of disbelief. This little nobody who had let her bully him just a few days ago, now she was kicked out of school without any effort? Damn it. But do you think you win like this? I won't let you go. If I don't have a good life, you won't have a good life either. Before leaving, Jolie glared at Gu Shuya with resentment, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she was dragged away without saying anything. Bang, when the classroom door closed, Niu Tianlu took a deep breath, turned to the whole class and said earnestly, "Students, campus should be a pure land for learning, not a paradise for bullies. Mr. Gu generously donated money to improve the school environment, and we should cherish it even more. If a similar situation occurs again, be sure to report it to the teacher in time." After he finished speaking, he patted Gu Shuyao's shoulder kindly. "Student Gu, you have a father who loves you very much. His contribution to the school cannot be overlooked. I will announce his praise to the whole school later. If you encounter any problems at school in the future, you can come directly to the principal's office to find me." Once these words were spoken, it meant that Gu Shuya would have the support of the principal in the future, with the protection of the two great gods, the principal and the Yi school father. Can't Gu Shuya walk around freely in school? Chapter 62. Dad is coming to the whole school. Everyone in the school is vying to be the eldest lady's old slave. When the principal and school leaders left, the classroom instantly became lively. "Yao Yao. Your dad is so handsome. He spent 20 million just because of one word from you?" He cheese dad said. "That school bully Jolie has finally been expelled. It's such a relief. From today on, you are my goddess. Please introduce me to your father." Gu Shuya was surrounded by her classmates, and all kinds of praise and flattery were heard. She coped with it somewhat at a loss. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a few girls who used to be close to Jolie and loved to bully their classmates. At this moment, he was huddled in the corner of the classroom, looking at her with eyes full of envy and fear. "Quiet. Quiet." The new substitute teacher knocked on the blackboard and said, "Let's continue the class." Although the teacher said so, the students were absent-minded throughout the class. Gu Shuya could feel the gazes coming from all directions. There were those who were curious, those who were envious, and a few girls even had undisguised jealousy in their eyes. Ding-ling-ling, as soon as the bell rang, she quickly fled the classroom with Tang Guagua and the others. Look, for all winky face equals 3 equals 3 equals 3, and at this time, the campus forum has exploded. Shocking. Mysterious billionaire donates 20 million for his daughter. School bully expelled on the spot. I'm really envious. Other people's dads versus my dad. 818. The mysterious wealthy father behind Gu Shuya. The post included a photo of the principal commending Gu Shuya, as well as a photo of Jolie being taken away by security. The comment section was boiling with excitement. I heard her father is the head of the Gu group? He's worth hundreds of billions? Jolie kicked the titanium alloy plate this time. It's hilarious. Am I the only one who noticed that Senior Yao Yao is incredibly beautiful? How come I didn't realize there's such a beautiful, fair, wealthy girl in our school before? I'm so jealous. I think I've fallen in love with Senior Yao Yao. I can even accept marrying into her family. Is there any way I can become her best friend? I envy my senior's roommates so much. Northwest corner of the campus, abandoned art classroom. 5 young ladies dressed in exaggerated and spirited clothes sat together in a dusty studio, and the air was filled with the smell of cheap cigarettes. Fuck. Did you hear? That idiot Jolie is fired. The girl with purple hair kicked over the easel in front of her, making a loud clang sound. They are the famous 5 poisonous golden flowers in the school. He is usually domineering and even more arrogant than Jolie's gang. Is this true? Who is so powerful that he can fire her? Nonsense. Of course it's the principal. I heard it's because I provoked Gu Shuya. She's too tough, we can't afford to offend her. The other few spirit girls looked at each other, shock written all over their faces. They are all campus spirit girls who are as famous as Jolie, and they often bully their classmates. Just a few days ago, they received a task from a mysterious Mr. Z, and the reward offered was staggeringly generous, a full 10,000 yuan. The mission is to let them bully Gu Shuya. At first, these female school bullies were stunned when they saw the astronomical figure. That's a full $10,000. Everyone is ready to tier Y.TOB on the safe side and avoid hitting a tough guy. They quickly launched an investigation. I found that Gu Shuya was so low-key in school that she was almost invisible. She seemed to be a powerless little person. Bullying her would not cause too much trouble, but just when the spirited girls were about to take action, the campus forum suddenly exploded. The video of Gu Dad's visit to the canteen was exposed by a busybody in the picture. As soon as Gu Ba appeared, his 1.9-meter tall aura instantly stunned everyone. He waved his hand and announced that the entire cafeteria would be buried with him. The father's angry attitude made the spirited little sisters tremble on the spot. More importantly, the doting of the domineering president on his daughter Gu Shuya was simply outrageous. The love in his eyes seemed to want to bring the whole world to his daughter. Seeing this scene, these school bullies felt like they were poured with a bucket of cold water. My heart, which was originally eager to move, suddenly turned cold. They were deeply aware that Gu Shuya was not someone they could easily provoke. Because behind the other person stood a shocking and unprecedented school dad, but looking at such a generous reward, they were reluctant to give it up. All of a sudden, just at this moment, Jolie and her gang were hanging out outside the school. When they returned, they had no idea what was happening inside the school. Then, the five poison sisters rolled their eyes and thought this was a good opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife, so they revealed the news to Jolie and encouraged her to take the lead. They thought, if Jolie succeeds, it won't be too late for me to follow suit. If they failed, the five sisters would be able to escape unscathed. However, they never expected. Jolie was bragging loudly yesterday, but as soon as she showed up today, she was fired on the spot by the principal. When the news came, these school bullies were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats, and their backs were soaked with sweat. Fortunately, we didn't act rashly, otherwise Jolie, that idiot, would have ended up like us. A blonde girl swallowed her saliva and said, "I've hit a wall this time." Another red-haired girl took out her phone and tremblingly opened the campus forum. Mysterious tycoon donates 20 million to his daughter. School bully expelled on the spot. Guba, president of Goose Group, 20 million just for my daughter to sleep peacefully. The photos in the post clearly show the principal personally commending Gu Shueyo, and Jolie being dragged out of the classroom by security guards. Even Guba's identity was revealed by the powerful alumni, the president of Gu Group, a billionaire. Holy crap! Did Gu Shueyo save the Milky Way in her previous life? Only in this lifetime can I meet a father who was so kind and dotes on her. A few young girls gathered together and became more and more frightened the more they studied. This uncle's style of doing things is really too much like a dad's. Just for his daughter's words, he donated 20 million to repair the soundproof wall. What's even more terrifying is that the principal actually fired Jolie just to please this financial sponsor. I didn't expect this mission target to have such a strong background. Her father was willing to spend tens of millions to protect her. How can we afford to offend him? Damn Mr. Z, he almost killed us. She even dared to guarantee that Gu Shueyo has no power or influence, and that her father and mother don't love her. Isn't that nonsense? She calls this powerless? She's clearly the daughter of a wealthy family. Her background is astonishing. Damn it! How dare you use us as pawns? You're cheating us. A few spirited young ladies cursed and swore, feeling terrified, and were glad that they had not accepted the task. Although they are uneducated, they are not stupid. She knew that if she offended Gu Shueyo, she would be equivalent to offending that daddy man. They can't resist the other party's revenge. Besides, they didn't really want to be expelled from school. At least they still had to get their university diploma. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Come and look at this. The red-haired girl suddenly screamed and pointed at the phone screen. Suddenly, a new post appeared in the campus forum. The title of the post shines with gold. Dad Gu is giving out tasks online. Help my daughter and you'll get paid. Click to take a look. The poster's ID is Yayao's domineering dad. Certification information, chairman of Gu Group. The content of the post is also very simple and crude. Frowny face. Hello everyone, I am Gu Shueyo's father. In order to make my daughter's life comfortable at school, I am issuing the following tasks. You will be rewarded if you complete them. Help Gu Shueyo carry her school bag. Please handle it with care and don't wrinkle the textbooks. Reward, 3,000 yuan. Save a seat for Gu Shueyo. Arrive 2 hours in advance and wipe the table clean. Reward, 5,000 yuan. Buy ice cream for Gu Shueyo. It must be kept at -5 degrees Celsius and cannot melt. Reward, 2,000 yuan. Hold an umbrella for Gu Shueyo. It must block the sunlight accurately and not mess up her hair. Reward, 1,000 yuan. Anyone found frowning at Gu Shueyo can record a video as evidence and receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. Help Yayao curse, 5,000 yuan per time. Must provide a recording of the curse. Running errands for Yaoyao, 2,000 yuan per time. Photo proof required. Fetching water for Yaoyao, 1,000 yuan slash. Time fanning Yaoyao, 800 yuan per hour. Help Yaoyao take notes, 3,000 yuan per day. All payments will be settled on the same day, no cheating. Also, if you find someone bullying my daughter, stop them and report them. After verification, I will reward you with 1 million yuan. There are hundreds of tasks, all related to Gu Shueyo's daily affairs. The most outrageous one is the last one, ultimate mission. Become Gu Shueyo's loyal slave, with a monthly salary of 200,000 yuan plus year-end bonus. The spirited girls were stunned and continued to refresh the page, only to find that the comments section under the post had exploded into fireworks. The students are all swiping their screens like crazy. Holy crap! Yaoyao's father is such a dad. From today on, I unilaterally declare. Gu Shueyo is my biological sister. Master. This old slave is willing to go through fire and water for the young lady. Ah. I'll go buy a thermos right now. I need to fill it with warm water for the young lady. Who dares to frown at my Yaoyao? I'll be the first to dig out his eyes. Excuse me, Mr. Gu, is he still in need of a godson? One who can warm my hands and carry my bag. I'm applying to be Missy's exclusive power bank. 24-hour battery life. What's even more frightening is that within less than 10 minutes of the post being published, it received over 10,000 likes and its number of reposts was almost as high as the school's centenary anniversary. Some alumni even dug out Gu Shueyo's class schedule, and a long queue immediately formed below. I'll go and reserve a seat on Monday morning. I went to buy ice cream on Tuesday afternoon. I want to be the young lady's shadow. Wherever she goes, I will follow. The abandoned art classroom was dead silent. The five poison sisters stared at the "Dad is coming" task on their mobile phone screens, their eyes wide as copper bells, and their breathing became rapid. They looked at each other and felt a chill on the back of their necks. Not long ago, they were still planning how to bully Gu Shueyo. Now it seems that if she coughs loudly, she will be torn to pieces by all the students in the school, let alone fighting once these dad is. Here tasks are released. I'm afraid Gu Shueyo will become the darling of the whole school. Daddy, my tits. Isn't this too exaggerated? The short girl murmured, 1,000 yuan just to get some water? How much is our monthly living expenses? The little girl with a nose ring was so shocked that she forgot to pick up the cigarette that fell on the ground. The purple-haired girl suddenly stood up and waved enthusiastically. Sisters, what are you waiting for? Let's go find Gu Shueya. I'll be her bodyguard. It's much easier to make money than bullying people. I declare. From now on, she will be our god of wealth. Anyone who bullies her will become an enemy of us. 5 poisonous golden flowers. The other 4 people woke up as if from a dream and jumped up and rushed out. No one cares about Mr. Z anymore. What bullying mission? It was thrown out of the window long ago. Mr. Z. You poor bastard. How dare you be compared to my bossy daddy? At this moment, pleasing Miss Gu is the serious matter. Chapter 63, Gu Shueyo becomes the school's group darling. That's just the way dad is. Ask for a gift, Dad. At the same time, the campus forum has gone completely crazy. First floor, holy crap. Is this a fake Zundu? 5,000 yuan for a seat? That's more than my mom's monthly salary. Second floor, Dad. Look at me. I'm really good at cursing. Choose me. Third floor, from today on, Gu Shueyo is my real sister. Whoever messes with her is messing with me. Fourth floor, this old slave is here. Miss, do you need a humanoid chair? Yes, I can. Fifth floor, long live the god of wealth. I'm going to stake out the door of Missy's class right now. 996th floor, whoever dares to be an enemy of Yaya will be an enemy of the entire school. 997th floor, I'm so envious. Grave, Kim ____ M. What a fantastic dad. 998th floor, Gu Shueyo will be my biological mother from now on. I must be filial to her. I want to be the young lady's minion and follower. Long live the god of wealth. 999 plus floor, the whole school has begun searching for Gu Shueyo. I want to be her most loyal servant. Anyone who dares to be an enemy of Yaya will be an enemy of my ancestors for 18 generations. The comment section was refreshed at a rate of dozens of floors per second, and the server crashed several times. The students were frantically flooding the screen with all kinds of flattery. Some smarter ones have already started looking for Miss Gu on campus. The forum homepage was also instantly flooded with various related posts. Can you tell me how to become Gu Shueyo's follower? Waiting online, urgent. Where is Senior Yao Yao taking classes today? I brought my own parasol, professional bodyguard, please give me a chance. Mr. Gu, in the cafeteria, in the classroom, downstairs of the dormitory. At this time, the excited discussions of students could be heard everywhere. Have you heard? Running an errand for Gu Shueyo once will cover your living expenses for a month. My roommate has gone to stake out her classroom door. This craze has even spread to the teaching community. Teacherly, how is Gu Shueyo's academic performance in your class? I can give her some extra lessons. Ahem, Director Wang. I just happen to have some free time, so please don't bother with me, damn it. You're trying to steal my advice, aren't you? Do you have any teacher ethics? You're giving students special treatment in private. There's nothing I can do. Her dad gives her too much. One makeup class is worth half a month's salary for me. Art Classroom 307. Gu Shueyo had just finished her art class and was packing her school bag when she suddenly heard a commotion outside the classroom. She looked up in confusion and was almost suffocated by fear. The corridor was packed with people, all staring at her eagerly, their eyes like hungry wolves seeing a fat sheep. Who I am, where am I, what happens? Just when Gu Shueyo was panicking and didn't know what was going on, Tang Wugwa came over and said with a strange expression, Yao, it seems like you've become the school's favorite? Gu Shueyo blinked blankly before she could ask clearly. The classroom door was pushed open. A little boy wearing glasses walked in with a red face, holding a cup of milk tea in his hand. Gu classmate, he stammered, this is the new internet famous milk tea place that opened at the school gate. I queued for 2 hours to buy it for you. Gu Shueyo was stunned. Before she could say anything, another girl rushed in. Senior Yao Yao. Winky face, this is a loving bento I made myself. I hope you like it, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Then came the third, the fourth, in a blink of an eye, the desk in front of Gu Shueyo was filled with various gifts. She was at a loss as to what to do and looked at her best friends in confusion, only to find that their faces were red from trying to hold back their laughter. Do you know something? Gu Shueyo had just asked halfway when the radio in the classroom suddenly rang. School-wide announcement. Attention all teachers and students. To commend Gu Shueyo's father for his contributions to the school. The school committee has decided to award Gu Shuya the title of campus star. The whole school was in an uproar now. The lineup is full. Gu Shuya was also completely confused. She never dreamed that the little unknown girl in school would become the focus of the whole school. This feeling is so strange and wonderful. Yao. I finally know what the surprise Dad Gu said he would give you when we parted ways. Dad Gu posted a Dad's Mission on the forum, and now all the girls in school want to be your follower. Just watch for yourself. Dad Gu is really good at stirring up trouble. He's right. In some ways, this school will be your paradise from now on. Tang Guogua's mouth twitched as she handed the page on her phone to her best friend. After reading the post, Gu Shuya felt dizzy. Is her father trying to turn her into a useless beauty? Don't let her do anything. At this time, the crowd at the classroom door had begun to riot. Senior Yao Yao. Do you need some water? I can run really fast. Missy. Choose me. My curses are really vicious. Mom. Let me be your parasol stand. I have super strong arms. Senior Yao Yao, I'm from the physical education department and can be your personal bodyguard. Hello? Asterisk, I am from the literature department and I take the best notes in the school. I can give a massage. My cooking is really delicious. Hearing so many shameful titles, Gu Shuya covered her face, feeling so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She quickly sent a message to Guba frowny face. Dad. Is this the surprise you gave me? It's more like a shock. Epsilon epsilon epsilon, hashtag, please delete this post. This is so embarrassing. In less than 3 seconds, the reply came. What's wrong, baby? Did I pay too little? No one wants to take the order. Dad can raise the price. Gu Shuya frowny face. It's too much. Please stop wasting money. The message of instant reply is still domineering frowny face. Is my money not going to be given to my daughter to spend, but kept for your dowry? Gu Shuya. She took a deep breath and was about to send another message when she suddenly heard a scream from outside the classroom. Look up, I saw the principal Niu Tianlu, along with several school security guards, dispersing the crowd. Disperse. Disperse. Everyone. What's the point of being stuck here? Niu Tianlu scolded with a stern face. Student Gu still needs to study, don't disturb her. Under the pressure of the principal, the students looked back every few steps and dispersed reluctantly, but Gu Shuya knew that from today on, her campus life would never be the same again. Niu Tianlu came over with a smile and said kindly, Student Gu, do you need me to send someone to protect you? These students are so enthusiastic. No, thank you, principal. Gu Shuya smiled apologetically. I'll ask my dad to be more restrained. I'm sorry, principal. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Niu Tianlu still smiled kindly. No trouble. No trouble. I can earn 2,000 yuan for driving away students for you. Come more often. Maybe I can save enough for retirement early. Retire beautifully. Don't worry. If you're surrounded by enthusiastic students again, I'll come back to save you. Gu Shuya. At the same time, on the busy highway, a black Maybach was driving fast. Ji Yuba was smiling as he looked at the frantically updated messages on the campus forum, a satisfied arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. His daughter should be so radiant. Anyone who dares to bully her will be kicked out. Whoever treats her well will be rich. It's that simple, that's what Dad says. Burnt out. Asking for gifts. Now the website gives me about 30 yuan a day, and the rest is gifts from everyone. Currently it has 180,000 words, and I plan to write 250,000 words depending on the situation. If the results remain at this level, I will probably reduce the update volume and start a new book. Please read and cherish it. Oh, full-time author has to support his family. There is no other way. Please give me a 5-star rating. Please give me a gift. Please come, Dad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 64. Daddy is coming to Gubachin. 4,000 words, kneeling to ask for a gift from Daddy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the Dadlin program and receiving 10,000 Dadlin gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Dad, for successfully obtaining the girls' version of the bear panties. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the Dadlin program and receiving 30,000 Dadlin gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Dad, for your success. You gained strength +1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the Dadlin program and receiving 20,000 Dadlin bonuses. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a full set of sexy made punishment tools. Along the way, system prompts would sound in Guba's mind from time to time. Although a lot of the rewards are pretty rubbish, there are still some good things that pop up occasionally. This made him more convinced that setting up the father's task and forcing the school to become his daughter's paradise was the right thing to do. The real father does not need to do anything himself, but can also make the father's partner feel that he is being. Dad is coming. Rumbled. At this time, the Maybach slowly stopped at the entrance of the kindergarten. Guba took a deep breath, straightened his suit and tie, then put aside all distractions and got out of the car with mixed feelings. He had already learned from Lin Wanqing's call that Gubachan and Gunanua had both come to the kindergarten this morning. Although I was a little confused about how to face these two children, I changed my mind and thought he is my biological father. How can a father be afraid of his own children? Everything will work out when the time comes. Guba muttered to himself, just go all the way. He strides towards the principal's office with long legs. Kindergarten principal's office. Jiu Xingwan was sitting on the carpet, combing the doll's hair clumsily with her little hands. The 5-year-old girl has a round face and long, curled eyelashes, looking like an exquisite porcelain doll. Brother, look. I braided the doll's hair. She proudly showed her work to Gubiaikan. Jiu Bachan forced a smile, ruffled his sister's hair, and praised, Wan Wan is awesome. But his eyes involuntarily drifted to his mother, who was sitting at the desk. At this time, Lin Wanqing was staring at the screen of her mobile phone, her fingertips sliding unconsciously. Ever since she learned from her daughter Gunanua that Guba had found a young girlfriend who looked very similar to Shen Yue, her heart felt like it was immersed in ice water, cold and painful. As expected, you still can't let her go. Lin Wanqing murmured to herself in a self-deprecating manner. She should have known. How could it be so easy for Guba to let go of his obsession with Bai Yueguang? He had previously claimed to have severed ties with Bai Jiro, but that was just because he had found a younger replacement. The so-called prodigal son's return is just a momentary impulse. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we got divorced in a month, and from then on, we went our separate ways. Mom, Gubachan was a little worried and hesitated to speak. Lin Wanqing looked up and forced a smile. What's wrong? Nothing. Gubachan subconsciously looked away, but his fists were quietly clenched at his side. That scumbag dad is not worth his mother's sadness at all. Snap. Just then, the office door was pushed open. The tall figure stood against the light, and the well-tailored suit outlined the perfect proportion of broad shoulders and narrow waist. Ji Ba stood at the door, his deep brows and eyes revealing the majesty of someone who had held a high position for a long time. Dad. Gu Xingwan's eyes lit up and she pounced over like a happy little bird. Wan Wan, do you miss Daddy? Guba's stern face softened instantly, and he bent down to catch his little daughter who was rushing towards him. Yes. I really want to. Gu Xingwan hugged his father's neck and chattered nonstop. Dad, look, I drew a picture today. The teacher praised my painting skills. And more. Guba listened patiently, nodding in response from time to time. This heartwarming scene made Gubachan open his eyes wide in disbelief. He slowly raised his head and met the pair of inky, deep eyes he hadn't seen for a long time. 3 years. It has been 3 years since their mother took them away from the Gu family. The cold and distant father in my memory is now gently holding my little sister in his arms, with a rare smile and tenderness on his face. This scene was so strange that it made him feel dazed. Suddenly, Guba spoke in a deep and powerful voice. Bachan, my stupid son. After 3 years, you can't even call me dad? The man's voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Jiu Bachan's whole body stiffened and his lips began to tremble uncontrollably. Dad, he shouted the word almost reflexively, his voice as soft as a mosquito's, but as soon as he said this, even he was stunned. After realizing what was happening, he wanted to bite off his tongue right then and there. Fuck you, holy shit. What is he talking about? How can you be so useless? I clearly swore that I would never recognize this scumbag father again. Why do you become dull as soon as you look into his eyes, coward? Such a fucking coward. Gubachan clenched his fists in frustration and slapped himself hard in his heart that he is a real man who earns 3,500 a day. How come I still don't have the courage to even raise my head in front of this scumbag father, just like when I was a child? What? You don't accept it? Guba raised his eyebrows and took a step forward, just one step, and it felt like a mountain was pressing down on me. Jiu Bachan subconsciously stepped back in fear, his lower back bumping into the toy cabinet, making a clang sound. He wanted to fight back forcefully, but when I met my father's sharp eyes, all my courage vanished in an instant. No, nothing. This damn man, the aura he exudes is even more intimidating than it was 3 years ago. What made Gubachan feel even more upset was, my little sister suddenly pouted and complained to her father. Brother is bad. My brother and sister were saying bad things about Dad this morning. They say Daddy is. Gubachan's face turned pale and he denied it 3 times in a row. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. A hint of understanding flashed across Guba's eyes, but surprisingly he did not get angry. He ruffled his little daughter's hair and said lightly, it's okay. Dad doesn't care. These words made Gubachan's eyes widen in surprise. If it were the old Guba, he would have been furious if he heard his children saying bad things about him. Now it's so calm. The atmosphere in the office was stagnant for a moment. Jiu Bachan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He wanted to escape immediately, but was nailed to the spot by a strange force. He secretly looked at his father, whom he had not seen for 3 years. This man seemed younger and more handsome, not at all like a 44-year-old middle-aged man, and the sharpness between his eyebrows was even more intense than he remembered. A suffocating feeling of oppression emanated from his entire body. Is this the majesty of a father? Gubachan thought unwillingly. He's obviously grown up, so why is he still intimidated by this man? However, what made him even more unbelievable was, Bachan, I'm sorry. Guba suddenly spoke, his voice low and clear. These three words exploded in the office like a bomb. Gu Bachin looked up suddenly, his eyes wide in disbelief. Apologize? This man who was so proud to the core actually apologized, or apologized to him. In his memory, Guba would rather make the same mistake over and over again than admit he was wrong? Dad was partial to you before and treated you badly. Now I know I was wrong, and I will make it up to you and your mother in the future. Please forgive me. Guba looked directly into his son's eyes and spoke in a crisp and clear tone, then he waved his hand, as if announcing a major decision. From today on, let us continue to be a loving father and a filial son, and be a pair of father and son who love each other. Gu Bachin. What kind of overbearing CEO-style apology is this? There was no tearful confession, no humble pleas, just a few short words, and the past was wiped out. Does he think that just because he apologizes, we have to forgive him? Even confession is so self-righteous, so overbearing. Who wants to be like you, a kind father and a filial son? Gu Bachin finally found his voice and said angrily. Do you think an apology can erase the damage you've done to us over the years? Do you know how we have been living these past 3 years? Do you know that mom has calluses on her hands from selling things on the street to support us? Did you know that when Wan was sick, we couldn't even afford the medical expenses? He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes became red, but when he met Guba's dark eyes that revealed his fatherly aura, his voice unconsciously weakened. Damn it, why am I scared again? Gu Bachin cursed himself in his heart. Are you done? Guba asked calmly, then he took out a black card from his suit pocket and handed it to his son. There are 10 million in it, spend it first. If it's not enough, feel free to ask me for it. I know that no matter how much I say to repent, it's all bullshit. You won't listen. I will prove my sincerity with my actions in the future. Gu Bachin stared at the glittering black card, his throat rolling unconsciously. 10 million, what a fascinating number. With this money, he can upgrade his equipment and live the rich life he has always dreamed of, but his self-esteem made him grit his teeth and straighten his back. He raised his head proudly, trying to make himself look tougher, and refused righteously, I don't care. Oh, I'm doing live streaming now, and I can earn 3,500 a day on my own. I don't even look down on your 10 million. Money isn't everything. Your dirty money can't buy precious family love. Guba was stunned for a moment, then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Earn 3,500 a day, could it be that is referring to the TikTok gifts he gave out last night? This kid, I only earn 3,500 a day thanks to his tips, but now I'm acting like I've made a fortune. But in order to keep the financial sponsor, Hong Jia, he even posted a photo of his abdominal muscles to seduce her. Thinking of this, Guba raised a meaningful smile and took back the black card, neatly shrugging his shoulders. He said, all right. Since you don't want it, forget it. I won't force it. I wish you can earn 10 million with your own hardworking hands soon. I watched helplessly as the valuable black card disappeared into my father's suit pocket. Gu Bachin felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, causing him so much pain that he could hardly breathe. Pain, it hurt so much. My heart is bleeding. He cursed his scumbag father in his heart for being insincere. He just refused once, but he couldn't wait to get the money back. Will you die if you hold on any longer? Maybe if he persuaded me a little more, I would accept it reluctantly. That's a full 10 million. Can you really earn money on your own? Even if you earn 3,500 yuan a day, 10 million yuan is enough to make money for 10 years. What's more, this is unrealistic. Maybe Sister Hong won't even come to support us tonight? Hey Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. Having said that, but it was impossible for him to shamelessly ask Guba for it again. I can only say something sour. A mere 10 million. Just give me time and I can make money in minutes. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on the young people because they are poor. Gu Bachin stuck his neck out like a fighting cock. One day, I'll prove that I'm better than Gu Zichuan and the others. Unexpectedly, this time Guba was not sarcastic like he had been before. Instead, he nodded, his tone unusually serious. No need to wait 30 years. You are already better than those ungrateful bastards like Gu Zichuan. You don't need to prove it, I already know it. Gu Bachin was completely dumbfounded and thought he was hallucinating. What is going on? Doesn't the scumbag dad love Gu Zichuan and Gu Yinshan the most? Didn't they always say that he and his sister could never compare to those excellent brothers and sisters? Why did you suddenly change your mind now? Gu Bachin stared at his father suspiciously, trying to find traces of teasing on his face, but in those deep eyes, there were only complex emotions that he couldn't read. What did you just say? Gu Bachin's voice tightened and he couldn't help but ask. I said, you are better than them. Guba repeated, his tone firm. Gu Zichuan and his group of losers, what else can they do besides relying on their parents? He walked up to Gu Bachin and looked down at him, his eyes filled with unmistakable seriousness. At least you dare to challenge me face to face and say you want to rely on yourself. Just for this reason, they will never be able to compare to you in their entire lives. Gu Bachin was completely stunned. Is this still the father who told him, you will never catch up with Sichuan? He opened his mouth and wanted to ask, are you playing tricks again? But found that his throat seemed to be blocked. In a hard corner of my heart, a crack seems to be spreading. Please give me a 5-star rating. Please give me a gift. Please come, Dad. Dad. Ask for a gift from Dad. Chapter 65. Dad's strong love. Princess Carrie and Princess Forced Love. Ask for a gift, Dad. Guba ignored his stunned son and turned to look at Lin Wanqing sitting at the desk. The woman was looking at him with complicated eyes. The beautiful eyes that were once filled with love were now filled with alienation. "Where is Nan Yen?" Guba asked. He looked around but didn't see his eldest daughter. Lin Wanqing lowered her eyes and said calmly, "She doesn't want to see you. As soon as I heard you were coming, I went back early. I still have to work, Mr. Gu, please do as you please." The polite and distant tone was as if he was treating a stranger. Guba frowned slightly. What's wrong with this woman? It was clear that their attitudes had already softened a lot, and there were even signs of thawing the ice between them. Why did he suddenly become so thorny again? Did the relationship return to the starting point? "What's wrong with you?" he asked bluntly. Lin Wanqing paused with the pen in her hand, and the ink spread out in a small blue patch on the paper. She raised her head and forced a smile. "Mr. Gu, you're joking. I just want to do my job well." Guba stared at her for a few seconds, and suddenly felt relieved. "Whatever you want." He has never been the kind of person who would dwell on things. If he can't figure something out, he just lets it go. Anyway, things will work out when the time comes. This woman will never escape from his grasp. That's right, that's how he is. Wan, Daddy is here to play with you." Guba turned and walked towards his little daughter, squatting down to help her build blocks. Lin Wanqing looked at the heartwarming scene of the father and daughter interacting, and her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. It's not that she doesn't want to forgive Guba, just don't dare. Afraid of being disappointed again, afraid of being hurt again. Instead of this, it is better to keep your distance. Spend this month without interfering with each other, and then get divorced. As for Guba wanting to compensate the child, she is happy to see it happen. As long as Bachan and the others are willing to accept it, she won't be stupid enough to jump out to stop it. After all, the economy is in a downturn now and it is very difficult to make money. As a mother, she naturally hopes that her children can live a good life, rather than toiling away their lives for a few coins. The other side. Gu Bachan looked at this scene with mixed feelings. He also noticed the change in his mother's attitude, but he cares more about. This is the scumbag father's evaluation of Gu Zichuan. "Trash, not as good as you." Did these words really come from that man's mouth? He seems to be the same as 3 years ago. Is it really different? Time passes by every second. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the window, giving the office a golden hue. Guba glanced at his watch, stood up and said, "It's getting late, it's time to go home." Lin Wanqing didn't even raise her head. "You guys go back first. I still have some documents to deal with." She really likes this job, which is fulfilling and rewarding. What document is more important than dinner? Guba frowned unhappily. "The information of the new children will be needed tomorrow." Lin Wanqing kept writing. "Besides, I'm not very hungry now." "If you are hungry, go have dinner first." Guba strode to the desk and slapped the document. "I gave you this job so you can just hang out and take care of Wan, not so you can work yourself into the headmaster's job." Lin Wanqing finally raised her head, her eyes firm. "My work ethic is either do it or give it my all. This is her principle in life." Gu was angry at the next second. Before anyone could react, he bent down and picked up Lin Wanqing horizontally. "Ah!" Lin Wanqing screamed, and the pen in her hand fell to the ground. "Guba! What are you doing? Put me down. Go home and eat." Guba spoke briefly, picked her up and walked out. Lin Wanqing struggled in his arms, patting the man's shoulders, her cheeks flushed with shame. "Are you crazy? This is kindergarten. Put me down." Guba turned a deaf ear, picked up the woman and walked out. Behind them, Gu Bachan and Gu Xingwan were stunned, looking at each other in bewilderment. "Brother, Dad is so handsome." Gu Xingwan held her face with her hands, her eyes sparkling. "It's like the forced love of a prince in a fairy tale." Gu Bachan. "So cool, this is clearly public hooliganism," he chased out indignantly, yelling, "Scumbag Dad. Let my mom go." He immediately rushed forward to stop him, but was pinned to the spot by Guba's sharp eyes. There was an unquestionable look in his eyes, as if saying, "Try one more step forward." Gu Bachan instantly became intimidated. He froze in place, watching his mother being kidnapped by his scumbag father, feeling extremely humiliated and tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, dear mom, I can't save you. I am an incompetent son." Oh. Hold Wan tightly and follow me." Guba said this and continued to walk forward holding the struggling Lin Wanqing. Gu Bachan. Impotent rage, awe. Oh, ah. As the sun sets, its orange-red light shines on the campus. Guba carried the struggling Lin Wanqing across the playground, attracting countless surprised glances. "Look! That's Mr. Gu and Director Lin. Oh my god, a princess hug. So romantic. I didn't expect Mr. Gu to be so domineering." Whispers came from all directions. Lin Wanqing was so ashamed that she finally buried her face in Guba's chest, as if this could block out all sight. Guba raised the corner of his mouth slightly and hugged her tighter. The woman in his arms was much lighter than she was 3 years ago, and he could feel her rapid heartbeat through her clothes. The familiar light fragrance lingered in his nose, making him feel as if he had just gotten married. "Don't move," he warned in a low voice. "If you move again, I'll kiss you in public." Lin Wanqing froze immediately, gritting her teeth and saying, "How dare you?" Try it?" Guba raised his eyebrows. "Lin Wanqing. She knew this man too well, he always did what he said. After weighing the pros and cons, she could only snuggle in his arms and let him carry her across most of the kindergarten. Juba felt satisfied with the gentleness in his arms and strode towards the Maybach parked at the school gate. He opened the car door with one hand, carefully placed Lin Wanqing in the passenger seat, and bent down to fasten her seatbelt. "I can tie it myself." Lin Wanqing protested. Juba ignored her, fastened the seatbelt nimbly with his slender fingers, and whispered in her ear, "Be good and don't make me kiss you in front of the kids." Lin Wanqing. How come this man is becoming more and more shameless? Epsilon. Hashtag. Guba closed the car door, turned around and placed Gu Xingwan in the child safety seat. The little girl danced with excitement. "Daddy is so awesome. You made mommy blush. Sit tight." Guba ruffled his daughter's hair and walked around to the driver's seat. Next second, engine roars, the black Maybach started slowly. At this moment, a running figure suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror. It's Gu Baichen. He ran after the car breathlessly, waving his hands as he ran. Hey! Wait for me. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Dad. Mom. I haven't even gotten in the car yet. Gu Ba. Lin Wanqing. The couple looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Oops, I accidentally forgot about Xiaochen / my silly son. Hearing the other party calling him bad dad, Gu Ba raised his eyebrows, coughed lightly, and pretended not to hear it. Step on the accelerator. Rumble. The Maybach roared and rushed out, leaving Gu Baichen alone in a mess in the exhaust fumes. Fuck. Sigma, let's go. Am I really your biological child? Or was I picked up from a trash can? Gu Baichen stood there, silently watching the luxury car driving away, wanting to cry but unable to. Suddenly I have a sad feeling that parents are true love, children are an accident. Chapter 66. Dad's way of cooking, the true fragrance of a rebellious son. Warning, kneeling to beg for a gift from dad. Rumble. In the rearview mirror, Gu Baichen's figure became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a small black dot that was jumping angrily. Gu Ba. Lin Wanqing finally couldn't help herself. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Gu Ba pretended to be innocent. What do you mean by intentional? Don't you see Baichen is still behind? Oh, Gu Ba suddenly realized, I didn't see it. Lin Wanqing. She looked back through the rear window and saw that her son had given up chasing her and was standing there angrily giving them the middle finger. Convex equals. The setting sun stretched his shadow very long, making him look particularly lonely. Turn around and pick him up. Lin Wanqing ordered. Gu Ba was unmoved. He has hands and feet, he can walk and take a taxi. Gu Ba. Call me husband. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and decided to change her strategy. Wan, your brother was left behind. How pitiful. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk. Gu Xingwan immediately cooperated by pouting. Dad, go back and pick up my brother please. Gu Ba glanced at his cute little daughter in the rearview mirror and sighed helplessly. Okay. Sit tight. The black Maybach did a beautiful drift and turned around to drive back. Not far away, Gu Baichen was feeling dejected. He took out his cell phone to call a taxi when he suddenly heard a familiar engine sound. I looked up and saw that damn Maybach was actually coming back. The car window rolled down, and Gu Ba looked at him expressionlessly. Get in the car. Gu Baichen wanted to refuse firmly, but when he saw the sky was getting dark, he opened the car door dejectedly. Humph. He slumped into the back seat. I thought you only had eyes for Wan. Gu Ba glanced at him from the rearview mirror. So much talk, do you want to go down and run home? Gu Baichen. He shut his mouth angrily and cursed his scumbag father 800 times in his heart. What is this? Parents are true love, children are accidents. Gu Xingwan turned around and made a face at her brother, whispering, brother, dad was so handsome just now. He was holding mom like a prince. Gu Baichen rolled his eyes. That's daddy's way, not handsome. Having said that, looking at the backs of his parents in the front row, a strange emotion arose in a corner of his heart. Once upon a time, it seems like there has been such a heartwarming scene in their home before. His father was driving, his mother was in the passenger seat, and he and his sisters were chattering in the back seat. Although Gu Ba was very busy at that time, he would occasionally show rare tenderness like he does now. When did he start to change? It seems to have started from the appearance of Bai Guang's substitute. Looking at the passing scenery outside the window, Gu Baichen suddenly felt a little sour in his nose. Maybe, just maybe, is there any chance of saving this family? As soon as this thought came to mind, he ruthlessly suppressed it. Don't be stupid, idiot, he cursed himself in his heart. That man will never change. Never. He must be playing some tricks this time. The black Maybach drove into the twilight, carrying a group of people with their own concerns, heading towards home, a familiar, rundown neighborhood. I'll go cook. As soon as she entered the house, Lin Wanqing put down her bag and walked towards the kitchen as usual. Stop. Gu Ba grabbed her and said, from now on, I will cook the meals at home. He spoke in a low voice, with an unquestionable father tone. You are my Gu Ba's woman, how can I let you hang around the stove every day? You go there and have a good rest. Leave the rest to your husband. Lin Wanqing's ears turned red when she heard this, and she glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about in front of the children? Besides, you can cook? She looked at the man suspiciously. In her impression, President Gu has always been a man who has everything provided for him and is served by chefs and servants at home. He can cook? He can eat. More like, this is simply like a fairy tale. When a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. Gu Ba unbuttoned his cuffs and rolled up his sleeves slowly. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. You don't understand me now. Gu Baichen had just changed into his slippers when he heard this and couldn't help but say sarcastically, who doesn't know how to brag? You're the only CEO who's never done any cooking, and you know how to cook? I'm afraid your cooking will be even worse than mine. He even exaggeratedly covered his stomach as he spoke. Are you trying to take this opportunity to poison us? Gu Ba narrowed his eyes and glanced at Hayadair dangerously. It seems that someone really wants to experience the fatherly love that they have been missing since childhood? Gu Baichen fell silent instantly, shrank his neck and hid behind his mother, and at this time Wan suddenly hugged Gu Ba's thighs and said in a baby voice, Dad is Batman. The all-powerful Batman. Cooking is easy. I trust Dad. She raised her little face, her eyes sparkling, full of admiration. Wait till Daddy makes dinner, I will definitely eat it all. Gu Ba's stern expression softened instantly. He bent down and ruffled his daughter's hair. My little cotton-padded jacket is still warm. When he turned to look at Gu Baichen, his eyes became sharp again, unlike some rebellious sons. Gu Baichen shuddered at the look, but soon stiffened his neck and declared confidently, What are you looking at? Anyway, no matter how delicious your cooking is, I, Gu Baichen, will starve to death. Die outside. Jump from here. I will never eat anything you cook. Lin Wanqing held her forehead and didn't bother to pay attention to the childish father and son. She watched Gu Ba walk into the kitchen with a half-believing and half-doubting look on her face, her heart pounding. This man, can you really cook? Did he blow up the kitchen? In the kitchen, Gu Ba put on an apron and began to prepare the ingredients skillfully. Actually, he didn't know how to cook. But the system was so powerful that in Chapter 53, it rewarded him with advanced cooking skills. Save everyone time to rewatch. Although he had never cooked before, with the help of the system, all his movements were smooth and flowing, as if he had really become a top chef. Data, the kitchen knife made a rhythmic sound on the chopping board. The ingredients were quickly cut into even strips and pieces. Lin Wanqing stood at the kitchen door, her eyes wide open in surprise. This knife skill. Seems like he's more professional than her, who has been cooking for over a decade? When did Gu Ba learn this craft? Incredible. Omega. How could he, a domineering CEO, actually learn how to cook in the kitchen? With just one sentence, tons of chefs lined up to cook it in all kinds of ways for him? What on earth has happened to him in these 3 years? She was lost in thought when she suddenly heard a gulp sound from behind her. Gu Baichen had come over at some point and was staring at the dishes being stir-fried in the pot, swallowing his saliva. The fragrance is so tempting. Golden shrimps tumble in the pot, dotted with green vegetables, and the sauce exudes a mouth-watering aroma. Gu Baichen's stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound. What are you looking at? Gu Ba didn't even turn his head, and said in a playful tone, Didn't someone say that he would rather starve to death than eat the food I cook? Gu Baichen's old face flushed, and he said stubbornly, I just wanted to see if you would burn down the kitchen. Who wants to eat the food you cook? I'm afraid you'll poison me. After saying that, he fled back to the living room in shame, but he couldn't help but glance towards the kitchen. Damn it, why does that food smell so good? It smells so good. My grades are getting worse and worse, all green. This data is about 26 yuan a day. I am convinced. Ask for free gifts. If you have time, watch Generate Power for Love. Begging for gifts from my father. Chapter 67 Dad's Kitchen God, The Devil's Son's Real Fragrance Live, 4000 Big Chapter. Ask for a gift from Dad. In the kitchen, Gu Ba's movements were smooth and fluid. Add hot oil to the pan, and with a sizzle, the minced garlic will be sautéed. He flicked his wrist, and the shredded pork and green pepper slid into the pot. As the spatula flew, the ingredients jumped on the flames. Lin Wanqing stood at the door, stunned at this skillful flipping technique, this precise control of the heat, more professional than her, a housewife who has been cooking for more than 10 years. You? She couldn't help but ask, when did you learn it? Without even looking up, Gu Ba lightly picked up the shredded pork and green pepper with the tip of the spatula, and a dish of color, fragrance, and taste that was perfect came out of the pot. What are you learning? Have you ever heard of learning without a teacher? Lin Wanqing's mouth twitched slightly. I don't believe you. Cooking skills are something that can't be mastered without several years of practice, but looking at Gu Ba's posture, he is clearly a veteran. She was wondering when she suddenly smelled an alluring aroma. I found Gu Ba processing a sea bass. A light scratch from the tip of the knife reveals beautiful lines on the fish's body. Spread shredded ginger and green onion on the bottom, pour special sauce on it, and steam it in a pot. The whole set of movements is done in one go, so gracefully that it seems like a performance art. Lin Wanqing was stunned without realizing it. The setting sun streamed in through the window, gilding the man's angular profile. A tall figure in an apron, busy at the stove. There is an unexpected tenderness. As she watched, she couldn't help but feel a strange ripple in her heart, as if a little deer was running around in her heart, but Gu Ba didn't notice this. He stood in front of the stove with full concentration, pinching the spatula with his fingertips and spinning it in a beautiful flower shape. Now, the advanced cooking skills bestowed by the system heated up his blood, and even the force of cutting vegetables took on a subtle rhythm. The carrots are cut into uniform dice, each piece is exactly 3 cubic centimeters. The potato shreds are so thin that light can pass through them, but each strand is distinct and not broken as sizzle. When the oil was 60% hot, he shook his wrist lightly, and the egg liquid in the bowl drew a golden arc and fell steadily into the iron pan. The shovel seemed to come alive in his palm. In just a few strokes, he fried the egg liquid into fluffy clouds, with slightly crispy edges, and the aroma of burnt eggs wafted out of the kitchen. Lin Wanqing leaned against the doorframe, becoming more and more frightened the more she looked. She had never seen this side of Guba. The expensive custom-made shirt was rolled up to the forearm, revealing the smooth muscles. Water droplets slid along the jawline into the collarbone, which made her look even sexier than the elite appearance at the business cocktail party. He lowered his head and stared intently at the tomatoes in the pot, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and even the lines of his profile seemed much softer. "Is this really the man I know?" Lin Wanqing muttered softly, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the apron strings. "The Guba in my memory always has a cold and indifferent air that keeps people at a distance, but now, this man who was busy in the atmosphere of fireworks actually made her heart throb again for a long time." Perhaps his gaze was too intense and was noticed by Guba, who suddenly turned around. "Want to try it?" Then he scooped up a spoonful of freshly prepared tomato juice and handed it to her mouth. The amber juice, wrapped in a rich fruity aroma, and the heat enshrouded his eyebrows. Lin Wanqing opened her mouth subconsciously, and the sweet and sour taste exploded on her tongue. The perfect sugar content makes the tomato's freshness soar to the sky. "How does it taste?" Guba looked down at others with a look of arrogance, as if he was seeking credit. It's okay, just a little bit better than me." Lin Wanqing turned her face away, her ears red as if dripping blood, and said stubbornly, "But in my heart I was screaming. Delicious. So delicious. This taste is absolutely amazing. Even more amazing than my black stockings that I haven't washed for 3 years. One mouthful and you're intoxicated." It's top-notch, she had to admit it. When it comes to cooking, she is not as skilled as others. At this moment, Guba, who had received the praise, smiled arrogantly and began to prepare new dishes. Sweet and sour pork ribs. Heat the wok and pour an appropriate amount of oil. When the oil temperature is just right, he puts the marinated ribs into the pot. In an instant, a cheerful sizzling sound was heard in the pot, and the ribs quickly changed color in the hot oil, emitting an enticing aroma. Guba held the spatula and skillfully stir-fried the ribs so that each piece of ribs could be heated evenly. When the surface of the ribs turned slightly golden, he added an appropriate amount of water, put in a few slices of ginger and green onion, covered the pot, and simmered it over low heat. Then he sprinkled sugar, poured vinegar, and added soy sauce, his movements flowing smoothly, as if he had practiced them 1,000 times. "Dad, Omega, your ribs look even more delicious than those in the restaurant." Gu Xingwan clung to the doorframe, sniffing nonstop, drooling. "That's natural." Guba lowered his head and winked at his daughter. "The food my dad, Taemin, cooks must be the most delicious in the entire universe." Gu Baichen, who was hiding behind his mother, sneered and was about to mock her as childish when, but my stomach started to growl first. The smell of meat, vinegar, and caramel seemed to have grown legs, going up his nose and into his stomach, making his internal organs clamor. "Nothing." He cursed himself inwardly, but his eyes seemed to be glued to the pot and couldn't move away. Half an hour later, the dining table is filled with delicious home-cooked dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes are bright red and attractive. The stir-fried seasonal vegetables are green and refreshing. Sweet and sour spare ribs coated in amber syrup. Even the simplest seaweed egg drop soup has golden egg shreds floating in it. Steaming white rice served in a coarse porcelain bowl, mixed with the aroma of the dishes, filled the small living room. "Wow. It's the rainbow set. Dad is amazing. Heartsuit for all heartsuit. The food he cooked looks so good." Gu Xingwan climbed onto the chair, her eyes shining like stars. She couldn't wait to pick up a piece of fish, and as soon as she took a bite, she squinted her eyes happily and praised it repeatedly. It's so delicious. Dad is the best chef in the world." Lin Wanqing also picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks, and the tender fish meat melted in her mouth. The sweet and sour sauce perfectly neutralizes the greasiness. The fish was tender and flavorful, cooked to perfection, and the sauce was perfectly salty. She had to admit that Guba's craftsmanship was indeed much better than hers. She looked at Guba with a complicated expression. "What have you been through in the past 3 years? Who did you learn this cooking skill from?" She can't figure it out. How could the CEO of Gu Group have such good cooking skills? Guba curled his lips and spoke nonsense. Seriously, genius needs no learning. Who made me the 1 in a million chosen chef? I'll be able to do it just by watching the instructional video once. Of course he wouldn't say that this was a skill rewarded by the system, because no one would believe it even if I told them. Lin Wanqing. I'd never trust you. Guba didn't care what the woman was thinking. He scooped a spoonful of soup into her bowl and said, "You have a bad stomach, drink more hot drinks." Lin Wanqing lowered her head and took a sip of soup. The delicious taste made her squint her eyes comfortably again. The egg drop soup was as delicate as silk, and the salty and fresh taste of seaweed mixed with the mellow taste of shrimp skin was even more mellow than the one she carefully cooked. How many secrets does this man hide? And how many surprises will he bring her? Right now, only Gu Baichen, who was standing aside, was in the most embarrassing situation. He couldn't decide whether to leave or stay. The aroma kept drilling into my nose, and my stomach started to growl. I'll go make some instant noodles." He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Stop. Guba didn't even raise his head, his tone full of unquestionable pressure. Sit down and eat. I'm not hungry. As soon as he finished speaking, Gubachen's stomach made a loud protest. Ji Yuxingwan chuckled. Brother's belly is singing. Gubachen's face flushed red, his feet froze in place, and he was torn between his conscience and his conscience. Reason told him that he could not bow to his scumbag father, but the glutton in his stomach was clamoring wildly. Yet he slowly moved to the table and said harshly as he sat down, I'm worried about wasting food, but I don't want to eat the food you cook, okay? It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not. Guba deliberately pushed the sweet and sour pork in front of Haoder. Gubachin stared at the golden and crispy slices of meat, feeling a tornado between his conscience and his desires. Finally, hunger overcame his pride, and he carefully picked up a piece and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. Crispy skin, tender and juicy meat, sweet and sour sauce, taste buds explode instantly. How is it? Guba asked leisurely. Gubachin paused, chewing for a moment, then pretended to be calm, just barely. I can eat it. But his hand uncontrollably picked up another piece. Guba sneered, ignored Haoder's stubbornness, and got up to go to the toilet to take a shit. When I came back, I found that Gubachin had already wolfed down half a plate of sweet and sour pork. But he couldn't help but sneer again. The legendary law of true fragrance? Who smells so good? Gubachin blushed. I'm worried you won't be able to finish it and waste it. After saying that, he pretended to be reserved and only picked up a small piece of shredded pork with green peppers with his chopsticks. The moment his taste buds exploded, his pupils shook again. This taste, the shredded pork is tender and smooth, the green peppers are crispy and fresh, and the taste is salty and fresh with a slight spicy taste. It is absolutely amazing. Gubachin's hand uncontrollably reached out to the steamed fish again. Then there's tomato and egg soup. In the end, he just buried his head in his food and ate without even raising his head. Guba wiped his mouth slowly and calmly. I wonder who it was just now. Who said he would rather starve to death than eat the food I cooked? Hey, Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, is so hard to guess. Gubachin almost choked after hearing this, and he forced himself to look up and argue. I already said that I was afraid of wasting food. You definitely can't finish all this food. It would be a shame to throw it away. Who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is the product of hard work? Gu Xingwan blinked her big eyes and said, Brother, there are rice grains on your mouth. Gubachin wiped his mouth in a hurry, his ears as red as cooked shrimp. He tried to hold himself together for a while, but finally succumbed to the temptation of the food and sat down to eat without hesitation, eating while still pretending to be stubborn. Don't get me wrong. I'm just worried that you won't be able to finish it. Oh, your fish is too salty. The meat is a bit tough. Guba rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to his eldest son, and concentrated on picking up food for his wife and daughter. Looking at Lin Wanqing and her daughter sipping their soup, he felt a warm feeling well up in his chest. This is something I've never experienced before. The place called home, sense of happiness. Dad, how did you do that? Gu Xingwan raised her little face and asked curiously, why is the food you cook so much better than Mom's? Wan. Lin Wanqing scolded lightly with some embarrassment and annoyance. Although she admitted that her skills were not as good as others, she still felt ashamed when her daughter said it so bluntly. Ji Yuba laughed, pinched his daughter's soft face, and pretended to be mysterious, because Dad has a secret weapon. What secret weapon? The little girl asked curiously, her eyes sparkling. Red heart love red heart. Because Dad has love in his heart. Guba's knife-like face was filled with gentleness. Cooking for the one you love most, the food you cook will naturally be delicious. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing's hand trembled and the chopsticks almost fell to the ground. This man, when did you learn to say such corny words? Gubachin choked on his rice and pounded his chest. Ahem. Help. I'm here to eat, not to eat dog food. Is dog food for people to eat? Hiccup. After dinner, Gubachin collapsed on the sofa, touching his round belly and burped with satisfaction. Although I don't want to admit it, the food that Guy cooks is really not bad. Bachin, go wash the dishes. Guba's voice came from the kitchen. Why? Gubachin refused on the spot. You cooked the meal, but why should I wash the dishes? Guba walked out slowly, wiping his hands. Just because I'm your father. Gubachin, because you eat the most. Gubachin, or do you want to test the weight of father's love is like a mountain? Gubachin. Although he wanted to refute, but when he met his father's unquestionable eyes, Gubachin immediately backed off. He walked slowly towards the kitchen, muttering, despot. Tyrant. Gu Xingwan jumped up and down and followed. Brother, let me help you. Chapter 68. Gubachin, people must rely on themselves. Ask for a gift from Dad. In the kitchen. Gubachin was washing the dishes angrily, muttering to himself, a despotic. Overbearing. Tyrant. Scumbag father. Brother, don't talk about Dad like that. Gu Xingwan helped pass the dishwashing liquid and pouted. Actually, Dad is a very good person. What's good about that? Gubachin lowered his voice. Have you forgotten how he treated us before? The little girl scratched her head. I did forget. Gubachin. Come to think of it, 3 years ago, my little sister was less than 2 years old. What could she remember? Gu Baichen was silent for a moment, and his voice suddenly lowered. 1 You are still young and don't understand, some injuries cannot be repaired by cooking a few meals. As he spoke, he stole glances at his parents in the living room. From his angle, the two of them were sitting very close to each other. The father was lowering his head and saying something to the mother, his eyes unspeakably gentle. Brother, is the food Dad cooks delicious? Gu Xingwan suddenly asked. Gu Baichen came back to his senses and said stubbornly, it's just a so-so. Then why do you eat 3 bowls of rice in a row? Children should learn to see clearly but not to speak out. Gu Xingwan chuckled and whispered in her brother's ear, actually, I know that there is no overnight hatred between father and son. Brother likes daddies too, right? Gu Baichen's hand slipped and the plate almost fell to the ground. What nonsense! How is that possible? He denied frantically, that was, what is that? He suddenly couldn't continue. Maybe, just maybe, does he really still have a desire for fatherly love in his heart? Perhaps, is it really possible for this family to be different? As soon as this thought came up, Gu Baichen suppressed it fiercely. What am I thinking about? He knocked on his sister's head and said, hurry up and wash the dishes. After washing them, I have to go live and make a lot of money. I finally caught a wild lady yesterday, and today I have to take good care of her no matter what. Having said that, but the arc of his mouth suddenly couldn't be suppressed no matter what. In the living room, Lin Wanqing looked at the backs of the brother and sister busy in the kitchen and asked softly, when did you learn to cook? On the side, Guba shamelessly stepped forward, held the woman's hand, and stroked the thin calluses on her palm with his fingertips. The tone is domineering and gentle. When I want to cook for you, I will learn it naturally. From now on, I will cook for you for the rest of my life. Lin Wanqing turned her face away, not wanting him to see her slightly red cheeks. Who cares? Although she said this, a long-lost warmth rose in her heart. Maybe, just maybe, has this man really changed? Is he really in love with me? But my daughter said that she saw him being affectionate with a girl who looked like Xin Yue in the hospital today? What was going on? Thinking of what Gu Nanyue said in the afternoon, a sense of gloom suddenly rose in Lin Wanqing's heart. The night deepens and the moon shines brightly. When Gu Baichen learned that Gu Ba was going to stay at his mother's house, he jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end. No. Absolutely not. He stood in front of Lin Wanqing and stared at his father warily. Mom, what if this man gets out of control? Gu Ba heard this, and the veins on his forehead jumped. In your eyes, am I this kind of person? What else? Gu Baichen stiffened his neck in disbelief. In the dead of night, a man and a woman are alone, crying out to heaven and earth, but no one answers. Lin Wanqing slapped her son in embarrassment, stopping him from talking nonsense. What nonsense are you talking about? Okay. Since you are worried. Gu Ba suddenly sneered and made a suggestion. Then you stay tonight, and we, father and son, will sleep together. This is also a good opportunity for you to feel the weight of a father's love once again. He strode forward, grabbed Gu Baichen's shoulders, and started to drag him into the room. Omega. Gu Baichen froze instantly, like a kitten being pinched by the scruff of the neck. Who wants to sleep with you? 2 grown men sleeping in the same bed, isn't that disgusting? He struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from his father's iron-like grip. Gu Ba was too lazy to talk nonsense with How Dare anymore. He took out the black card that he had always wanted to give but had not given it to Hayadair from his suit pocket and waved it in front of Hayadair. He said lightly, you really don't want this 10 million? Gu Baichen's breathing suddenly became rapid, his eyes unconsciously followed the black card, and his heart was in turmoil. This 10 million is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him. With it, I don't have to work so hard delivering food or being a host. However, Gu Baichen gritted his teeth, suppressed the desire in his heart, straightened his back, and tried to make himself look tough. He said loudly, people must rely on themselves. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. I will definitely be able to make a fortune on my own. Looking at Gu Baichen's stubborn look, a hint of admiration flashed in Gu Ba's eyes. He immediately put away the black card, patted his son on the shoulder and said, good, you have ambition. You are worthy of being my son. Work hard, I'll wait for you to surpass me. At this time, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but interrupt and advised, Xiaochen, just accept it. This money is owed to you by your father, he should give it to you. You should take it too. She knew too well what this money meant. My son no longer has to brave the wind and rain to deliver food, and he no longer has to desperately please the audience for live broadcast effects. Although she herself was unwilling to accept Gu Ba's compensation, the children should not pay for their parents' grievances. She also couldn't bear to leave her children and live a miserable life. Especially when I think about the fact that Xin You's children will live a life of wealth and prosperity, but her own child had to fight hard against life, and she felt a pang of pain in her heart. Lin Wanqing's child is no worse than that woman's. Despite his mother's kind words of advice, Gu Baichen remained stubborn and shook his head firmly in refusal, but in order not to worry his mother, he raised his chin proudly, took out his mobile phone, and showed off his Douyin background. Mom, don't worry about me. My career is on the rise now. Look. I made 3,500 yesterday. I will make you live a good life on my own in the future. Lin Wanqing opened her eyes wide in surprise. So many? She couldn't imagine that her son could earn so much money in a day. It was equivalent to half a month's salary for her. She was happy for Gu Baichen from the bottom of her heart and patted her son's head with satisfaction. "My son is amazing." Gu Baichen breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, my mother doesn't understand the live broadcast industry and doesn't know how unstable this kind of income is." He secretly glanced at Gu Ba and found that his father was looking at him with a strange expression, and immediately looked away guiltily. Damn it, could this man have noticed something? "It's getting late, Mom. I'm going home first." Gu Baichen hurriedly put away his phone and walked towards the door as if escaping. Before leaving, he turned back and warned Gu Ba. "If you dare to bully my mother." Upon hearing this, Gu Ba instantly gave him a sharp look. "You disrespectful bastard. What did you call me?" The rebellious son immediately backed off. I mean, good night." After saying that, he slammed the door shut and fled. In the corridor, Gu Baichen leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. His hands were still shaking slightly. "Just now, I almost took the black card. 10 million, it's enough for him to save 10 years of struggle." But in the end, pride triumphed over greed. At this moment, he was sincerely proud of himself. "Gu Baichen, you can do it, degree nabla degree, let us do it." He clenched his fists and whispered to himself, "One day, you'll impress that scumbag dad." Right the moment the elevator door closes. Gu Baichen took one last look at the familiar door. "Through the gap, I can see the warm light of the living room and the vague figures of my parents. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. I will come back." Chapter 69. The overbearing boss is going crazy asking for love. Is Lin Wanqing jealous? Night. The sound of water in the bathroom suddenly stopped. Gu Ba, wrapped in a bath towel, strode out. The water droplets rolled down his well-defined 8-pack abs and sank into the place where his waistline disappeared. The body of those who have been exercising regularly is like an ancient Greek sculpture, and every inch of muscle exudes strength. But when he walked out, his wet black hair hung in front of his forehead, which actually brought out a kind of lazy sexiness. Soon as he arrived in the living room, he saw Lin Wanqing sitting on the sofa in a daze. The dim light shone on her, outlining her graceful figure, but also making her look a little lonely. Gu Ba's heart moved. He strode over and stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms. "What are you thinking about?" His voice was shrouded in moisture and had a hoarseness that came from just showering. When Lin Wanqing heard the noise, she looked up suddenly, then quickly turned her face away and avoided Gu Ba's hug. "Nothing. It's getting late, get some rest." Gu Ba's hand froze in midair, and his eyes suddenly became gloomy. He had enough of the cold violence all day long. "Lin Wanqing, what are you crazy about today?" He grabbed Lin Wanqing's wrist and said in a dangerous voice. "Let go. I want to sleep." Sleep? Gu Ba suddenly chuckled, but his strength increased a bit, and he suddenly pulled the woman into his arms. The edge of the bath towel brushed against her arm, bringing with it a slightly cool vapor. "From this afternoon till now, you haven't given me any good face. Explain to me why you suddenly became so cold." "Why, playing hard to get is fun. You're taking advantage of my love for you to play with my feelings?" "Ha! You damn scumbag. I'm telling you. Even if you're a scumbag, I, Gu Ba, won't let you play with my sincerity like this." Gu Ba's voice became increasingly suppressed, filled with hidden resentment, like a lion ready to pounce. "Play?" Lin Wanqing pushed him away as if she had heard a huge joke, her eyes instantly red. "Gu Ba, how dare you say that? Who is playing with whose feelings? It's obviously you who's really playing with my feelings. Since you can't let go of Bai Yueguan, don't mess with me. I said, I don't want to be anyone's substitute anymore. Go find your Bai Jiro." "Oh, that's not right," Lin Wanqing suddenly sneered, her tone full of contempt and ridicule. "Shouldn't you go find that newly discovered young substitute? You're ruining the little girl. You're an old cow eating young grass. Gu Ba, you're really amazing." Hearing this, Gu Ba's anger deflated instantly like a popped balloon. He frowned, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "What are you talking about? What new stand? What am I talking about?" Lin Wanqing took a step closer, almost poking him in the chest, sneering. "At this point, why are you still pretending to be stupid? Nan Yen saw it all. This afternoon, you were in the hospital cuddling and being affectionate with a little girl who looked a lot like Xin Yue. Why, you don't want to say that Nan Yan recognized the wrong person? Or do you think I'm easy to fool?" Lin Wanqing became more and more excited as she spoke, and the accumulated grievances surged up like a tide. "You're here pretending to cook for me and saying you want to spend your life with me, but then you turn around and cuddle with another woman. Gu Ba, don't you think you're disgusting? Understand the whole story." Gu Ba's expression became strange. He didn't expect that his eldest daughter was also in the hospital that afternoon, and she even misunderstood the relationship between him and Gu Shueo. Puff, the more he thought about it, the funnier it became, and he suddenly laughed out loud, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Lin Wanqing was stunned by his laughter. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you." He reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, but she turned her head away. The man's hand froze in midair, and finally turned into a helpless sigh. "That's not a substitute. Her name is Gu Shueo, my biological daughter. She was taken away by mistake in the hospital 22 years ago." Lin Wanqing's eyes widened. "What?" Gu Ba simply revealed the whole story about the real and fake daughter, including his decision to let Gu Shueo recognize her ancestral roots. Lin Wanqing's lips moved, but she didn't say anything for a long time. This plot is even more outrageous than any of the melodramas she has watched, but facing Guba's serious eyes, she inexplicably believed it. The resentment that had been pent up in my heart all night dissipated like a jar of vinegar that had been punctured, leaving only confusion. So? She stammered, you didn't find a replacement? A substitute is not as good as you. What's wrong, Lin Wanqing? You look like that just now, are you jealous? Guba suddenly took a step forward, approaching the woman's nose, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing stepped back like a cat whose tail was stepped on, but her cheeks were burning uncontrollably. He stiffened his neck and said, Who is jealous? I'm not interested in your private life. We're getting divorced soon anyway, so you can be with whoever you want then. But we haven't divorced yet. You'd better stick to your husband's ethics. Don't cheat on me. After saying that, she turned around and tried to escape, but was pulled back by Guba. The man's chest was warm, with the fragrance of shower gel, and he held her tightly in his arms. Adhere to male virtue? He chuckled, his hot breath brushing against her ear. All right. But you just wronged me. How are we going to settle this? Lin Wanqing was trapped by him and couldn't move. She could only bite the bullet and say, I apologize, okay? I'm sorry. If apologies are useful, why do we need the police? Guba lowered his head, rubbing his nose against the side of her face, and his voice was as ambiguous as a feather scratching the tip of his heart. I remember you owe me a kiss. Lin Wanqing's face flushed red. Of course she remembered, but so what? Playing tricks is a woman's privilege. You're talking nonsense. I don't remember. Lin Wanqing struggled to turn her head, but accidentally brushed his lips. The soft touch was like an electric current, instantly running through her body. Don't you remember? Guba grabbed the back of her neck and forced her to look up. His eyes were as dark as the night, filled with an aggressive determination to win. Now, replenish it for me. Before Lin Wanqing could react, he kissed her. It was not a gentle temptation, but a long-suppressed desire, forcefully prying her teeth open. His kiss was fierce, as if to fill the blank space of the past 3 years. His tongue was domineering and could not be rejected, sucking her breath away, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Lin Wanqing struggled at first, but after 2.5 minutes, the hand pushing his chest gradually softened. The man's embrace was so warm and his kiss was so lingering, reminding her of those forgotten, gentle old times. She could feel the trembling of his fingertips, and the surging love he suppressed in his heart. The softness beneath his hard shell was now revealed to her without reservation. The moonlight outside the window was blocked by clouds at some point. The only sound in the living room was the rapid breathing of each other. Guba hugged her tighter, as if he wanted to rub her into his bones and blood, but his kiss gradually became gentler, with careful cherishment, rubbing against her. Lin Wanqing's mind was blank and she could only endure it passively. She could smell the clean soap scent on the man and feel his heart beating strongly in his chest, gradually aligning with her heartbeat. I don't know how long it took. Gubatsai stepped back slightly, resting his forehead against hers, both of them breathing heavily. He looked at her red eyes and swollen lips, and his Adam's apple rolled more. Lin Wanqing's cheeks were so hot that they could fry an egg. She turned her face away and dared not look at him, but muttered softly, You rascal, I'm not a hooligan to other women. Guba chuckled, pinched her chin, and said with a domineering seriousness, Only for you. He kissed her again, this time with patient tenderness, like spring rain soaking dry earth. Lin Wanqing closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and her hands that had been trying to resist finally wrapped around his neck. Never mind, just indulge yourself this time. After all, this crazy and overbearing man was the one she had loved for so many years. The light in the living room was ambiguous, casting long shadows on the two people hugging each other, like a lingering painting. The clouds outside the window quietly moved away, and the moonlight fell again, illuminating the tenderness scattered on the ground. Guba hugged the person in his arms tightly, with only one thought in his mind: I want to make up for the kisses I received over the past 3 years. Who makes his woman look so cute when she's jealous? A feast for the eyes. My grades are getting worse. And worse. I don't know what's going on. Is it because my writing is really that bad? I used to have 20 or 30 yuan a day, but now it's getting less and less. I feel like in a few days I'll only have a few yuan left. Oh, there's no other way. Today I just reached 200,000 words, so I'll start book testing right away to see the results. I made a few pictures myself using AI. I didn't go to Taobao to save some money. Otherwise, making 5 covers would cost at least 25 yuan, which is not enough to make that much in a day. I prepared these 5 book titles for testing. I will submit them later and hope to make some money. Which of these 5 titles do you think is the most popular? Which is most likely to be chosen as the final new title? Brothers who have time, please send 3 to generate electricity for love, all thanks to the brothers' charity. I am persisting. I will starve to death relying on the website. Chapter 70, The Overbearing President's Rocket Rain, Rebellious Son. This is called Dad's Face. 4,000 chapters asking for gifts from Dad. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Are you guys eating each other's mouths? The tender voice of the child was like a basin of cold water poured on the heads of the affectionate man and woman. Guba and Lin Wanqing froze at the same time and slowly turned their heads. They saw Gu Xingwan holding a teddy bear, standing at the bedroom door, looking at them curiously with her big eyes. Lin Wanqing jumped away from the man's arms in an instant, her cheeks red as if blood was dripping out. She hurriedly straightened her messy collar, squatted down and picked up Gu Xingwan, who looked curious. Wan. Why did you come out? I'm playing with building blocks alone. It's so boring, Gu Xingwan pouted. I want to play with mom and dad. Mom, were you just playing kissing with dad? The little girl tilted her head and kept asking questions, her big eyes blinking, as if she would not give up until she got an answer. Lin Wanqing's ears burned from the question. She turned around and glared at Gu Ba fiercely. It's all your fault. Then he hurriedly picked up his daughter and walked towards the bedroom. Wan saw it wrong. Mom was just checking dad's teeth. But don't dad have nice teeth? Gu Xingwan lay on her mother's shoulder and made a face at Gu Ba, and I clearly saw daddy eating your little mouth just now. Gu Ba stood there, stunned for a moment, then suddenly a sly smile appeared on his lips. Be good, Wan. This is daddy's special way of loving mommy. Gu Ba. Lin Wanqing stamped her feet in shame and anger, turned around and warned the man, don't teach this child bad things. Then she slammed the bedroom door shut, blocking out the man's burning gaze. In the master bedroom, Lin Wanqing leaned against the door, her heart beating like a drum. The domineering scent of the man still lingered on her lips, and the tip of her tongue felt slightly numb. She touched her burning cheeks and cursed herself for being useless. She's already in her 40s, but she still looks like a young girl. Mom. Gu Xingwan tugged at the corner of her clothes. Your face is so red. Lin Wanqing coughed lightly and said stubbornly, I'm just too hot. What time is it? Don't talk. Go to bed. She tucked her daughter into bed, but suddenly the little girl asked, Mom, will dad always be with us? Lin Wanqing paused and whispered, Wan, do you want daddy to stay? The little girl blinked her big innocent eyes and nodded heavily. Daddy can cook delicious meals and hug mommy. Hug me. Kids in kindergarten say that when mom and dad kiss, it means they love each other. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing's eyes were slightly hot, and she leaned over and kissed her daughter's forehead. Go to sleep, baby. She turned off the desk lamp and sighed silently in the darkness. Love, this word is too luxurious for her. At the same time, I in the dim rental house. Gu Baichen was forcing a smile in front of his phone. Good evening, everyone. Let's continue the live broadcast today. The number of people in the live broadcast room is 27, and the comments are sparse. Frowny face. Is Sister Hong coming today? Don't wait, I was just lucky yesterday. Host, please don't wait any longer. The older sister from last night won't be coming. That's right, I just gave it as a tip for fun last night. It's over, the wild sister ran away. Yesterday I earned 3,500, today's goal is 35? Streamer, why don't you just go and deliver food? Live streaming isn't for you. Gu Baichen looked at these comments, feeling somewhat helpless, but still managed to save his dignity and said a Sister Hong might be offline because of something else. Fate is just a thing, just go with the flow. I wish Sister Hong happiness. As he spoke, he clicked on the PK function and started connecting to random microphones. Soon, the picture was divided into two. Opposite is a female anchor, Sweetheart Strawberry, wearing a leopard print suspenders. The background wall behind him was flashing with colorful light strings, and the number of people in the live broadcast room clearly showed 3582. Oh my, little brother is so handsome. Want to play PK? If you lose, you will be punished. The female anchor was a little surprised at the appearance of the man opposite her, but after seeing the number of people online at Gu Baichen, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. With just this few people, you dare to attack our sweetheart? Poor bastard, don't waste our time. Sweetheart. Dance. Kill him. Instantly. So handsome. So jealous. I hate these handsome guys the most. Beat him to death. Looking at the female anchor's fans pouring into the live broadcast room, Gu Baichen clenched his fists under the table, but his face was full of smiles. Beat. Of course I'll beat you. I'll punish you if you want. The loser has to do 50 squats? Sweetheart Strawberry winked. And, how about calling me daddy? As soon as these words came out, the comments in the live broadcast room were immediately filled with, Little Strawberry is really fun, huh? I agree. Oh, Omega. Gu Baichen's face froze. When mentioning his father, he somehow thought of his scumbag father. Let's change the punishment. How can you call me daddy so casually? Since my brother said so. The woman's voice was sickeningly sweet, the camera swaying against her chest. How about this? If you lose, you kowtow 3 times to the other person? Gu Baichen's mouth twitched. Can we try another punishment? Kneeling down, that's not very good either. Oh brother, you are so rigid. The female anchor covered her mouth and laughed, but she glanced at the number comparison on the right side of the screen with contempt in her eyes. So if you lose, you give them 10 carnivals? As soon as these words came out, the comments in Gu Baichen's live broadcast room exploded instantly. Frowny face. Are you crazy? 10 carnivals cost 30,000. This woman must be doing this on purpose. She knows we Baichen are poor. We can't possibly win with so few fans. And yet she deliberately makes this request. The other side is too bullying. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the anchor because he's poor. Gubachin clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He knew the other party was deliberately humiliating him, but he needed traffic right now, even if it was some sarcastic traffic. As the saying goes, a black and red are also red, but this punishment was a bit too much. He couldn't do it and couldn't let go of his self-esteem. I could only force a smile and say, the loser, 100 push-ups. If the other host disagrees, forget it. I'll just find someone else to PK with. The female anchor shrugged and said magnanimously, all right. Who says I'm kind-hearted? She glanced at the number of people online at Gubachin, and a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. Brother, how about I give way to you? Gubachin's smile froze, but he quickly forced himself to say no need. I accept the loss. The next second, the PK bar lights up. Sweetheart Strawberry immediately twisted her body and danced to wipe the glass, with the waves on her chest rising and falling with the movement. Clean the glass, let's clean the glass together. Clean the glass. Little Strawberry twisted her waist like a water snake, and her fingers moved back and forth across her chest. The live broadcast room's gift special effects instantly flooded the screen, with Porsche and rocket flying all over the sky. I have to say, the female anchor's low-cut dress and hot and turbulent movements directly make the licking dogs boil and scream with excitement. Sister, kill me. Gifts are coming. Crush the poor guy on the other side. How dare you challenge our little Strawberry? You're asking for trouble. Sister, can you sell me your worn stockings? Please. The PK bar was crushed in an instant. Gubachin only had a pitiful few dozen votes, while the other side had already rushed to tens of thousands of votes. Gubachin had anticipated this. He took a deep breath and dragged out a round watermelon from under the table. He showed it to the camera and said with a smile, of family members, watch out. I can split the watermelon with my hands, no knife needed. The barrage was filled with? Brother Chen is crazy? This watermelon looks hard. Don't chop it, be careful with your hands. The other team has already reached 20,000 votes, and we only have 300. But Gubachin ignored him, put his hands together, and chopped off the top of the watermelon. With a crisp crack, the melon skin cracked but did not split completely. He hissed, his knuckles red, obviously from using brute force. This scene immediately attracted crazy ridicule from the fans on the opposite side. Huh? This is also called splitting watermelon? You can't even split a melon, and you still want to be a streamer? Just admit defeat now and stop embarrassing yourself. The laughter of the female anchor on the other side came through the screen, sweet and greasy with undisguised contempt. Come on, brother, do you want your sister to order takeout for you and send you a watermelon knife? He. Gubachin didn't say anything, just shook his wrist and raised his hand again. This time he adjusted the angle, aimed at the most vulnerable part of the watermelon, and used the force of turning to chop it down fiercely. Bang! The watermelon cracked open, and the red flesh and green skin splattered all over the ground. Even the lens was stained with some juice. He panted and smiled, revealing two small canine teeth. See? Brothers, it's okay even without a knife. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was quiet for a few seconds, then a few scattered messages popped up, such as, 666, doesn't the anchor's hand hurt? What's the use? Just look at the score, the anchor is so pitiful. It's still easier for female anchors to make money, perhaps out of sympathy. There were only a few small fans in the live broadcast room. Start to show your support and give small gifts, but compared to the rockets and sports cars on the other side, it looks as shabby as playing house. Thanks to Bachin is my husband. For the beer, thank you, please call me your highness. For the god certification, thanks to Tomato Readers, for sending the power of love. Gubachin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice a little hoarse. There are only 2 minutes left, let's just do our best. He smiled casually. If I lose, the worst that can happen is I can just do 100 push-ups and consider it a workout. On the PK bar, Sweetheart Strawberry's progress bar has been pushed to Gubachin's side, with a ratio of 9-1, thanks to Bachin is my husband, for the glow sticks. Gubachin forced himself to thank him for the small gift. His throat dried out. If this continues, unless a miracle happens, we will definitely lose. However, Gubachin was not too panicked. After all, it was all within his expectations. At this time, the number of votes on the opposite side had reached 50,000, and the gap was like a chasm with no end in sight. Forget it, host, just admit defeat. We can't defeat them. They have thousands of people, unless Sister Hong descends from the sky. The rich woman comes to the rescue. At this moment, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded with gorgeous special effects. Red Sister who loves eating big bananas giveaway carnival ×1. Gubachin's eyes widened. Hong, Sister Hong? The barrage instantly boiled over frowny face. Holy crap. The rich woman is really here. Hong Jia YY Dias. It's time to fight back. Charge, charge, charge. The PK bar suddenly rebounded, and Gubachin's progress bar instantly rushed to 45%. Sweetheart Little Strawberry paused, then smiled even sweeter. Oh, there's a big sister coming over there, but she flirted with the camera and said, my family, you definitely won't let me lose, right Gigi's? As soon as these words came out, countless sexually repressed bootlickers howled with excitement. I have been contributing my 996 salary to the beautiful anchor, just to hear the words "thank you Gigi" and gain the so-called emotional value. Soon, her live broadcast room was flooded with more gifts, and the score was widened again. Guba leaned against the headboard of the bed in the guest room, looking coldly at the arrogant female anchor on the screen. How dare this woman bully his son? Although he often scolded Gubachin, that was his privilege as Guba, who was an outsider. Is he worthy of being called dad by his son? He remembered that the system had previously rewarded him with 100 rocket showers, so he decided to fire 10 to test the waters. Ding. 10 rocket rain rounds consumed, 90 remaining. Guba tapped the screen with his slender fingers, and a series of commands were sent out. The next second, Gubachin's live broadcast room suddenly exploded with gorgeous special effects. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sends a rocket X1. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sends rockets X2. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sends out rockets X3. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sends out 10 rockets. 10 rockets took off one after another, dragging hot flames across the screen, and finally exploded into a sky full of stars. The entire live broadcast room was flooded with golden light, and the special effects lasted for a full half-minute. Chapter 71. The live broadcast room is a sensation. The boss's gift dad is here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 golden rockets launched into the sky. The next second, Gubachin's live broadcast room exploded. It was not sporadic fireworks, but a real golden rain curtain. 10 rockets, trailing flames, whizzed past the left side of the screen, bursting into millions of sparks as they broke through the virtual clouds. The system's built-in electronic sound effects make people's eardrums tremble. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, is giving the anchor 10 rockets. The announcement repeated 10 times was like a thunderclap. Even the PK bar was jagged due to the data flood. Holy crap! 10 rockets. Sister Hong. This is too expensive. How can I repay you? Gubachin suddenly jumped up from his chair, his eyes wide open. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a tide. Frowny face. Holy crap. 10 rockets? $30,000? Sister Hong is moving the bank here? I just counted 3 times, it really is 10. It's not a special effect card. The person on the other side is stunned, right? This is what a big sister is. A rich woman knows whether she has it or not once she makes a move. 10 rockets. $30,000. Sister Hong is awesome. The other party must be dumbfounded. Who just laughed at us Bachin's poverty? Come out and get beaten. The sweet little strawberry opposite was really dumbfounded, her waist, half-twisted, frozen midair, and she didn't even notice the strap slipping to her elbow. She watched helplessly as the PK bar rebounded wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was forcibly pulled from 9:1 to 5:5. How is it possible? She mumbled into the microphone, her voice crackling, then the smile on his face became forced. Oh my, the sister across the street is so generous. Family, we can't lose, let's get the gifts. She forced herself to twist her waist and continued to move to the edge, shaking her hips and thrusting her hips towards the camera. This time, the licking dogs in her live broadcast room also exploded. Frowny face. Who was this woman? Is she crazy? $10,000 just to give to a poor boy? Don't be afraid, Strawberry. We'll brush it back for you. It's time to be a hero and save the beauty. Brothers, take out loans when you need them, show your savings when you need them, and be sure to protect our goddess. The bootlickers shouted slogans loudly, but the scattered sports cars and airplanes are as insignificant as moths flying into the flame in front of the continuously rolling rocket special effects. Guba leaned against the head of the bed, looking at the screen slowly and leisurely. He noticed that Gubachin was frozen in place, his ears were red as if they were about to bleed, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Rebellious son, remember this feeling well. This is the honor your father gives you. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, let him see who is standing behind you. He tapped the screen again and posted a comment, keep chopping watermelon. Don't stop. When Gubachin saw this message, it was as if the start button was suddenly pressed. He picked up the watermelon that had fallen to the ground, but instead of splitting it, he bowed deeply to the camera. Sister Hong, thank you for your gift, but it really doesn't have to be so expensive. He understands the principle of steady and long-lasting success, but I can't bear to take all the things from my elder sister at once, and he wasn't sure. Sister Hong spent so much on him. What did she want in return? You don't really want him to give himself to you, do you? But his principle has always been to sell his art but not his body. Besides, it is impossible to tell whether someone is a human or a monster on the internet. I don't know if this red sister is a man or a woman. What if he is a red uncle? It's scary just thinking about it. Just as Gubachin's thoughts were racing, golden light exploded on the screen again. This time it's not 10 shots, it's 20 shots of golden rockets connected end to end, forming a galaxy in virtual space. System notification sounds roared in unison. Frowny face. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, send out rocket X1. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, send out rockets X2. Red sister, who loves eating big bananas, send out rockets X3. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, send out rockets X10. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, send out rockets X20. The number of people in Gubachin's live broadcast room instantly jumped from 200 to 2,000. And was still increasing at a rate of dozens per second. Countless passers-by came in to watch the fun, and the comments were like a waterfall. Frowny face just arrived. Is this the money-throwing scene? Who is this anchor? How can she have such thick thighs? Sister Hong, are you looking for a pendant? One that warms the bed. Rich woman. Can you support me? I'm cheap and capable. The sweet strawberry on the opposite side was completely panicked. She watched her PK bar being crushed into a thin line, her eyes reddened, and she cried to the camera, Gigi's, I don't want to lose, save me. Save me. But her licking dogs have been frightened by this overwhelming wealth, and the barrage is sparse. I'm sorry, little strawberry. I only earn 3,000 yuan a month, and I'm broke. I can't do anything about it. How can this be called a PK? This is the god of wealth showing off his wealth. How about 0-0, let's admit defeat and surrender. Bitch. A script, huh? I gave you so much, isn't it enough? Gu Baichen was completely stunned by the barrage of rockets. 20 rockets in a row streaked across the sky of the live broadcast room like bright meteors. The brilliant light and shocking sound effects made him feel that he was unworthy of such love. He suddenly came back to his senses and thanked the camera frantically, his voice trembling with excitement. Sister Hong. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for your kindness. How about I chop a watermelon for you to cheer you up? I promise it'll be even more chopped than the one just now. After saying that, he picked up the watermelon on the ground and split it into pieces neatly. The crisp sound seemed to be a warm response to this generous gift. After splitting the melon, Gu Baichen hurriedly asked, Sister Hong, since you support me so much, please let me know if you have any requests. As long as I can do it, I will go through fire and water. The barrage was instantly filled with, promise yourself, have the anchor agreed, rich woman, look at me, Sister Hong who loves eating big bananas, have her do push-ups. Just 6 simple words, but they carry an unquestionable sense of command. Gu Baichen looked at the line of words and suddenly felt a chill on his back. Why does this tone, this unquestionable tone of command, feel so strangely familiar? She looked like someone he couldn't avoid, but how is this possible? He shook his head to get rid of the ridiculous thought, cleared his throat and shouted to the other side, did you hear that? My sister Hong said, if you lose you have to do push-ups. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? What was that about, brother? I'll give way to you. Now you know who the older brother is, right? Sweetheart, 100 push-ups, please start your performance quickly. The die-hard fans in the live broadcast room also laughed out loud, mocking the other party in the barrage. Frowny face, ha. We have Sister Hong here. I can beat you all by myself. It's all garbage. I'm not just talking about the host on the other side, I'm talking about everyone in your entire livestream room. It's all garbage. That's right. Didn't you just laugh at us for being poor? Sister Hong beats all of you alone. That's called strength. 100 push-ups, not one less. Sweetheart Strawberry's face turned pale instantly. 100 push-ups, isn't this going to kill her? She bit her lower lip, her eyes quickly reddening. Brother Baichen, I'm a girl, can you be gentle with me? Cannot. When you asked me to call you dad just now, you didn't show any mercy. Gu Baichen was firm and resolute, his back straight. The barrage was full of applause. Well done, Sister Hong is awesome. The anchor is awesome. Let her do it. Let her do it. Do it quickly. Seeing this, Sweetheart Strawberry's face turned blue and white. She bit her lip, turned off the music, and suddenly wiped her tears in front of the camera. Little brother, why are you so aggressive? It's not easy for us little anchors to make a living. Whoa. The tears rolled down her cheeks to her collarbone, and paired with the leopard print suspenders, she looked so pitiful that it made people's heart tremble. This tearful look really aroused the protective desire of some lickspittles, and some lickspittles immediately jumped out to stand up for her. Gifts started to appear sporadically again. Don't cry, Strawberry. We support you, the opponent is going too far. Brothers, go ahead. Protect the best little Strawberry. Don't cry, Strawberry. We are useless. The other side is so bullying. Isn't it just a few stinky coins? Brothers. Put Huabei on hold. We can't let Strawberry suffer. Don't be so arrogant. Who will win is still unknown. We won't let little Strawberry lose. The bootlickers all stood up for the goddess and clamored in support in the barrage. Some people were so excited that they directly used the savings they had saved from working for several years to give gifts. There are even some people who use loan apps such as Huabei and Jibei to borrow money to support female anchors, with the full support of the lickers. Sweetheart Strawberry's votes finally recovered some. Seeing this, her face, which had just been filled with worry, suddenly flashed with a hint of pride, but her crying became even more aggrieved. Thank you, Gigi's, but I can't bear to see you spending money on me, so forget it. If you lose, you lose. This is just adding fuel to the fire. There are a few men whose hormones have overwhelmed them, and they really don't care about anything else. They start contacting friends to sell their houses and cars. The score was about to reach 7-3. The corners of little Strawberry's mouth were about to rise in triumph. A deafening roar suddenly rang out from Gu Baichen's live broadcast room. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 30 rockets launched simultaneously. It is not the previous one connected end to end, but a real golden waterfall. 30 tail flames intertwined into a web in the virtual space, and the exploding sparks poured out like a galaxy. Even the screen brightness automatically turned to the highest setting, the system prompt sounds became a roar, and the entire screen was submerged in a golden ocean. Sister Hong who loves eating big bananas sends a rocket X1, Sister Hong who loves eating big bananas sends rockets X2, Sister Hong who loves eating big bananas sends out rockets X3, Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sends out 10 rockets. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sent out 20 rockets. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sent out 30 rockets, 30 rockets. Gu Baichen's legs went weak and he almost slipped off the chair. He stared at the screen in amazement, his fingers unconsciously scratching the corner of the table. Suddenly, I really want to know the true identity of this Sister Hong. What kind of person would spend so much money on an anchor he has never met? The entire live broadcast room fell into silence. 2.5 seconds later, the comments went completely crazy. Holy crap! Did this rich woman empty her family's savings? Sister Hong, do you need a son? One who's been to college. Did the anchor save the Milky Way in his previous life? I counted 30 in total. 30,000 yuan gone? Live streaming mom, is this a live broadcast of daddy's arrival? Is Sister Hong the god of wealth descending to earth? Are the lickspittles on the other side still using Huawei? It is recommended to change the name directly to Hongjia Money Live Broadcast Room. I give up, I can't beat him. This is simply a live broadcast of Dadlin. Sister Hong is awesome. Is she going to dominate the live streaming world? I want to be Sister Hong's dog, please take me in. The female anchor on the opposite side was completely dumbfounded. No. This is impossible. She maintained a crying expression, but forgot to shed tears, and just stood there frozen in front of the camera, the light from the 30 rockets reflected in her pupils, half of which was shock and half of which was naked jealousy. Damn it. Fuck, why would such a wealthy lady who spends money like waterfall for that poor boy? At the same time, the number of people in her live broadcast room dropped at a visible rate, and her fans defected and ran to the other side to watch the rocket rain. The few diehard fans left are still holding on to their positions, but there was silence at this time, and then there were barrages of comments, saying that the garage had been sold as much as possible and there was nothing they could do to help. At the same time of the PK countdown is finally over. Gu Baichen turned the tide against all odds, fought back desperately, and successfully defeated the sweetheart Strawberry. Guba narrowed his eyes, staring at the readers who were reading the novel. Have you seen enough? Is this president's show for nothing? Gift, understand? The overbearing president sneered and swiped his finger across the reward button. Either leave a gift or your life. You, choose for yourselves. Ask for a gift from Dad. Chapter 72 Live broadcast of Mom coming. Father and son's filial piety in the rocket rain, 4,000 chapters. Please give Dad a gift. Gu Baichen PK sweetheart Strawberry, complete victory, X, caret. Seeing the PK result, Guba urged Frownyface, let that woman be punished, quickly. How could Gu Baichen dare to disobey the rich lady? Immediately urge sweetheart Strawberry to accept defeat and not keep her elder sister waiting for too long. In the live broadcast room. At this time, there were also thousands of passersby who had just entered. After learning the whole story, they began to make a fuss, while complimenting Sister Hong. Sister Hong is so domineering. Live broadcast sister is here. At the same time, he urged the other anchor to admit defeat. You can't afford to play, right? Don't be a coward. The female anchor on the opposite side had an extremely ugly expression on her face. She never expected that she would lose. 100 push-ups, wouldn't it cost her life after doing this? She didn't want to do it from the bottom of her heart, but at this moment, not only did the other party urge her to do it quickly, but even her own people in the live broadcast room began to urge her. Frowny-face little Strawberry, I admit defeat. Although everyone feels sorry for you, there's nothing we can do. You have to admit defeat. Stand at attention when you're being beaten. We have the support of the big sister on the other side. We did our best. We have no regrets. That's right. Don't be silly, just do it. Hurry up. Once you finish, start the next PK. We'll give you some more. Seeing that everyone was forcing her, the female anchor instantly became rebellious and even felt resentful. She has always had a smooth life thanks to her good looks since she was a child. When has she ever suffered such humiliation? These dead lickers now dare to resist her. She was so emotional that she lost her mind and pointed at the camera and cursed, you poor losers. You always act like big shots. At this critical moment. With so many people, we can't even beat a rich woman? We're useless. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry, ha. Hurry, ha. Then, she said, I'm a girl, I don't need to abide by the agreement. Playing tricks is a girl's privilege. Man. Do you have any gentlemanly manners? Why are you fussing with a girl like me? The female anchor thought she had been wrong so much that the licking dogs should naturally coax her, understand her, and please her. Unexpectedly, the opposite happened and this wave of actions ignited public anger. What the hell? What's wrong with this idiot girl? I spent a month's salary on you, and you say this to me? I'm no longer a fan. What the hell? No wonder no rich guy supports you, your quality is too low. You are such a crappy anchor. Holy crap. His true colors are revealed. His facial changes are incredible. I'm a minor. I'll apply for a minor refund later. I won't give you this money even if I use it for gaming. I've unfollowed you. Give me back my hard-earned money. I never thought Strawberry would be this kind of fairy. I spent all my money supporting her, but she called me a pauper. I got the wrong person, I'm no longer a fan. There are so many good-looking anchors, we don't need you. If I support you again, I am a dog. I can't believe I was once your fan? I'm so shocked. Looking at the system prompts of crazy fan loss, Sweetheart Strawberry finally realized what a stupid thing she had just done. She panicked, she began to apologize aggrievedly, and then shed her little pearls pitifully. No, that's not what I meant, family members, please listen to my explanation. But it was too late this time. Not only did he not receive sympathy, but he was met with even more ridicule. Even her number one brother took the lead in posting comments like liar, and others followed suit. If you are so good at acting, why don't you become an actor? Stop pretending, we all see through your true colors. You don't know you're wrong, you know there are no more leeks to harvest. Disgusting bitch. I'm going to expose you. Report you. Seeing that the situation was completely out of control, Sweet Strawberry turned pale and hurriedly turned off the live broadcast, forgetting even to say goodbye. She would try her best to remedy the situation. In particular, we must stabilize a few financial backers who are stupid and have a lot of money. This dramatic scene almost made the people on Gubachan's side laugh to death. The live broadcast room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and everyone was cheering for this wonderful battle win. Sister Hong is awesome. This move was so cool. This kind of anchor should have been kicked out long ago. Gubachan took a long breath and bowed deeply to the camera. Thank you, Sister Hong, and thank you to all the families for their support. Especially Sister Hong, you gave me so much money. What kind of performance would you like to see? Splitting watermelon with your hands? Swallowing fists? Hip hop? Singing? As long as you ask, I will do my best to satisfy you. But before he could finish his words, a golden barrage of words passed by frowny face Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, I only have one request, go to sleep quickly. Winky face, huh? Gubachan's bow froze in midair, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly seemed to be paused. More than 7,000 pairs of eyes stared at the golden barrage, forgetting even to breathe. That the rich woman gave the anchor dozens of rockets just to let him go to bed early. This is not a reward, this is covering your sweetheart with a blanket. Holy crap! What kind of real-life overbearing president literature is this? Sister Hong, what's money? Is being able to sleep with my anchor more important? Bachan, please obey. You have to accept this overwhelming wealth even if you can't. Gubachan blinked, thinking he had seen it wrongly. Sister Hong, what did you say? Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, immediately stopped streaming and go to sleep. The barrage exploded instantly. Holy crap. Sigma spent hundreds of thousands of points just to let the anchor rest early? What kind of fabulous rich lady is this? Oh, why can't I meet such a woman? Sister Hong, look at me. I'm super good and obedient. The anchor must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life? I'm so jealous. I can guarantee it 100%. The rich lady must have taken a fancy to the anchor. Gubachan seemed to have thought of this as well. His face suddenly turned red and the tips of his ears were so hot that they could be used to fry eggs. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the phone, and his Adam's apple rolled 3 times before he squeezed out the words, Sister Hong, this isn't good, is it? You spent so much, red sister who loves big bananas, so? Why don't you stop broadcasting soon? Just 2 simple words, yet they carry unquestionable majesty. Gubachan swallowed his saliva and suddenly took a deep breath. Sister Hong, I have to be honest with you. I have a girlfriend. He straightened his back, his face righteous, although you are very good to me. But I can't lie to you. It's impossible for us to be together. These words were like a thunderclap, and the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Do you have a girlfriend, pure love god of war? He actually rejected a rich woman. Silly boy. Do you know what you rejected? It was an ocean view apartment. I respect you as a man. I'm following you. Is the anchor crazy? Don't give me such a good opportunity. Guba on the other end of the phone almost vomited blood. What is this brat thinking? Who has a crush on him? What's going on in your head? Did you really think you were a gigolo kept by a rich woman? Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, 6 points. Speechless.as for the viewers in the live broadcast room, each has his or her own opinion. Some comments said the host was stupid. Why are you being so blunt and honest? At times like this, you should just say you're single, hook up with a rich woman, and keep asking her to spend money on you. The other party was moved. There's actually such a pure love god of war in this world. I'm crying my eyes out. What a great man. I'm following him. There aren't many anchors with such positive values anymore. Many netizens who were impressed by Gu Baichen's personal charm clicked likes and followed him frantically on the screen, and the number of his fans continued to rise, directly exceeding 10,000. Looking at the rapidly increasing number of fans, Gu Baichen felt mixed emotions. The good news is that the number of fans has finally exceeded 10,000, and the popularity of the live broadcast room has reached a new level. What worries me is, Sister Hong will most likely be unhappy and may not support me again in the future. Thinking of this, he was filled with regret for losing this big sister. Sister Hong, are you still there? He asked cautiously. It's not that I'm ungrateful, it's just. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before he could finish his words, 10 rockets took off without warning, their golden tail flames lighting up the entire live broadcast room. The TikTok system notification sound is so shocking that it makes your scalp numb. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, is giving the anchor 10 rockets. Why are you still giving it away? Seeing this, Gu Baichen hurriedly tried to stop him. Sister Hong, stop brushing. You've already brushed me enough tonight. There's no PK going on right now, so you don't have to brush it for me. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, get off the air, take a break. The command was brief and powerful. The barrage of comments is swiping the screen like crazy. A rich pose order, hurry up and follow the host. How can this be a fan? This is clearly my real mother. Sister Hong, I just want to be the top aunt. Ha 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 ha. I like this live broadcast of Ma Lin's plot. Sister Hong, I don't want you, I want the management rights of your live broadcast room. Everyone was shocked, time seemed to freeze at this moment, and no one could understand Sister Hong's train of thought. A normal rich woman would be rejected by a male anchor like this. Or they get angry and leave in anger. Or they pretend to be generous and say they just want to make friends and have no other thoughts. Or there are many predictable reactions, but I just can't understand Sister Hong's current behavior. She actually let the anchor go to sleep. This is true love. Gu Baichen's nose suddenly felt sore. He has been live streaming for so long, often staying up until 3 or 4 in the morning, just to make more money so that he can live a good life with his mother and others in the future. When my throat is hoarse, I take a lozenge. I chop watermelon until my knuckles turn blue. No one ever cared whether he was tired or not, but this Sister Hong, whom he had never met before, repeatedly used the most brutal way to show his concern for him and asked him to stop broadcasting and take a rest. Tears welled up in my eyes. My family members. Sister Hong. Gu Baichen's voice was a little choked. You are so good to me, even better than my own father. My own father is not as good as one of your toes. Gu Ba. This traitor. But who can blame me for this being the tadpole in my testicles that evolved from it? Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. Oh, just spoil him. He was too lazy to even look at this rebellious son. His fingers rapidly clicked on the screen, and 10 more rockets were fired. The rocket special effects shown again, like 10 bright stars passing through the live broadcast room, carrying endless dominance and wealth. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sends out 10 rockets. At the same time, they continued to urge Gu Baichen to go off the air and sleep. Frowny face right now. Right now. Now everyone was really dumbfounded. The comments flooded in like a tide, and all kinds of envious, jealous, and hateful remarks were overwhelming. I've really met a true fan, asking nothing in return, just for the anchor to have a good rest. What kind of amazing fans are these? I'm jealous. Jealousy is tearing me apart. But then, something even more shocking happened. Just as the last wave of gift effects ended, another 20 rockets followed. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sends a rocket X1. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sends rockets X2. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sends out rockets X3. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sends out 10 rockets. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, sent out 20 rockets. The golden gift special effect light danced in the dark room, as if someone had set off a grand fireworks display outside the window. Sister Hong, who loves eating big bananas, hurry up and get off the air, stop dilly-dallying. The viewers in the live broadcast room were completely stunned and shocked. There were all kinds of comments that said Sister Hong was too dastardly and too rich, and they kept coming back. Gu Baichen even knelt on the spot, feeling as if he was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. He was trembling and unable to resist at all. This is the naked live broadcast of Dad Lin. No. It's live Malin. Down, down, down. Sister Hong, I'm coming right down. In order not to anger Sister Hong, who had a bad temper and would send rockets at the slightest disagreement, Gu Baichen hurriedly said goodbye to the netizens and quickly ended the live broadcast. At the last second, he was still shouting, "Good night, Sister Hong. See you tomorrow, Sister Hong." That speed is faster than a rabbit. The moment the screen went black, Gu Baichen let out a long sigh and slumped in his chair. This Sister Hong has such a bad temper, he muttered to himself, and felt that this domineering style was strangely familiar. He would throw money at anyone who disagreed with him, and was so strong that he was unreasonable, like someone he wanted to avoid. Impossible. Gu Baichen shook his head, erasing an unrealistic thought. How could that scumbag father? Chapter 73, Cheap Son-in-Law Fakes His Death. The source of Gu Nanyan's tragedy. Ask for a gift from Dad. Inside the rental house, after the live broadcast ended, Gu Baichen couldn't wait to click on the back-end income. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. His fingers trembled as he counted the numbers. 53,812? The number danced on the screen, unreal like a dream. He counted the number before the decimal point 3 times to make sure he was not mistaken. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I'm rich. I'm really rich. Long life Sister Hong. Gu Baichen jumped up from the chair and jumped 3 times barefoot in the rental house. He didn't feel any pain even when his lower back hit the bed frame. He held the phone and kissed it again and again, as if it were a rare treasure. More than 50,000. How many takeout orders do I have to deliver to make that much money? And now, just one night of live broadcast, of course. He also knew that the bulk of tonight's income was due to Sister Hong's carnival and the 100 rockets that poured down like a rainstorm. These are all real money. Gu Baichen rushed to the mirror, looked at himself in the wrinkled t-shirt, and suddenly clenched his fists. The eyes of the person in the mirror were surprisingly bright, like tempered steel. Guba. Just watch. Not only can I live without you, I can live better than anyone else. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young people because they are poor. I will definitely become a big anchor. Gu Baichen swore to himself in the mirror, one day, I will stand in front of that scumbag father and let him know I'm 100 times better than the children born to Bai Yueguang. I want to avenge my mother's anger, take her to live a happy life, and make my scumbag father regret it. Gu Baichen clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. After the excitement, he fell into deep thought again. He felt that Sister Hong was the first rich woman in his life, and he must win her over and maintain this relationship. But how to maintain it? Promise yourself to me, that's definitely not possible. I'm not that kind of person. But it should be okay to ask about the other person's well-being, be a caring little brother, and provide enough emotional value. At the same time, the necessary small benefits cannot be missed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he grabbed his phone and opened the private message interface. Sister Hong, thank you so much for tonight. Gu Baichen chose his words carefully. If you let me rest early, I'll go to bed right away. You must take care of yourself too. After posting this, he felt it was not enough and added, I will prepare a more exciting program tomorrow, waiting for you to watch. He hesitated for a moment, his finger hovering above the screen. Gu Baichen gritted his teeth, took off his shirt, lifted the hem in front of the mirror, revealing his lean abdominal muscles. Click, click, I took more than a dozen photos in a row and even added a warm light filter. Good night, Sister Hong. This is your exclusive handsome guy benefit. He blushed and clicked send. I hope you like it. The young man in the photo has a thin body, with his six-pack abs faintly visible, and with a shy smile, he looks like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. That should be enough, right? Gu Baichen muttered uncertainly, I heard that rich women like this kind of thing. After thinking about it, I took a few more photos of myself grinning at the camera, and chose the one with the fiercest angle. He pointed his left hand at the camera, put his right fist against his temple, and his chest muscles were slightly tense. Good night, Sister Hong Redheart. Please check today's muscle benefits. Go to bed early, I'll be in your dreams. Cool, see you tomorrow. Bite. Soon. A series of messages were sent out with photos. The moment the message was sent successfully, Gu Baichen's cheeks turned red and he quickly put the phone back into his pocket. I learned this trick from the female anchors in the live broadcast room. I heard that rich women also fall for it? I hope so. In a guest room. Gu Ba was about to turn off the lights and go to sleep when the screen suddenly lit up. Special attention, Brother Baichen has sent you a new message. Confused face? What the hell is this rebellious son doing? He frowned and clicked on the private message, then his eyes widened. On the screen was Gu Baichen's enlarged face, with the background still the modeled bathroom tiles. The young man's posture, which he thought was sexy, looked like a monkey with its fur standing on end in his eyes. What was even worse was the copywriting, which made his temples throb. Little Brother Baichen, good night. Sister Hong, this is an exclusive benefit for you. I hope you like it. Little Brother Baichen, Sister Hong, this is the result of my exercise today. Little Brother Baichen, exclusive benefit shot just for you. Little Brother Baichen, good night. Kiss Mua. Asterisk 3, Gu Ba. Looking through those photos of abdominal muscles, there are more than a dozen from different angles, and the last one is accompanied by a wink expression. Bang. Gu Ba slammed the phone shut and took 3 deep breaths before he could resist throwing it away. This rebellious son, how could you send him a photo like this? Still Mua? It's an eyesore, */omega*. If I keep watching, I'm going to have a nightmare tonight. Gu Ba held his forehead with his hand and smiled bitterly, then quickly turned off the phone and lay down. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a photo of Hayadair's welfare, and gaining mental damage plus 10,086. The system's notification tone was full of teasing, and Gu Ba's face immediately turned dark. Shut up. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. It was a rare occasion that Gu Ba did not drive a helicopter. Instead, he chose a low-key black Maybach to take his wife and daughter to kindergarten. Dad, why don't you fly the big plane today? Gu Xingwan leaned against the car window, her face full of disappointment. Because. Gu Ba glanced at Lin Wanqing through the rearview mirror. Someone said it was too ostentatious. Lin Wanqing snorted softly, that's right. I was just taking my kids to school, but they're treating it like a presidential trip. My daughter, Gu Ba, is much more valuable than the president's gold. The man steered the wheel with one hand, his tone unquestionable and domineering. Lin Wanqing was too lazy to argue with him and turned to look out the window. However, when she arrived at the kindergarten, she was still shocked by the scene before her. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Hi, Dot. The little princess is so cute today. Director Lin, these are cookies made by my child. The parents spontaneously lined up in 2 rows and greeted each other with smiles on their faces. The children surrounded Gu Xingwan and kept calling her little princess and little princess. To this, Ji Yuba remained calm, with his hands in his pockets, walking with an unconcerned pace, like a lion patrolling his territory. Ji Xingwan followed suit, proudly puffing out her chest and holding her head high as she followed her father, like a little peacock spreading its tail. The father and daughter both have the same arrogant aura. Only Lin Wanqing lowered her head, blushing, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So shameful. This feeling of being the center of attention. Mom. Gu Xingwan tugged at the corner of her clothes. Please walk faster. Lin Wanqing had no choice but to follow, her cheeks burning. When she returned to the principal's office, she finally calmed down and complained to Gu Badeo, can you be more low-key next time? Are you teaching me how to do things? Gu Ba's father retorted angrily. Besides, my precious daughter, why should I be so low-key? Let everyone know that Wanwan has a powerful father. Who will dare to bully her in the future? Isn't that good? Bang! As soon as the words fell, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Gu Baichen walked in with high spirits, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, but he exuded the air of a triumphant return. Mom! I'm coming. He glanced at Gu Ba and subconsciously shrank his neck, but soon straightened his back again. Things are different now. He is now a real man who earns 50,000 a day. Baichun? Lin Wanqing looked up in surprise. Why are you up so early today? This brat stays up late every day. He should still be fast asleep at this hour, right? I have good news for you. Gu Baichen straightened his back and glanced at Gu Ba, who was sitting on the sofa. Last night, I made $53,812. He spoke each word deliberately, emphasizing especially the numbers, expecting to see his father's shocked expression. Lin Wanqing's eyes widened. So many? She quickly stepped forward and took her son's hand, hesitating to speak. How did you make money? It can't be live broadcast. Serious live broadcast. It's just. I met a fan who was really supportive of me. Noticing that his mother's eyes were not right, Gu Baichen hurriedly explained and showed his mother the background of Douyin. Lin Wanqing finally felt relieved and praised with satisfaction. Xiaobei, you are so awesome. Hearing this, Ji Baichen's vanity was instantly filled. He raised his chin triumphantly, like a victorious rooster. Of course. My son will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Just wait and enjoy your life. After saying that, he suddenly turned his head to look at Gu Ba, expecting to see shock, jealousy, or even a hint of emotion on that icy face. However, the scumbag dad's face did not show the expected shock, but, like he's trying to hold back his laughter? That's right, Gu Ba was looking at him with an indescribable strange look. 3 points speechless, 3 points funny, and 4 points, it's like looking at a fool. Gu Baichen immediately became unhappy. What's with that expression on your face? What's with that look in your eyes? Gu Ba raised his eyebrows upon hearing this and clapped his hands slowly. Nothing. I'm just happy for you. You're awesome. I give you a thumbs up. The tone was like someone praising the neighbor's dog for being able to shake hands. Of this perfunctory attitude instantly ignited Gu Baichen's anger. He felt that he was being looked down upon, and unconsciously waved his arms, speaking passionately. What's your attitude? You look down on making 50,000 yuan a day, don't you? I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. When I become a big internet celebrity, earning tens of millions a year won't be a dream. By then, I have to let someone know that I can succeed without him. Yeah, you have great ambitions. Gu Ba nodded and continued to applaud. Then keep going, Dad supports you. Who needs your support? Gu Baichen exploded. I will prove with my strength that I can do it without you. Baichen, calm down. Lin Wanqing interrupted her son's bold words. Don't talk to your father like that. Gu Baichen shut up in dismay, but still glared at Gu Ba unconvinced. The latter responded with a meaningful smile. His eyes seemed to say, boy, you are still young. Gu Baichen was so angry that he couldn't help but brag about how he made all this money. Oh, right, Mom. You don't know, my fan lady is super nice. She gave me over 100,000 in one night. Lin Wanqing was surprised. Sigma, so generous? I don't understand the world of rich people. Yes. Gu Baichen nodded complacently. Besides, she was very friendly and let me rest early without asking for anything. As he was talking, he suddenly noticed that his scumbag father's expression became visibly weirder. She was looking at him with an indescribable look, like pity, or like she was holding back her laughter until she got hurt. What's wrong with you? Gu Baichen was puzzled. Ji Yuba took a deep breath and suddenly stood up. I suddenly remembered that there is something going on at the company, so I have to go back first. He walked quickly to the door, his shoulders shaking suspiciously. The moment the door closed, a burst of suppressed laughter came from outside. Ji Yuba, what a great filial piety, my family Gu Baichen. This scumbag dad, is there something seriously wrong with his brain? In the corridor, Guba laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Sister Hong? She's so nice? She didn't ask for anything? This brat, he wiped away the tears from his eyes. When you discover Sister Hong's true identity, Guba adjusted his tie, a cunning glint in his eyes. It will definitely be very interesting then. Just imagining that scene made him look forward to it. Bang, just then, the office door behind him opened, and Lin Wanqing and her son rushed out. The smile on Guba's face had not yet completely faded when he was nailed to the spot by the mother and son's suddenly pale faces. My first reaction was, something happened. Gu Baichen suddenly shouts to you in front of the screen family. Is this chapter enjoyable? Did your scumbag dad laugh until his face cramped? Reader, awesome. Gu Baichen, rubbing his hands. Then I beg for a 5-star review. I beg for love. I beg for an end to my book famine. If you give me a gift, I'll make my scumbag dad eat shit in public tomorrow. Reader, Gu Baichen, anxious please. Even a dime is love. If the gift goes up by 100, I'll do a handstand and eat my keyboard on livestream. Reader, give it away. I'll sell everything I have and give it to you. I'll sell my car and house and give it to you. Chapter 74, Overbearing CEO. I am Gu Nanyan's father and Lu Ming's father-in-law. What happened? Before Guba could retract the smile on his face, it was frozen at the corners of his mouth by the pale faces of Lin Wanqing and her son. The playfulness faded away in an instant, and the air pressure around him dropped sharply. The eyes that originally had a bit of laziness were now sharp enough to pierce through people's hearts. Nan Yan, something happened to my daughter. Hurry. Take us to the hospital. I'm afraid it will be too late if we're late. Lin Wanqing rushed over with tears in her eyes and grabbed Guba's arm. Her fingertips were as cold as ice and her voice was trembling and incoherent. Gu Baichen was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead and he was at a loss. At this moment, he was in no mood to quarrel with his scumbag father, so he said concisely, "It's my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law Lu Ming had a stroke. The hospital just called and said, they're dead. They're asking the family members to come over. I must be about to collapse now." Lu Ming? Cerebral infarction? Guba repeated these 2 words, clenching his knuckles so hard that the joints turned white. The images of his past life were like poison needles, piercing his mind. What kind of cerebral infarction is this? It was clearly that scumbag who deliberately forged a death certificate and faked his own death in order to stay with his mistress outside. Not only did he take away all the savings, he also secretly used Gu Nanyua's ID card and borrowed 3 million in high-interest loans. My poor daughter. Since then, he has been guarding a fake memorial tablet, serving dishes during the day and delivering takeout at night, working several jobs a day. At a young age, his hair has turned gray due to debt. Later one day when he was looking for a job outside, he accidentally ran into Lu Ming taking his mistress and illegitimate child out to the supermarket. The rich appearance of the man's family, dressed in gold and silver, formed a stark contrast with her washed-out apron. Unable to accept the reality, Gu Nanyan went crazy on the spot, rushed forward with a fruit knife, and stabbed the adulterous couple and their family of 3 to death. She was also captured by the police who arrived late. Go to jail. He was brutally shot. Recalling the tragic ending of my daughter in the previous life, the viciousness and brutality in Guba's eyes almost overflowed. He called the teachers from the kindergarten and asked them to take good care of Wan Wan, then hurried to the parking lot with Lin Wanqing and her son. Bang, soon, the black car door was open roughly by him, and the manic aura made the surrounding air condense a little. Lin Wanqing and Gu Baichen hurried to catch up. Rumble as the luxury car started. The atmosphere in the car was so oppressive that it made people breathless. Lin Wanqing leaned against the car window and wiped her tears silently, muttering to herself, "How so? Lu Ming came home for dinner with my daughter last week and looked healthy. How could he suddenly? Nan Yan loves him so much, how can she bear it?" Gu Baichen's eyes also turned red, and he found it hard to accept this fact. "My brother-in-law is really good to me. Last time I caught a cold, he stayed with me all night. How could a good person just disappear suddenly?" It was all because Lu Ming disguised himself so well that Lin Wanqing and her son didn't see his evil ambitions and thought he was really good to Gu Nanyue. I'm afraid that my silly daughter also thinks so. That's why he took the initiative to take on the debt and serve Lu Ming's parents for half his life. Thinking of this, Guba's hands gripping the steering wheel became bulging with veins, and his eyes were fixed on the road ahead. He didn't say anything, but a storm was already brewing in his heart. In this life, he will never let history repeat itself. If Lu Ming dares to play the same tricks as in his previous life again, he won't mind turning the fake into the real, and making the other person's fake death a real death. The First People's Hospital of Shanghai, the smell of disinfectant permeated every inch of the air, but it could not cover up the suppressed sadness. Gu Nanua slumped on the bench, tears streaming down her face, almost collapsing from crying. Her body was shaking, her hands were tightly clutching the corners of her clothes, and her tears kept rolling down like a flood. She never thought, how could the man who had made vows of eternal love to her and was so tender and affectionate with her yesterday be gone forever today? She blamed herself, thinking it was her fault for not taking good care of Lu Ming. She thought about how Lu Ming worked late every day for the family, and how the accumulation of time led to the sudden stroke. Her heart felt like it was being stabbed by countless needles, and she was in excruciating pain. On the side, there were Wang Suihua and Zhang Dashan. His eyes were also red and tears were welling up in them, but he still suppressed his grief, hunched over, and came to Gu Nanyua's side. The voice was choked, but with a hint of comfort. Daughter-in-law, this is fate. The dead cannot be resurrected. Don't be too sad, just look at it more positively. This matter has nothing to do with you, don't take all the responsibility on yourself. It's my son who doesn't have the good fortune to accompany you. We old couple have seen how good you are to him. You make soup and send him midnight snacks every day. You have done enough, child, you must take care of yourself. Lu Ming's spirit in heaven would definitely not want to see you like this. The couple looked warm and comforting, they acted like considerate father-in-law and mother-in-law, without any intention of blaming Gunanyue, but the more they did this, the deeper the guilt Gunanyue felt, and the harder she cried, as if she wanted to release all the pain through tears. What wonderful parents-in-law, don't blame her for losing her son. She clenched the corner of her clothes and secretly vowed that from now on, she would be filial to her parents on behalf of Lu Ming. At this time, a doctor in a white coat walked in. It was Gunanyue's best friend Zhang Mang. She is a doctor in this hospital and it was she who wrote the death report of Lu Ming. At this moment, she nodded to Wang Suihua and his wife without leaving any trace. There was a subtle cunning in his eyes, as if he was hinting to his parents-in-law. Everything has been arranged then. Zhang Mang showed a perfect expression of sadness, walked to Gunanyue with red eyes, and hugged her gently with tears in her voice. She comforted him. Nanyan, I'm so sorry for the loss. How could Lu Ming, such a good man, leave? Don't be too sad. Your health is more important. If you collapse, Lu Ming's spirit in heaven will also be worried. As she spoke, she gently patted Gu Nanyan's back. It seemed caring, but there was actually a hint of pride in her eyes. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open and Gu Ba and others rushed in. When Lin Wanqing saw her daughter crying so hard, her heart almost broke. She took 2 steps at a time and ran to Gu Nanyan in the blink of an eye. She hugged her daughter in her arms, her voice filled with tears. My daughter. Please don't scare me. Gu Baichen's eyes were also red. He walked quickly to his sister and whispered to comfort her. Sister, I'm so sorry. Don't be too sad. Seeing her mother coming, Gunanyue could no longer suppress the grievance and pain in her heart, and she cried even harder. He shouted hoarsely, Mom. Lu Ming is dead, Wo, it's all my fault. I didn't take good care of him. Lin Wanqing and Gu Baichen hurriedly hugged her and comforted her softly. Silly child, this is not your fault, don't blame yourself too much. How can I blame you? It was an accident. No one wants this to happen. Aside, Wang Suihua and Zhang Dashan looked at each other, and a hint of imperceptible pride flashed in their eyes. Then he immediately pretended to be sad and came forward crying, Mother-in-law. Please try to persuade Nanyan. I'm afraid if she continues like this, her body won't be able to bear it. Hey, it's all my son's fault for not being so lucky. Don't be too sad. If my son were still alive, he certainly wouldn't want you to be so sad for him. This wave of understanding speech. After hearing this, Lin Wanqing and her son felt warmed in the heart and thought that Nanyan and her parents-in-law were really reasonable. Only Gu Ba had a sinister look on his face and sneered in his heart. He watched this farce with cold eyes, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Wang Suih's hypocritical tears, Zhang Dashan's hypocritical sigh, and that female doctor standing in the corner, looking concerned but with a twinkling look in her eyes. The acting is quite realistic. These 2 old guys clearly knew that Lu Ming was faking his death, but they were still pretending to be magnanimous. The reason is to stimulate his daughter's guilt. So that she would willingly take over Lu Ming's debts, provide for them in their old age, and serve them. As for that sanctimonious female doctor, she is not a good person either. Gu Ba's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he glanced at Zhang Mang coldly. How could this be a good friend? She was clearly Lu Ming's mistress. She has already given birth to a son for Lu Ming, yet she still has the audacity to feign sadness in front of the real owner, pretending to comfort her own daughter. This is too much. You know, the reason why Lu Ming was able to fake his death successfully, the biggest contributor is Zhang Mang. She gave her daughter medication, used her power to issue a death certificate, and gained her daughter's trust by posing as her best friend. This is what allowed the scam to be carried out. In her previous life, Gunanyue was so sad that she fainted several times from crying. She had no time to investigate carefully and accepted the fact in a daze. When she realized what was happening and asked to see Lu Ming for the last time, she was told by his parents that the body had been transported back to his hometown and buried according to custom. Although Gunanyue was sad, she could do nothing about it, especially when the debt collectors came to her door. She was so debt-ridden that she had no time or energy to grieve over the passing of time. I started to rack my brains. To work to pay off my debts, wasting my life. Where is Lu Ming's body? Gu Ba's voice was like a knife, cutting through the sobs in the corridor. Zhang Mang looked up suddenly and noticed the man standing behind Lin Wanqing and her son. He was wearing a well-tailored black suit, his chiseled face exuded an air of majesty without even being angry, and his sharp eyes seemed to be able to see right through people's hearts. Excuse me, are you? Zhang Mang felt uneasy and asked while pretending to be calm. Gu Nanyan's father, Lu Ming's father-in-law. Gu Ba interrupted her, the dominance in his tone leaving no room for doubt. He took a step forward, and the air pressure around him dropped so low that everyone around him held their breath. Now, answer my question. Where is my son-in-law's body? When these words were spoken, not only Zhang Mang was stunned, but even Wang Suihua and her husband looked incredulous. They all looked at Gu Nanyan and the others, their eyes full of confusion and shock, and asked anxiously, what's going on? Nanyan, didn't you say your father had long ago? Then who is he? Ever since she met Gu Nanyue, she has always said that she comes from a single-parent family and her father died when she was young, but now, why did a father suddenly appear? And it looks like he is either rich or noble. At this time, Gu Nanyue came back to her senses from her grief, raised her head with tears in her eyes, and noticed Guba who was present. She was stunned at first, and her mood suddenly became as complicated as a tangled mess. This man seemed to be exactly the same as he was 3 years ago, except that he exuded a more domineering aura, like an insurmountable mountain that made people feel a Gu Nanyue felt ashamed when he saw her in such a miserable state. She doesn't like being seen as vulnerable, especially since this person is Gubai. However, the heavy blow of her husband's death left her with no time to care about the father who suddenly appeared, and she didn't want him to see her in such a miserable state. Her lips trembled, but in the end she said nothing and just turned her face away. I lowered my head and burst into tears again, and the tears rolled down like beads that had broken off the string. Thanks to Sun Jiu, SDKFZ 176, Yihi who loves Tianshan Snow Crab, Down Alan's murderous intent, user 10352542, you are one by one, In Mia, Luyan Xiaoxiao, Jiojika, Lian Ji who likes monkey stalks, user 775320044, the horse doctor of Gongfa Pavilion, Baron Mordo who is a big backer, Gao Yuzhu who likes, Niao Ran Wang Tan, Fu Xiaobing, Huang Santai of Fujing Palace, who falls in love with Xin Wan, Wang Shenghao, Master Hu Tao, Zhejian Gang, Lord Chi Wang Jiandi, user 272633911, who kisses Xiaoyu gently, Xiangjia who likes Jialuo, there is no sugar in the Daodu, Aluo who likes licorice, Xiaoyu's brother Oo, Kilgadon, who doesn't like to eat sales, Mamiya Chiaki of Xanadu, and Bye Bye who keeps getting lost on rainy days for the gifts. I wish you a long life, and a long and prosperous life. May your journey be just beginning and you will have a bright future ahead of you. Thank you for your kindness. I wish you all a long and happy life and a happy life together. I sincerely thank you for your kindness. Ask for a gift from Dad. Chapter 75, Father-in-law is also a father. I suggest donating organs while they are still hot. The First People's Hospital of Shanghai. Facing the questioning of Wang Suihua and the others, Lin Wanqing didn't know how to explain for a moment, so she could only lie and say, hey, this is a long story, I'll explain it to you later when I have time. The most important thing now is Lu Ming. Where is his body? I want to see him for the last time. Gu Beichen also nodded, yes. I have to see my brother-in-law off one last time too. Even Gu Nanyan wiped her tears, calmed down, and said she wanted to go see her husband. Faced with this difficult situation, Zhang Meng and Wang Suihua looked at each other and saw resistance in each other's eyes. According to the original plan, they don't want anyone to come into contact with Lu Ming's corpse as the risk of exposure is too high. I had planned to take advantage of the fact that Gu Nanyan was heartbroken and Lin Wanqing and other relatives were busy taking care of her, to move Lu Ming away as quickly as possible and return him to his hometown to be buried in peace. By then, there will be no evidence. It was useless for Gu Nanyue to react. She could only let them control her, provide for their retirement, and pay off the Lu family's debts. Who would have thought that a father-in-law would show up unexpectedly and ask to see his son-in-law? What should I do? Seeing that the Lu family was taking a long time to lead the way, Guba became very impatient. He said in an angry tone, what are you staring at? Where is my son-in-law's body? This roar startled the panicked Zhang Meng. She forced a smile and said, Uncle Gu, and Aunt Lin, Nan Yen, it's not that I don't want you to see me, it's just, Lu Ming had a sudden stroke and brainstem hemorrhage, which caused his face not looking good. I'm afraid you'll feel even more sad after seeing this. Lu Ming cared about Nan Yen the most during his lifetime, and he certainly didn't want her to see what he would look like after death. Hearing this, Ji Yuba sneered, his eyes swept over Zhang Meng's hand that was tightly holding the medical record book, and said, are you afraid that we will be sad? Are you afraid we might notice something? These words were like a needle, pricking Zhang Meng's palms and making them sweat. Wang Suihua quickly interrupted. A dear father-in-law, right? What are you talking about? We just feel sorry for Nan Yen. You feel bad for her? Then you should let her see him one last time. Guba interrupted the old woman, and the cruelty in his tone made the old couple shrink back. My son-in-law, Guba, has passed away. As his father-in-law, it is only natural for me to see him off. What's the problem? It makes sense. What? You're stopping us. Is there something shameful going on? Could it be that Lu Ming isn't dead at all? This sentence is like a sharp sword, piercing directly into the core of the scam. Wang Suihua's face turned pale instantly, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes. Cold sweat oozed from Zhang Dashan's forehead and his eyes were wandering. Zhang Meng's breathing stagnated, and the medical record in her hand fell to the ground with a bang. Uncle Gu. What are you talking about? How is this possible? She bent down to pick up the medical record to hide her panic. Lu Ming is indeed gone. I'm mainly afraid of scaring you. Stop talking nonsense. Lead the way. Guba grabbed her wrist with such force that it almost broke her bones. Otherwise I'm going to call the police right now and demand an autopsy. Zhang Meng gasped in pain and was extremely panicked. She didn't expect that this domineering man would be so difficult to fool. With no other options, she could only compromise. Well, okay then, I'll take you there. Wang Suihua became anxious and quietly pulled the corner of Zhang Meng's clothes, her eyes full of stopping intent. Zhang Meng shook her head helplessly and mouthed to her, it's okay, that it is a reasonable request for family members to see their loved ones for the last time. If you stop me again and again, even a fool can tell that something is wrong. For now, I can only leave it to fate and pray that the fake death drug I bought at a high price on the foreign black market will work, Guba saw. All of this and a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was the case in the previous life. This group of people used various excuses to prevent their daughter from seeing the body. Finally, they lied that he had been taken back to his hometown for burial, leaving his daughter without even seeing Lu Ming for the last time in this life. He wants to see whether this corpse is real or fake. Let's go. Guba dropped a word and took the lead to walk forward. Lin Wanqing caught up with her still sobbing daughter, and Gu Beichen followed closely behind. Wang Suihua and Zhang Dashan had no choice but to follow behind. The old couple walked and communicated with each other through their eyes. What should I do? What if I get discovered? Don't panic. Zhang Meng said everything is arranged, so there will be no problem. Soon, the group arrived at the morgue. An eerie cold air hit me in the face, and the lights were dim and flickering, as if they would go out at any time. On morgue bed number 3, a human silhouette was covered with white cloth. Zhang Meng, with trembling hands, lifted a corner of the white cloth. Lu Ming lay there with a purple face, his lips were unnaturally black, and his eyelids were half closed, revealing cloudy whites. There were a few dark purple spots on the neck, and it really looked like he had been dead for more than 10 hours. The moment she saw the corpse, Lin Wanqing burst into tears and turned her head away, covering her mouth. Gu Beichen's eyes also turned red and his fists were clenched tightly. Gu Nanue rushed forward directly, and if Lin Wanqing hadn't pulled her back, she would have almost crashed into the refrigerator. Lu Ming! Wake up! She cried heart-wrenchingly, her voice hoarse like a broken gong. You said you would stay with me forever. How could you go back on your word? On the side, Wang Suihua and her husband looked at each other, a hint of pride flashed in their eyes, and they felt that this time they had completely won. The effect of this fake death drug is so realistic that no one can find any flaws. After this storm is over, I can continue to control Gu Nanyan and make her work like a slave for the Lu family for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, the couple felt proud and started howling in unison. The sound of beating chests and stamping feet was so loud that it seemed to drown out everyone else's sorrow. Ming. Why did you just leave like that? If we two old people are left here, how are we going to live in the future? The old man sends the young man away. Oh, God is blind. Zhang Meng stood aside wiping her tears, but her eyes kept glancing at Gu Ba. This man with a strong aura didn't say a word since he entered the door. He just stared at the corpse, which made her feel a little uneasy. Sudden A heart-wrenching howl made the morgue buzz. Gu Ba suddenly pounced on the morgue bed with such force that Wang Suihua, who was blocking his way, was knocked off balance. Lu Ming, my good son-in-law. Get up. I command you. Get up immediately. He strode to the refrigerator, put his hands on his hips, and raised his head to cry loudly. That cry contained 3 parts of anger, 3 parts of heartache, and 4 parts of heartbreaking performance. It can make anyone who hears it sad and anyone who listens to it cry. Why are you leaving like this? My daughter loves you so much, and you said you would take good care of her. If you die now, what will she do alone in the future? How can I, as her father-in-law, explain this to her? Open your eyes right now. I command you to wake up immediately. Do you hear me? While crying, Guba suddenly leaned down and slapped Lu Ming in the face with a loud bang. Epsilon, #, //////. The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the empty morgue, and everyone was stunned. Mr. Gu. What are you doing? Zhang Meng was the first to react and rushed forward to pull Guba away. Lu Ming is dead. How could you hit his corpse? Wang Suihua also became anxious and screamed, Father-in-law. Are you crazy? My family is leaving tomorrow, and you're still treating him like this. Guba seemed to be too grief-stricken to hear, and slapped him a few more times with his backhand. The sound of Papa continued one after another while beating him. He also cursed with tears in his eyes. I told you to wake up. I command you to open your eyes immediately. Do you hear me? Bang. My daughter, Guba, cannot be wronged. If you still have any conscience, get up and continue to take care of her. Bang. Why do you want to die? Why do you want to leave all the mess to her? What will happen to my daughter? What will happen to me as her father-in-law? Bang. My daughter loves you so much and looks forward to growing old with you every day. How could you be so cruel to abandon her? Bang. If you die, how will she live without you? If you still have any conscience, get up right now. Pa. Quiet at this moment, the morgue was dead silent, with only the continuous sound of slapping. Even Gu Nanue was completely stunned and forgot to shed tears. She watched Guba beating and scolding her husband's corpse like a madman, and her heart was both confused and warm. With his father who had never cared about her was actually so excited for her. Didn't he never care about his daughter? Why do you care about her so much now? This doubt even diluted her original grief over the loss of her husband. A snap, another slap landed on Lu Ming's face, and Guba finally stopped. He stared at the corpse while panting, a sneer flashing across his eyes. This fake death drug really has some tricks. If you don't pay attention, you will really look like a corpse. You can't even wake up after being twitched. It seems that the dosage is not small, but it's fine this way. I can just take him to be cremated later without worrying about him struggling. The other side, seeing that Guba finally got tired and stopped, Zhang Meng quickly stepped forward, grabbed the boss's arm, and said in a cautious and flattering tone, "Mr. Gu, don't get excited. Lu Ming, he's gone. No matter how hard you hit him, he won't wake up. Let's just let him go in peace. Don't bother him anymore." Seeing this, Wang Suhua and her husband immediately stepped forward to persuade them, but they felt very aggrieved inside. As parents, they should have stepped forward and fought to the death when their own son was slapped in the face, but Guba's aura was too scary. The cruelty in his eyes seemed as if he wanted to eat someone alive. Just as they were about to open their mouths to question him, Guba glared back at them, and they were so scared that their legs went limp. There was no other way. Had to settle for the next best thing and begged, "Yes, yes. Father-in-law, please calm down. Calm down. You're being disrespectful to the deceased. I apologize on behalf of my son. My son is gone. It's harder for us to accept than you. But we have to move on." In the couple's minds, they had already regarded Guba as a complete lunatic. After all, what normal person would just come up and beat up a corpse? I was scared to death. This guy, not only wasn't he afraid, but he even dared to rush up and beat him up. Just beat him up. What's the matter with you getting mad and asking someone to get up? That's a corpse. Would a normal person let a corpse rise on its own? If it really wakes up, it's like a zombie. It turns into a horror movie scene in minutes. After repeated persuasion from everyone, Guba finally did not attack his son-in-law, but another suggestion was made. Although my son-in-law is dead, his life should not end here. Instead of letting him just lie here in the cold, it's better to do something meaningful. I suggest that we donate his usable organs while they are still alive, so that his life can continue in others. This is true greatness and selflessness. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire morgue was in an uproar. What? Father-in-law? Are you crazy? Donating organs? This is absolutely not allowed. Wang Suhua turned pale instantly and firmly opposed it without thinking, not to mention that her son was not dead. Even if he was really dead, she would never agree to donate his body. Zhang Meng was also confused and grabbed Guba's arm unnaturally. "Uncle Gu, stop joking. Organ donation requires family consent, and Lu Ming, he never said he wanted to donate before he died." Guba coldly shook off her hand, took out his cell phone, and his fingertips were already on the dial button. "The tone is full of righteousness, just because you didn't say it when you were alive doesn't mean you can't do it after you die. I'm his father-in-law, and Nan Yen is his wife. Isn't it enough that both of our families agree? You know, a father-in-law is also a father. Besides, isn't it better to keep Lu Ming's heart beating and let his eyes see more scenery than to rot in the ground? It can be said that his life has been shining and his life has not been in vain. Asking for a gift from daddy." Chapter 76. Guba, people have to queue up when they are alive, and I didn't expect that they have to queue up when they are dead too. I heard that I wanted to donate my husband's organs. Gu Nanua finally recovered a little from the great grief and shock. She looked at Guba with tears in her eyes. Her voice was tearful but full of determination. "Lu Ming, he mentioned it to me several times. His grandfather and great-grandfather are buried in the ancestral tomb in his hometown," he said. "That when he died, he wanted to be buried there with his family. I want to fulfill his wish and not donate his organs." These words were like a life-saving straw. Wang Suhua grabbed it immediately and rushed over to hold Gu Nanua's hand, crying bitterly in Anyan. "My good daughter-in-law. You really understand Ming Er's heart." "That's right, that's what my son said. He said he would return to his hometown to rest in peace even after he dies." "Father-in-law, listen to this. This is Ming Er's wish. How can we go against his wishes and let him die with regrets?" Zhang Dashan also nodded, his tone pleading, "Yes, father-in-law. Ming Er is the most filial in his life. If he knew that he couldn't even enter his ancestral tomb after his death and that his organs would be donated, he would definitely die with regrets. Please, just grant his wish." Looking at her daughter's red eyes, Lin Wanqing softened her heart and pulled Guba's arm, asking him to calm down. "Guba, why don't you just listen to your daughter? After all, this is the son-in-law's wish. As elders, we should respect him." Gu Baichen also echoed a dad, "Since my brother-in-law has left a will, let's not force it. Let him go in peace." Hearing this, Jiyuba tightened his grip on the phone, glanced at the relieved expressions of Wang Suihua and her husband, and then looked at his daughter's expectant eyes. Finally, as if to compromise, he sighed helplessly, slowly put down the phone in his hand, and said in a low and majestic voice, "All right. Since this is the common idea of my son-in-law's family, and Nan Yan has also said so, then I'll do as you say. Although I, Guba, am a father, I will not force anyone to do anything. I was originally thinking of doing something good for my son-in-law, but you're not willing? Forget it then." He put his phone back into his pocket with a hint of regret in his tone. Seeing this, Wang Suihua and Zhang Dashan finally felt relieved. The sadness on her face faded a little unconsciously, but she was still pretending to wipe away her tears. "Thank you, father-in-law, for your understanding. Thank you, my good daughter-in-law. If my son is still alive, he will surely be smiling in his grave." Guba saw all of this and a barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. In fact, He never intended to let Lu Ming donate organs just to scare these people. Once on the operating table, the doctor cut open the skin and found that the corpse still at body temperature and blood was still flowing. Wouldn't the fake death scene be completely exposed? With Lu Ming's cunning, he might be able to find an excuse to get away with it. How can this be possible? At this time, Wang Suehua spoke again. She wiped her tears, her voice a little anxious. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. Since you have already seen the body, I will contact the funeral service agency as soon as possible and ask them to help transport my son back to his hometown. My hometown is still waiting to hold a funeral, and it won't be good if it's delayed for too long. As she spoke, she secretly observed Guba's expression, fearing that he would do something weird again. Zhang Mang also nodded repeatedly and joined in. Yes, the weather is getting hotter and hotter, and the body will spoil if left for too long, so it would be better to transport it back for cremation as soon as possible. I don't know when the effect of the fake death drug will wear off. In order to avoid any further complications, the corpse must be transported away as soon as possible to avoid any problems along the way. Hearing this, Ji Yunanua took one last look at her husband, her eyes filled with reluctance and grief, but still with tears in his eyes. He nodded with a choked voice. Okay, let's do as you say. I want to fulfill Amin's final wish to return to his hometown and send him home properly. Guba did not object this time, but simply said okay. Send your son-in-law back to his hometown as soon as possible so that he can rest assured. However, remember to find a reliable funeral company and don't let my son-in-law suffer any injustice. Forget it, I'll contact them myself. I have connections and can find the best funeral company. Wang Suewa's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Of course she was willing to do it as long as she didn't have to spend her own money. There was a hint of impatience in his tone as he urged, really, father-in-law. Thank you so much. Our hometown is not far from here. We can get there in a day. If you send someone to take it away now, we can send it back home tomorrow morning. My father-in-law and Amin's uncles will naturally arrange his funeral. After Nan Yen adjusts her mood in the next 2 days, I will take you back to my hometown for a feast. Guba said him and said nothing more. Half an hour later, a white van stopped downstairs of the hospital. A bald driver came down with a cigarette in his mouth and a receipt in his hand, and walked straight into the morgue. Who is Lu Ming's family member? Sign it, and we'll leave once the money arrives. Wang Suehua quickly stepped forward to sign, and secretly gave the driver a red envelope, whispering, "Excuse me, master. Please be careful on the road." The driver weighed the red envelope and grinned. "Don't worry, I've been doing this for over 10 years, I'll make sure you get there safely." Then he called out, and several more workers came in carrying a stretcher. They carefully lifted Lu Ming's corpse up, covered it with a white cloth, and hurried downstairs. The group watched the stretcher being loaded onto the van, and then watched the van drive away until its taillights completely disappeared. Gu Nanyan finally couldn't help crying out loud, aiming, "Have a safe journey." Seeing this, Lin Wanqing and her son hurried forward to comfort her with concern. Wang Suehua and others stood at the back, with relieved smiles on their faces. As long as Lu Ming is transported back to the countryside safely, his grandfather will help arrange everything. No matter how powerful Guba is, he can't do anything about it. After she was completely at ease, Wang Suehua and the others came forward and pretended to comfort Gu Nanyan. "Nanyan, don't be too sad. Mom, let me take you home to rest. You're so weak." Zhang Meng also followed suit. "Yes. Nanyan. If you collapse, Lu Ming's spirit in heaven will definitely blame himself." Suddenly, Guba interrupted, "Listen to me first." Everyone looked at him. Wang Suehua and the others suddenly felt nervous, wondering what kind of thing he was planning to do next. Ji Yuba just pointed at the sky outside and said calmly, "It's almost noon, you must be hungry. I'm going downstairs to get some lunch. What do you want to eat?" Lin Wanqing was stunned. "No, we don't have much appetite, you have to eat even if you don't have an appetite." Guba interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for questioning. "Man is iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. Especially Nan Yen, you must eat well and take care of your health now. Tell me, what do you want to eat? There's a Cantonese restaurant, a Sichuan restaurant, and a seafood restaurant downstairs. Order whatever you want." Wang Suehua and Zhang Dashan looked at each other, each making their own plans. Anyway, it's Guba's money that's being spent, based on the principle of not eating it if you don't want to, and not taking advantage of a good deal if you are a bastard. Zhang Dashan coughed and pretended to be polite. "Don't spend too much, we can just eat something simple, but Nan Yen has been feeling weak lately, so she needs to eat something good to replenish herself. How about we order a seafood platter and some Buddha jumps over the wall?" Wang Suehua also nodded, and said greedily, "Yes. And order some bird's nest soup for Nan Yen to replenish her energy and blood. We old couple just want any bowl of noodles. We're not picky." Having said that, but given Gu Nanua's current condition, there's a 99% chance that these good things will end up in the stomachs of the old couple. Looking at the ugly appearance of the couple who were so hungry that they ate anything. Ji Yuba sneered in his heart, but remained calm on the surface, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's do as you say. You wait here, I'll go buy it." After leaving the hospital, Guba did not walk towards the restaurant, but turned into a secluded street. The black Maybach just stopped not far away. The bald driver of a white van got out of the car and ran over with a flattering smile on his face. "Mr. Gu, do you have any other instructions?" I was halfway there when I got your message and immediately turned around and came back. The bald driver rubbed his hands, a flattering smile on his face. This is a big customer, and the fee he paid this time is 3 times the market price. That he naturally had to treat this god of wealth well. Perhaps there would be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Guba pushed open the car door, and his aura made the driver subconsciously straighten his back. I don't have any instructions, I just want to personally send my son-in-law off. Also, it's too hot. If the body is left out for too long, it will start to stink. It's better to cremate it first. You can take the ashes with you on the road and save yourself the trouble. Guba pointed to the van's compartment and spoke in a calm but unquestionable fatherly tone. Cremation? The bald driver was stunned for a moment, then reacted, the customer is God, and we have to do whatever God says. And no matter whether it is a corpse or ashes, as long as there is money to be made, anything is fine. What's more, sending a jar of ashes is much more convenient than sending a corpse, and it is also more acceptable psychologically. Thinking of this, the bald driver immediately nodded and bowed. You're right. Cremation is great. It's clean and convenient. I know where the nearest crematorium is. It'll only take 10 minutes. Please follow me. Well, lead the way. Guba got into the car first without any nonsense. The black Maybach followed the white van all the way to the crematorium. Arriving at the crematorium, there was already a long line at the door. The long line was like a winding snake, with no end in sight. Black and white wreaths of mourning were piled at the door, and cries of grief were heard one after another. Guba opened the car door and looked at the endless crowd. He frowned and couldn't help sighing. People have to queue up when they are alive, and I didn't expect that they have to queue up after they die. However, despite his emotion, he didn't have the patience to wait here. He walked straight to the front of the line and stood in front of a burly man with a fierce look on his face. The burly man was wearing black mourning clothes and a black armband. It was obvious that he had just lost a loved one, and his face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Brother! I'm in a hurry, can you let me fuck your mom? Guba's tone was not polite, but more like a notice. Dad's way is boundless. The burly man raised his head suddenly, the anger in his eyes almost bursting out. What the hell did you say? Can't you see I'm seeing my mother off for the last time? Still want to fuck my mom? Believe it or not, I'll fuck your XXXXXX right now. Faced with the strong man's screams, Guba was not angry. He just took out a wad of banknotes from his inner pocket, about 10,000 yuan, and handed it to the strong man. This is a small token of my appreciation, a tribute to your mother. Let me fuck you, and the money is yours. Fuck. What the hell do you mean? You want to humiliate me with money? The burly man waved the bills away and roared. My mother cannot be measured by money. Guba raised his eyebrows, took out 2 more stacks of banknotes and stacked them on top of the first stack. 30,000. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. My time is limited, so you better think it over. Or just name a number yourself. Looking at the 3 stacks of banknotes in front of him, the strong man's Adam's apple rolled. You can get 30,000 yuan by cutting in line. This seems to be a good deal, but with so many people watching behind him, he felt a little embarrassed and was hesitant. Guba didn't have that much time to waste with him, and threw another 3 stacks of banknotes at the big man's face, urged, hurry up and let me fuck your mom, I'm in a hurry. Don't dilly-dally. Bad temper. Banknotes were scattered all over the floor. The red banknotes are particularly eye-catching next to the black mourning clothes. The big man's defense was completely broken. The anger on his face instantly turned into a flattering smile. Okay. Please go first. My mother is always willing to help others. She will definitely give way to you first. He silently apologized to his mother in his heart. It's not that the son has no principles. Just giving up a seat would earn him 60,000 yuan, which was equivalent to his annual salary. The temptation was too great, and he couldn't resist it. At worst, I can burn some paper money for my mother during festivals to make amends. Dad's value is +5, +5, +5, +5, +5, +5. At this time, everyone queuing around was stunned. I didn't expect that there would be people who paid money to cut in line at the crematorium, and it cost 60,000 at once. Not really. Brother, are people really that competitive these days? They're even fighting for time like cremation. I'm so desperate. The best book title came out last night, and the most popular one among readers is actually the original title? Crying to Death. This means that the potential of this book is just like this, there is no hope at all. I will persevere this month for the sake of perfect attendance, but next month. I'm not sure if I can continue, check it out at the end of the month. Ask for free gifts. Guys, this book may be discontinued at any time, so read it and cherish it. Brothers who have time can help me post some books, thank you. Thanks, Omega, please come and save me. Chapter 77, The Wrath of the Overbearing Boss. Burning the son-in-law, pretending to die and becoming real. Please give me a gift, Dad. After successfully jumping the queue, Guba personally pushed the coffin carrying his son-in-law Lu Ming and strode towards the crematorium. The corners of the black suit fluttered in the wind. Each step he took was extremely steady and powerful, as if he was not walking in a crematorium. Instead, he stood on the supreme throne, controlling the power of life and death. Just like an emperor in the world who controlled life and death, boundless dominance. The family members queuing for cremation were all intimidated by Guba's aura and consciously made way for him. His eyes followed closely the man with a sullen look on his face. Fuck. I've seen family members clinging to the coffin, refusing to allow cremation. I've never seen anyone complain about the cremation process being too slow and wanting it to be cremated as soon as possible. Isn't this too much of a daredevil? He's so arrogant just to cut in line and casually spend 60,000? Who is this man? He is so domineering and acts so arrogantly. I've never seen anything like this before. Is his son-in-law in here? Do they have a grudge against each other? I wish I could grind him to dust a second earlier. What grudge? From what I can see, it's clearly love. The father-in-law feels sorry for his son-in-law and wants him to reach paradise sooner rather than later. That's why he's so eager to cut in line. I see. I'm so jealous. Why haven't I met such a good father-in-law? Ignoring the whispers of the ants around him, Guba pushed open the heavy iron door of the crematorium with one hand. A gust of hot wind blew, and the corners of the black suit fluttered in the wind, like the spread wings of the god of death. The stainless steel coffin glowed coldly under the light in the crematorium. There was also a black and white photo of Lu Ming on it. That face was smiling brightly, forming a sharp contrast with the solemn atmosphere in the room. 2 minutes and a half later, the staff had just placed the coffin on the conveyor belt and reached out to press the start button to prepare for cremation. Guba frowned and stopped him with a low shout. Wait. The sound echoed in the crematorium like a loud bell, frightening the staff so much that they trembled all over. Sir, do you have any other instructions? He stopped immediately with a smile on his face. This is my son-in-law. I want to send him off personally. Give me another 10 minutes so I can have a final heart-to-heart talk with him. Guba stared at the staff with a stern look in his eyes, his tone leaving no room for question. Hearing this, the staff member looked embarrassed and rubbed his hands and said, Sir, there's a long line behind here. It would be hard to explain if we were delayed too long. You're making it difficult for me. It's against the rules. Guba raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, and took out several bundles of 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Bang. 3 stacks of banknotes were slapped directly on the console. Are these rules enough? Looking at the thick stack of banknotes, the staff's eyes lit up instantly. The embarrassment on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a face full of flattery and compliments. Enough. That's enough. He grabbed the money and stuffed it into his pocket, his expression changing faster than turning the pages of a book. Sir, your son-in-law is so lucky to have a father-in-law like you who values love and loyalty. If you have anything to say, feel free to talk to your son-in-law and chat as much as you want. After saying that, he pointed to the red button on the console in a flattering manner, added, after you finish talking to your son-in-law, just press this button and the conveyor belt will automatically send the coffin into the crematorium. The temperature is 1200 degrees, ensuring a clean burn. No residue left. Guba responded without even giving any extra glances. Go away. The staff immediately pocketed the money and happily retreated, not forgetting to close the door before leaving. In an instant, the crematorium became quiet, with only the hum of the exhaust fan as the sound. Guba walked slowly around the coffin, his leather shoes making crisp sounds on the metal floor. Tick, tick, tick. The footsteps were particularly clear in the confined space, like the second hand of a countdown. When he reached the side of the coffin, Guba suddenly stopped. He leaned over the coffin, his fingertips running over a row of barely perceptible holes, each about 2 millimeters in diameter, evenly spaced around the circumference. Ventilation hole? Guba sneered, that's quite thoughtful. These small holes are obviously carefully designed. It will not arouse suspicion and can ensure that the corpse in the coffin will not suffocate to death during long-distance transportation. When we arrive in the countryside tomorrow, Lu's relatives will naturally open the coffin and bury the body. Then the fake death and resurrection will be perfect. Pity. Guba stood up and slowly unbuttoned his suit. You met me. At this moment, the most frightened person was Lu Ming in the coffin. Although he was injected with a drug that caused him to appear dead, he did not lose consciousness and was still able to sense the movements around him. At first, when he heard Gu Nanyan and the others crying beside him, he knew, this is a sure thing. The plan went smoothly. All he had to do now was wait for the effects of the drug to wear off. When he opened his eyes again, he would be back home. With a loan of several million, it would be enough for him to start a brand new life. Unfortunately, ideas are beautiful, but reality is cruel. When Guba's voice sounded, he was stunned. Father-in-law, where did my father-in-law come from? Didn't that woman say she came from a single-parent family? Her father died a long time ago. Although it is not clear what happened, it is not serious and does not affect the progress of the plan. That's what he thought at first. But who knew that what happened next would be completely beyond his expectations? His father-in-law howled like a ghost, grabbed his collar, and gave him a series of fatal beatings, which almost killed him with pain. This fake death drug not only failed to block his sense of pain, instead, it increased his pain. Tenfold for every dabadoo that Guba suffered, he endured 10 times the pain and humiliation, you bastard. How dare you slap me in the face? Even my parents have never hit me. What gives you the right? Not only will I kill your daughter, I'll also force your entire family into ruin due to loan sharking. Just wait. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold tomorrow. And Gu Nanyan, you bitch. You watched your husband being beaten. And you remained indifferent, not even saying anything to stop it. Bitch. Smelly bitch. In the dark space of consciousness, Lu Ming cursed like crazy, wishing he could skin and tear apart Guba's family. The most amazing thing is, not only did the other party beat and scold him, but he also acted like a lunatic and frantically ordered him to get up. Damn. Madman, I am a corpse. How could someone say something as crazy as making a corpse rise? If only it were this, when Lu Ming heard that Guba took the initiative to donate his organs, he was really shocked. He wanted to jump up and slap Guba hard, too. Fuck dish fuck. You bastard. Who asked you to come here and make decisions for me? Only a fool would donate organs. Even if my organs rot and burn, they won't be given away to others. What are you talking about? Do good deeds for me. Make my light shine. Screw you. Dad. Mom, please don't do anything stupid. Your son's life is at stake. Lu Ming was terrified and screamed in his heart. Fortunately, Gu Nanyue finally spoke up and stopped her neurotic father-in-law. But it's worth his occasional brainwashing. Yes, as early as the day the plan was made, Lu Ming often pretended to be inadvertent and mentioned his wish to return home in glory in front of Gu Nanyan. Now it finally comes in handy. This stupid woman is finally of some use. After that, everything went as planned. Lu Ming felt himself being put into a specially made coffin. The van started shaking, feeling proud inside. As long as he waited for the car to return to the countryside, the effect of his fake death drug would almost wear off. When he opens his eyes again, he will be able to embrace his real wife and children and live a happy and fulfilling life. Just as Lu Ming was immersed in his beautiful vision of the future, something strange happened. He was actually intercepted by someone. At first he didn't realize the seriousness of the problem and thought Guba wanted to tell the driver something. But when Lu Ming heard that the other party wanted to cremate him and send his ashes back to the countryside, he felt terrible and panicked. Fuck you. What the hell is this guy doing? Why do you have to meddle in my business? Why don't you just send me back to the countryside? Are you sick? No. Are you serious? Help. Ah, Mom and Dad, save me. I'm not dead yet. Help. Rumble. When Lu Ming noticed the van starting, he was completely frightened and frantically called for help in his heart, but the body is still unable to move, and can only let the god of death send him to the crematorium. Time goes back to the present. Lu Ming only felt that the temperature of his whole body was rising rapidly. The hot breath seeped in through the cracks in the coffin, as if countless tiny tongues of fire were licking his skin. He knew that he had been pushed into the crematorium, and his heart was filled with despair. The wailing sound echoed in the dark space of consciousness, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. Help! Someone, please save me. I don't want to die. He screamed in his heart at the top of his lungs. Every thought is filled with endless fear and despair. When he thought about being burned to death, Lu Ming prayed frantically in his heart that someone would come to save him. The desire to survive was like a surging tide, wave after wave, impacting his sanity. I don't know if it's the strong desire to survive, or if the effect of the suspended animation drug is about to wear off. Lu Ming gradually felt that he was regaining control of his body. That subtle perception was like a ray of light suddenly appearing in the darkness, making him ecstatic. He prayed frantically, hoping that Guba would push him into the crematorium slowly, as if time could stop for him if he prayed sincerely enough. Right now, the man in the coffin had long lost the high spirits he had not long ago, and his heart was filled with only deep-rooted fear. My good son-in-law. Stop pretending. I know you're faking your death. Just then, Guba's voice suddenly rang out, cold as ice, penetrating through the small hole in the coffin and striking his eardrum with precision. Boom! This sentence was like a thunderclap, making Lu Ming's mind go blank. He gritted his teeth and forgot to breathe. What's going on? How could the other party know? Who was this father-in-law who suddenly appeared? Guba seemed to see through his shock and continued to speak, his tone full of sarcasm. Your little cleverness can only deceive my love-starved daughter. Don't think I don't know. You're keeping that Mistress Zhang Mang and even have an illegitimate child with her. And you're trying to fake your own death to get my daughter back? You're so cruel. You let Zhang Mang issue you a death certificate, took away all your savings, and left my daughter with tens of millions in debt, playing her for a fool. Lu Ming. How dare you? You are such a complete and utter piece of trash. My daughter loves you so much. She follows you wholeheartedly, washes clothes, cooks for you, and takes care of you. And you're just thinking of faking your own death and letting her take the brunt of it all? Guba's voice suddenly rose, filled with rage. Are you worthy? Lu Ming in the coffin was completely panicked, and all the hairs on his body stood up. He was completely unable to understand what was happening and even suspected that he was dreaming. Just because the other party knows too much, not only did they know that he faked his death, they also knew that Zhang Mang and he had an illegitimate child, and they even knew that he left behind tens of millions in debt. Who is he? How could that stupid woman Gu Nanyan have such an awesome father with all the means? The other party knew so much. Had they been targeting me for a long time? All kinds of doubts filled Lu Ming's mind like a tangled mess, making him terrified. Of course, there is more fear. This man came to avenge his daughter. In other words, he is here to take my life. Do you think you can enjoy a good life just by returning to the countryside? Guba sneered. Dream on. Don't you like playing dead? I'll send you to be cremated today, so that your fake death can become real death. I wonder what your parents will think when they see the ashes. What kind of expression would that be? He. The deep laughter echoed in the crematorium, like a call from hell. Then, Guba no longer hesitated and pressed the red button directly. A rumble. Soon, the conveyor belt began to move slowly. No! Lu Ming screamed wildly in his heart, and fear overwhelmed him like a tide. He wanted to refute, to explain, to beg for mercy, but his body was still unable to move, and he could only let Guba's words break down his psychological defenses bit by bit. No! I don't want to die. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt his little finger move. It really moved. The effect of the fake death drug is wearing off. The control of my body is coming back little by little. Lu Ming was ecstatic. He can survive. He wants to live, damn it. Married for 2 years and no kids. I checked and it turned out to be my low energy level, being a full-time writer, staying up late, sitting for long periods of time, masturbating, and other factors. In a few days, my mother is going to force us to have IVF. I am so tired, asking for a gift from my dad. Does anyone know how much IVF costs? I'm worried. Chapter 78. Lu Ming was cremated alive. Real despair, cremation chamber. I felt that control of my body was gradually coming back. Lu Ming was overjoyed, as if he had grabbed the last straw. He concentrated his mind desperately, mobilizing all his strength, first his fingers, then his wrists, and then his arms. Every time he regained a bit of consciousness, he had a little more hope of survival. As long as his strength can be restored to a certain level, he can push open the coffin. He can escape. He can survive, but Guba didn't give him any time at all. I hope you can hear me. Enjoy these last few minutes and feel the cremation of your own despair. As soon as he finished speaking, Guba pressed the button and the conveyor belt began to move slowly. Boom! The gate of the crematorium rose automatically, and a wave of hot air rushed out instantly. Even through the coffin, Lu Ming could feel the temperature rising rapidly. No! The strong desire to survive finally allowed Lu Ming to break free from the constraints of the fake death drug and suddenly open his eyes, but all I could see was a pitch-black coffin. The pungent smell of smoke lingered in my nose, and the roar of the conveyor belt filled my ears. He could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the scorching crematorium. No! He doesn't want to die. Lu Ming struggled frantically and finally managed to control his vocal cords. Help! I'm still alive! He roared with all his might, his voice as hoarse as a broken gong, but it seemed particularly weak due to the long period of suspended animation. I heard some movement coming from the coffin. Guba raised his eyebrows and walked back to the coffin with interest. Awake? That's better. Let you feel the sensation of being cremated while awake, and watch yourself burn with your own eyes, so that you can justify what you did to Nan Yen. He leaned close to the coffin, listening to the cries for help coming from inside, like a patient hunter enjoying the prey's final struggle. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Father-in-law. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I will treat Nan Yen well from now on. I swear. Let me go. Please. Let me out now. I will definitely treat Nan Yen well in the future. I will pay back all my debts. I will sever ties with Zhang Meng. Please let me out. Turn off the crematorium. Please. I don't want to die. Lu Ming's voice gradually became clearer. He banged on the coffin frantically, and several of his fingernails were broken off. It's too late. Guba's voice was calm as he sneered. The damage you've done to Nan Yen can't be undone by a simple wrong. Besides, you don't know you're wrong. You know you're going to be burned to ashes. Buzz buzz buzz, the conveyor belt had already traveled halfway, and the coffin was getting closer and closer to the crematorium. The scorching airwaves came in through the small holes in the coffin, burning Lu Ming's skin. He could even vaguely see the dancing flames in the crematorium outside, the color of death. I'm your son-in-law. Nan Yan's husband. You can't do this to me. This is against the law. I can turn myself in. You can also call the police and arrest me. Father-in-law. You are committing murder. You are committing a crime. Help. Aha. Someone please save me. Lu Ming hysterically slammed the coffin wall, trying to intimidate Guba with the law. Unfortunately, it's useless. Is it illegal? Guba said with disdain. When you faked your own death to trick my daughter, why didn't you consider that you were breaking the law? Besides, when I, Guba, do something, I only consider whether it is right or wrong according to my conscience. You hurt my daughter, so I'll make you pay with your life. It's only right. Besides, how could I murder you? You were already dead, and it was your lover who personally issued the death certificate. I'm just helping with the cremation. It would be a waste if you died, he he he. Lu Ming. Devil. This devil. Guba walked to the crematorium, watching the coffin being carried in little by little, his voice as cold as ice. In your next life, remember to be a good person. 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters, the crematorium was so close that the high temperature had already caused the inner walls of the coffin to begin to heat up. When Lu Ming's skin touched the metal, blisters immediately formed. Ah! He screamed like a pig being slaughtered and begged for mercy frantically. Father-in-law. Please let me go. Nan Yen loved me so much, and you killed me. She will definitely not forgive you when she finds out. Guba's eyes suddenly turned cold. Are you worthy of mentioning her? Bang! He kicked the coffin hard, speeding up the conveyor belt. You talk too much nonsense. Go to hell. You worthless piece of shit. As the half coffin entered the crematorium, Lu Ming's screams and curses mixed with the sizzling sound of burning flesh. No. Guba. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. You bastard. I curse you. Lu Ming shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with fear and despair. Die in this hot crematorium, it seems so weak and powerless. As the saying goes, frowny face. When people are faced with life and death, their potential for explosive growth is limitless. At the last moment, Lu Ming suddenly burst out with amazing strength and pushed up the coffin lid. A face, red from the high temperature, poked out, and the hair had begun to burn out. He frantically scratched at the edge of the coffin, his fingernails all turned up, and stretched out his red-hot hands towards Guba, who was not far away. Save me. Guba stood there and watched coldly as the firelight reflected on his angular face, outlining a devilish outline. Please, please. Gradually, Lu Ming's pupils began to dilate and his outstretched arms drooped weakly. Bang, the coffin lid fell again, and the entire coffin slid completely into the furnace, completely engulfed by the flames. Guba stood there, watching the flames dancing in the furnace, his eyes clear of any emotion. This is just the beginning. Wang Suiwa, Zhang Dashan, Zhang Meng. He will not let any of those who have hurt his daughter go. Life is short, so cherish every moment. Everyone should cherish every day. Chapter 79. Your son-in-law burned it very cleanly, without leaving any residue. Please ask for a gift from Dad. Squeak. The door to the crematorium was pushed open, and the staff member who had previously received the money poked his head in, a look of confusion on his face. Mr. Gu, I was outside just now and I thought I heard a scream. He was smoking in the corridor just now and vaguely heard strange noises coming from inside, but he didn't dare to ask more questions. It was not until now that he mustered up the courage to come in and confirm. Guba didn't even raise his eyelids. His tone was as flat as if he was talking about the weather. You heard wrong. It's just me and my son-in-law here. He pointed to the crematorium and explained, during cremation, the sound of bones cracking inevitably sounds like a person screaming. That's the sound you heard. The staff was skeptical and scanned the crematorium room, but found nothing wrong. In the crematorium, apart from Guba, there were only running machines, and the floor was so clean that there was not even a speck of dust. What was unusual, he scratched his head and muttered to himself, for Mr. Gu is the only one here, and he said he's gone. There's no way the sound came from a cremated corpse, right? As soon as this thought came to mind, the staff couldn't help but shudder. He would rather believe Guba's words. After all, bones do occasionally burst due to heat in the crematorium, and the sound is really scary. After thinking about it, he felt that he was overthinking it, so he smiled awkwardly and said, maybe I misheard, Mr. Gu, please don't mind. It's mainly because there are too many people today and it's a bit chaotic. He was afraid that Guba would be unhappy, so he quickly changed the subject and said attentively, by the way, Mr. Gu, we'll have to wait about half an hour before the ashes can be taken out. If you're tired, there's a lounge outside. No need. Guba refused bluntly, I'll wait here. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the staff, but just stood there quietly, staring at the crematorium with cold eyes, as if he wanted to see through the flames in the furnace. The staff didn't dare to persuade him any further, and retreated with a nod and a bow, still feeling emotional in their hearts. Mr. Gu really cares about his son-in-law and even personally oversees his cremation. It's rare to find a father-in-law who is so loyal and righteous these days. Half an hour later, the gate of the crematorium slowly opened, and a stream of hot air with a burnt smell gushed out. The staff, wearing heat-insulating gloves, handed a black urn to Guba. Mr. Gu, your son-in-law's ashes are all here. Don't worry. It burns very cleanly, without any residue left. Guba nodded, and his fingers trembled slightly when he took the urn. It's not because of sadness, but because of uncontrollable excitement. This beast who almost ruined his daughter's life finally turned into a handful of ashes. Ah. Mr. Gu, I accept your condolences. Life is unpredictable, it's all about the ups and downs. Don't be too sad, just look at it with a more positive attitude. The staff looked at Guba taking the urn and couldn't help but sigh and comfort him. Thanks. Guba whispered, his tone just the right amount of heaviness. The staff looked at his complicated expression and were confused for a moment. Doesn't the father-in-law look grief-stricken? But there's also a hint of relief in his eyes. Is it a relief? The hand holding the urn is so solemn, so weird. Outside the crematorium, the white van was still parked quietly at the gate. The bald driver was leaning against the car door, smoking leisurely. Seeing Guba coming out, he quickly threw away his cigarette but walked up to him quickly and said with a warm smile on his face, Boss. Are you done? The driver rubbed his hands and glanced at the urn. Guba stopped and deliberately hugged the urn tighter, with just the right amount of sadness on his face. He instantly entered the state, his eyes turned red, his mouth was tightly pursed, and even his voice was a little hoarse. My son-in-law, he passed away so suddenly. He handed over the urn with trembling hands, as if he was handing over some rare treasure. His greatest wish before his death was to be buried in the ancestral tomb in his hometown. You must help him fulfill this wish and don't let him leave with uneasy feelings. The sorrowful tone was as if he really was the good Chinese father-in-law who loved his son-in-law deeply and was heartbroken. The bald driver was touched by Guba's sincere expression. He has been in this line of work for more than 10 years and has seen a lot of intrigues among family members. This is the first time he has seen a father-in-law like Guba who cares so much about his son-in-law. The driver solemnly took the urn, held it in his arms and promised, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely deliver the ashes myself, and I guarantee there won't be any mistakes. Your son-in-law can rest in peace in his grave knowing that a father-in-law like you cares about him." Upon hearing this, Guba was deeply saddened and waved his hand and said, No, this is what I should do." Then he took out a wad of bills from his pocket, about 5,000 yuan, and handed it to the driver. "You've worked hard on the journey. Use this money to buy cigarettes. If you get tired of driving, just find a hotel and stay there. Don't put yourself in a difficult position." "Boss, how can I accept this?" The driver's eyes lit up, but he still pretended to refuse. "You've already paid me so much, why, can't I use it?" "I can't use it." Guba frowned and pretended to be angry. "Just take it if you're told to. Don't be polite to me. There's no reason for me, Guba, to take back the money I gave away. This is also the merit you have accumulated for helping my son-in-law. You helped him on his last journey, so you deserve it." The father's angry attitude made the driver dare not refuse anymore. "I had no choice but to accept the money with many thanks, and patted my chest and promised loudly, 'Thank you, boss. You are such a kind person. Boss, don't worry. I promise, as long as the body is there, the ashes will be there. I will personally deliver your son-in-law's ashes to his hometown. If anything goes wrong, you will hold me responsible.'" Guba patted the driver's shoulder with satisfaction and said with relief, "Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Be careful on the road. Bon voyage." Then he watched the driver carefully place the urn into the back of the van. During this period, he was not only wrapped in a blanket, but also secured with a safety belt to prevent him from being bumped or hurt. This level of attention is as if transporting a national treasure. Rumbled, "Boss, I'm leaving." After the bald driver started the van and left, Guba slowly put away the sadness on his face and his eyes became cold again. He took out his cell phone and called his assistant. "I'll give you an address. That's where all the money Lu Ming borrowed is hidden. Transfer it all away." "Yes, President." Lin Zhou's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Guba hung up the phone and watched the taillights of the van disappear at the intersection, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In order to avoid having his funds frozen, Lu Ming converted all the money in his account into cash and hid it, waiting to withdraw it after successfully faking his death. Unfortunately, he will not have a future. This secret fund will also be fully accepted by me. I have made an appointment to see the doctor on the 26th to ask about in vitro fertilization. Wish me good luck. I heard that it would cost at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. I'm so exhausted. It will take me several months of royalties to earn back this. The royalties from this book last month were only over 1,000 yuan, and half of it came from gifts from my brothers. I made about 3,000 yuan in the first 2 or 3 months after publishing the book, most of which was due to the support of my brothers, otherwise it would have been just over 1,000 yuan. Thank you to all the brothers who gave me tips. Without your support, I only made more than 600 yuan last month. The gifts and tips I received are more than what the website gave me. It's difficult to be a full-time author who relies on royalties. If nothing unexpected happens, I should start a new book next month, and this book will probably be updated less. There is no other way, otherwise I can't support the family. My wife works in a factory and earns 3,900 yuan a month, plus 4,000 yuan for full attendance. Luckily I've saved some money over the years, so I'll just have to get through this month first. I'll take it one step at a time and try to update as often as possible. Brothers who have time, please give me some free gifts. Thanks, Omega. Chapter 80. The domineering boss leads his family of 3 back to the villa. On a bench in the hospital lobby, Ji Yunanue sat curled up, her eyes still red and swollen. His fingertips unconsciously stroked the corner of his clothes, and his eyes stared at the ground blankly. The scene of Lu Ming's departure kept replaying in her mind. Her heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and even breathing was painful. Lin Wanqing sat beside her, patting her back gently, her voice gentle but distressed. "Nan Yen, would you like something to eat? You haven't eaten since this morning. You're going to collapse." Gu Beichen also echoed, "Sister, Mom is right. Even if not for yourself, you have to eat well. If my brother-in-law knew you were like this, he would definitely feel bad." Gu Nanyan shook her head, her voice hoarse. Mom, I feel so upset, I can't eat. Her mind was now filled with Lu Ming's last peaceful appearance, so she had no appetite at all. Not far away, after Wang Suihua hung up the phone, a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum instantly bloomed on her face. She leaned close to Zhang Dashan's ear with a beaming expression, lowering her voice but unable to conceal her excitement. Old man, I've already told Dad about my son's journey. Dad said he'll go and bury the body himself tomorrow morning and make sure no one will notice any flaws. When Zhang Dashan heard this, his tense nerves instantly relaxed and he breathed a sigh of relief. He grinned triumphantly and said, I'm rich now. The money my son took away must be at least 6 or 7 million, right? We'll never have to worry about food and drink again. Wang Suihua also grinned, her face full of greed. My son has made plans. When he comes back to life with a new look, he'll take the money and go live somewhere else. Then we'll go enjoy the good life, eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Gu Nanyan is that idiot. She thought our son was really exhausted and that we could not only get her money for free, but also have her provide for us in our old age. Ha ha. Ming is still smart. It's worth all the effort I put into this play. With these millions in hand, we won't have to worry about our next life. This deal is worth it. It's worth all the effort we put in. The couple looked confident of victory and were full of hope for the future. This time, Zhang Meng suddenly walked over and saw the old couple with smug faces, whispering to each other. His brows instantly wrinkled into the shape of the Chinese character. He quickly stepped forward and reminded in a low voice, Dad. Mom. Calm down a bit. Didn't you see Gu Nanyan and the others were over there? If they find out something's wrong, all our efforts will be wasted. Hearing this, although Wang Suihua didn't take it seriously, she felt that Zhang Meng was making a big deal out of nothing. With the intelligence of Gu Nanyua's family, how could they possibly discover such a perfect fake death plan? But considering that it's better to be safe than sorry, he had no choice but to shut up and put on a sad face again. I know. Do you think we want to? Isn't this so joyful? Zhang Dashan also nodded, but he couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. Just then, Gu Ba came over carrying a few exquisite food boxes. His black suit was meticulously dressed, and he had a hint of worldly air about him, but he didn't look disheveled at all. Of the food boxes, a custom-made one for a Cantonese restaurant, with a gold-plated logo printed on it, and it looks very valuable. Wang Suihua and Zhang Dashan's attention was instantly attracted by the food box, and their stomachs began to growl. Unconsciously, they have been busy acting since this morning and haven't eaten anything yet. The two men rushed forward with fake smiles on their faces, like hungry wolves seeing their prey. While greeting, he also reached out to take the lunchbox. Father-in-law, you're back. Thank you for your hard work in buying so many delicious foods. Leave it to me. Gu Ba didn't even raise his eyelids, ignored them, and went straight to his daughter Gu Nanyua. He placed the lunchbox on the table next to the bench, gently opened it, and an enticing aroma instantly filled the air. Inside are carefully matched dishes of braised fishmaw chicken, abalone rice, crab meat dumplings. There was also a bowl of chilled bird's nest, which was what Gu Nanyua usually liked to eat and was also a good product for replenishing qi and blood. Eat? Gu Ba's voice still carried the unquestionable tone of a father. He picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful of fishmaw chicken soup, and handed it to Gu Nanyua's mouth. I asked the doctor, this soup is good for your health. Gu Nanyan looked at the soup that was handed to her mouth, shook her head, and said weakly, I have no appetite, I really can't eat. You have to eat even if you can't eat it. Gu Ba frowned, but his tone softened a bit, and he advised from a different angle. If you collapse, who will help Lu Ming fulfill his wish? Who will take care of your parents-in-law for him? These words perfectly hit Gu Nanyua's soft spot. She hesitated for a moment, then opened her mouth and took a sip of the soup. The chicken soup was rich and mellow, the fish maw was soft and chewy, and the warm soup slid into her stomach, actually relaxing her tense nerves a little. Eat some more. Gu Ba scooped another spoonful of rice with abalone sauce and handed it to her. Gu Nanyua originally wanted to eat only one bite, but the aroma of the abalone sauce was so tempting, and she was really hungry, so she ate half a bowl without realizing it. The more she ate, the more her appetite developed. In the end, she even picked up the chopsticks and started eating the crab meat dumplings. On the side, Wang Suihua and Zhang Dashan watched with their mouths watering, their eyes fixed on the food on the table, cursing Gu Ba in their hearts. With so many good things, they only gave them to Gu Nanyan, a money loser, and didn't even think of sharing some with the old couple? How selfish and stingy, but due to their pampered daughter-in-law personality, they couldn't take the initiative to ask for it. They could only watch helplessly, and their stomachs growled even louder. Gu Ba saw all of this and sneered, but ignored them. He just focused on watching Gu Nanyua eat and picked up some food for her from time to time. Just as Gu Nanyan was venting her sadness with food, Gu Ba took the time to look at Lin Wanqing beside him, his tone calm but with a hint of seriousness. During this time, let Nanyan move in and live with us. She's in such a bad state now, I don't feel comfortable letting her live alone. What if I suddenly feel depressed? Lin Wanqing nodded. She had already had this idea. How could she bear to let her daughter leave alone in her current condition? There's just one problem right now. She looked at Gu Ba with some entanglement, hesitated for a moment and said there aren't enough rooms at home. Why don't you just move out? Gu Ba raised his eyebrows, a dangerous look in his eyes, and stared at Lin Wanqing closely. Said unhappily, a move. Of course we have to move. But it's not me who's moving. You're all going to move back to Goose Manor together. I haven't been back for 3 years. It's time to go home. My villa is so big, it's more than enough for the three of you to live in. Lin Wanqing was completely stunned. Go back to your place? But she subconsciously wanted to refuse. The villa carried too many bad memories, and she and Gu Ba were about to divorce. What would be the point of moving back there? Gu Ba seemed to see through her thoughts, raised his eyebrows, and looked a little unhappy, but he paused, his tone softened, and he decided to appeal to her emotions and reason. Why? Don't want to? If you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about the children, right? The villa has a garden, a study, and dedicated servants. The children living there can have a better environment for study and life. I know you still have some resistance towards me, and I was wrong in the past, but I really want to make it up to you now. Even if you don't accept my kindness, the children are innocent. Are you willing to let them live in a small house and suffer for the rest of their lives? Can you give them the best education possible? Can you empower them when they need help? My wife and children, Gu Ba, deserve the best life. Gu Ba's words were deafening, hitting Lin Wanqing's heart like a heavy hammer. She looked at Gu Nanyue beside her, then at Gu Baichen, and her eyes instantly turned red. She had to admit that her abilities were limited and she couldn't give her children the best life. If they follow Gu Ba, the children will not only be able to live in a big house, but also receive the best education, and their future will be much easier. Lin Wanqing bit her lip, and the defenses in her heart gradually loosened. Let me think about it. Don't think about it. Gu Ba stood up, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable dominance. You guys just move over there later. The villa has been empty for 3 years. It's time for someone to live in it. I'll have the servants clean up the room later. Lin Wanqing was very conflicted when she heard this and had to ask her son for his opinion. Baichen, what do you think? I listened to my mother. Gu Baichen didn't care where he lived, but he had to stay with his mother and sister to prevent them from being bullied. Lin Wanqing pondered for a moment, frowned, looked at her distraught daughter, and finally nodded in agreement. Oh well. She decided to take it one step at a time and move out if she didn't feel comfortable living there anymore. Aside, Wang Suihua and Zhang Dashan were confused and bewildered. Who was the father of my daughter-in-law, the other party's attire, his aura, and the fact that he kept mentioning the villa, and his every move and gesture exuded nobility, made them look nothing like an ordinary family. Lin Wanqing did not hide it and revealed that Gu Ba was a billionaire CEO. What? Wang Suihua's legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. The mineral water in Zhang Dashan's hand fell to the ground with a plop, and he didn't even notice that his trouser legs were wet. A billionaire president? The millions their son swindled away probably wasn't even a fraction of what they had, right? Ouch. Wang Suihua slapped her thigh, feeling extremely regretful. Nan Yan, that kid. Why didn't you tell me earlier? She was so anxious that she stamped her feet, wishing she could call her son right away to revive him. The couple looked at each other, their faces full of regret. If they had known that Gu Nanyue had such a domineering father who was a billionaire CEO, why would they have faked his death? Why are you going through so much trouble to get millions? If you can manage this relationship, not to mention millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions will not be a problem. Wang Suihua cursed her eldest son in her heart. This bastard, he usually thinks he is smart, but he didn't even know the background of the person next to him. If I had known that Gu Nanyan had such a powerful background, I would have tied her up and kept her by my side even if I had to. Now, he leaves his father-in-law who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars behind and goes to fool around with that woman Zhang Meng, and even runs away with a mere few million. He is simply out of his mind. Zhang Dashan regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Just now I thought a few million was a lot and was feeling very proud of myself. Compared to Gu Ba's wealth now, it's nothing but a drop in the bucket. If they could rely on the Gu family, what would the old couple have to worry about for the rest of their lives? Zhang Meng stood aside, digging her nails deep into her palms. She stared at Gu Nanyan's back, her eyes red with jealousy. Why does Gu Nanyan have such a good life? Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a father who was a billionaire CEO. She worked hard to get into medical school, but she's not as good as others in having a good father. So what if I have money? She suppressed the jealousy in her heart and kept comforting herself. Lu Ming loves me. He even has a son with me. He went to great lengths to fake his own death, all for us mother and son. Gu Nanyan is just a fool who was kept in the dark. When it comes to love, she will never be able to compare to me. Lu Ming loves me. At this point, Zhang Meng can only keep using the method of spiritual victory to comfort herself, but when he saw the regretful faces of Wang Suihua and his wife, he was still trembling with anger. Let's go. Gu Ba saw his daughter finished eating and stood up to straighten his suit. Go home and pack your things. He glanced at Lin Wanqing and said, move back home tonight. Gu Nanyue subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he met his father's unquestionable gaze, he nodded silently. She really needs the company of her family now. As soon as the group reached the hospital entrance, Wang Suihua caught up with them. She rubbed her hands together, her face wrinkled with smile. Nanyan, do you need help moving? Mom's coming with you. Gu Ba glanced at him and said, no need. No one else should worry about my daughter's affairs. After saying that, he opened the door of the Maybach and pushed the confused Gu Nanyue in a rumble. Wang Suihua was choked to the point of turning blue, but she didn't dare to react. She could only watch the luxury car drive away. Chapter 81. Daddy comes to visit the whole family, bringing Lin Wanqing, her mother, and her 2 children back to the villa. Ask for a gift from Daddy. A horrifying scene was unfolding in the old residential complex where Gu Nanyue rented a house. Bang, 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 a dozen tattooed men were blocking the corridor. The bald man in the lead was kicking the security door fiercely, cursing, "Pay me back. If you don't pay me back today, I'll break down the door. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in there. Get out now. Damn it. No one has dared to steal my brother Tiger's money." The neighbors were so frightened that they closed their doors and windows. Only one brave woman stuck her head out and shouted, "Stop messing around. If you do this again, I'll call the police." Call the police? The bald man sneered. It's only natural to pay back your debts. Even if the police come, they have to reason with you. Are you close to this family? Then come and pay her back. Seeing a group of social people walking towards her, the woman was startled and immediately retracted her head and closed the door. Just then, the elevator door opened with a ding. As soon as the leader Gu Nanyue showed up, she was recognized by this group of social people, who rushed over and surrounded her. Are you Lu Ming's wife? Your man owes us 3 million in high-interest loans. It's due today. When do you plan to pay it back? The bald man was shaking the IOU in his hand, looking arrogant. Ji Yunanyan was stunned for a moment, subconsciously took a step back, and said in disbelief, "What did you say? 3 million? Impossible. Why would Ming borrow money from a loan shark? Impossible?" The man sneered and handed the IOU to her. Look for yourself. It has Lu Ming's signature and fingerprints written on it, in black and white, and there's even video evidence. Do you still want to deny your debt? Gu Nanyue took the IOU and found that the signature on it was indeed her husband's, and the date was just half a month ago. The bald man even posted a video evidence. On the screen, Lu Ming was reading the loan words to the camera. Frowny face. I, Lu Ming, voluntarily borrow 3 million yuan. The background is their bedroom. Really? It's actually true. Gu Nanyue's mind buzzed and went blank. She couldn't understand why her husband would borrow money from a loan shark. The other party never mentioned it to me? Impossible. Gu Nanyue was at a loss and stumbled back. Why did he borrow so much money? I have to ask you this. The bald man said with a fierce look on his face. He said his wife was pregnant and needed money urgently, so he begged us to lend him the money. Lin Wanqing hurriedly protected her daughter. We can discuss this if we want to. Don't scare my daughter. Negotiate? The bald man kicked over the flower pots in the corridor. Either pay me back today, or you come with us. Gu Baichen quickly took out his cell phone and shouted, "Stop messing around. Or I'll call the police right now." Report it. The bald man was fearless. Pay your debts. It's only right. See who the police arrest. Today was the end of the world for Gu Nanyue. First, her husband passed away, and then she was robbed by a huge loan shark. Her head was dizzy, she felt dizzy, and her voice was trembling. Did you make a mistake? He's gone. Maybe you found the wrong person? The man was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Gone? I don't care whether he is here or not. Even if he dies, you still have to pay this debt. You are husband and wife, and the debt is joint. You can't escape. But I've never seen this money. Gu Nanyue was so anxious that she almost cried. I don't even know what this is. We don't care whether you know it or not. The man stepped forward with a fierce tone. Either you pay me back today, or you come with us and wait for your family to gather the money to redeem you. Gu Nanyue was so scared that she was shaking all over. With no other options, he compromised and offered to pay back part of the money first. When he took out his phone to transfer the money, he discovered that both his and Lu Ming's savings were gone. Her hands froze instantly and her face turned pale. Only she and Lu Ming knew the bank card password. Could it be that the money was transferred away by her husband? But why did he do that? She really wanted to question Lu Ming, but he was already dead. I'm afraid there will never be an answer to this question. She could only swallow this loss in silence and all the grievances into her stomach. At this moment, Guba stepped forward, protecting Gu Nanyue behind him, staring at the bald man with cold eyes. My daughter said she didn't know. She just didn't know. I am Guba's daughter, it's not your turn to bully her. He paused, and said with an unquestionable pressure in his tone, I'll get to the bottom of the money issue as soon as possible. Before this, if anyone dares to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. Don't forget. Loan sharking is not protected by law. Also, don't be so fierce. You scare my daughter. Keep your voices down, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Bite. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen bodyguards in black rushed out of the elevator and instantly surrounded the debt collection gang, shocking them. Did you mention the iron plate? Damn it, isn't it said that this family are all ordinary people with no power or influence? You call a family that can easily call on a dozen bodyguards ordinary people? The bald man in the lead had an ugly expression on his face and subconsciously took a step back, but soon he said, "Who are you? Stop meddling in other people's business. This is a private matter between us and her." Kuba sneered, "I am her father. Do you think it has anything to do with me?" The big men were intimidated by Guba's power and were frightened, and for a moment they did not dare to move forward, but soon, the bald man with a face full of flesh said boldly, "So what if you're his father? It's only natural to pay back a debt. This IOU is written in black and white. You can't be unreasonable, right?" Guba sneered, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "Reasonable? I will reason with you. But before I can reason with you, you'd better behave yourself. Give me 3 days and I'll get to the bottom of this. When the time comes, I will pay you back every cent you owe me. And no one can take even a cent from me that you don't owe me." Seeing Guba's tough attitude, a group of social people looked at the strong bodyguards and knew that they would not get any advantage today. After looking at each other, they all said harshly, "Okay, then we'll give you 3 more days. 3 days later. If you still don't pay, don't blame us for being rude." After saying this, he quickly escaped with his men, but Guba had no intention of letting them go, and he directly ordered the bodyguard captain, "Those people were too arrogant just now. I'm very unhappy. I don't like people talking louder than me. If you bring your men after them, I'll break 1 leg for each of them. Then just drop it off at the hospital entrance. The finance department will transfer the money to the hospital. If they're dissatisfied and want to file a police report, they can just contact the company's legal team and let them handle it." Guba waved his hand and gave the order in a fatherly tone, "Yes." The bodyguard captain responded loudly and immediately took his men downstairs to find the loan sharks. The corridor returned to silence again, and Guba turned to his daughter and said, "Don't be afraid. No one can bully you with Dad here." Gunanua looked at the man's broad and tall back, and her eyes instantly turned red. "So this is what it feels like to have a dad protecting you." So reassuring, "Dad." She couldn't help but throw herself into Guba's arms, tears of grievance streaming down her face. Under normal circumstances, she would never have gotten close to Guba so quickly. The resentment she had accumulated over the years was no joke, however. The series of blows she suffered today directly broke down all her psychological defenses. She was at a loss at this moment and was completely bewildered. The appearance of Guba was like a ray of light, making her quickly dependent on him. After all, she is just a 21-year-old woman. In some families that favor girls over boys, she may still be spoiled as a little girl. Looking at my daughter's pale and helpless face, Guba also felt a rare trace of heartache in his heart, and kept comforting her. Lu Ming, this beast, not only deceived Nanyan's feelings, but also left such a mess for her to clean up. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him be cremated so easily. After 2.5 minutes, Gunanua's emotions calmed down a little. Guba softened his tone and arranged, "Stop standing in the corridor blowing in the wind. Go home quickly and pack your things. We'll rest after we get to the manor." Gunanua nodded and grabbed Guba's sleeve as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lin Wanqing followed behind, watching the scene with mixed feelings. Guba, who used to be indifferent to them, has now become the children's most solid support. Gunanua returned to the rental house. In the small space, there were still traces of her husband's life. She looked at everything familiar and her eyes became red again. Guba was afraid that his daughter would worry too much, so he didn't let her stay for long. He just asked her to pack a few sets of clothes and daily items. He would have someone pack up the remaining things and send them to the villa. "You don't need to bring too much. The manor has everything. If you need anything, you can just tell the butler and he will ask someone to buy it. There's no need to put yourself in a difficult position." Gunanua said him, but her movements were a little slow. This time, she calmed down a little and realized that she was about to return to her former home. To be honest, when she ran away from home with her mother 3 years ago, she never thought that she would be able to return one day. Half an hour later, the group got into a black Maybach and drove towards the Gu family manor in the city center. On the way, the atmosphere in the car was somewhat silent. Lin Wanqing looked at the scenery outside the window that was constantly receding, and finally couldn't help but speak. "Nan Yan, think about it carefully. Did you really not notice anything about Lu Ming borrowing from loan sharks? Has he behaved in any unusual way recently?" Gu Nanyan shook her head blankly, her voice full of confusion. "Mom, I really don't know. Apart from working overtime every day, he has been staying at home recently. Nothing much has changed. I asked him if he was tired from work, and he said it was fine. Amin never mentioned this to me. I was completely kept in the dark." At the end of her speech, Gunanua's voice became smaller and smaller, her heart filled with grievance and confusion. She doesn't understand why her husband borrowed money from loan sharks without telling her. What are you going to do with the borrowed money, and where did they transfer their savings? Quietly, Lin Wanqing sighed and patted the back of her daughter's hand. "Oh, this is very strange. When we have some free time later, let's call my mother-in-law and ask if they know anything. In the driver's seat. Gu Ba's eyes were cold, but he still didn't tell the truth. The main reason was that his daughter was emotionally unstable, and he was afraid that she couldn't bear the cruel reality. The car fell into silence again, with only the roar of the engine echoing in my ears. I don't know how long it took. The Maybach slowly drove into a tree-lined avenue. The cherry trees on both sides of the road were neatly arranged, and the petals fell in the wind, like a fairyland. Going further, a huge iron gate appeared in front of us. It was carved with exquisite patterns, and 2 bodyguards in black suits stood at the door. As soon as he saw the familiar president's car, he immediately opened the door respectfully. A rumble. The car continued driving, passing through a huge fountain square, and finally stopped in front of a European-style villa. The villa is built entirely of white marble, with a red tile roof and stained glass windows. From a distance, it looks like a palace. The yard is full of precious flowers, plants, and trees. And there is a huge swimming pool with clear water and several white lounge chairs beside it. Snap! Lin Wanqing pushed open the car door and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar villa in front of her, feeling mixed emotions. 3 years ago, she lived here for a long time, but the memory wasn't a good one. At that time, Guba only had eyes for Bai Yueguang's children. He was indifferent to her, Nanyan, Beichen and others, and even allowed Bai Yueguang's children to humiliate them. Unable to bear it any longer, she took her children and ran away from home. I thought I would never set foot here again in my life, but I didn't expect to come back in this way 3 years later. What? Don't you recognize me? Guba walked up to her and noticed her dazed expression, his tone carrying a barely perceptible nervousness. Lin Wanqing came back to her senses and shook her head. No, I just didn't expect to come back again. She paused, and suddenly thought of something. She looked at Guba with a cold look in her eyes. Do your ex-wife's children know we're coming today? I don't want to be kicked out by them as soon as I walk in. If you're not welcome, we'll leave now. Guba was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Don't worry, that won't happen. They each have their own lives now and rarely come back to live here. Besides, even if I come back, I'm no longer the same person I was back then. I won't let that happen again. I promise you. When mentioning Gu Zichuan and the others, Guba's eyes no longer had the doting look they had before, but instead contained a hint of cold hatred. Lin Wanqing, her mother, and her 2 children were a little surprised when they heard this. Gu Ba's change is so great that he is almost a completely different person from 3 years ago. They couldn't help but be curious. What happened to Guba in the past 3 years? Didn't he treat Gu Zichuan and the others as treasures before? Chapter 82, The Tenderness of the Overbearing Boss, because we are family. Ask for a gift from Daddy, rumble. As soon as Guba and others got out of the car, the gate of the villa was opened. An old man in a black suit with gray hair hurried out to greet them with a dozen maids. Seeing Lin Wanqing, Gu Nanyan, and Gu Beichen, an excited smile appeared on his face. Madam. Miss. Master. You are finally back. Hearing this long-lost name, Lin Wanqing and the other 2 felt complicated emotions. Uncle Fu. Lin Wanqing looked at the old housekeeper, her nose a little sour. Long time no see. Uncle Fu has worked in the Gu family for many years and has always taken good care of Lin Wanqing and her 2 children. Therefore, they also had a very good impression of Uncle Fu. I didn't expect that I would be able to see this old butler again in my lifetime. Yeah, long time no see. Uncle Fu nodded with a smile. As soon as the master called to say you were coming back, we quickly cleaned up the room and decorated it according to the style you liked before. Please follow me. Guba followed at the back, watching the long unseen interaction between Lin Wanqing and Uncle Fu as master and servant. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Uncle Fu took them to the second floor and pushed open 3 adjacent rooms. The first one belongs to Lin Wanqing. There is a huge European-style bed in the room, and next to it is a separate dressing room and bathroom. The window faces the garden in the yard, and the scenery is beautiful. The second room belongs to Gu Nanyue. The room is mainly pink in color and is decorated with various cute dolls. Her favorite books are placed on the desk. The third room belongs to Gu Beichen. There is a huge desk and bookshelf in the room. The bookshelf is filled with various comics and popular science books. There is also an independent game area with the latest game consoles. Is this really prepared for us? Lin Wanqing looked at the familiar layout in the room and felt inexplicably moved. Ji Yuba actually still remembered these details, but after putting down her luggage one by one, she asked hesitantly, "Are you sure we can stay in these rooms? I remember these rooms were originally reserved for your ex-wife's children. Aren't you afraid that when they come back and find that the room is occupied by us, they will get angry with you?" Guba glanced at the woman and responded angrily, "This is your home. Living in the best room is my request. Don't worry about those ungrateful people. I'll handle any problems, just stay here and relax. If they dare to object, I will let them know who is the master of the Gu family." Lin Wanqing looked at Guba's determined eyes and gradually let down her guard. Perhaps Guba has really changed. At this time, Gu Nanyue walked into her room, looked at the familiar dolls and books, and couldn't help but shed tears again. When she was in the Gu family, she lived in the smallest room because Guba didn't pay much attention to her. She didn't even have money to buy her favorite dolls, and now Guba gave her the best of everything. "Do you like it?" Guba walked to her and asked softly. Jiu Nanyan nodded and choked up, "I like it, thanks, Dad." Guba touched her head and said softly, "You're welcome, you deserve it. From now on, this is your home, and no one will dare to bully you anymore." Gu Baichen, who was standing by, also ran back from his room excitedly and said excitedly, those new game consoles in my room? Are you sure they're all for me? Guba smiled, as long as you like it. If you're not satisfied, I'll ask someone to buy you another one. As the saying goes, money can make the devil work, let alone people. Although the brother and sister had complained about their scumbag father before, but now, looking at the luxurious rooms prepared for them and all the expensive gifts, it would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. Perhaps they can really try to accept this family and Guba again? Alright. Let's all go and rest for a while. Guba glanced at his watch and said in a voice that left no room for doubt, especially Nan Yen. You've been exhausted today. Go take a nap. I'm going to pick up Wan Wan now. I'll call you to eat when I get back. Gu Nanyan rubbed her red eyes and nodded. Okay, thank you, Dad. Lin Wanqing stood up subconsciously. I'll go with you to pick up Wan Wan. Guba pushed her back to the sofa and said, you stay here. Keep an eye on Nan Yen, she needs someone to accompany her. I'll go and pick up Wan Wan's business. Besides, you've been tired all day too, so take a good rest. The man's tone was unquestionable, yet contained an indescribable gentleness. Lin Wanqing looked at his determined eyes, swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, and said softly. Yuba said nothing more, turned around and left the villa, got in the Maybach and drove towards the kindergarten. Half an hour later, at the kindergarten gate. After school. Yu Xingwan was carrying a small school bag and was standing on tiptoe looking towards the school gate. When she saw Guba, she immediately ran over, waving her hands at Dad. Why are you here to pick me up? Where's Mom? Guba bent down and picked her up, kissed her on the cheek, and said with a hint of mystery, Mom is waiting for us in a secret place. There's a castle, a garden, and lots of fun things there. We'll live there from now on, okay, castle? Gu Xingwan's eyes lit up instantly, and her little hands tightly grasped Guba's collar. Are there real castles? Like in fairy tales? Of course it's true. Guba smiled and nodded, then carried her into the Maybach and said, Dad will take you to see it now. When Gu Xingwan heard this, her face flushed with excitement, and she clapped her hands and cheered. Wow, I'm going to a castle. I want to live in a big castle. The excited little look seemed as if he was already in a dream castle. She took Guba's hand and said impatiently, Dad, let's go, I want to see Mom, I want to go to the castle. Guba smiled, picked up his daughter, and strode out of the kindergarten. Along the way, Gu Xingwan chattered non-stop, sometimes asking if there was a princess dress in the castle, sometimes asking if there was a talking magic mirror. That little expression of admiration and excitement made Guba's heart soft rumble. Soon, the car drove back to the Gu family manor. When Gu Xingwan saw the white villa, her mouth opened into an O shape, and she pointed at the big villa with her little finger. And shouted excitedly, wow! Dad! Is this the castle? It's so big! So beautiful! Guba carried her out of the car and took her hand as he walked into the villa. Yes, this will be our home from now on. The father and daughter just walked into the living room. Wan Wan saw Lin Wanqing at the door, and immediately broke free from Guba's hand and ran over like a happy little bird, holding Lin Wanqing's legs. He raised his little face and said excitedly, Mom! Mom! Are we really going to live in a castle? Lin Wanqing squatted down and hugged her, smiling and nodding. Yes, we will live here from now on. Do you like it, Wan Wan? I like it. I like it so much. Gu Xingwan kissed Lin Wanqing on the face, and then, under the guidance of Guba, went to see her new princess room. It is far more luxurious and exaggerated than the one at home. The moment she stepped in, Gu Xingwan felt like she had become a real princess. 2 minutes and a half later, she excitedly ran to Gu Nanyan's brother and sister and boasted to sister. Brother! There are so many fun new toys in my room. There's even a swing. Seeing her younger sister's excitement, Gu Nanyan felt much better and revealed a long-lost smile. Are you happy? From now on you can sleep while swinging on the swing. Looking at the heartwarming scene before him, Guba felt warm in his heart and said to Uncle Fu beside him, Uncle Fu, let's prepare dinner. Yes, sir. Uncle Fu smiled and nodded, then turned and went to the kitchen to make arrangements. Soon, one exquisite dish after another was served on the table. Pan-fried Australian Wagyu beef, steamed grouper, Buddha jumps over the wall, truffle pasta. There were also various exquisite desserts and fruits that filled the entire table. The aroma is fragrant. Gu Xingwan looked at the table full of delicious food, her eyes wide open. This was the most sumptuous and luxurious dinner she had ever seen in her life, subconsciously pulling the corner of Lin Wanqing's clothes. Mom, are these for us to eat? Lin Wanqing came back to her senses from her surprise, touched her head, and said lovingly, yes, they are all for us to eat. Wan Wan, eat whatever you want later. You need to eat enough so you can grow. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Gu Nanyue and her brother felt extremely complicated. In the past, at the Gu family, they always had to wait until Gu Bai and Bai Yue Guang's children finished eating before they could eat their leftovers. Sometimes I can't even have a sip of hot soup, but now, they can sit at the dining table with Gu Bai and eat the most exquisite food. This kind of treatment was something they had never dared to imagine before. Yuba picked up the serving chopsticks and picked up a piece of Wagyu beef for Gu Xingwan. Wan Wan, try this, it's delicious. He then picked up a piece of the tenderest fish belly meat for Lin Wanqing. Wife, this fish is very tender and nourishing. Lin Wanqing stared at the piece of snow-white fish meat and suddenly remembered what happened 20 years ago when she first married into the Gu family. Gu Ba had also served her food in this way. Later, Bai Yue Guang's child grew up and had opinions about her, so he never looked at her straight in the eye again. What's wrong? Gu Ba noticed her red eyes and asked, is the food not to your liking? Lin Wanqing shook her head and lowered her head to eat to hide her emotions. No, it's delicious. Gu Ba didn't think much about it, and finally picked up some food for the brother and sister. Don't be polite, eat more. The atmosphere at the table gradually became warm. While eating delicious food, Gu Xingwan chattered about interesting things that happened in kindergarten. Ji Yunanue and Gu Beichen would occasionally chat with each other. Lin Wanqing gently picked up food for the children. Ji Yuba looked at all this and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Is this the feeling of home? After 3 rounds of drinking, Ji Yuba suddenly put down his wine glass. I have something to say. He glanced at his wife and children, his voice low and filled with rare apology. I've been the bastard all these years, sorry. The restaurant suddenly became quiet. Even Gu Xingwan, who was busy gnawing on a chicken leg, looked up blankly. I know apologies are useless. Gu Ba pulled the corner of his mouth in self-mockery, and said with a guilty look, Wancheng. Nan Yen. Beichen. Wan. It was my fault before. I ignored you and caused you to suffer so much injustice. I know that a simple I'm sorry can't make up for my past mistakes. But I hope you can give me a chance to make amends. Let me make it up to you, and let us become a loving family again. Faced with Gu Ba's sincere eyes, Lin Wanqing was moved. Ji Yunanue and Gu Beichen looked at each other, feeling confused and speechless. Ji Yuba continued, I know that trust cannot be built in a day or two. But I will prove with my actions that I will take good care of you and will never let you suffer any injustice again. Because we are tired of logging. Lin Wanqing was silent for a while, then sighed and said, Gu Ba, it's not that we don't want to forgive you, it's just, what happened in the past is too deeply rooted, and we need time to digest it. As for what happens in the future, it all depends on your performance. Gu Nanyan and Gu Beichen nodded in unison. Yes, it depends on your performance. Although Gu Xingwan didn't understand what the adults were saying, she knew it was a good thing and took Gu Ba's hand, saying, Dad, you have to behave well. When Gu Ba heard what his family said, a bright smile appeared on his face. This was the happiest he had been in many years. Although Lin Wanqing and her son have not completely forgiven him, at least he sees hope. His rebirth finally had meaning. Okay. I won't let you down. Aside, Uncle Fu looked at the scene, his eyes moistened, and he sighed softly. It's been a long time since I saw the master smile so happily. This home finally feels like a real home. Hearing Uncle Fu's words, Gu Ba looked at his wife and children and swore in his heart from now on, he will definitely make this family always so warm and happy, and no one can try to destroy it, because, we are family, please give me a gift. 3. Red Heart. Chapter 83, The Overlord's Revenge. Ashes flying all over the sky. The son-in-law's body is no longer left. The next day. It was just dawn. At the entrance of Liujia village, under the old locust tree, Old Man Lu and Mrs. Li stood on tiptoe, looking eagerly towards the intersection. The wrinkles on his face turned into folds from smiling. Old man, why aren't we here tomorrow? Didn't we say we'd be here early this morning? Mrs. Li clutched the flowered handkerchief in her hand, her tone full of anticipation. Yesterday I received a call from my son Zhang Dashan, saying that my grandson Lu Ming had successfully faked his death. He also took away millions and was about to return to the village to take the old couple to the city to enjoy a good life. Old Man Lu stroked his gray beard and smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. Why rush? This kid is promising and capable. He must have been delayed on the way. Didn't you hear what Dashan said? Minger scammed that girl in the city and got a few million. Our Lu family has finally made it out of poverty. Once I get the money, I'll demolish this dilapidated house and build a 3-story building. Let those who look down on us see for themselves. The old couple were native farmers. They had been farming all their lives and had never seen tens of thousands of yuan, let alone millions, ever since he learned that Lu Ming's plan was successful. Old Man Lu has been praising his grandson's ability to everyone he meets and showing off in the village. It was said that his grandson had married a woman from the city and made a lot of money, which aroused the envy and jealousy of many people in the village. The flattering attitude of the relatives made the old couple's vanity soar. And even their backs straightened a lot. I've always said that Minger has been smart since he was young, and he will definitely be successful when he grows up. When he comes back, we'll take him to your eldest brother's house, my second sister's house, and other aunts and uncles to show them around. Let them see how capable our Lu family's grandson is. Mrs. Li's face was wrinkled with smile, and her eyes were full of pride. As the two were talking, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from the distance. Old Man Lu's eyes lit up and he pointed at the intersection. Here it comes. It must be the car that will take Ming Air back. Rumble, a white van drove slowly and stopped at the entrance of the village. The car door opened and the bald driver got out, rubbing his red eyes. In order to live up to Mr. Gu's request and send the ashes home this morning, he drove all night without even closing his eyes. Looking at the white-haired old couple in front of him, he asked uncertainly, excuse me, is this Liujia village? Are you Lu Ming's family? Yes. Old Man Lu nodded quickly, with a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum on his face. We are Minger's grandparents. You're Minger's friend, right? Thank you for your hard work in bringing him back. Mrs. Lee also came forward and looked into the car curiously. What about Ming? Why haven't you come down yet? Are you tired from the journey? The bald driver looked at the old couple smiling brightly and was full of doubts. What's wrong with this old couple? Their grandson died, and they were still smiling so happily? As if they had found money. Even if you don't like your grandson, you shouldn't do this, right? In his entire life, this was the first time he had seen such a joyful scene of an elderly person sending off a young person. Although he was complaining in his heart, he remained polite on the surface. Uncle and Auntie, I'm the driver who's taking your grandson home. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. I've brought your grandson back to you. He's in the back of the car. My condolences. My condolences, my condolences. Old Man Lou responded with this, but his smile became even brighter. What condolences? Our eldest grandson clearly faked his death. It seems that this driver is unaware of the situation. It is better to take the grandson home as soon as possible and send this man away. Think of this, he couldn't wait to open the door of the trunk. Wanting to see his beloved grandson whom he hadn't seen for a long time, he stretched his neck and looked into the carriage, muttering, "My dear grandson, Grandpa and Grandma are here to take you home." The sound stopped abruptly. There was nothing in the empty carriage except a square box wrapped in red silk. Old Man Lou was stunned for a moment, frowned, and asked the bald driver, "Hey young man, where's my grandson? Why isn't he in the car?" The bald driver was also stunned by the question. There is such a big urn placed in the middle, how can this old man not see it? Is presbyopia that serious? He pointed to the middle of the carriage. "Master, it's right there. That black box in the center, that's Lu Ming. He's the only one in there." Winky face? Old Man Lou and his wife looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Mrs. Lee pushed her husband away and went over to take a look, but she still didn't see her grandson, only a black box. She frowned. "Young man, are you mistaken? We're looking for Lu Ming, a living person. Not some box." The bald driver then realized something was wrong. Don't these old couple know that Lu Ming is dead? His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his family was afraid the old couple couldn't bear the blow and didn't explain it clearly to them? Forget it, what does this have to do with me? I'm just a driver, there's no need to care so much, I patiently explained to Uncle. Aunt. Your grandson has passed away and his body has been cremated. This box contains his ashes. Do you understand? If a person is dead, they must be cremated. We can't just leave the body to stink, right? Dead? Cremated? Old Man Lou repeated it as if he didn't hear clearly. He realized it later and his face gradually turned pale. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My son told me on the phone yesterday that Minger faked his death just to cheat that city girl out of her money? How could he really die? And be cremated into slag? Did you send it to the wrong person? Mrs. Lee was also anxious. She grabbed the bald driver's arm and screamed, "Yeah. Young man, you must have sent it to the wrong person. We were fine tomorrow, how could he die suddenly? Look again, did you get the name wrong? Did you send it to someone else?" The bald driver frowned, feeling a little impatient with the old couple's nagging that he had been driving all night and was dead tired. "I still have to argue with these two old fools. That's so annoying." He pushed Mrs. Lee's hand away, and his tone turned cold. "How could I have sent the wrong one? Mr. Gu personally handed the ashes to me. The name and address match. Lu Ming is dead. He was cremated at the crematorium yesterday. This box contains his ashes. If you don't believe me, look at the name on the box for yourself." Old Man Lou opened the black box with trembling hands. Inside was a handful of white ashes. There was a piece of paper on the side of the box with the words Lu Ming written on it, as well as his black and white photo. Tomb m___Kim. Bullshit. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. My grandson is clearly. Old Man Lou refused to believe the reality, and suddenly grabbed the driver's collar and roared madly. He was choked when he was halfway through his words. My son told me that the fake death plan is top secret and must not be told to anyone else. The driver was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe, and he blushed as he defended himself. "Old man. These are really your grandson's ashes. His father-in-law oversaw the cremation." "Father-in-law?" Mrs. Lou screamed. "Where did the father-in-law come from? Isn't that city girl from a single-parent family? It's the boss named Gu." The driver looked helpless. The one in the black suit really values his son-in-law, and he cried so sadly. Old Man Lou was struck by lightning, his hands loosened and he fell to the ground. "Boss Gu, could it be the billionaire my son mentioned? The one my daughter-in-law just recognized as her biological father?" "Impossible, we clearly agreed to fake our death." The old man was at a loss, holding his grandson's urn and muttering to himself. The driver took the opportunity to break free, rubbing his neck and complaining, "Are you crazy? Why are you getting so excited with me?" But based on the principle that customers are God, and also understanding that the two were sending off their loved ones, he sighed and comforted them. "Uncle. Auntie. Your grandson passed away peacefully." "No. Old man Lu, unable to accept the fact, burst into tears and roared to the sky. The urn in his hand accidentally fell to the ground with a bang and the lid fell open. The white ashes were immediately scattered all over the ground. My dear grandson. When Mrs. Li saw the ashes, she collapsed instantly, threw herself to the ground, and tried desperately to pick up the ashes again, but at this moment, a sudden gust of wind blew by, the ashes on the ground were blown all over the sky, splashing all over the faces of the old couple. As for the rest, it dissipated into the air. Seeing this, Mrs. Li reached out like crazy to grab the ashes in the air, trying desperately to embrace the white smoke in the air. Minger! My Minger! How come you really died? Didn't you say you were faking your death? You lied to me. Cough, cough, cough. However, she only inhaled a mouthful of ashes and was choked and started coughing violently. The smell was so pungent and unpleasant that it made it almost impossible for her to breathe, and her tears and nose were streaming. What a sin! No trace of his body remains. This is a sign of the extinction of his descendants. Old man Lu pounded the ground frantically and wailed in despair. In the flying dust, the old couple knelt in the ashes, one coughing heart-wrenchingly and the other crying bitterly. In the end, old man Lu looked at the flying ashes and then at the collapsed old woman, and he was the first to give up. His eyes went dark, he foamed at the mouth, and fell straight down. Oh my god, I didn't push it. Don't try to blackmail me. The sudden change scared the bald driver silly. He couldn't understand what the old couple was doing. He was so happy just now, but now he acts like his grandson has died. Oh, okay, it's really dead, but your physical fitness is too poor. Why do you feel dizzy so easily? He doesn't want to be blackmailed. Without caring about anything else, he hurriedly got into the car and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The van rumbled away, leaving behind only old man Lu, who was lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, and Mrs. Li, who had broken down and was crying. When the villagers heard the noise, they gathered around one after another. Seeing the ashes all over the ground, the fainted old man Lu, and the crying Mrs. Li, everyone was talking about it. What happened? Why did old Lu faint? What's that on the ground? Ashes? Did something happen to Lu Ming? Are they his ashes? A few days ago, old Lu was bragging to us that his grandson had made a lot of money, married a woman from the city, and was about to return to the village. How come? Retribution. It must be retribution. I heard his grandson is cheating and deceiving people, bringing disaster to many good wives and mothers. Zundu Fakidu? I'm so envious. Oh, no. You beast, you deserved it. Good death. Lu Ming has been stealing and robbing people in the village since he was a kid. I'm not surprised at all that he's ended up like this. Good to die. Why should everyone else live in misery, while old Lu's family has to move to the city? Let's be poor together. His family in the village didn't have a good reputation to begin with. It's better for him to be dead. He won't have to continue to embarrass our Liujia village in the future. At the entrance of the village, Mrs. Li saw that the villagers not only did not come to help, instead, they stood there pointing and talking about her house. She was overwhelmed with sorrow and cried heartbreakingly, "Oh my Minger. You died so tragically. Not a single bone is left. How are we, the old couple, going to live in the future?" And at this time, Dai in the Gu family manor far away in the city, Gu Ba was watching the video sent by his subordinates. In the video, the entrance to Liujia village was in chaos. Old Lu fell to the ground, and Mrs. Li broke down crying. The ashes on the ground were blown away by the wind, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up into a cold arc. He picked up the red wine on the table and took a sip. Lu Ming, this is just the beginning. He whispered to himself, what you owe my daughter, and what your family owes, I will make you repay it little by little, double. The sun is shining outside the window, but there was no warmth in Guba's eyes. This revenge drama has just begun. I beg for a gift from my dad. I love you guys. IL Red Heart Chapter 84. Gu Nanyan knows the true face of the scumbag. Please ask for a gift from dad. Just as Guba was holding a glass of red wine, he stared out the window with cold eyes. As I pondered how to spread the flames of revenge to a wider area, boom boom boom, a rapid knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. His voice was low and powerful. Without a trace of warmth, the butler pushed the door open and walked in, with a strange look on his face. Master, there are police officers visiting outside. And there's an elderly couple who, they claim you committed murder with intent. Guba raised his eyebrows slightly, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Police, old couple, intentional homicide? This drama seems to be getting more and more interesting. It saves me the trouble of looking for them. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked slowly downstairs, already having a plan in mind. Downstairs, a group of people had gathered in the living room. Lin Wanqing, Gu Nanyan, Gu Beichen, four serious-looking policemen, an elderly couple crying heartbreakingly, and Zhang Meng with a gloomy face were standing beside them. At this time, Ji Yunanyan looked bewildered, looking at her parents. In-law and the police who suddenly appeared, her heart filled with confusion. Mom and Dad, why did you bring the police here? What's going on? As soon as Wang Suihua saw Gu Nanyue, she seemed to have found an outlet to vent her anger. She immediately pointed at her nose and started cursing, "You are such a disaster. You are the one who killed my son. Let your murderous father come out. I want him to pay with his life. My son died such a tragic death. Lu Dashin also echoed from the side, his eyes wide open with anger, as if he wanted to eat Gu Nanyan alive. Yes. Hand over the murderer. We must make him pay. Get him out now. He burned my son to death. I'm going to sue him. I want him shot. Gu Nanyue was at a loss for what to do after the sudden accusation. She didn't understand what her parents-in-law said at all. What do you mean my dad burned Lu Ming to death? Didn't Lu Ming suffer from cerebral infarction? How did he end up being burned to death? Or by my dad? Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Just as she was about to step forward to ask for clarification, Wang Suihua suddenly raised her hand and slapped her hard in the face with a slapdot. You jinx! How dare you ask such a question even though you already know the answer? If it weren't for you, how could my son have gotten into trouble with that evil spirit Gu Ba? Wang Suihua's face was ferocious, and there was no trace of her former kindness. Ji Yunanyue covered her cheeks and looked at Wang Suihua in disbelief. This was the first time she was beaten by her mother-in-law. Her parents-in-law have always given her the impression of being so kind and amiable. She even often feels lucky. I met such reasonable in-laws, but now, who are these two people who are speaking foul language? How dare you hit my daughter? Lin Wanxing was eager to protect her daughter, so she immediately rushed forward to protect Gu Nanyue behind her, blaring at Wang Suihua. Mother-in-law, are you crazy? How has Nan Yan wronged your family? Lu Ming is dead. She's sadder than anyone else. Not only do you not feel sorry for her, but you even hit her? What does your son's death have to do with my daughter? It has nothing to do with Gu Ba. Yesterday, it was Gu Ba who personally found someone to help you send your son back home. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're actually making a scene here? Gu Beichen clenched his fists and silently stood in front of Gu Nanyue, staring at Wang Suihua and her husband with cold eyes full of hostility. If you dare to touch my sister again, I won't forgive you. He doesn't care whether they are relatives or not. It is not okay to hit your own sister. At this time, one of the young policemen spoke up. He seriously stopped Wang Suihua, who was about to take action, and said majestically, please calm down. I believe the law will give you a fair answer. Now, please explain in detail what happened. Wang Suihua grabbed the police officer's arm and cried as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Comrade police officer. You have to take charge for us. We only have this one son. He was killed by that bastard. He was burned alive. That kind of scene makes us feel so painful just thinking about it. Whoa whoa whoa. Lu Dashin also added sadly, that's right. Our son wasn't dead at all. He was burned alive by that devil. Comrade police officer. You have to take charge for us. At this time, Gu Ba came to the living room, hearing the couples crying. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly walked in front of the crowd, staring at Wang Suihua and Lu Dashin with a sharp gaze. You say I intentionally killed someone? Where's the evidence? Without it, it's defamation. I was clearly out of kindness helping my son-in-law fulfill his dream. I was transporting him back to his hometown according to his last wishes. You both agreed to this and witnessed it firsthand. Now you're wrongly accusing me of killing your son? It's really nonsense. Wang Suihua choked at the question, then stiffened her neck and retorted, we only agree that you can transport the people back to their hometown. Who told you to take him to be cremated? You're committing murder. You did it on purpose. Murder? Gu Ba sneered. He pulled out a neatly folded document from the inside pocket of his suit and threw it on the coffee table. Look for yourselves, this is Lu Ming's death certificate. It has the hospital's official seal and the autograph of Dr. Zhang Meng behind you. Having said that, Gu Ba glanced at Zhang Meng, who was hiding behind the crowd and pretending to be dead, and whose face turned pale instantly when he called her name. With a sarcastic tone, Dr. Zhang, you personally diagnosed Lu Ming is dead. Now my son-in-law's parents keep saying that Lu Ming is not dead? Could it be that this death certificate is fake? Are you, a doctor, forging documents? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Zhang Meng. The police officer stepped forward, picked up the death certificate, looked at it carefully, and looked up at Zhang Meng seriously. Dr. Zhang, did you issue this death certificate? Was Lu Ming dead at that time? Or was he not dead? Zhang Meng's palms instantly broke out in sweat and her heart was beating wildly. She never thought that Wang Suihua and Lu Dashin would be so impulsive as to call the police directly. From the very beginning, she was firmly opposed to calling the police. Isn't this just courting disaster? After all, she was the one who issued the death certificate herself. Once she admitted that Lu Ming had faked his death, she would not only lose her job, but would also be suspected of forging documents and might be held legally responsible. The future is ruined. Besides, would calling the police be any use? Gu Ba is extremely powerful. As long as they insist they have no knowledge of the matter, even if they sue him, they may not be able to win against the other party's legal team. Instead, you will get yourself involved. Originally, she wanted to ask Gu Ba for compensation privately. The person is already dead, so it would be more practical to make use of him and ask for more money. But these two old fools were so angry that they wanted Guba to pay with his life. What's going on now? I've gotten myself into trouble. For the sake of her own future, Zhang Meng took a deep breath and came up with an idea. She avoided looking at Wang Suihua and his wife who were staring at her, and denied all the previous accusations made by the old couple. Mr. Police. This death report was written by me. Lu Ming was indeed dead at the time. I checked it myself. Aunt Wang and Uncle Zhang must be very sad and a little confused, so they said such nonsense. It's normal for the elderly to have delusional symptoms because they can't accept reality. Common name, post-traumatic stress disorder. You're talking nonsense. Wang Suihua was so angry that she was shaking all over and cursed at Zhang Mang while pointing at her nose. You vixen! It was clearly you and my son who had conspired together. After faking my death, I'll leave all my debts to Gu Nanyan. I'll use the money to start a new life. You and my son, and we even have a bastard child. You think I don't know? My son faked his death just to elope with you. Now he's been burned alive. Not only are you trying to avenge him, but you're also helping outsiders deceive the police. Bitch! Are you worthy of my son? Do you still have a conscience? Illegitimate child? Gu Nanyan suddenly looked up, her eyes were red, and her voice was trembling. Mom, what did you say? Ming, he has an illegitimate child? And Meng? And what did you just say, fake your death? Elope? Run away? She looked at Zhang Meng again, the person she always regarded as a good sister that he had comforted her countless times when she was sad, and even stayed by her side after Lu Ming passed away. But now, my mother-in-law actually said, the other party is Lu Ming's mistress, and the two of them have an illegitimate child? This old bastard, is she a pig brain? Can these words be said openly? Zhang Meng was almost pissed off by her teammates and quickly defended herself. Nanyan, don't listen to Aunt Wang's nonsense. She is so heartbroken that she is out of her mind. Lu Ming and I are just ordinary friends. How could it be possible? Just ordinary friends. Wang Suihua sneered, took out a photo from her pocket and threw it in front of Gu Nanyan. See for yourself. This is a photo of my son and her having sex in the rental house, and the child's birth certificate. In the photo, Lu Ming and Zhang Meng hugged each other intimately. With an unfamiliar rental house in the background, there was also a birth certificate next to it. Lu Ming's name was written in the father's column and Zhang Meng's name was written in the mother's column. The child was already half a year old. Gu Nanyan picked up the photo, her fingers turned white from the force, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She remembered how Lu Ming always came home late and how he occasionally smelled of unfamiliar perfume. She remembered how Zhang Meng always mentioned her husband, intentionally or unintentionally. She also remembered the strange spending records she had discovered. It turns out that those were not her illusions, but evidence that Lu Ming and Zhang Meng betrayed her. Why, Gu Nanyan's voice was as hoarse as a broken gong. She looked at Zhang Meng and said, I treat you as a sister. Why do you treat me like this? And Amin, how could he do that to me? Zhang Meng was speechless after being asked this question. She could only lower her head, not daring to look directly into Gu Nanyan's eyes. At this time, Lu Dashan, who had calmed down, seemed to be reminded of something. Suddenly his face turned ugly. He pulled the corner of Wang Suihua's clothes, and said in a low voice, Old woman, stop talking. We still have grandchildren. Wang Suihua was stunned for a moment, then reacted that yes, I was just blinded by anger. I only wanted to avenge my son, completely forgot, they also have grandchildren, that is the last remaining child of the Lu family. If the matter really gets out of hand and Guba investigates, they will be guilty of forging death certificates and participating in fake deaths, and they might even be sentenced to jail. Even if they don't have to go to jail, they won't be able to afford it if Guba uses his power to retaliate. What will happen to my darling grandson then? He's still so young. Wang Suihua gradually regained consciousness, and her tone softened instantly. She aggrievedly changed her confessioning officer. Zhang Meng is right. We are truly heartbroken, which is why we are talking nonsense. Lu Ming. My son is indeed dead. It's because of our ignorance that we suspect my father-in-law has ulterior motives. Lu Dashan also nodded and took the lead in apologizing to Guba. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry. We are old and confused and misunderstood you. You are a magnanimous person, please don't bother with us. The police looked at each other in confusion. How could they not see that there was something fishy going on? But both parties involved did not pursue the matter and even reached a century settlement on the spot, so it was not appropriate for them to interfere. After all, the Gu Group is one of the largest companies in Shanghai. Without solid evidence, no one dares to touch Guba easily. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's end it here. If you have any problems in the future, please calm down and don't call the police. Remember, you will be held legally responsible for making a false police report. Mr. Gu. Since it's just a misunderstanding, we'll leave first. Sorry to bother you. The leading policeman put away the notes and led the team out. Guba didn't say anything, but just winked at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu immediately understood and went forward to escort the police away, leaving Wang Suhua and her group at a loss. Ask for a gift from my dad. Thanks, Omega, family. Chapter 85. The Lu family members plotting against each other. Please ask for a gift from Dad. Redheart. When the police left, the living room fell into silence. Gu Nanhua looked at Wang Suihua and her husband and Zhang Mang. Tears kept falling, but it was no longer because of sadness, but because of anger and disappointment. She's not stupid. Even Wang Suihua and her husband denied all previous accusations. But anyone with a discerning eye can see the trick, probably because he is afraid of Guba's revenge. Dad, Mom, you are all lying to me. You knew that Ming was faking his death, yet you still helped him deceive me. You're so sad to see me looking like a fool. And you, Meng Meng. I treated you as my best friend, but you had an affair with my husband and even had a child out of wedlock. How could you be so despicable? I hate you. I hate you guys. Gu Nanhua roared at the top of her lungs, looking at her former family and friends with only hatred in her eyes. Nan Yan, we have our reasons. Wang Suihua wanted to try to save the situation, but was interrupted by Gu Nanhua's scream. Roll. Gu Nanyan screamed, her voice filled with unprecedented anger. All of you get out. I don't want to see you again. Seeing her daughter in pain, Lin Wanqing felt heartbroken. She was so angry that she picked up the teapot on the table and threw it at Wang Suihua and her husband. You are a bunch of liars. You beasts. How dare you bully my daughter like this? I'll beat you to death. Gu Baichen also picked up the fruit plate on the table and threw it at Zhang Meng. You vixen. Bitch. I used to call you Sister Meng Meng. I never thought you, woman. You're such a beast in private? You have such a vicious heart. The teapot and fruit plate smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Suihua and her husband and Zhang Meng were so frightened that they dodged in panic, looking very embarrassed. They knew very well that the Gu family was angry, and there was also Guba who was watching them covetously, so they didn't dare to stay any longer and crawl out of the Gu family manner. For all winky face equals 3 equals 3 equals 3 until the Lu family members' backs completely disappeared. Gu Nanhua could no longer hold on, collapsed on the ground, and burst into tears. Dad, Mom, I'm so stupid, I never doubted them. Guba squatted down and patted his daughter's back gently, his tone gentle but firm. Nan Yan, don't cry. They lied to you, it's not your fault. From now on, with Dad around, no one can bully you anymore. Lu Ming owes you, his whole family owes you, I will make them pay back 1,000 times, 100 times. Lin Wanqing also squatted down, hugged her poor daughter, and comforted her with heartache. It's okay, Nan Yan. It's all over. From now on, our family will be together and we will never be separated again. Gu Baichen also walked over to them and said softly, Sister, I will protect you and will not let any scumbag hurt you again. Gu Nanhua leaned in her parents' arms like a little girl, and her crying gradually subsided. The successive blows over the past 2 days had left her exhausted and unable to rest properly. She unconsciously fell into a deep sleep, looking at his daughter sleeping soundly in his arms. Guba's eyes turned cold again. Wang Suihua, Lu Dashan, Zhang Meng, and that illegitimate child, this revenge is not over yet. He will make everyone who has hurt his daughter pay a heavy price. Now that Gu Nanyan knows the true face of the scumbag, he doesn't need to worry about anything anymore. He was worried that his daughter would be too shocked, and he was considering finding an opportunity to tell her the truth indirectly before taking action against the Lu family, and now, there is no need for that. You already knew about Lu Ming's fake death, right? Gu Ba was looking down at his daughter who was sleeping in his arms. Lin Wanqing's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. With a certainty, she is not a fool. Gu Ba has always been a meticulous person. If he had not already known the inside story, he would never have insisted on cremating his son-in-law's body for no reason. He would not calmly take out the death certificate and put pressure on the Lu family when Wang Suihua and her husband came to make trouble. All of this is clearly a premeditated revenge. Gu Ba raised his eyes to look at her, with a cold and hard arc on the corner of his mouth, but his tone was flat. Does it matter whether you know it or not? Lin Wanqing was stunned and then fell silent. Yes, is it important? Lu Ming deliberately deceived his daughter into marriage, faked his own death, swindled her savings, and forced her to owe high-interest loans. He even secretly kept a mistress and an illegitimate child behind her back. Such a scum and beast. Even if Gu Ba didn't take action, she would have wanted to tear him into pieces. Come to think of it, I have to thank him. I don't know how he knew everything in advance, but if it weren't for him, how long would she and her daughter have been kept in the dark? Maybe my daughter will be subjected to PUA and will have to work like a slave for that beast Lu Ming for the rest of her life. What Gu Ba did was just to seek some justice for his daughter, which was really gratifying. Thank you. If it weren't for you, the three of us would still be kept in the dark. Who knows how long Lu Ming's family would have been plotting against us. Lin Wanqing's voice was softer, but it carried an unprecedented sincerity. In the past, she blamed Gu Ba for being partial, indifferent, and inactive, and for not having the responsibility that a father should have. But at least in this matter, he really stood on his daughter's side and did what a father should do. On the side, Gu Baichen also nodded and looked at Gu Ba with complicated eyes. Dad, thank you for helping me. This time, he called out Dad more sincerely than ever before. Perhaps at this moment, he has not completely let go of the grudges of the past, but at least in terms of protecting his sister, he has recognized his father, facing the sincere gratitude of mother and son.Guba smiled faintly, with a hint of ease and relief in his smile. He didn't say anything, but silently picked up his sleeping daughter and walked towards the room upstairs. His movements were so gentle, unlike the usual decisive and domineering boss. You guys stay with Nan Yen today and let her have a good rest. Leave the rest to me. I will let those bastards who bullied my daughter know what the price will be for bullying Guba's daughter. Guba's back was as straight as a pine tree, and his voice carried an unquestionable pressure. Lin Wanqing and her son looked at each other and followed with complicated expressions. They know, with Guba around, the Lu family is finished. Of course, they brought this upon themselves. Serves you right. At the same time, out on the street outside the Gu family villa, Wang Suihua and the other two who were kicked out of the Gu family were fleeing in disgrace, complaining to each other all the way. Come on, why are you so careless with your mouth? You've told everyone all about your conspiracy, confessed everything, and now it's okay? Not only will you not gain anything, you might even face retaliation from the Gu family. I'm so pissed off by your stupid brain. Zhang Meng was wearing high heels and glared at Wang Suihua with a dark face, her tone full of sarcasm. Wang Suihua knew she was in the wrong, but she refused to give in and said with her neck stiff, I'm doing this for my son. He was burned alive by Guba. Are we just going to let it go like this? Killing someone means paying with your life. Gu Nanyan's father is a murderer, and this matter is not over. Even if he can't be arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment or be shot, at least we need to ask him for a few hundred, not tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Otherwise, who will compensate our Lu family for their losses? Hundreds of millions? Zhang Meng sneered and looked at her as if she were a fool. Old woman, are you dreaming? What is the Gu family? Who is Guba? If he can get you to get even a penny from him, you're pretty capable. Lu Dashan, standing aside, chimed in indignation. Why not? We have evidence of his murder. The worst that can happen is we'll both die. Evidence? Zhang Meng rolled her eyes. What you call evidence is nothing but what you said. Guba has the hospital's death certificate, cremation records, and your signatures agreeing to transport the body. If this really goes to court, we'll be the only ones who lose. Looking at these two whimsical old immortals, Zhang Meng felt exhausted. Why didn't he realize how stupid they were before? But now these two people are still useful, so we have to be patient. His own son is now the only child in the Lu family. Since Lu Ming's ashes were scattered, they would definitely treat their son like a treasure. She could easily use the emperor to control the princes, so there was no need to turn against the old couple so quickly, especially the money that Lu Ming borrowed at high interest rates and deposited. It is currently in a place she doesn't even know about. This money is the guarantee for her and her son's future, and she must get it. Lu Ming is dead, then only these old couple know where the money is hidden. They have to find an opportunity to get it out and then immigrate to the United States with the money to become noble Americans. As for these two old immortals, let them fend for themselves. After a lot of arguing, the few of them returned to the temporary rental house. As soon as I opened the door, I heard the baby's heart-wrenching cry. Wang Suihua instantly forgot about the quarrel, rushed over, picked up the child in the cradle, and patted the child's back with heartache. My dear grandson, why are you crying so miserably? Are you hungry? Lu Dashan also came forward, coaxing his grandson while complaining that Zhang Meng was not a good mother. Meng, how do you act like a mother? How can you leave such a young child at home alone? What if something happens? Zhang Meng leaned against the doorframe and retorted unhappily, if you weren't so brainless, you'd be clamoring for revenge the moment you got the news. Why would I go with you if I'm afraid of something happening? If I didn't follow you to the Gu family, how could I leave the child alone? The old couple were so embarrassed that their faces turned red. This woman used to call their parents dad and was so sweet-mouthed. Why is she so aggressive now? She even dares to scold them directly. If they are not disciplined, won't they just poop and pee on their heads in the future? Wang Suihua immediately rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach this evil daughter-in-law a lesson, so that she would not lose her place in the family. Little did she know that Zhang Meng's direct words stunned her. Lu Ming is gone now. How am I going to live as a woman with a child? I plan to ask someone to introduce me to a woman with good conditions so that I can remarry her. Remarry? Wang Suihua and Lu Dashan widened their eyes at the same time. Wang Suihua shouted excitedly, are you crazy? The child is only half a year old. How could you abandon him and remarry? What if you meet a stepfather who treats your child badly? That's right. I don't agree. Don't even think about it. Lu Dashan was also anxious, his face flushed with anger. This child is the only root of the Lu family, and we must not let him have someone else's surname. Zhang Meng spread her hands, pretending to be helpless. There's nothing I can do if you don't agree. I don't want to work anymore, but I don't have any savings. I can't just leave my kids to starve, can I? Wouldn't it be nice to find someone to raise a child with? If you don't want me to remarry, then give me the money. Wang Suihua and Lu Dashan looked at each other and saw hesitation in each other's eyes. 2.5 minutes later, Lu Dashan gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, we are rich. Minger hid some money, at least several million, enough for our family to live comfortably. Don't remarry. Take good care of the child. We will support you and your mother in the future. Don't worry. I guarantee you'll have enough food and clothing. Millions? A hint of joy flashed across Zhang Meng's eyes, but she pretended to be surprised. Zundu, is it fake? Could it be the money that Lu Ming loaned? Of course it's true. Wang Suihua patted her chest with a proud tone. Minger is doing things securely. He was afraid that his ID would be revoked and his funds frozen after faking his death, so he converted all his money into cash and hid it. A look of joy flashed in Zhang Meng's eyes, and she nodded reluctantly, but I was sneering in my heart. Sure enough, these two old guys knew the whereabouts of the money. She didn't foolishly ask for the specific location, because she knew it was useless to ask. These two old guys are very smart and they will definitely not tell her easily, but it doesn't matter. There is still a long time to go. She has plenty of time and patience, and she can always get them to tell her where they have hidden their money. As soon as she got the money, she ran away and didn't want the child anymore. As for this stupid old couple, let them stay here and wait for Guba's revenge. GGG, asking for a gift from my father. By the way, I would like to recommend my 2 million-word-old book. Brothers who are interested can take a look. Chapter 86, Dad's Secret Chess, Cold-Blooded Calculation and the Collapse of the Lu Family. Please ask for a gift from Dad. In the Gu family manner. Guba was standing in front of the French window in his study, listening to his assistant Lin Zhou's report. President, through the recording equipment installed in Wang Tsuewa's home, we overheard that the couple and Zhang Meng had a quarrel over the child after returning to the rental house. Zhang Meng even deliberately proposed remarrying. In order to keep their daughter-in-law, Wang Tsuehua and her husband revealed that Lu Ming had hidden a huge sum of money. Lin Zhou's voice came through the phone, clear and calm. Also, according to your instructions, we asked someone to get Zhang Meng's son's hair and ran a paternity test against Lu Dashan's hair. We found that the two were not grandfather and grandson. Also, President, we found the location of the chemical plant you provided earlier. We've recovered all of it. Guba didn't react much to other news, but when he heard the report that the bastard had no biological relationship with Lu Ming, Guba couldn't help laughing. Retribution. Real retribution. He picked up the red wine on the table, gently swirled the scarlet liquid in the glass, and said with cold eyes, notify those people who borrowed money from loan sharks, and tell them, my daughter had no knowledge of the debt, and the money was not a joint debt of the couple. I told them to go and ask Wang Tsuehua and the other two for it. If those idiots don't know what's good for them and want to sue or use force, let them do whatever they want. If they can get a penny from me, I lose. Although he doesn't lack these few million, but you can only take what you give willingly. If you dare to reach out and I don't want to give it to you, I'll chop it off. What's more, these debt collectors themselves are not good people. In the previous life, he forced his daughter into a desperate situation, and now he wants to get money from him. Dream. It was already a great blessing that I just sent someone to break their legs. Guba already had a general plan in mind on how to deal with the Lu family, and continued to give orders to Lin Zhou, get the paternity test ready. Wait a minute. Just when Guba was about to interpret the vengeful flame of fatherly love with his own actions, the other side, the living room of the rental house, was dimly lit. The air was filled with the smell of cheap instant noodles mixed with baby milk powder. Zhang Meng sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her fingers sliding quickly across the screen of her mobile phone, and she sneered once or twice from time to time. She was browsing the circle of friends who were shopping for luxury goods, wondering whether she should buy a designer bag first after getting the millions from Lu Mingzong. Or buy a new car. Sudden, there was a bang sound from the kitchen. It seemed that Wang Suihua accidentally broke the bowl while washing vegetables. Zhang Meng frowned and shouted towards the kitchen, can you be more careful? You're so clumsy. If you break a bowl, you have to buy it back. How much money do you think we have left to waste? In the kitchen, Wang Suihua clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. He was actually being ridden on and peed on by his own daughter-in-law. You have to know that when Gu Nanyan was here, she was never allowed into the kitchen. She would usually prepare meals that suited her taste in advance and respectfully invite her to the table to eat. But what about now? It's really the opposite of Tian Gang. But when I thought about the fact that Zhang Meng was holding the only child in the Lu family, she could only suppress her anger and whispered Anu. At this moment, Lu Dashan's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was a call from his hometown, and his heart skipped a beat. Ever since he learned that his parents had received Lu Ming's ashes this morning, he has been busy looking for Guba to seek revenge and hasn't called home yet. Beep beep beep, hello, is this Dashan? Come back soon, your parents are all gone. From the other end of the phone, I could hear the heavy sobbing voices of my uncles. Lu Dashan's hands froze instantly and his phone fell to the ground with a bang. He stumbled back a step, bumping into the coffee table with a harsh sound. Then he quickly picked up the phone and roared, what did you say? What happened to my parents? Say it again. The person on the other end of the phone did not hide anything and gave a brief account of the entire process of the death of Mr. and Mrs. Lu. Your father fainted when he saw the ashes this morning and suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. He died on the way to the hospital. Your mother was already old and frail, and she was devastated by the sudden death of her husband. The villagers were gloating over her misfortune, mocking her, and saying things like it was karma. She was so depressed that she found a rope and hanged herself in your living room, and your son's ashes were blown away by the wind, leaving no trace. Hey, come back soon. You need to come back in person to preside over your parents' funeral. Beep beep beep. After hanging up the phone, Ludashin was distraught and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Suddenly, unable to restrain himself, he uttered a helpless wail, Dad. Mom. Dashin is so unfilial. I'm so sorry for you guys. The sudden roar startled Zhang Meng. She raised her head unhappily. Why are you howling? It's so noisy. You scared me even when I was playing on my phone. Wang Suihua, who heard the noise, also hurried out of the kitchen. Seeing Ludashin slumped on the ground crying, he quickly asked, Old man, what's wrong? What happened? Ludashin raised his bloodshot eyes and said with a sob, My parents are all gone. My father fainted from anger and couldn't be saved. My mother hanged herself. Wang Suihua was stunned for a moment, but there was no sadness on her face. After all, they were not her biological parents, and they were not very good to her in the past. At most, they felt a little regretful, but Zhang Meng's subsequent sarcastic words made Ludashin's eyes red instantly. Isn't it just two old guys who died? I thought it was a big deal. They are all in their 70s and 80s. They don't have many years left to live anyway. If they die, they die. What's there to cry about? I didn't see you cry so miserably even when your son Lu Ming died. Zhang Meng curled her lips, her tone as cold-blooded as if poisoned, and she didn't notice how much damage these words could cause to others. What did you say? My parents are dead, and you're saying something so sarcastic? Are you still human? Ludashin suddenly looked up, his eyes wide open, staring at Zhang Meng fiercely, like an enraged beast. Without saying anything, he rushed forward to hit Zhang Meng, but was stopped in his tracks by Zhang Meng's words. Do you have the guts to try and move me? If you lay a finger on me today, I will pick up your grandson and throw him to the ground. He's still so young. If he falls, do you think he'll be okay? Zhang Meng held the child in her arms and threatened with a cold look in her eyes. Ludashin stopped moving instantly, his face full of disbelief. Thought he couldn't understand how there could be such a vicious mother in this world, who actually threatened others by harming her own son. Helpless, he could only clench his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. He looked at the grandson sleeping in Zhang Meng's arms. That was the only child in the Lu family. He would never let anything happen to the child. What a sin! What a sin! This life is unbearable. Ludashin wailed in despair, turned around and rushed into the bedroom, slamming the door shut. He began to smash the furniture wildly to vent his grief and powerlessness. Zhang Meng looked at his fleeing back, and a smile of confidence appeared on the corner of her mouth. With a child in hand, the old couple dared not do anything to her. She turned to look at Wang Suihua and gave orders. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and cook. I'm starving. Wang Suihua gritted her teeth and didn't dare to refute even though she was unwilling. She sighed and turned back to the kitchen to continue cooking. In her life of slavery, she secretly swore in her heart that after her eldest grandson grew up healthy, got married and had a big fat boy, she would make sure Zhang Meng looked good. Soon, the rice was steamed and the dishes were served on the table. A plate of stir-fried vegetables, a bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of egg drop soup are all the simplest home-cooked dishes. Zhang Meng picked up the chopsticks, took a bite of the vegetables, frowned, and spit it out. What is this? It's so salty. Are you trying to kill me with it? She took another bite of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and said with disgust, the eggs are so overcooked and the tomatoes are not cooked through. Do you know how to cook? Wang Suihua and Ludashin were sitting opposite her, their faces livid. Ludashin had just come out of the bedroom and his eyes were still red. Hearing Zhang Meng's criticism, I was so angry that my hands were shaking, but I could only endure it. For the sake of his beloved grandson, he had to endure it, even if it means he could become a ninja turtle, he must. Forbearance. Meng, this meal is indeed a bit simple, just make do with it for now. Let's go buy some meat tomorrow to nourish you and the child. Wang Suihua suppressed her anger and softened her tone. Zhang Meng snorted and said nothing more. She only took a few sips of the egg drop soup and put down her chopsticks. I won't eat it anymore. It's too disgusting. I want to order takeout. I want to eat pickled fish. Old man, please go outside and buy it for me. Hearing this, Ludashin clenched his fists in an instant, his knuckles turning white and almost cracking. Zhang Meng's words were like a needle, piercing his heart. His parents just passed away, and he is still immersed in endless grief. But not only did this woman have no sympathy at all, she also complained about the food, demanded takeout, and even asked him to buy it by name. This is intolerable. Don't go too far. My parents just passed away, can't you just be content? Ludashin slammed the table so hard that the dishes clanked. Excessive? Zhang Meng raised her eyes full of disdain. I'm the one who made the greatest contribution to your Lu family's continuation of the family line. What's wrong with wanting to eat something delicious? If you don't want to go, let the old woman go. She has nothing to do at home anyway. Ludashin couldn't stand this arrogant attitude any longer, so he smashed the bowl hard, breaking it into several pieces. His eyes were wide open and he stood up and was about to lose his temper, but the next second, Wang Suihua was quick to hold him down and whispered in her husband's ear, "Old man, be patient. For your dear grandson. Be patient and everything will be fine. Be patient." Lu Dashan gritted his teeth, his cheeks puffed up, and the flames of anger burned in his eyes, but when I think of the only bloodline of the Lu family to die in the end, he let out a long sigh, like a deflated ball. Yes. For my dear grandson, he can't make a fuss, he has to endure it. Helplessly continuing to act like a ninja turtle, he stood up, glared at Zhang Meng fiercely, and said, "I'll go buy it." His voice was as cold as ice, and he turned and walked towards the door, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw 4 burly men standing at the door, all of them with a sturdy build. There was a ferocious tattoo on his arm, staring at him fiercely. The burly man in the lead looked Lu Dashan up and down, and said in a polite tone, "Uncle, is this Lu Ming's house?" Lu Dashan was stunned, thinking it was Lu Ming's friend. Suddenly, he felt sad and his eyes turned red again. It's his house. But my son is dead. Are you his friends? If you're here to pay your respects, then. The words haven't been finished yet. Several burly men suddenly became ferocious. The leading man raised a cruel smile and said, "No more? Just right. Great. Looks like we found the right place. You're his father, right? Your son owes our company 3 million in high-interest loans. Adding the interest from these days, the total is 3,400,000. Return the money quickly. Please give me a gift, Dad. Dad. W. Chapter 87, Lu Dashan and his gang were brutally beaten, asking for a gift from Daddy, pay back the money. Hurry up. Facing the vicious threats from people in society, Lu Dashan was stunned, his eyes were as big as copper bells, and his mouth was wide open, unable to close for a long time. He never imagined that these people were here to collect debts. His legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground, stammering, "I don't have any money, my son, stop talking nonsense." The big man grabbed Lu Dashan by the collar and pushed him into the house, cursing as he pushed him. "No money? How dare you borrow from a loan shark when you don't have money? We don't care about that. Anyway, you have to pay him back. A son's debts must be paid by his father. It's only right. If you don't take out the money today, don't blame us for being rude." Wang Suihua and Zhang Meng, who were in the house, heard the noise and ran out. I saw Lu Dashan being grabbed by the collar and threatened by several ferocious-looking men. The 2 of them were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled like 2 frightened deer. "Who are you? What do you want to do? Do you know that trespassing is illegal? If you don't leave, I'm going to call the police." Wang Suihua's voice trembled and her eyes avoided, not daring to look at the invaders. Zhang Meng even hid behind the sofa with the child in her arms, only daring to show half of her head, cursing inwardly, "Lu Ming, this loser, actually didn't clean up his mess in advance? This is trouble." The burly man in the lead glanced at the 3 people in the room expressionlessly and snorted coldly. "Breaking into a private house? Calling the police? Then report it quickly. Pay your debts. It's only right. We just want to get back the money that belongs to us. What law have we broken? What crime have we committed? If you can pay off the debt now, I will take my people away immediately. I promise not to disturb you. Pay me back now." Wang Suihua's face froze and she was in a state of confusion. Of course they have money, but this money was earned with their son's life, and they have to raise their grandchildren in the future. How can they possibly pay it back to these loan sharks? Damn it, why wouldn't that little girl, Gu Nanyan, be so obedient and be the victim? According to their original plan, because of her son's death, Gu Nanyan must feel guilty and think that her husband was trying to create a better life for her. That's why he died of overwork. At that time, she would definitely take the initiative to shoulder the debt and provide for the old couple in their old age, and would work like a slave for the Lu family for the rest of her life. But now, wait, who said she couldn't continue to be the victim? Don't forget, she and her son are a legitimate couple. Suihua suddenly had an idea, her eyes rolled around, and she had a bad idea in her mind. Wanting to divert the trouble away, she pretended to be calm, tried to squeeze out a flattering smile, and said, "Brothers, it's not that we don't want to pay you back. But you see, I'm broke and I really can't afford it. However, my daughter-in-law's family is rich. She is the daughter of the Gu family. Her family has plenty of money. This is the money owed to you. It's a joint debt of the couple. You can go and ask her to pay it back. The Gu family has plenty of money anyway, you can have as much as you want." When Lu Dashan heard this, his eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, and he quickly agreed, "Yes. Ask my daughter-in-law for it. My daughter-in-law's father is a multi-billionaire. The immense wealth in your hands is like the water in the ocean, inexhaustible. A few million is nothing to him. Go ask my daughter-in-law for the money, you'll definitely get it." When Zhang Meng heard what the old couple said, she was stunned at first, then he quickly reacted, put his hands on his hips, and said loudly, "That's right, go ask Gu Nanyan for it, don't bother us. Even a little leakage between her father's fingers is enough to pay it back." The Liu family was eager to try and kept instigating people in society to harm the Gu family. As long as they could lead all the debt collectors to the Gu family, not only could they quietly seize the huge sum of money left by Lu Ming, but they could also take the opportunity to take revenge on the Gu family. Gu Ba either pays the money honestly or starts a fight with the debt collector. As the saying goes, when dogs bite each other, both get a mouthful of fur. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. No matter who wins or loses in the end, they can sit back and watch the fight with joy. It's a pity that ideas are beautiful but reality is cruel. Wang Suihua and the other two seriously overestimated the strength of the people in society. As a key target of the anti-gangster and anti-evil campaign, where did the social person get the capital? How could he go head-to-head with an outstanding entrepreneur like Gu Ba, who has made great contributions to the country's tax revenue? As expected, after hearing what Wang Suihua and the other two said, they persuaded them to go to Gu's house to ask for money. Several ferocious-looking men looked at each other and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but shudder at the thought of their boss and a dozen of his brothers being rushed to the hospital with broken legs the day before yesterday. These three bastards have bad intentions. You actually want to harm us? Who is Gu Ba? Our methods are only good enough to scare ordinary people. Faced with a behemoth like the Gu Group, they had no ability to fight back at all. Of the higher-ups have already given the order that the money can only be asked from Lu Ming's parents, and Gu Ba must not be provoked, otherwise, their loan sharking company will be finished within 2 days. Although everyone was unwilling to accept this, they also knew that they were no match for the powerful and had hit a wall. I can only admit it. But these three old guys actually want to bring disaster to the Gu family. They want to kill me and others. I am so tired of living. Thinking of this, the leading man suddenly became furious and rolled up his sleeves to reveal his strong arm stud. He said angrily, "Should we go to the Gu family to ask for it? Not only did you not pay me back, you bastard, you even tried to kill me. I think you have already met your end. Brothers, go. Kill them." The other big men also responded and rushed towards the Lu family like a group of vicious wolves. For a moment, the house was in chaos. Wang Suihua was kicked in the stomach by a young man. She flew out and hit the wall heavily. Then she collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. Lu Dashan was not spared either. Two big men held his arms, and another big man swung his fist, hitting him in the face like raindrops. In a short while, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Pegasus Meteor Fist. The man in the vest called out the name of his skill, then he punched Lu Dashan in the chest. Lu Dashan cried out ouch and fell to the ground holding his chest. Pay back the money. If you can't come up with it today, I'll tear down your shabby house. Sell your organs to pay off your debts. Another bald man rushed up and kicked the coffee table, which was instantly overturned and the cups and plates were smashed to pieces. Wang Suihua screamed in fear and rushed to Lu Dashan, shielding him with her body and begging for mercy. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. We have no money. We really have no money. Brothers, please spare us. We really have no money. Stop fighting. Someone will die if you continue. The money left by their son is for their retirement and to raise their grandchildren. There is no way the old couple would hand over the money until the very last moment. Faced with the old couple's stubbornness, he would rather be beaten than give in for the money. People in society were so angry that veins popped out on their foreheads and their fists were clenched, but they didn't dare to really use force. After all, these two old men are weak. If they die after a few punches, not only will they not be able to pay back the money, they will also have to go to jail. Just when they were at their wits' end, one of the young men with a scar on his face glanced across the sofa and suddenly stopped at Zhang Meng, who was holding the child and shivering. He immediately leaned close to the leader's ear and said in a low voice, "Brother, according to the information from the Gu family, that woman is Lu Ming's mistress, and the child is their illegitimate child. If these old guys don't care about their own lives, how could they not care about the only child of the Lu family?" The leading man's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. He winked at Scarface, who immediately rushed forward with a grim grin, like a wolf pouncing on its prey. "Why are you hiding? Hand over the child. Don't come over here, ah." Seeing this, Zhang Meng screamed and backed away, her eyes full of fear. Perhaps out of maternal instinct, Zhang Meng did not hand over the child immediately, but instead threatened the scarred man who was approaching. "If you dare to touch my child, I will fight you to the death." Seeing that their eldest grandson was in danger, the old couple wanted to rush over to stop him like crazy. "Stop. Don't touch my sweet grandson." Wang Suihua was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She suddenly got up from the ground and pounced on the scarred man, but was kicked to the ground by the big man next to her. With a bang sound, my forehead hit the corner of the coffee table, and a big bump appeared instantly. Lu Dashan's eyes also turned red, and he struggled to rush over, but the two big men held his arms tightly and he could not move. He watched Scarface's hand getting closer and closer, and he was so anxious that tears were about to come out. "I can only keep begging for mercy. Don't hurt the child. Come at us if you dare. Please don't touch the child. Come to me if you have any problems. I promise to pay you back. Give me some time. I promise to pay it back within 10 years. 10 years." When everyone heard the repayment period given by Lu Dashan, they laughed out loud. "This old guy, is he a funny guy hired by the monkeys on Wudong Mountain? Fuck you. You might die tomorrow. Who can wait 10 years? Humph. Don't cry until you see the coffin. You're not going to accept my toast, are you? Leave the child to me." Scarface cursed and no longer held back. He grabbed Zhang Meng's hair and slammed her against the wall. There was a muffled bang sound. Blood instantly oozed from Zhang Meng's forehead and flowed down her cheeks. She felt drowsy. The child in her arms was so frightened that he burst into tears. The loud crying sounded like a needle piercing the hearts of Ludashin and his wife, making them extremely upset. Scarface snatched the child away without hesitation, held the crying baby in his arms, walked up to Ludashin and his wife, and deliberately lifted the child high, pretending to throw him to the ground. He threatened, "Old man. One last time, where is the money hidden? If you don't tell me, I'll throw this kid to death. I'll make your Lu family extinct." Of course, this was just to scare the old couple. They were not brave enough to actually kill a baby. If someone died, everyone present would be doomed, but the old couple didn't know. They were extremely anxious and only saw that their beloved grandson was in danger, so they didn't care about anything else. He is the last child of the Lu family, their only hope. Seeing the child's face turning purple with fear, Wang Suewa's heart almost broke, and she cried out, "Don't fall. Don't fall. We have money. We are willing to pay you back. The money is hidden in warehouse number 3 of the West City chemical plant. In the ventilation duct at the very back of the warehouse. We'll take you there to get it. Don't hurt my grandson." Ludashin had no choice but to compromise, tears mixed with blood on his face as he begged for mercy. "Yes, yes. We'll take you there. As long as you release my eldest grandson, we'll give you all the money." Hearing this, the leading man nodded in satisfaction. "Wouldn't it have been so easy earlier? You're forcing us to resort to violence." After saying that, he winked at Scarface, who then returned the child to the old couple who had pounced on them. Wang Suewa snatched her grandson back and coaxed him with tears in her eyes. "Don't be afraid, dear. Grandma is here." On the side, Zhang Meng touched the blood on his forehead, his eyes full of resentment. "These two old guys only have their grandchildren in their eyes. Didn't you see that I was also injured because of the Lu family? And if you were going to say it, why didn't you say it earlier? You've caused her so much trouble. After going to the hospital, I was diagnosed with asthenospermia, which resulted in me being childless for 2 years. I am currently taking conservative treatment and the doctor prescribed me a bunch of medicines. Let me take it for a while and then go for a checkup. Hospitals are so expensive. Oh, one day, the tolls, highway fees, various checkups for the couple, and so on. It cost me nearly 2,500. My royalties last month weren't even that much. I'm floored. We can only take it one step at a time. I hope it is useful. I beg the parents who provide for us to give me some free gifts when they have time. Let others see the power of a father." Dad. Chapter 88, 6 million missing? The Lu family's despair. Humph. You're smart. Don't worry, we in society also stick to principles. As long as we get the money, we will leave immediately. We don't ask for much, just the 3.4 million you owe us. Let's go. Lead the way now. If you dare to play tricks, you know the consequences. Faced with the malicious threats from people in society, the old couple looked grim, but they could only grit their teeth and say yes. Ludashin struggled to get up from the ground, supported the equally embarrassed Wang Suewa, handed the child to Zhang Meng, and was about to go out with the big men to get the money. "Wait, I want to go too." Zhang Meng staggered to catch up, not caring at all about the injury on his forehead. Wang Suewa frowned and said unhappily, "What are you going to do?" "Stay home and take care of the kids. We'll be back soon." She didn't want Zhang Meng to know the exact location of the hidden money. What if this woman was blinded by money and had other intentions? Ludashin also advised earnestly, "Xiao Meng, be obedient. Stay home and take care of Xiao Bao." But how could Zhang Meng agree? She had promised not to remarry. Wasn't it just for the inheritance left by Lu Ming? Now the old couple is going to get it. If she doesn't go with them, how can she know how much money Lu Ming left behind? If the money was just enough to pay off the loan shark, she would have turned around and left without saying a word and would never have stayed to play house with two old guys. If there was a lot of money, she would have to find a way to get a piece of it after all. She was a great contributor to the continuation of the Lu family's lineage, so it was only reasonable for her to get a share of the inheritance, right? Why can't I go? Lu Ming's money, my child, and I also have a share. What if you run away with the money? My child and I will be left with nothing? I must go with you and watch you withdraw the money with my own eyes. Anyway, you must let me follow you, otherwise I will contact the matchmaker and remarry with my child tomorrow. Zhang Meng sneered, took a step forward holding her son, and threatened confidently, "This bitch who kicks someone when they are down. Gold digger. Is Xiao Ming blind? Why would she fall for such a thing? Not even half as filial as Hu Nanua. As the saying goes, comparing yourself with others will only make you angry." With this comparison, the old couple felt that their ex-daughter-in-law was simply an angel, and they were filled with regret in their hearts. "I knew it earlier. I would never allow my son to abandon his wife and marry this vixen." But when they looked at the grandson sleeping in the other's arms, although the old couple were angry and unwilling, they could do nothing as they were being precisely controlled, so they could only agree to let Zhang Meng follow, gritting his teeth and nodding. "Okay. You can come along, but don't mess around." The old couple sighed and kept comforting themselves, saying that everything was for their good grandson. Forbearance. I also thought it would be nice to let Zhang Meng know how much money was left this way. She would know that they had money, and then she would stay and do the laundry, cooking, and taking care of the children. Zhang Meng curled her lips, said nothing, and followed closely with the child in her arms. I've already started thinking in my mind, how would she get out after getting the money? Hurry up. What are you guys hesitating about? Don't tell me you don't have any money at all. Are you stalling for time to fool us? The burly man walking in front turned around and saw Wang Suhua and the other two still whispering there, and immediately cursed impatiently under his urging. Ludashin and the other two did not dare to delay any longer and walked forward obediently to lead the way. Rumbled. Soon, the group left the apartment building, got into the debt collector's van, and drove towards the abandoned chemical plant in the east of the city. Along the way, everyone in the car had flickering eyes, each with their own ulterior motives. Wang Suhua leaned on her husband, secretly looking at the big man in the front row, praying silently in her heart, hoping that everything would go well. As long as I can keep my grandson safe, I can find another way if I lose the money. But if the good grandson dies, the Lu family will really be extinct. However, she was also wary of Zhang Meng, the evil daughter-in-law who was greedy for money. After paying off the debt, she must hide the remaining money, as that is the money for their future retirement and raising their grandchildren. We must not let this woman get involved at all, otherwise she will 100% take the money and run away. Now, she has completely seen through the true face of this bitch. Ludashin clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, and his heart was filled with resentment. He didn't expect that the money his son had hidden with great effort would be given away like this in the end, but when he thought of his hungry grandson, he could only swallow all his resentment back into his stomach. Rumble. The van bumped along the bumpy dirt road. The child in Zhang Meng's arms whimpered twice due to the shaking. She subconsciously patted the child's back, but her eyes glanced out the car window from time to time, thinking about how to get away smoothly after getting the money. Now all she wants is to fly away, immigrate to the United States, and become a noble American girl. Find another black boyfriend with a big dick who needs to be held back. GGG, Yossi _ Squeak. I don't know how long it took. The harsh sound of brakes interrupted Zhang Meng's fantasy. The van stopped in front of a dilapidated chemical factory in the west of the city. The place was overgrown with weeds, and the rusty iron gate hung crookedly on its hinges. When the wind blows, it makes a mournful creaking sound, exuding an eerie atmosphere. We're here, get off. The scarred man pushed open the car door, jumped out first, and urged impatiently. Hearing this, Wang Suhua held onto the car door and hesitated to get out. Instead, he moved closer to the leading man and forced a flattering smile on his face. Brother Biao, we agreed on this. I'll only take 3.4 million. The extra money, you can't just rob me. That's the money we use to support our retirement and grandchildren. It's our lives for the rest of our lives. Woo woo woo. The leading man called Brother Biao shuddered, glared back angrily, and shouted in a rough voice, who do you take me, Biaozi? We gangsters are the most ethical people. We only take what we're supposed to take, and we won't touch a cent more. Hurry up and get the money, don't dilly-dally. If you're worried, we'll wait outside. Go get the money now. Hurry up. Wang Suihua felt a little relieved. She took her husband's arm, and the old couple exchanged glances. Then they walked quickly towards the chemical plant, their steps becoming lighter. Seeing this, Zhang Meng hurriedly picked up the child and followed, fearing that the old couple would secretly hide the money. As soon as she stepped through the iron gate, she was choked by the smell of rust in the warehouse, which made her frown, but her heart was filled with anticipation. Asterisk Omega, the more hidden the place, the more likely it is to hide big money. Gauzy and his gang of gangsters kept their promise. They leaned against the van, smoking and chatting idly from time to time. He glanced towards the gate of the chemical plant, waiting for the old couple to take out the money. The warehouse is filled with various discarded machine parts. Spider webs covered the corners of the walls, and the light was so dim that I could only see the road a few meters ahead. The old couple were familiar with the place and walked straight to a hidden ventilation duct at the innermost part. Their son rented this place in advance, saying that no one comes here usually and it is the safest place to hide money. I had originally planned to fake my death and then come back here to take the money and start a new life. Who would have thought? Overnight, the fake death turned into real death. Whenever the old couple thought about the fact that the elderly had to send off their loved ones, they felt heartbroken and their steps became heavy. At this time, Zhang Meng, who was following behind them, had an ugly look on his face. She also began to feel resentful towards her former lover Lu Ming. She thought she was the other person's true love and even gave birth to a child for him, but the other party made sweet promises and swore everything. But he hid the money so secretly that he refused to reveal anything to her. Obviously, he was also on guard against her. Snort, men are really not good. But when I thought about seeing the money soon, I felt a lot better. Here it is. Xiao Ming said the money is hidden here. Let's take it out quickly, pay the debt and leave. Soon, Lu Dashin stopped in front of a half-person high ventilation duct and rubbed his hands excitedly. Zhang Meng followed at the back, staring intently at the dark ventilation duct, and couldn't help but ask tentatively at Dad. Mom, how much money is hidden in here? If it's just enough to pay off the debt, how are my child and I going to survive in the future? After saying this, she pretended to be pitiful in order to get the specific amount. Wang Suihua and his wife paused, hesitated for a moment, but did not hide it anymore. Anyway, I can't hide the fact that the money is taken out later, so I might as well tell it first so that Zhang Meng will be more obedient. Then she cleared her throat and said with some pride, almost 6 million in total. That's Xiao Ming and my whole life savings. Although it's not as much as a billionaire like Guba, it's still a huge sum among ordinary people. 6 million? That's so much. Zhang Meng's eyes lit up instantly, and her heart was pounding. I didn't expect Lu Ming to leave so much money. Even if 3.4 million is paid back, there will still be 2.6 million left. This amount of money is enough for her to live lavishly in the United States for a long time. She must get it. Lu Dashin also started to show off, glancing at the agitated Zhang Meng, and said in a tone that was both tempting and threatening, Xiao Meng, this money is not something we old couple can use. Sooner or later, it will belong to you and your child. But you must remember to raise our Lu family's only child well and be filial to us. Don't think about remarrying or running away with the money, otherwise. Zhang Meng naturally heard the hidden meaning of the old couple's words, and with a flattering and respectful smile on her face, she made various promises. My parents are teaching me, don't worry. I will definitely be a good daughter-in-law in the future, be filial to my parents-in-law, and raise Lu Ming's son. I will never remarry in my life and will never let you down. She said that, but she sneered in her heart, once we get the money, who would still waste time with you two old guys? By then, the sky will be high and free for birds to fly, and you won't even be able to find my shadow. Seeing that his daughter-in-law was so well-behaved and obedient, Lu Dashin nodded with satisfaction, lay down at the entrance of the ventilation duct, and reached in to touch inside. The pipe was pitch black and smelled only of dust. He searched for a long time but felt nothing, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. How could there not be? Could it be that the money is placed deeper? Lu Dashin was silent for a moment and decided to go in and search. The obese body moved with difficulty in the pipe. Every time it moved, the pipe made a creaking sound, as if it would collapse at any time. He opened his eyes wide and groped carefully in the darkness, not missing any corner, but it was empty and I still didn't touch anything. His heart sank to the bottom and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He looked again unwillingly, but still found nothing. He immediately came out in panic and stammered to the complacent Wang Suihua. Old woman, is this where Xiao Ming hid his money? Wang Suihua was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, yeah. It's right here. What's wrong? Why didn't you take out the money? Lu Dashin's forehead was sweating, and his voice was trembling as he said, I didn't find it. There's nothing here, empty, nothing. Forget about the money, I didn't even find a single hair. Impossible. Wang Suihua couldn't sit still anymore. This was no joke. She didn't care about anything else, pushed Lu Dashin away, and went in to look for it herself. She crawled carefully in the pipe, groping with her hands and staring at the front. However, nothing was found except thick dust. She emerged from the pipe, her face as pale as paper. She and Lu Dashin exchanged glances, each seeing panic in the other's eyes. Her voice trembled. How could it be? How could it be nothing? Xiao Ming said he was hiding here. He had no reason to lie to us. Zhang Meng was also dumbfounded. She was just dreaming of using money to immigrate and live a carefree life. The dream is shattered now? She rushed up quickly, pushed Wang Suihua away, and lay down at the mouth of the pipe to look inside, but there was nothing inside except darkness. Her fantasy was instantly shattered. Her face turned ferocious, and she cursed at the top of her voice. Did you remember the wrong place? Look somewhere else. Or did you deliberately trick me? Where did you hide the money? Take it out now. If we can't come up with the money, will those gangsters out there let us off? It's urgent. The old couple didn't care about Zhang Meng's sudden change of attitude and consoled themselves. Maybe we really are mistaken. No matter what, a son wouldn't betray his own parents. Xiao Ming is so filial, there's no way he would cheat us. Keep looking, keep looking. Next, the three of them rummaged around in the abandoned chemical plant like crazy, filling the warehouse with dust and making them cough. But no matter how they rummaged through the drawers, forget 6 million, we didn't even find a $1 coin.